I'm uploading copyrighted content on Patreon at Cultivation Audiobooks*. You can follow and request any novel you'd like. Please like, follow, and comment on the videos of this YouTube channel. It's free for you and a great motivation for me. Chapter 562, Snake King Slaying Party. Seeing Han Sen draw nearer to the valley's exit, Wang Liang hurried the group into battle formation. They were ready to fight against the Snake King. The party was composed of elite evolvers. Some of them were currently serving in the army, whereas some others had retired. Having all shared military experience, they were hardened warriors with phenomenal abilities in battle. They did not fear the fight to come. After he had established their formation, Han Sen had just about brought the Snake King and its following of lesser ice snakes out of the valley. Without the deep snow to hide their bodies, however, they all looked like colossal foes. When the battle began, Han Sen ceased running. He summoned his ghost pod claws and started to attack the Snake King. Dong! Han Sen dodged the gaping maw of the Silver Eye Ice Snake King, and with the ghost pod claws, countered to slice off one of its silver scales. The Snake King's silver flesh was too thick to fully pierce, however, and all that was inflicted upon it were 3 scratch marks. They weren't proper cuts, and were far from critical, life-threatening wounds. Wang Liang and his men then ran towards the gathering of snakes. They maintained their formation, though widening to surround the Snake King. Without the cover of the snow, the ordinary and mutant ice snakes were unable to compete with the elites. In a great reckoning, countless ice snakes were slain. As each snake dyed the earth a sickly red, their corpses were sent flying with great force. Now, the 10 evolvers had surrounded the Snake King. The beast was fierce, wild and mad. When it lifted its rear, it lashed around to smash numerous glaciers. Given how crazy it was, Han Sen and his fellow fighters did not dare to fight the creature head-on, face-to-face. Giant creatures were born powerfully, and substantially outperformed humans. The Silver Eye Ice Snake King's scales were solid, and its flesh was thick. Although Han Sen and his party gave the beast a series of strong attacks, none seemed likelier to kill the beast than the last. Instead, all they did was amplify the Snake King's rage to even greater degree. Seeing the Snake King behaving like a sordid monster from some ancient tale, Han Sen felt gloomy. The ghost pod claws were too short, and didn't seem viable to fight a creature as large as that. If he had a longer weapon, perhaps then he would stand a chance. Right now, though, Han Sen was glad to have brought along Wang Liang and the rest of the elites. Had he not, he didn't think he could do anything or have the opportunity to fight the Snake King without the interference of countless lesser ice snakes. "You guys go on ahead, I'll take a break," Han Sen shouted to Wang Liang, as he left the battlefield. Wang Liang thought to himself, "We've come here to help you slay the Snake King. We're risking our lives enough, and now you run off. You are obscene." As he cursed Han Sen, Wang Liang caught a glimpse of a certain flame. A red firebird that looked like a phoenix appeared, drawn from Han Sen's body. The flames were scorching hot, and they rose high into the air. In just a moment, the flames had encircled the entire area. Wang Liang noticed that his and his party's beast soul powers had been greatly increased. Though he was surprised, he was very glad and said, "Halo beast soul, and for such a large effective range. I wonder if it is a sacred blood beast soul." The beast soul powers of everyone else in the party were also greatly increased, and it felt to them that the fight had become easier. The pressure had most certainly eased up, and they looked extremely pleased. Han Sen left the desert bird behind on the battlefield and continued on his way, but he made sure to keep his eye on how the others did, as they battled the Snake King in his absence. Of the 10 of them, 6 of them were using a sacred blood weapon. 3 of the 6 were employing heavy weapons. There was a lance, a great axe and a hammer. These 3 posed the greatest threat to the Snake King, but still, the scales were too hard and they could not damage it. It's only a sacred blood class creature, it cannot be indestructible. It must possess a weak point somewhere. Han Sen watched the Snake King's every movement, but no weak point could be found. The silver scales could endure 10 strikes from the evolvers, and with such defense, there was no need for it to move around and protect certain parts of its body. It could bear the brunt of any attack. Pang! An evolver was unable to dodge in time and was struck by the Snake King's tail. He was sent flying for over 10 meters and roughly crashed into the ground. He spat blood from his mouth, but the hit he had taken was not life-threatening. Quickly, he brought himself back up to his feet. Han Sen jumped back into fray, filling in the spot left by the hurt evolver. Boss, the Snake King's scales are too tough. It's impossible for us to kill it. Why don't we retreat and think of something else? Wang Liang shouted across the battlefield, as he continued to engage with the enemy. He wasn't alone in this suggestion, as others had thought of falling back, too. Despite everything they threw at it, nothing seemed to heavily wound the Snake King. Their hopes of victory were fleeting, and they were getting discouraged. To lose hope was a scary and dangerous thing. If you were weary, or even bleeding in a fight, knowing that you were dealing the same amount of damage to your enemy meant there was a chance of victory, there was no reason to be afraid. But they didn't seem to be damaging the Snake King, and if their hope of victory was slipping away, so too would their battle fervor. Han Sen, however, did not respond. He continued to fight the Snake King, while paying extra attention to the movements of the enemy. He wanted to wait a while longer, so that the poison of the ghost pod claws might take effect. But there was no change in the Snake King's behavior, and it didn't seem to work. It was as powerful as ever. The flesh and bones of the Snake King are tough. Even if I use yin force, it would probably be useless. Perhaps I could use yin force on its head and damage its brain. Han Sen thought to himself. If he truly attempted striking the Snake King's head, this would be a perilous move. One mistake would result in a big bite, courtesy of the Snake King's cavernous mouth. The meter-long, frostbite-primed snake teeth seemed as if they could slice right through and kill you before the frostbite could even take effect. Pang! The Snake King twirled, lashing away one more revolver. So powerful was the strike that the longsword was wholly bent out of shape. This beast was a fearsome thing. Boss, we must fall back. We cannot slay this creature. A voice called out from one of the evolvers. Han Sen responded, keep fighting. Everybody must obey my commands. If any of you choose not to, don't bother returning to the shelter. Go find Dong Lin and explain your desertion. Wang Liang, move to your left by 3 meters and attack its left side. Zhao Chang, move right by 2 meters, forward 1 meter and strike its right wing. Han Sen barked the orders. Wang Liang had little choice but to listen and follow Han Sen's orders. The two who had been given instructions, however, weren't exactly sure what their boss was hoping to achieve. The formation they were in was the result of much practice and perfect synchronicity between the elite evolvers. Never had they been issued a command that altered this formation, and no matter how smart they thought Han Sen was, they didn't think he could randomly come up with a brand new and better formation, and nor did they want him to. Because these changes could result in an accident, it was now down to an individual's talent. The daily training and practice of blocking, dodging and striking were more important than ever. No immediate command such as this could put them in a better position than they already were. But Han Sen was different. The way he viewed things, the men were just pawns on a chessboard. His use of the Dongshe Sutra was increasing, and this allowed him to control them as if he were a game player. Earlier, when Han Sen had quit the fight for a brief while, he didn't just stop to observe the beast and try to find its weak points. He was also observing the skills and abilities of Wang Liang and his people. He had to gain a greater understanding of their powers to be able to issue the right commands. At first, Wang Liang was forced to listen to Han Sen's command despite lacking any desire to, but his opinion quickly changed. And so too did the opinions of the rest of the party, for when their formation changed, their new positions made it considerably easier to fight the Snake King. They were all further from danger, and no one received another blow from the Snake King. They were beginning to really admire Han Sen. They all used to be soldiers, so they were familiar with the qualities and traits that it took to be a brilliant commander. But in regards to Han Sen, they had never seen someone command others so well, and in such a calm and informal manner. It was unbelievable. Chapter 563, Slaying the Snake King. Wang Liang and the other evolvers greatly admired Han Sen. No one they had served under could command with the talent he did. Battles were instant, moment-to-moment affairs that morphed and changed every second. To command people ahead of time in such a way was remarkable, because if anyone else had issued commands, by the time the evolvers performed what they were told, the opportunity to do anything more would be gone. But Han Sen had just commanded 10 people with amazing efficiency. He was quick in issuing his commands, that was to be expected, but his words were never rushed. Taking such impeccable orders relieved Wang Liang and his people from a great deal of stress, so they were able to do far more. Wang Liang and his people admired Han Sen with the respect usually reserved for a religious deity. In the army, powerful people typically gained the respect of others, but for genuine admiration, one had to command others calmly and with grace, leading their troops on to victory. They had all served in the army, but none of them had been under the command of someone with such a talent for it. In theory, it should be impossible for Han Sen to individually command the actions of 10 people in a battle. But there he was, disproving it. The most amazing thing about Han Sen's Dongshe Sutra was the layout, as he didn't command the others what to do, nor how they should react. All Han Sen did was predict. The orders he issued came through his foresight and were therefore prepared beforehand, so what he did was relay his preemptive script of actions. He would lead his men into various positions, and like the forming of a jigsaw, an opportunity for them to strike would reveal itself to them just when they obeyed the command. But how they should attack was not specifically told to them. It was like Han Sen was using his Dongshe Sutra. Every move would lure or force an opponent into the exact position he wanted them to be. The people at his command were now like extensions of his own body, and it was as if he had 10 hands. The key to doing this, however, rested in the fact that Han Sen knew the limits of his troops. He knew what they could do, and what they could not. If Han Sen had misjudged them, whenever they got into the position he told them to, they could not do anything and they would fail. That is why Han Sen had made sure to take a step back and observe their abilities thoroughly from the beginning. When he leapt back into the fray, with his great grasp of what his comrades could do, he could confidently start to issue commands. Under Han Sen's command, the 10 people were fighting more calmly. They trusted Han Sen with an indomitable faith. This belief in one another had been forged through this experience of battle together, and it made their bodies and spirits accept it. Although Wang Liang and his people had not been injured anymore, the Snake King refused to submit and they still could not kill it. Their foe was not slowing down, and it would only be a matter of time before they got tired. If that happened, losing the battle would be inevitable. Because of this, a nagging concern tugged at the minds of Wang Liang and his troops. After all, humans were not creatures, and their vitality and stamina were limited. To engage in a fight that was as rough as this, even the most experienced people could only last 1 or 2 hours. But Han Sen did not worry about this. He was using these 10 people to push the Snake King exactly where he wanted it. At last, the Snake King's head had practically been delivered to Han Sen. This was his long-awaited opportunity. He jumped to the Snake King's head with a fist fueled by a power that could shatter a mountain. With his yin force, Han Sen used his fist to drill inside the monster's head. The damage he inflicted to the skull of the Snake King was the critical hit he had been waiting for, and it was terribly injured as a result. Roar! The Snake King screamed and writhed in agony. When he lowered its head, its body's shape was all wrong. Although the creature looked just as strong and fierce as before, its composure and form was not as solid as before the hit. Han Sen's heart was gladdened, thrilled that the yin force seemed to work. The blast must have rattled the Snake King's brain, ruining its form. Han Sen continued to issue his commands to Wang Liang and the other evolvers to fight. Before long, the Snake King's head was in front of Han Sen once more. He delivered another yin force punch. Following the second hit, it was as if the Snake King was drunk, as it began to lose control of its body. Wang Liang was surprised at how things seemed to be turning out and he too was happy. Now, feeling assured of victory, and under the impeccable leadership of Han Sen, they put even greater efforts into the fight. Their admiration of the man did nothing but rise. Pang! When Han Sen struck the Snake King's head for the 3rd time, the beast could no longer resist. It collapsed to the ground, writhing, twisting and contorting in pain. For all intents and purposes, the battle was over. Han Sen told Wang Liang and his men to go and finish off the rest of the group of ice snakes. Han Sen walked over to the helpless Snake King and pounded its head another dozen times, until its brain was exposed and he smashed it into bits, finishing the beast off completely. Please give me your beast soul. I have to get a beast soul. Hallelujah. May the sweet mother of baby Jesus bless me. Han Sen was cheering in his heart and soul. To spend so much effort and get nothing out of it would be quite crushing. Sacred blood creature hunted. Silver Eye Ice. Snake King. The beast soul has been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of sacred blood geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. Hearing that sound, Han Sen wanted to scream aloud in merriment. I love you, Saint Mary. But he only shouted in his heart. Once the Snake King had been killed, the other ice snakes did not want to give their lives to fight the evolvers. Quickly, they raced back to the ice valley. Wang Liang and his men chased them to the entrance of the ice valley, and when they turned around, they were quite surprised at the sight. The results of the battle in which they had just been victorious were strewn everywhere, with countless corpses of ice snakes and the Snake King itself. There were even a few mutant-class creatures piled up. Following the battle, they each received a couple of ice snake beast souls. Although most were an ordinary class, a lucky few received mutant beast souls. They had killed far more ice snakes than they had expected, but their haul of loot was their greatest ever. I will leave them for you. But go and find someone to help transfer the bodies of the Snake King and the ice snakes back, Han Sen hurriedly said, and then left. Wang Liang and the rest of the evolvers had no problem obeying Han Sen's commands, because his leadership abilities had earned every ounce of their faith, trust and respect. Han Sen walked in a circle, returning to the top of the snowy mountain. The little silver fox was still patiently awaiting his return, and its hopeful eyes made Han Sen wonder whether the little thing would have waited there forever, if he had not come back. Seeing Han Sen return, the silver fox elegantly approached his legs again. The big fluffy tail hooked his legs like it had before, and the fox rubbed his head up and down against them again, too. Han Sen was beginning to grow fond of the silver fox. He secretly wished that it was just an ordinary creature, though, so he could have it by his side with relative ease. He didn't yet know whether it had the intelligence or will to distinguish friend from foe. He held the silver fox in one arm and used his other hand to summon the Silver Eye Ice Snake King's sword. The thin silver sword was in Han Sen's hand, and it was about 3 feet long and about as wide as a finger. The white silver of the sword gave it the feeling of having been forged from ice, and its composition was sure to leave a lasting impression on others. It looked as strong as it really was. The handguard was shaped like the wings of the snake it once belonged to, and the blade itself was plated with the scales of the creature. It looked beautiful. Although it was thin, the Silver Eye Ice Snake King's sword was still wider than the silver-haired Lady Spirit sword, which was thinner than a cicada's wing. But the Snake King's sword felt solid, having been built in an entirely different style. Han Sen swung it twice, and felt a certain splendor in splitting the air with it. Overjoyed, he said, I only need one more sword. Once I get it, I can visit the royal shelter and battle the twin spirit. Chapter 564. Yi Dongmu's secret skill. Han Sen fed a black crystal to the Silver Eye Ice Snake King, and then brought the silver fox back with him. On his way, he encountered several other humans, and passed by them nervously. He held the fox extra tight, afraid that it might attack someone. It was fortunate, then, that the silver fox gave no particular reaction at all. That put Han Sen at ease, for at least now, the silver fox was behaving unlike any other super creature, and it didn't seem likely to attack humans on sight. Back inside the Crystal Palace, the silver fox acted its usual self. It remained calm even when at close proximity to Zero, who was later able to hug the fox. The silver fox seemed indeed quite tame. The more Han Sen saw it, the more he was surprised. If he hadn't watched the silver fox hatch from out of its egg, and had just met it randomly somewhere, he wouldn't have believed it to be a super creature. He would have thought it was just some ordinary animal that was kept as a pet. In his body, he didn't get the sense that it was a creature. It felt like an average fox from the Alliance. The ice snake and snake king flesh that Wang Liang delivered was split evenly between Han Sen and each evolver. Everyone received an equal amount, which broadened the mutual respect within the group, ensuring that they could work together in the future. Han Sen prepared a whole meal for himself with the snake king flesh he had received, and when he was full, gave the rest to the angels. The size of the Snake King was indeed too big, and if he spent the whole month eating it, he wasn't sure if he'd receive a single sacred blood geno point from it. With such uncertainty, he didn't bother to spend too much time eating it. After that, Han Sen arranged a few more hunting expeditions, with sacred blood creatures as the target. Unfortunately, none succeeded, for the monsters proved too difficult to kill. Although they did not manage to successfully hunt a sacred blood creature, over the course of their next few expeditions, the respect that Wang Liang and his men had for Han Sen continued to grow. They may have failed to kill their targets, but they did not incur any losses of their own, either. And they did manage to at least gather the flesh of a few mutant beast souls. To be victorious was a joyous thing, but facing an overwhelming enemy and making it out alive under the command of Han Sen was a joy of its own. With such excellent leadership, their rising belief and faith in Han Sen could only accelerate. After a period of them being together, Han Sen was totally comfortable being in the presence of the silver fox. It was so gentle and friendly, unlike anything he had ever encountered before. It was just like a pet. When he brought the silver fox out, however, he couldn't ever find a creature no matter how many miles he traveled. To hunt with it was hopeless, as one couldn't even sniff the shadow of another creature when the fox was with him. Humans weren't able to sense the presence of a super creature unlike how other creatures of the world could. They were sensitive to any in their remote vicinity. The higher level a creature was, the more sensitive other creatures were to its presence. That disappointed Han Sen, because he would always have to leave the silver fox behind in the Crystal Palace when he ventured out. Han Sen had now returned to what was previously known as the Black God Shelter due to a report he had received of someone looking for him. Han Sen went to meet this person, and was surprised to see that it was Yi Dongmu. He hadn't seen him in quite a while, but his injuries had now fully healed and his vicious wounds were no longer visible. "You don't need to thank me. I was just trying to help. You can let it go. Of course, if you really want to reward me, I'd gladly accept the sum of a few billion in cash," Han Sen said. But Yi Dongmu coldly replied, "You are asking for money. If you hadn't tricked me, my injuries would not have been so severe." "You can't say that. I tried to stop you the first time, but you misunderstood. And after the fox was born, you ran ahead of your own volition." "That had nothing to do with me," Han Sen said, with his hands raised. "When it was born, you dared to tell me you weren't preparing to attack it yourself." Yi Dongmu stared at Han Sen, because he thought Han Sen truly was going to attack. He wanted to get in the first strike and earn the kill before he did, but Han Sen did not strike, he simply wanted to step back. "No," Han Sen denied the claim vehemently. Yi Dongmu did not further the subject. Instead, he looked at Han Sen and said, "There is an opportunity coming up that will allow you to make some sweet money. Are you up for it?" "Sure. What sort of money are we talking about? If it's something risky, though, I don't want to hear another word," Han Sen said. "It's not risky, but you are talented when it comes to assassinations, right?" Yi Dongmu observed Han Sen closely. "I'm all right," Han Sen responded casually. "If you were able to kill Black God in the midst of all that, then you must be better than all right. I am going to learn a hyper-geno art, and if you become my training partner, I'll pay you." Yi Dongmu explained the deal as straight as an arrow. "Why me?" Han Sen was now quite curious. "Because you are really good at assassinations, and your power is tremendous." Yi Dongmu said, "You have good taste. I like that you are honest. And, sure, I can be your training partner, but I'm an honest man, too. I must tell you that I don't come cheap." Han Sen was interested in which hyper-geno art Yi Dongmu was looking to learn. They were both accomplished when it came to their learned assassination skills, but if Yi Dongmu was serious enough about learning this skill, then perhaps it would prove useful for Han Sen, too. "A problem that can be solved with money is not a problem," Yi Dongmu stated sagely. Yi Dongmu had the money it took to say something like this. Although Han Sen asked for a really high price, Yi Dongmu didn't even blink and agreed. He didn't even try to haggle or bargain with Han Sen. Han Sen then brought Yi Dongmu to the Black God Shelter's arena. He really wanted the hyper-geno art he was looking to learn. Yi Dongmu was still using a dagger. The way that he would strike was near untraceable, and it was obvious he had a grasp of the very essence of assassination skills. He had come a long way since Han Sen had first seen him in the first God's sanctuary. What Yi Dongmu was learning was a skill to slash shockingly fast. The power and speed burst out in under a second, so it was almost like a duplication of the tornado knife skill. And Yi Dongmu was naturally powerful. The force put into each blisteringly fast strike was remarkable. This is some powerful skill. Han Sen took a few steps back and dodged Yi Dongmu's dagger. Han Sen himself was highly talented when it came to assassination skills, but he had a great mind too, which allowed for him to sense any incoming attacks. If it had been anyone else, the dagger would have found a new home in their belly. "I still have a long way to go." Yi Dongmu wasn't yet satisfied with the skill, and he made sure he kept training with Han Sen. Han Sen had met a lot of people who loved to fight over the years, but none were as crazy as Yi Dongmu. If Han Sen had not requested a break so that he could eat, he assumed Yi Dongmu would have been practicing with him all day, every day. From what Han Sen could see, Yi Dongmu's skill was already really powerful. Not many evolvers would be able to dodge his first strike, but still, Yi Dongmu was not completely satisfied. "Do you have to put in this much effort? Are you that desperate to master it?" Han Sen couldn't help but ask, as he ate. "I have to. I have no choice but to perfect this skill if I am to beat Dollar." Yi Dongmu's face looked solemn. Han Sen almost spat out the rice in his mouth. The reason why Yi Dongmu was trying to learn this skill so much was so that he could beat Han Sen himself. Han Sen looked at Yi Dongmu curiously, and with a look that almost suggested pity. In his heart, he thought, you could have looked for someone else to train with, yet you came to me, and now I know all about your secret skill and what to expect if we fight. No matter how hard you train, you will never beat me, Yi Dongmu. Chapter 565. The Demon Shelter. Whenever Yi Dongmu had free time, he would go to practice with Han Sen because he wanted to master that skill. Han Sen accepted the money he offered, as not to feel bad by rejecting Yi Dongmu's request. He practiced with him every time he could. The power of the skill surprised him. Even though Han Sen's battle perception far exceeded Yi Dongmu's, it was coming to the point where even he would not be able to dodge the slashing skill. It's a shame. You cannot find a skill like this in the Saint Hall, and I wouldn't mind learning it for myself. I'd wager it would feel great to kill things with this skill, Han Sen said to himself. Accompanying Yi Dongmu in his practice yielded a few benefits of his own, too. He had to apply his focus to sense when Yi Dongmu was going to attack, and this worked to improve his perception even more. The skill that Yi Dongmu was attempting to master was one that employed speed and stealth. In front of Han Sen, the only advantage he had was speed, but beating Han Sen with speed was next to impossible. So Han Sen was not particularly worried about Yi Dongmu learning this skill to use against Coin. Even if he mastered the skill, it would still be impossible for him to beat Han Sen. If Han Sen hadn't known about this skill, and Yi Dongmu's mastery of it, then he might have stood a chance. But now that Han Sen was familiar with the skill, he doubted the possibility of losing to it. Poor Yi Dongmu, it's not like I want to lie to you, but you are the one who approached me for practice. Han Sen was observing Yi Dongmu, who was training and pushing himself as hard as he could, but his face looked strange. During this time, however, the thought of how to obtain another sacred blood beast soul sword gnawed at Han Sen's mind. He knew of a few creatures that would be able to provide him a beast soul sword, but they were all too strong for him. The ice fields were too small to host a great many more creatures, so his viable options were limited. Even if Han Sen wanted to buy one, he couldn't, as very few people would willingly part with a sacred blood beast soul sword, especially for the scarce resources in the ice fields. Han Sen decided to drive the Crystal Palace to Yellow Rock Beach. There were many human shelters there, and he wondered if he'd be able to find someone selling a sacred blood beast soul sword. Han Sen planned to use his Berserk Inferno Bull for a potential trade, believing no one would reject a Berserk sacred blood transfigured beast soul. This time, Han Sen brought Zero and the Silver Fox along with him. Humans would not be able to detect that the Silver Fox was a creature, and Han Sen believed they would just think that it was an ordinary pet. Bringing it would pose no risk. He arrived at the seaside shelter which he had once helped claim. Han Sen thought people might still harbor animosity towards him, because he had stolen their Necron. To his surprise, however, the place that was supposed to be called Yellow Rock Beach was now known as Golden Beach, and the shelter had also changed its name to Coin Shelter. Seriously, Han Sen's mood took a hit. If he knew that people adored Coin as much as they did, to change the name of the place, he would have stayed. At least here he would have been able to receive free benefits, such as creature flesh. He took a walk along the Golden Beach, and Zero looked so happy. After entering the Coin Shelter, Han Sen managed to locate a few shops that sold beast souls. Unfortunately, he was unable to find one that supplied beast souls of the sacred blood variety, except for one. But the item on offer was a sacred blood beast soul gun. "Boss, do you have a sacred blood beast soul to sell?" Han Sen asked. For a small shelter like ours, finding one here would be pretty amazing, the boss laughed. "Can you introduce me to a shelter that can provide the sacred blood beast souls I am looking for?" Han Sen inquired. The boss gave it a thought and then said, "On the western side of the ancient forest, there's a royal class demon shelter, which is home to many beast soul shops. If there's ever a place to find a sacred blood beast soul for sale, that would be it. There should be plenty, so if you have your heart set on purchasing one, I'd recommend looking there. Mind you, the journey you must embark upon to get there will be perilous indeed, for many spirit shelters reside along the way." Han Sen spent some coins on a map that would guide him to the demon shelter he now sought. He wanted a sacred blood beast soul sword no matter the cost, so he had to go there and take a look, at the very least. The road was long, and Han Sen wanted to kill a few creatures along the way, so he decided to leave Zero and the silver fox behind at the coin shelter for a few days while he was away. Han Sen followed behind a group of others on his way to the demon shelter. "Brother, what are you doing going to the demon shelter?" On the road, a middle-aged man rode a beast soul stacked with cargo on its back. He asked Han Sen this question politely. The group Han Sen tailed was a merchant group on their way to the demon shelter for trade. To accompany them, Han Sen offered them some coins to accept his presence. If he could travel with them, there was the safety in numbers aspect, alongside avoiding the prospect of getting lost on his way to the demon shelter. "I heard there are many beast souls for sale there, so I'd like to visit and purchase a few," Han Sen replied casually. "There are indeed a good many, but the high-class beast souls there go for a fair price more than they do at our shelter." The middle-aged man was quite talkative, which allowed Han Sen to gather more intel on the demon shelter he would soon visit. What most surprised Han Sen was that the owner of the demon shelter was someone he actually knew. It was Son of Heaven, the boss of Starry Group. He couldn't believe that he was the owner of the demon shelter. Son of Heaven and Han Sen had quite a history between them, but ever since the Ning family had come to think that Han Sen was the heir of Han Jing, they had never bothered with him. They had never helped him again. Han Sen did not know what Son of Heaven thought of him, but Han Sen was impartial. His feelings weren't frequently felt anymore. In Han Sen's eyes, Son of Heaven was unable to ever become his opponent, and as such, there was no reason for him to ever care about him. If he hadn't come to learn that Son of Heaven was the owner of the demon shelter, Han Sen might have forgotten about his entire existence. This was unlike how he felt towards Ning Yu, who he dreaded. Han Sen had let his Aqua Reaper live with Ning Yu because he wanted to gather the secrets of the Ning family from Ning Yu. But Ning Yu was aware of the abilities possessed by an Aqua Reaper, so he was able to control its behavior and mind and limited the amount of intelligence it provided Han Sen. Usually, Ning Yu was alone and unwilling to see anyone. He would just wait. When he had nothing to do, he would just remain by himself and read Buddha books for about 10 hours straight. It seemed as if he was extremely focused on learning Buddhism and Tao. He did not rush about and he was not nervous, so Han Sen could learn nothing. If Son of Heaven was half as good as Ning Yu, I would most likely have died at Steel Armor Shelter. Han Sen was now lamenting the past, and in his heart, the dread he felt about Ning Yu was increasing. Luckily, however, Ning Yu had been made host to a parasite by the Aqua Reaper. If he hadn't been, Han Sen would be extremely nervous. Han Sen then remembered something that Son of Heaven used to say, in regards to if Han Sen had come too late, he couldn't become his enemy. In the past, Son of Heaven was a proud person. Now Han Sen wondered how Son of Heaven would treat him, if they met again. Would he be considered a friend or a foe? Han Sen was intrigued and wanted to find out, but his purpose there was to buy a sword. Beyond that, he didn't want to see Son of Heaven or get himself into any sort of trouble. Chapter 566. A Mascot Monster. Surprisingly, the road to the demon shelter had been a relatively smooth one. Han Sen had wanted to kill a few creatures along the way, but he hadn't had the chance due to the evolvers hired to protect the caravan getting to the monsters first. This was the first time Han Sen had seen a royal shelter owned by humans. The building itself was a few dozen miles long and surrounded by forest. Structures built from wood were everywhere, but it was different to know what might be expected. Certain wooden structures were buildings 10 stories high, and they looked mystical and imposing. Around the city, you could see ancient trees reaching for the sky at 40 meters in height. A wooden city like this, it's quite the fire hazard, Han Sen said to himself. The wood of the demon shelter is not just any ordinary wood, because it cannot be burnt, the middle-aged man laughed. Entering the demon shelter, Han Sen parted ways with the merchant group. He looked around, trying to locate shops that traded in the beast souls he was searching for. It truly was a royal shelter, as stores that sold beast souls were everywhere and there were even certain streets dedicated to the trade. Other shops even offered 1 or 2 sacred blood beast souls as a premium product to go along with their primary wares. Han Sen had only to browse 4 shops before he found a sacred blood beast soul. Unfortunately for him, it was a great sword, which rendered it unsuitable for his dual skill. This is what a human shelter should be like, Han Sen sighed, thinking his mother was quite lucky. When she entered the second shelter, she was sent to a royal shelter that was run by humans, unlike Han Sen. The beast soul prices were quite fair, and not dissimilar to those in the first shelter. The sacred blood beast souls were between 50% and 100% more expensive, and that made for agreeable prices, too. To find the sword-type beast soul he was looking for, Han Sen made sure to peruse the offers of every beast soul shop he could enter. Eventually, he came to a shop called Precious Beasts, and he found that it hosted a sword to which he immediately took a liking. Unfortunately, it wasn't a proper product, and so the owner of the store presented Han Sen with a beast soul booklet. It was a colored one, provided by the Alliance. There was plenty of information on the sword he was wanting, and the booklet even illustrated the monster it had dropped from. It was a purple copper ancient sword, and its body was red and purple. It looked rather delicate, and the blade was engraved with numerous mystical carvings. It was quite beautiful, with nothing menacing about its appearance. The sword in its entirety was about 4 feet in length. The sword was longer than the Silver Eye Ice Snake King Beast Soul sword, and slightly wider too. Their appearances were almost polar opposites, as the purple copper ancient sword looked quite righteous, against the malevolent-looking Snake King sword. Taking everything about its appearance into account, Han Sen deemed it suitable for his dual skill. This was initially a skill that required 2 people to cast, but Han Sen had modified and morphed it into one that could be used by himself. This was perfect for his right hand, whereas the other was perfect for his left. Having the righteous and the wicked working together would maximize the efficiency of the dual sword skill. The booklet stated that the purple copper ancient sword came from a mascot beast. Its appearance was not unlike a copper-maned lion, plated with purple scales. Its face was one of portent and mystique, and its formal name was Ancient Mascot Beast. "Boss, what are you selling this ancient sword beast soul for?" Han Sen pointed at the mascot beast in the booklet. "I apologize, but this is a premium product of the store. For this, we can only trade." The owner had a soft-sounding voice, but the hint of a boast sugared his words. The ancient sword beast soul had had numerous prospective buyers, but the owner had never received a satisfactory offer. It was believed that the owner deliberately turned down each offer to leave the purple copper ancient sword there in the store in order to attract potential customers. However misleading this was, it worked, and patrons flocked to the store due to the sight of the sword, made it comparable to a number of bigger stores in the shelter. The owner hence viewed the mascot beast soul as a lucky charm and did not relish selling it. "What would it take to trade it with you?" The owner said that he wanted to trade a beast soul for a beast soul, which matched Han Sen's initial idea. The then owner frowned and looked at Han Sen, saying, "For my sword, I could only accept a berserk sacred blood beast soul in exchange. Also, it would have to be a sword-type beast soul." "What about other types of berserk sacred blood beast souls?" Han Sen eyed the owner curiously. "No." The owner shut down the counter offer immediately. Han Sen caught on to the fact that owner had no real intention of selling the sword. If someone did indeed possess a berserk sacred blood beast soul sword, who in their right mind would swap it for an ordinary sacred blood beast soul sword? Such a transaction would not be remotely fair. Han Sen thought it a great shame that the owner had no intention of selling the sword, but he wasn't willing to give up easily. He did his best to convince the owner, saying, "I would like to exchange my berserk sacred blood beast soul with yours, but I do not have one that bears the form of a sword. Will you at least think about it? I am sorry, but this sword must be swapped for a berserk beast sword." The owner gave a wry smile. But the owner thought Han Sen knew he wasn't willing to sell it, which was why he had said that. Who would be stupid enough to make such an exchange, after all? But maybe it was just because Han Sen's berserk sacred blood beast soul wasn't very popular, why he was willing to trade it for the sword. "Brother, you are saying that you want to trade a berserk sacred blood beast soul for this sword?" A curious man had overheard Han Sen's offer. "Yes, but the owner isn't willing to make the trade," Han Sen said, with a hopeless sigh. "What kind of berserk sacred blood beast soul are we talking about here?" "If it is suitable, I have a sacred blood beast soul," the man said. "Is it a sacred blood beast soul sword?" "It is a sword I require," Han Sen said. "Yes," the man replied quickly. He then summoned an icy-looking steel sword. Unfortunately for Han Sen, it was a great sword. Its body was wide and its length exceeded 5 feet. It wasn't the sort that Han Sen was looking for. "What is your beast soul? Summon it and let me take a look," the man suggested. Han Sen squinted his eyes. Although he did not plan to make a trade for the great sword, he still summoned the inferno bull that infused his body. Han Sen transformed into a black bull with great wings and giant horns protruding from his head. The mouths of the man and the owner both sat agape. Oh my days. A berserk sacred blood transfigured beast soul that flies. You truly want to trade this magnificent thing for a sword? The man said, his eyes wide. Yes, that is my desire. Han Sen took away the beast soul and returned to his true form. I will trade with you. The man immediately cried. Hey mister, this is my shop. If you want to trade or do business with this man, I must politely ask you to leave. You can talk with him once he's also left the building. The owner ran from behind the counter and stepped between the man and Han Sen, with a mean, scowling face. You said you didn't want to trade. I did not disturb your business, the man countered. Who said I wasn't willing to trade? The owner's face was red, and he had to force himself to speak. He ignored the man and turned to smile at Han Sen. He said, Mister, did you not wish to trade your beast soul for my purple copper ancient sword? I will trade it with you. Yes, I will. I'll do it right now. After thinking it over, I've realized that the offer is skewed heavily in your advantage. This is a tremendous berserk sacred blood beast soul, after all, Han Sen smiled. Friend, do not listen to him. I'll throw in an extra mutant beast soul to go with the great sword, the man now offered. Chapter 567. The battle with spirits. When Han Sen left the beast soul shop, he walked out with his desired purple copper ancient sword and an additional armored sacred blood beast soul. They were both top of their kind in the Sacred Blood League, the ancient sword in particular. It was the best sacred blood sword a person could get, and being able to swap the Berserk Inferno Bull for both of these was absolutely worth it. Han Sen was more than happy with the deal. Han Sen had even expected to make a loss when visiting these shops for a decent sword, having not expected to make such a decent trade. Friend, how about we go and have dinner together? It would allow us to get to know each other. After he had left the shop, the curious man from earlier caught up with Han Sen and invited him out. Sure, Han Sen agreed. If it wasn't for this man, he may not have been able to make the exchange and get the sword. It was he who asked to trade initially, and if it wasn't for his own interest, the merchant may not have seen the Inferno Bull and later settle for the bargain he did. Thanks to this man, Han Sen got the perfect deal, and it was because of this that he did not wish to turn down the man's invitation for dinner. The man brought Han Sen to a restaurant and quickly ordered 2 meals. Then, he began talking with Han Sen. The man's name was Zhang Shang, and he said he was the organizer of an arena designed for the combat of pets and spirits. He gave Han Sen his contact details, telling him that if he ever had a pet or spirit he fancied putting in the arena for battle, all he had to do was call. You sell tickets? Han Sen asked, confused. Zhang Shang smiled and said, sort of, but we mainly trade in the physical transaction of pets and spirits, with some gambling on the side. Han Sen's curiosity was piqued, as Zhang Shang sold the idea. As little as he made it sound, however, Han Sen knew it was the side gambling that made the big money. If you have the time, you can come with me to play. There is a challenge arena, and if your pet or beast soul can overcome the trials, you'll get a lot of money and fame. Any fights following that will only increase the money you could make, Zhang Shang said. Han Sen was interested. He wanted to take a look at the second shelter's range of pets and spirits and learn what level they might be at. He knew he wouldn't be lacking in spirits in the future, but if he wanted to sell them for a hefty price, he'd have to establish a relationship with this place first. Zhang Shang brought Han Sen to his arena. It was much bigger than he had expected. It was quite shocking that the little arena Zhang Shang was referring to was actually the arena for the entire demon shelter. It could easily seat 100,000 people. The arena was split into several different battlegrounds, with each hosting a number of assorted pets and spirits battling it out. They were mostly pets, though, with few spirits fighting at all. Even at this time, however, there were around 10,000 people watching. Han Sen then caught sight of Son of Heaven, sitting in the rafters. There was a number of beautiful women around him, watching the biggest battleground of the arena in the middle. Inside, spirits were fighting. These spirits were the only spirits in the arena fighting, the rest were just pets. Han Sen took a look and noticed that both of the spirits were male. One was a giant cyclops, the other was a warrior clad in heavy armor. As impressive as they looked, they were only knight-class spirits. Why are there only knight-class spirits fighting? Aren't there any royal spirits? Han Sen casually inquired. You must be joking. Spirits are not that easy to come by. The higher class spirit it is, the harder it is to recognize the owner, as well, Zhang Shang explained. The whole arena has only ever had one royal spirit, and it has never found an opponent for it go up against. Our arena put down a substantial bounty in search of another royal spirit that could do battle with it in the arena, and the winner of such a fight would earn for themselves a free sacred blood beast soul. But we've still had not any takers. What kind of sacred blood beast soul are you offering? Han Sen was interested. For what reason would he decline a free sacred blood beast soul? Brother Han, are you suggesting that you have a royal spirit? Zhang Zhang's eyes sparkled. Yes, I have one, Han Sen said. What kind of spirit? Are you really looking to put yours to the test? Zhang Shang looked at Han Sen excitedly. I would first have to see what manner of sacred blood beast soul I'd be getting, Han Sen said. It's a four-winged thunderbird. It is a rare, flying and mountable beast soul. Hearing this, Han Sen quickly pulled out his beast soul booklet to take a look at what it was exactly. Brother Han, can I take a look at your royal spirit first? Zhang Shang was rubbing his hands excitedly as he asked. Of course. Han Sen then summoned Snow Charmer. Zhang Shang looked at the Snow Charmer and then his eyes almost popped out as he screamed, a royal female spirit. Han Sen frowned his eyebrows. Fortunately, they were in a private room. If they hadn't been, Zhang Zhang's grating scream would have drawn the attention of everyone. Brother Han, I knew from our first encounter that you are a very special person. I can't believe you have such a beautiful royal female spirit in your possession. It is so very precious. Are you ever going to sell it? Zhang Shang was nearly leaping with excitement, his eyes not leaving the Snow Charmer for 1 second. It was as if she had frozen his gaze upon her. No, Han Sen had never thought spirits were suitable for trading as they were extremely intelligent. To him, it would be no better than human trafficking. Han Sen wasn't lacking in money, either, so there was no reason for him to ever sell it. Zhang Shang looked disappointed, but he still happily arranged the Snow Charmer's challenge with much excitement. Shortly after two other spirits had ended their battle, the host drummed up excitement by saying, "Our demon arena is heating up, as we're getting set to host a battle between two royal spirits. It has been a long time coming, but our royal spirit demon has finally received a challenger." From the audiences, noise and chatter quickly erupted. Another royal spirit actually showed up. Is it true? Another. I wonder what kind of spirit it will be. I hope it's a pretty woman. Man, that would be awesome. Look at the list of challengers. It's listed right there as Snow Charmer. That sounds like a woman to me. I'm not sure what she looks like exactly, but that doesn't sound like another ugly cyclops. Right, just by hearing the name I know that it will be a beautiful female royal. Place your bets, people. Who do you think is going to win? Of course it will be the demon. Just hearing the name you can tell which of them is the strongest. After Son of Heaven, who was sitting in the rafters, heard the speech by the host, his eyes looked strange. He said to himself, a royal female spirit, well, I suppose it doesn't matter. It's impossible for it to beat my demon. The demon spirit belonged to Son of Heaven. The entire demon arena belonged to Son of Heaven, as well. Yet the demon spirit did not come from the demon shelter, it was something he had spent a great deal of money procuring. Its original name wasn't demon, either. This was just a title Son of Heaven had bestowed upon it to match the arena. Son of Heaven wasn't worried that the demon spirit might lose, however. His demon was one of the top royal spirits one could possess, and he had equipped it with a few high-level beast souls. He refused to believe another spirit might ever possibly beat his own. But this was not just a fight between two spirits, it was a show of one's power and wealth. After all, spirits could make use of beast souls, when they were provided them by the owner of the spirit. But Son of Heaven did not believe anyone had the talent to achieve victory over him. Chapter 568, Who is this person? The battle was about to start. Han Sen gave his beast souls to the Snow Charmer to increase her power. The list of beast souls he gave her included the sacred blood scale armor Han Sen received in exchange for the sword from earlier, a gargoyle glyph, a golden roar to ride, a golden rockworm king, berserk pet armor, nightmare wings, a snow lady transfiguration beast soul, and a desert bird. The Snow Charmer would be able to take advantage of all those beast souls, and so Han Sen made sure to transfer them to her for her usage. But the Snow Charmer used a lance, and Han Sen did not have a sacred blood lance. This meant she would have to rely on her default weapon. However, her opponent would be another royal spirit, and so her ice blood lance was sure to deal decent damage. In the arena, the demon was already there. It was a 2-meter tall warrior, plated in black armor and wielding a greatsword. It was no ordinary-looking greatsword, and it could very well have been a sacred blood one. When the demon entered the arena, it did so to the welcoming cheers of much applause. It was to be expected. After all, a battle of royal spirits was a supremely rare occurrence. The demon was the only one owned by the arena, too. "Brother Han, is your snow charmer ready to enter the arena?" Zhang Shang looked at Han Sen. Han Sen nodded to confirm his preparations were complete, and then the snow charmer walked out and into the arena. When the snow charmer came out, the audience went crazy, screaming with excitement. "It really is a female spirit. Whoa, she is so beautiful. Ah, this royal spirit is far too pretty. Who is the owner of this spirit? He is a lucky man, indeed." Son of Heaven watched the snow charmers reveal with focused eyes. Initially, he wasn't too concerned with the coming fight, and he hadn't even asked who his demon's opponent would be. But the snow charmer's appearance startled him, and so he sat up, captivated. In the beginning, before the arena, Son of Heaven wanted a beautiful spirit for himself, but there did not exist many in this world for him to claim. The likes of an actual lady spirit were even rarer. The appearance of his challenger was enthralling to see, and his eyes were wide in admiration. The fight began. Holding its greatsword high, the demon roared and dashed towards the snow charmer. The snow charmer did not move, but her body shone with a red armor that was decorated in a variety of different glyphs. The icy cane she held in her hands became the ice blood lance she would use for battle. Then, a golden light hovered between her legs, and from it, what appeared to be a golden beast formed and raised the snow charmer upon its back. She had become a lancer of elegant doom. Dong! The snow charmer rode the golden roar majestically, and their perfect synergy made them look like they were one. The speed at which she rode towards the demon enabled raging impact. The ice blood lance thrust into the demon, and the demon's greatsword slashed the snow charmer. The demon took a few steps back, but fortunately for it, the armor had not been pierced. The slash that the snow charmer received was fair, but under the protection provided to her from raging impact, she was not hurt. After the dust settled on their opening moves, it was too early to gauge who seemed likely to win. Son of Heaven's eyes gleamed with a certain fire. It was too soon for him to level up and gain access to the second shelter, so he had never seen a golden roarer before and was therefore unfamiliar with its talents and abilities. Son of Heaven was shocked to see the equipment that the snow charmer was loaded with. He knew that whoever owned that royal spirit was no ordinary person. "Someone call for Zhang Shang." Son of Heaven ordered for the people beside him to locate Zhang Shang so he could inquire about who the snow charmer's owner was. He also wanted to know if there was any chance he could bargain for possession of her. Zhang Shang quickly appeared in front of Son of Heaven and politely said, "Boss, is there anything you require?" "Who is the owner of that snow charmer?" Son of Heaven asked. Zhang Shang hastily replied, "It is a young man of the name, Han. He must have arrived here from another shelter. He is a reserved fellow, so I wasn't able to learn much about him." Han. Son of Heaven could not help but frown, as that surname brought up many unpleasant memories. It reminded him of a person he hated a lot, but Son of Heaven shrugged it off, believing the name was a coincidence and that the snow charmer would assuredly not belong to the Han Sen he used to know. That person was a late arrival to the second shelter, and he had only been there for less than a year. It would be impossible for him to acquire such spirits and beast souls in that amount of time. "Wait until the battle is over. Then bring him to me." Son of Heaven relayed this order to Zhang Shang and did not say anything more. Although the snow charmer's performance was amazing, and the beast souls she owned were pretty remarkable, Son of Heaven still believed she was no match for his demon. He watched quietly. The clashes of the two spirits had pumped the audience into a frenzy of sheer excitement. The colliding of lance against sword, the trading of blows between a beautiful woman and a warrior, and the accompaniment of a terrifying mount rallied the crowd's enthusiasm to the max. The royal spirits fight is much better. Now that I think about it, the fights between class spirits suck. Of course this is awesome. Just look at the beast souls they use, they are sacred blood ones. I really want a royal spirit. If the snow charmer was mine, that would be a dream come true. Stop dreaming, then. It would be impossible for an ordinary person such as you or me to take a shelter. Even if you did, the spirits would most likely ignore you. The chance to tame a royal spirit is 10,000 to 1. It would be easier for you to win the lottery. Demon, it is time for you to reveal your true strength. Son of Heaven observed that the mood of his audience was fever high. A creepy smile raised his lips. All of a sudden, the demon leapt out of the battleground and screamed as a light emanated from the partings in its plate armor. The body quickly morphed into that of a black ape built from metal. A sacred blood blacksteel ape. I had no idea that the demon had a sacred blood transfiguration beast soul. Someone recognized the demon's transfiguration beast soul and screamed aloud in mounting excitement. But this was not the extent of its abilities. The demon pointed its greatsword and summoned a yellow lion which had a horn on its head. After the lion appeared, it roared at the sky intimidatingly. A sacred blood pet golden horn lion? That is not fair. How is the snow charmer supposed to compete with that? 2 versus 1, and it's a sacred blood pet. Victory for the snow charmer is surely unobtainable now. He is too rich. He has too much money. It's only a royal spirit, but it was stocked with so many beast souls. There is nothing we can do. There are not many spirits. Everyone was in a heated debate over the most recent turn of events, and Son of Heaven was wallowing in the chatter of praise. He loved nothing more than to crush those who opposed him. But before the demon could start attacking, the snow charmer made a move of her own. Her body started to shine, and a really beautiful snow lady transfiguration beast soul appeared to combine with the snow charmer. From it, the snow charmer's hair turned white, her eyes gleamed silver, and her body was consumed with a biting frost. Ah, it is a humanoid transfiguration beast soul. It almost looks human now. Is the snow charmer's transfiguration a sacred blood type? While everyone was reeling from shock, the snow charmer raised her lance. A red armored beast with 4 wings then spawned. It approached the golden horn lion. The two beasts collided with each other. One could not overcome the other, which resulted in a stalemate that rocked the audience to their cores. No one had expected the owner of the snow charmer to be so rich, almost as rich as the demon's owner himself. When Son of Heaven laid eyes on what was happening, he was just as rattled. It was normal to have armored beast souls raise a sacred blood pet, but that wasn't something ordinary elites could do. It must have had really strong power. Who is this person? Son of Heaven furrowed his brow once more. Chapter 569. Meeting Son of Heaven again. While Son of Heaven was still in shock, he saw the snow charmer raise her lance again. A flaming bird of fire soared through the sky, looking like a phoenix, raining fire down on the battlefield. Ah, it's an aura-type beast soul. How does that work? The look on Son of Heaven's face was bleak. An aura-type beast soul employed area of effect techniques best designed to go against groups of opponents. It was something sought after by numerous parties and shelters. He was in disbelief at the sight of an aura-type beast soul being used by a royal spirit. Even worse, the radius of the attack seemed significant, which might have suggested it was a sacred blood aura-type beast soul. The color drained from his face. Son of Heaven's assessment was incorrect. However, the range of a desert bird's aura was no different than the second shelter's sacred blood beast soul. The difference between the two was in power. Still, it was an intimidating attack and its efficiency was still quite remarkable. The demon had been totally restrained by the attack, and no matter what beast soul it had or at what quality, it could not overcome the snow charmer's bombardment. They were both royal spirits, yet the demon could not compete with her. Even without the desert bird, the double berserk armor and glyph would have proven too much for the demon to breach. The snow charmer paid no heed to the fruitless attacks of the demon and traded them for a significant blow to her opponent's weak point. In reaction to the critical hit, the demon fell backwards, screaming in agony. It's too strong. This is sick. If I had those beast souls, I'd be that strong, too. This is no longer an arena, it's a showcase of one's richness. Yep, the snow charmer's owner is too freaking rich. I may not know who that person is, but I didn't think they could get sicker than Son of Heaven. It's like two fairies competing, in that it has nothing to do with us. Son of Heaven couldn't stop his face from twisting and contorting as he viewed the battle. After a while, he ordered his demon to throw in the towel. Acknowledging his opponent's victory, he felt extremely depressed. If she killed the demon, every sacred blood beast soul he possessed would be gone. Even someone like Son of Heaven could not incur such a significant financial blow. Bring him to me. I want to see who this person is. Son of Heaven gritted his teeth. From what had just happened, he felt humiliated. Zhongshang quickly went in search of Han Sen and when he found him, said, "Mr. Han, the boss wants to see you." Zhongshang did not dare refer to Han Sen as brother anymore. The performance of the snow charmer had well and truly rattled him. He knew that Han Sen was an extraordinary character and could not possibly be any lower in status than Son of Heaven himself. He now felt the need to refer to him more appropriately. Son of Heaven, Han Sen looked at Zhang Shang and quietly asked. Yes, Zhang Shang replied. Han Sen then casually said, if he wants to see me, then tell him to come down and meet me. I don't have the time or interest to go up there. But, Mr. Han, please, wait here for a moment. Zhang Shang, having received his permission for an audience with him, ran off to inform Son of Heaven. Fine, I will go and see who you are. After Son of Heaven heard what he had said, he suppressed the anger he felt in his heart and followed Zhang Shang back down to Han Sen's room. The moment he pushed the door open and laid eyes upon Han Sen, he stiffened as if he had just suffered petrification. He just stood in the door frame and did not move. He could not believe that the Snow Charmer's owner was Han Sen. He could not believe that Han Sen, who had only just gained access to the second shelter, had already amassed such a fortune. How is this possible? Son of Heaven's face was a mixture of conflicting emotions. Zhang Shang was standing behind Son of Heaven, looking at him with shock. He was used to seeing Son of Heaven as cocky and intimidating, but this was the first time he had ever seen him show restraint. Does he not dare to go inside fully? God, what happened? Who is that man named Han? He seems to have stricken fear into Son of Heaven himself. Zhang Shang thought, looking upon Son of Heaven's face but misunderstanding him. Son of Heaven was not afraid of Han Sen, it was just that Ning's family avoided Han Jing and they had issued a decree stating no member of the Ning family could have any contact or conflict with Han Sen. So, when Son of Heaven saw Han Sen, he was crippled with shock and was unsure of what to do. He did not dare throw Han Sen out, but he knew that he couldn't be friends with him, either. Didn't you want to see me? What are you standing there for? Aren't you going to say your bit? Han Sen looked at Son of Heaven with amused confusion. Why have you come here? Son of Heaven wasn't exactly sure what to say. He had never bowed to anyone else before, and he wasn't used to showing modesty or courtesy. An unexpected meeting such as this made Son of Heaven uncomfortable, and it clashed with the way he generally presented himself to others. I heard there was a sacred blood beast soul up for grabs here at the arena, so I came to take it. Can I have the four-winged Thunderbird now? Han Sen smiled wryly as he spoke. Son of Heaven's eyebrows jumped as he looked at Han Sen, and then said emotionlessly, Zhang Shang, give him the four-winged Thunderbird. Zhang Shang had never seen Son of Heaven behave like this before. He was flabbergasted, but he nodded and then went to retrieve and deliver the four-winged Thunderbird to its new, rightful owner. Ah, there it is. Well, I have what I came for. I should get going now, perhaps I'll see you around. Han Sen took the beast soul and prepared to leave. Son of Heaven's face looked quite ghastly, and he moved his lips as if to say something, but then stopped. Han Sen left the demon shelter almost immediately. The human shelters were well developed around here, but it made it more difficult to kill creatures here than on the ice fields. There were too many people. If you weren't attacking a spirit shelter, you'd most likely end up competing against others for the kills of the local creatures. The greater resources a place had, the more people it would attract. It was unavoidable, really. Back in the Crystal Palace, Han Sen teleported to the Alliance. Now that he had both swords, he just needed to perfect the dual blade skill itself. After that was done, he could finally tackle the spirit shelter he wanted. Back in the Alliance, he stuck to refining the dual sword skill each and every day. He practiced and practiced to ensure that he could master it. Because beast souls couldn't be used on Skynet, Han Sen stuck to practicing in the training room. At the same time, he was trying to perfect his wielding of the Silver Eye Ice Snake King Sword and Purple Copper Ancient Mascot Beast Sword. Annie wasn't particularly thrilled about Han Sen occupying the only high-class training room all the time, because that was the only room that had artificial gravity. To have gravity support, you had to visit the gravity chamber. But the things that you were able to do in such chambers were quite limited, and those places were too restrictive to train freely. For this, Annie was quite upset. When Annie arrived that day, she saw that the high-class training room was still in use. She bit her lip and went to the control room. She wanted to take a look at what Han Sen was doing in there. If he was training in there, then she'd let him be, but if he wasn't, she was determined to kick him out. As a guard of Ji Yanran, Annie had great authority. Quickly, she obtained the tape of footage from the training room and took a look. Training a sword skill, Annie saw Han Sen in the video training with two beast soul swords. Chapter 570. Dual Blade. Annie watched the tape for a while, and her demeanor changed. She cared little for his power or speed, but she was shocked when observing his skills. she noticed Han Sen's left hand was holding a thin, silver sword. The style was quite floaty, and each slash was reminiscent of some toxic snake leaping out of a cave to strike. His arm was swinging from a wild variety of angles, and it was impossible to guess where he would be thrusting or slashing next. In his right hand, he was holding a purple and copper sword, and the style was very free and wide. The power of each swing brought with it the force of a mountain. The beat and rhythm of each sword skill were different, and they didn't follow each other. If Annie saw these two skills being cast individually, she wouldn't think much of it. It was the fact that they were being cast in tandem, by the same person, that amazed her. Each hand rolled and waved with a different beat and a different rhythm, and it was hard to believe anyone could use both hands so effectively. It was like two people using a sword but in one. The more Annie watched, the more shocked she was. This was not any ordinary dual-blade sword skill, that was for sure. It had to be something completely different, one that employed both hands to do things separately. Very few evolvers in the Alliance could achieve something like this. It required more than talent to do something like this, as you needed a lot of focus to control both hands individually. If you lacked this, you would quickly become confused and lose all semblance of the skill. There were a few surpassers that had evolved in a way that gave them two personalities, so they could control each hand independently and cast two sword skills at the same time. But amidst evolvers, such a thing was very rare. Annie really wanted to know whether or not he could use a dual-blade skill such as this in a proper fight. It would be quite terrifying to go up against someone who could. After thinking for a while, Annie left the control room and went towards Han Sen's training room. Inside the training room, Han Sen was frantically practicing with his dual skill. Han Sen did not have two personalities, and controlling two minds used a lot of focus that could be better spent elsewhere. This meant that Han Sen's willpower was far stronger than anyone else's. If it wasn't, using a dual sword skill like this would split his personality. All of a sudden, the training room's door was open. A shadow rushed through with a sword in its hand and speedily approached Han Sen. He didn't even see the shadow's face before lifting his sword to block the incoming strike. Dong! The swords struck each other, and when the sparks cleared, Han Sen noticed it was Annie. "Annie, what are you doing?" Han Sen furrowed his eyebrows. Annie did not answer. Instead, she brought up her longsword and cast a skill. Although her move did not hit anything, it looked like a thunderbolt. It was quick enough to interrupt Han Sen's intention of continuing to talk, and it only gave him the time to try and block. It was too quick. Han Sen's sword wasn't enough to block Annie's attack, so he had to use two. He managed, but it was no small feat, and he was sloppy in his execution. "Annie, are you looking to kill someone?" Han Sen managed to regather his composure and yell his question. Although it was a question with a certain gravitas, Han Sen knew that if she truly wanted to kill him, he'd have been unable to dodge or block her previous strike. Annie remained silent, and she restarted her assault. Her method of combat was wide and quick, like the brief flashes of lightning. To evolvers, her speed was remarkably scary, and few would be able to withstand her attacks. Han Sen, however, was able to block every strike, and Annie could see for herself that he was using different sword skills without a single misstep. It was an exceptional choice. You can really do two things with one mind, can't you? You can cast two skills, one for each hand. Annie spoke with surprise, and her face looked strange. Han Sen was super happy to be able to repel Annie's attacks. Annie's sword skills were quick, even quicker than the twin spirit itself. This was a perfect opportunity for Han Sen to train against someone with fast skills. Annie was a surpasser, and although she lowered the speed of her attacks to go against Han Sen, she was still faster than any other evolver. Ordinary evolvers could never hope to dodge her frantic attacks. Annie merely wanted to give Han Sen a quick test, and after doing so, she was ready to leave. But Han Sen shouted and ran towards Annie with both swords drawn. "You come here, try to act cool and then just leave. I can't let you walk away so easily." Han Sen swung both of his swords in a bid to get Annie to stay. Annie was surprised at his behavior. She made a hum sound and stayed her exit. She brought up her longsword once again and ran towards Han Sen, deciding to beat him up before leaving. She didn't boost her sword speed from earlier but kept it at what it was instead. But even like that, it was both faster and stronger than Han Sen was capable of dealing with. Han Sen's dual sword skill was strange, but Annie still thought it wouldn't be difficult to beat him. Dong! Annie's sword struck Han Sen's silver sword in his left hand. She expected the strike to knock the sword away, so she could follow up with a couple more hits and push Han Sen to the brink of defeat and achieve the revenge she sought for the game Han Sen played upon her previously. But when the two swords collided, Han Sen's sword did not receive the impact how she predicted it would. In fact, she felt an unnerving strength encroach and push against her own sword. She felt as if she had hit nothing at all. This sword skill of yours is spooky. Annie's heart was wondering why her skill was unable to disarm Han Sen how she wanted it to. After a few more slashes, Annie was fairly sure that Han Sen's left hand was imbued with yin force. When her sword clashed with his, she felt his sword feed and drain most of her energy and power. Unless Annie was willing to amplify her powers beyond what any evolver could do, there would be no way she could knock the sword out of his hand. Then I'll just go for your right-hand sword. Annie switched her target and attempted to go after Han Sen's purple copper ancient sword. Dong! Annie's longsword met the ancient sword and immediately felt a horrible strength push back against her. Although the force was not as grievous as her true max potential, it was enough to prevent her from knocking the sword out of his hand. How can he possess such power? Annie was puzzled and distraught. Han Sen's dual skill was far from a combination of two separate sword skills. He was employing yin and yang, fusing the sword skill with yin-yang blast. The balance of yin and yang was helping each other, combining the skies and humans together. Although now it was just the first shape, and he obviously had not mastered yet, it was still a shock for Annie to witness this. The number of surprises she was receiving only kept growing and growing. The sword skills Han Sen possessed were incredibly special. This was the first time in her life she had been able to witness an evolver with such tremendous power, and it truly amazed Annie. Dong! Lightning now erupted from Annie's body, and following her next attack, the thenar space on both of Han Sen's hands were cut. His swords were sent rocketing away, and the force made them both pierce and remain stuck in the metal walls of the room. Annie looked at Han Sen one last time. Then she turned around and walked away. Her tall and slender shadow left the training room. Annie returned to her room. She reclaimed the videotape she had watched earlier and sent it via a special communicator. At the same time, in the same office, a middle-aged man opened the videotape. After watching it, he closed his eyes and reclined in his seat. It seemed as if he was resting, but then he opened his eyes and looked at the video once more. One mind controlling two things. Is this really the heir of Han Jing? Is Han Jing's prediction going to turn out correct? The middle-aged man furrowed his eyebrows as he spoke to himself. The communicator on his table rang again. He looked at the number and smiled. He picked up the call and saw the image of a beautiful woman fill the screen. Yanran, where did you find the time to talk with your old man today? Shouldn't you be spending your free time with your boyfriend? The middle-aged man joked. Ji Yanran blushed and said, Dad, what are you talking about? You know I always care about you. I know my daughter cares about me, worry not. But recently, you have been spending less and less time communicating with me. If you do have the time, try and talk to your mother once in a while, as well. I know she can be mean, but she loves you and misses you dearly, the middle-aged man said. I know, father. I was just talking to mom, and yes, she kept complaining about me, Ji Yanran said. Right, wait until Han Sen has finished serving in the army before introducing him to your mother. You two aren't young anymore, and if there aren't any issues prohibiting it, you both should get married sometime. I am still waiting for my grandkids. Dad, you really want me to get married that much? Ji Yanran's face was red, but she was happy to know how accepting her father was. Are you saying that kid named Han isn't good enough for you? Fine, I'll get Annie to throw him into the Black Plague Star and get him chained up in some mine somewhere. He can dig there for the rest of his days while you go and find someone you like, the old man jested, with a cold face. Daughters always knew what their fathers thought, and Ji Yanran knew exactly what this middle-aged man was thinking, too. She laughed and said, Fine, quit your kidding about. When he's done serving the army, I'll bring him around so he can meet you and mother. If you aren't satisfied, I'll throw him into the Black Plague Star myself. You seem quite confident. It looks like my daughter really has been attracted by someone. To think that the daughter I have had for 20 years will be taken away. Dad, can we quit pretending? Let's talk like normal. After the call ended, the middle-aged man's smile soon faded away. He carefully perused the information Annie had sent him, along with the videotape. His fingers tapped the table as he read, and he didn't say a word until he was done. Han Jingji, you cause much unrest even in death. After a break of silence, the old man sighed. He closed the information tab. Battling Annie must have cost Han Sen a lot of willpower. After their encounter, Han Sen retired for the day and did not continue training his dual sword skill. He returned to his bedroom and laid down on his bed, reading news on Skynet. Many media stations in the Alliance were covering the coming election for a new leader. This was a massive event for the Alliance. Nominees from every system were selling themselves, scrambling for every vote they could claim. On the list of nominees, Han Sen spotted a strange name that evoked a sense of familiarity. If Ji Ruo Zhen became leader, Han Sen read it once and then sighed. A puzzled expression spread across his face. Then, he decided to read about other topics, including one that pertained to shelters. Apparently, some genius kid managed to evolve before he was 20 years old. A surpasser killed a certain sacred blood creature. Some demigod used a punch to break a Shira battleship, etc., etc. These news topics, however, were enough to bore someone to tears. If I don't become a demigod, it'll be far more difficult for me to ascend and become better than everyone else. Han Sen's eyes were shining, confident in his ability to one day become a demigod. But first, he'd have to become flawless with all the basics. If he didn't, he could very well die. So far, no human had been able to enter the fifth sanctuary. And that was why nobody knew what it looked like on the inside. Han Sen did not want to rule the world, he just wanted to be free. He didn't want to be governed by the whims of others, restricted and restrained from doing what he wanted. The death of Han Sen's father was a mystery, as well. If he did not have the power he sought, he might never uncover the truth about his death. While Han Sen was lost deep in thought, the communicator rang. It was Young Manly. Han Sen knew Young Manly would not seek him out if it wasn't something important, and as he answered the call, her entire body filled the screen. I am afraid you have a problem. Young Manly wore a grave expression. And what problem would that be? Han Sen casually asked. Problems followed him wherever he went, so what was one more to the equation? The Special Security Group has given us a mission. It is to protect a person who has just leveled up and reached the second shelter, Young Manly promptly explained. Is he from our goddess shelter? Han Sen asked. No, he's from the ice fields. He's over in Starwheel shelter, right now, Young Manly said. Is this person special in any capacity? Han Sen didn't think Young Manly would refer to this person as a problem if he were any ordinary person. It's the son, Dong Sen, Young Manly said, heavily. Han Sen was quite shocked, and so he said, that is quite the coincidence. It is. That is why I said you are in trouble. That man wouldn't idly sit back and watch you claim the Black God shelter, and your men are the ones who are listening to Dong Li. With his son there, it'll be difficult to maintain our hold on the Black God shelter, Young Manly said. I can't believe they have made us become his guardian. That Dong Li got me good, and it's not like I can reject this responsibility, Han Sen said and smiled. You can smile at a time like this. Young Manly rolled her eyes. If she were in Han Sen's position, she doubted she could eat. But there Han Sen was, smiling. Again, Han Sen smiled. Then he said, why shouldn't I smile and laugh? No matter how much he has planned, control of the shelter resides firmly on the feeble shoulders of his son. He might not have what it takes. And besides, there is protocol to follow. There is no way Dong Li will be able to kick us out. Maybe you are right, but if those people don't listen to you and follow the son's command instead, what will you do? Young Manly thought Han Sen was being too naive. That's fine by me, but for as long as I am around, the Black God shelter will be too. If I am gone, then the shelter will be destroyed. It's as simple as that, Han Sen said, with a streak of cold in his tone. Still, he did sound calm. When Young Manly heard what he said, she felt a frightful chill race down her spine. Beneath Han Sen's calm voice, Young Manly could feel the slither of something sinister. It was something she had never felt from Han Sen before today. Young Manly took a deep breath. He wants to see you. Sort it out tomorrow, it's too late right now. Han Sen was exhausted and could not muster the motivation to travel to the shelter again today. He talked with Young Manly for a while longer and then hung up. Mr. Han, I have admired your name for a long time. Today, I finally get to meet you. In the Black God shelter, a young man shook Han Sen's hand with awe-driven sincerity. Han Sen smiled and looked at Qi Xuan, a person who was young, handsome, and most certainly outgoing. He had a smile that could melt the collective hearts of the entire world. But in Qi Xuan's features, Han Sen could spy the shadow of Ning Yu. Still, Qi Xuan was much younger. Ning Yu's heart and mind operated in tandem, neither feeling differently from the other. Inner disputes concerning morals and other such things stem from the differences of ideals and favoring of people's hearts and minds, but it wasn't so with him. Qi Xuan was no different than the norm, in this regard. In Han Sen's eyes, Qi Xuan was a little girl in his mother's clothing, applying too much makeup and trembling in her high heels. He was clearly attempting to come across as mature. Even though his appearance left much to be desired, he meant well. Perhaps he would make a name for himself in the future, but for now, he was clearly too young. Han Sen continued to observe Qi Xuan. He nodded but didn't care much for him and didn't consider him a threat or potential opponent. His opponent wasn't even in the general vicinity of Black God Shelter, he wasn't anywhere across the ice fields, either. From Han Sen's point of view, this was a small place and to keep it running against all odds wasn't really worth it. Big brother Han, I must have you take care of me in the future. I have only just arrived in the shelter, so could you provide me with some mutant flesh and beast souls? It would be most favorable if they were of the sacred blood variety, too. Qi Xuan presented himself as lowly, like an absolute newbie. Sure, no problem, Han Sen agreed. Qi Xuan was made immeasurably happy, and said in appreciation, then I will be sure to rely on you in the future. Father told me there is much I should learn from you. If it is okay with you, could you bring me along next time you go out to hunt creatures? Sure, Han Sen agreed. Han Sen made Yang Manly sell the flesh and beast souls that Qi Xuan desired to him. If he was willing to pay, there was no reason for his request to be rejected. Mr. Qi, why are you being so polite to Han Sen? The Black God Shelter and its people are ours. Say the word, and we will have him thrown out. An evolver spoke to Qi Xuan slyly, once Han Sen had departed. Qi Xuan quietly said, things aren't what they may seem to you. Han Sen really is quite something and kicking him out would not solve the problem. Attend to your own responsibilities and do not go against him. I will be around him for the time being, discussing various matters. Why? A few evolvers looked at Qi Xuan with befuddled expressions. If you want to beat someone, it's easier when you get close to them, Qi Xuan calmly said. Yang Manly was very confused. She expected a great deal of things to change when Qi Xuan arrived at the Black God Shelter but was surprised to find everything mostly the same. Everyone continued to listen to Han Sen's orders and everything was business as usual. Qi Xuan, however, followed Han Sen around wherever he went like his shadow. It was almost as if Han Sen had asserted himself as his master, whereas Qi Xuan had accepted the role of a servant. Or like they were teacher and student. But Yang Manly thought something was amiss with Qi Xuan's behavior. Despite Qi Xuan's apparent and continued respect for Han Sen, Yang Manly couldn't help but feel a little paranoid of something sinister lurking beneath the newbie's exterior. I think there is something wrong with that Qi Xuan. Please, be careful and don't get too close with him. Yang Manly made sure to remind Han Sen, whenever they had a moment to themselves. Understood, Han Sen agreed, but he didn't seem too concerned. Whenever Qi Xuan asked him something, Han Sen continued to teach and explain things. Yang Manly made sure to remind Han Sen of her suspicions. Many times, but Han Sen didn't make a single change. I think we need to talk about the problem that is Qi Xuan. Yang Manly approached Han Sen, who was getting ready to go out on a hunt. She made sure to block his passage. Fine, speak. Han Sen smiled, sat down, and looked at Yang Manly. That Qi Xuan is dangerous. He is trying to please everyone around you, but he is something else. He is a slithering snake. Yang Manly said her piece straight, hoping to talk some sense into Han Sen and get him to pay attention. I know, Han Sen nodded. If you know, why do you still conform to everything he asks? Yang Manly looked him in the eye and said. Han Sen stopped to think for a second, then he tilted his head and replied, Manly, have you ever owned a pet? I am talking about something serious here. Yang Manly was starting to sound annoyed. Why am I not being serious? I'm just wondering, have you ever owned a pet? Han Sen smiled and asked. No, Yang Manly couldn't be bothered, but still answered. I used to know a neighbor who owned a cat. It was a really big, good-looking panther. It had thick black fur and the neighbor really cherished it. He groomed the cat each and every day, fed it luxurious cat food, and provided it with a magnificent cat house. Han Sen smiled and then continued, whenever I walked past his house, I could look over and see the cat sunbathing in the yard like some lord, behaving like the master of the house. Whenever it was upset, it would chew up the shoes in the house, and whenever the master wasn't paying attention to it, the panther would tear up the books he was reading. Young Manly's face lit up, as if she had just realized something. Then she started looking at Han Sen with wondering eyes, as if she were in deep thought. I was curious, so I went to ask the neighbor why he spoiled the cat like that, Han Sen said. And what answer did you receive? Young Manly curiously asked. Han Sen sighed and said, well, the neighbor just rolled his eyes and said, don't you know it's only a cat? Its world is fairly small, and as a master, I am its everything. In the reverse, from your point of view, it is only a cat. After he said that, Han Sen patted Young Manly's shoulder and said, you go do your thing. Our world does not belong here. Seeing Han Sen's shadow leave the room, Young Manly's emotions were in complicated knots. A prevailing emotion, however, was one of shock. So, after all, he does not value Qi Xuan, and he does not prioritize the well-being of the ice fields or the Black God shelter in his heart. Young Manly's eyes looked confused, and she continued talking to herself. To you, Qi Xuan is merely a fun pet. After Han Sen left the shelter, he boarded his crystal palace and went off in search of more mutant creatures to hunt. The flesh of the mutant creatures he had hunted previously had all been eaten, which had raised his amount of mutant geno points to 76. It was close to being maxed out. Although there were many mutant creatures in the sea, eating their flesh took a long time, due to the rareness of small mutant creatures out there. The silver fox perched upon Han Sen's shoulder with a wagging tail. It watched the fish outside the sea with eyes of fervent wonderment. In the Crystal Palace, the silver fox's presence doesn't seem to be noticed by the creatures of the sea. Perhaps this is my chance, Han Sen thought to himself. Chapter 573, Solo in the Shelter. Look, Silver Fox. I'm so poor, it's already hard enough for me to look after myself. I haven't got enough food, I can't keep warm, and now I need to take care of you, despite the fact that you eat so much. It's not that I don't like the fact that you eat, don't get me wrong, but you want everyone else to get their fill, too, don't you? How about you help us catch a few fish? If you do that, we can help you cook it. It'd be nice if you chipped in, so how about it? Does that sound good? Han Sen smiled in his attempt to discuss matters with the silver fox. Zero gave Han Sen a disdainful look. The way she looked at him was as if she had just witnessed him trying to abduct a young girl. The silver fox tilted its head, looking at Han Sen in a confused way. Fish, over there, you, grab it, we, cook it. Han Sen pointed at the fish swimming past the Crystal Palace's windows, making wild gestures with his hands and legs to try to get the silver fox to understand. But when the silver fox looked towards the windows, it just reverted its gaze back to Han Sen. Then it walked underneath Han Sen and used its tail to hook his leg, rubbing its head as it frequently did. Geez, you are the child of a super creature. Have some dignity. It is obscene for something so fierce to act so cute. This world is cruel, and you must master your abilities of combat if you wish to survive. Do you understand? Han Sen was now trying to lecture the silver fox. He pointed at the windows once more and said, go. Catch me a fish or you're not having any food tonight. The silver fox's face continued to look innocent. It quietly whined to itself as it carried on rubbing its face against Han Sen's legs. Not long after, Han Sen gave up. With a hopeless expression, he picked up the silver fox and said, another useless thing I have to take care of. But then, Han Sen had an idea. Although he couldn't command the silver fox to hunt, and his previous attempt to kill sacred blood creatures under the sea had failed, a new idea struck him. It's okay not to hunt. I just need to bring you to the spirit shelter. If I did that, wouldn't all the creatures start running off? That means I could reach the spirit hall with ease. The only thing I am not sure of is whether the spirits will run off, as well. But if they did, I could pick up the spirit stones for free. Ha, I am such a genius. Han Sen's face smiled like a radiant flower, as he thought of how he might easily obtain numerous spirit stones with little to no trouble. Come, my cute little silver fox. I have cooked you a fish fillet. Would you like to try some? Han Sen was still super happy. After his bright idea, he leapt into the sea and caught a fair number of fish to cook for the silver fox. Seeing the silver fox eat the fish fillet slowly, the way Han Sen smiled hid his eyes beneath numerous layers of creases. He said, good boy, eat Eat more and more. When you are full, let's get to work. Han Sen hunted a few more mutant creatures on the seabed and the haul was good enough to last a month. Then he drove the Crystal Palace back to the ice fields. After they were back on land, Han Sen grabbed the silver fox and ran towards the royal shelter. They arrived in no time at all. The royal shelter was now standing before them, and numerous creatures were walking in and around its exterior. Han Sen took another look at the silver fox in his hands and quietly whispered, "This is the moment of truth." Continuing to hold the silver fox in his arms, he resumed his run towards the royal shelter. Just as he had hoped, all the creatures ran away at his approach. Not a single creature attempted to bar his passage, quickly fleeing before he even got close. "Ha ha, I am going to be rich." Han Sen, upon entering the royal shelter, smirked at the absence of a single creature there. He wondered where they all might have gone, but then hastily ventured towards the spirit hall. He entered the spirit hall without any trouble, but much to his dismay, he saw that the twin spirit continued to stand firm where it should have been. It didn't run off as he had expected it to. Seeing the silver-haired lady and blonde-haired lady pick up their swords, Han Sen summoned his beast soul armor and glyph. He then summoned his purple copper ancient sword and silver eye ice snake king sword. Dong, dong, dong. The twin spirits' swords came upon Han Sen like a hard rain. The silver sword and golden sword crossed each other, as if they were trying to trap him in a net of blades. But what surprised Han Sen the most was the fact that their sword skills were accelerating more and more. They were getting faster and faster, with each hit being heavier and heavier. He felt as if he couldn't hold out much longer. Pang! The silver-haired lady dealt Han Sen's shoulder a blow which drew blood. Fortunately, it was not in a critical spot and so the damage wasn't severe. Han Sen knew that he had not perfected his dual blade skill yet, and that it still possessed a few flaws. But right now, there was nothing else he could do. He battled the twin spirit for half an hour, and after receiving a few more hits, managed to summon his wings and fly away. The twin spirit was unable to fly, and the other creatures of the shelter would not dare approach Han Sen, for he still had the silver fox in his company. So they just watched Han Sen fly away. "I'll be back," Han Sen shouted at the twin spirit as he escaped to the skies. "You are such a heartless fox. I give you nice food every day, treating you as I would treat my very own son. You saw me get injured, didn't you? So, how come you didn't help me out? You white-eyed fox." Han Sen was gasping as he spoke to the silver fox. He thought that if he was injured by the twin spirit, the silver fox would be enraged enough to leap into the fray and protect its master. But all it did was stay perched on Han Sen's shoulder, not moving an inch. The silver fox was behaving as if it didn't see or hear anything. It did, however, lick his wounds after the escape, like it did once before. Almost immediately after the silver fox's application of its saliva, the wounds cleared up. Han Sen was frustrated, but he wasn't mad at the silver fox. Seeing it care for his injuries, he smiled at the silver fox and rubbed its head. But Han Sen wasn't walking away empty-handed. No matter how often he practiced his dual skill, he had been unable to perfect it. It was designed to deal with the twin spirit especially, and if he hadn't been able to at least test it out with them, there was no real telling whether or not it could be perfected as the ideal skill to go against them. He had also discovered that he could run into royal shelters with no trouble at all. He could walk into this particular one and battle the twin spirit whenever he desired. If he came back here a few times, every now and then, he could finally master his dual skill and beat the twin spirit. Fine, if I can't get it right the first time, I'll be sure to get it right by the 10th. And if it's still not mastered by then, I'll go there 100 times. Han Sen's heart was hyped, and after taking a break to restore his health and energy, he ran back to the royal shelter with the silver fox in hand. Every time Han Sen battled the twin spirit, he lost. But during each fight, Han Sen's dual blade skill would improve in some way or another. After this, Han Sen continued to harass the twin spirit in such a way, but still, the spirit did not dare leave the spirit hall. They were afraid Han Sen would run in and take the spirit stone if they weren't around to protect it. Han Sen was getting better and better, and he went to the royal shelter at least once every 2 days. Whenever he was losing, he'd escape to heal, mull over why he lost, and make amends to any area of his expertise or skill that he could to improve upon. Han Sen believed that, if things continued in such a way, his dual blade skill would rival the twin spirit in under a month. Chapter 574, the ice skin battle lately, Han Sen's life had seemed to be going smoothly. He managed to collect a lot of taxes from people at the Black God shelter, successfully commanded evolvers to hunt for him, and had been given the opportunity to visit the royal shelter as much as he pleased to train against his ultimate foe. The days had become relaxing and stress-free. Han Sen's life was going well. Shui Yi Kuang's life was not going well. He had traveled 10,000 miles to the ice fields before noticing Han Sen was the current owner of the Black God shelter. Shui Yi Kuang was not averse to crowds of people, but if he were to spook Han Sen away, that would be bad. So Shui Yi Kuang had been patiently waiting for his moment. He collected as much information on Han Sen as he could, before moving in to kill him. Today, Han Sen was leaving the Black God shelter to go to the royal shelter and further train his dual skill with the twin spirit. This time, however, as Han Sen was running across the ice fields, the silver fox raised its head in a peculiar manner. The hairs of its silver coat of fur stood on their ends and its drowsy eyes were perked and wide awake. The silver fox looked in the direction of a giant glacier not too far away from them. Han Sen patted the alerted silver fox's head to calm it down, but he was aware of what it had been looking at. As he stroked the fox, Han Sen started looking at the nearby glacier. "Come on out, friend," Han Sen gently called out. From behind the glacier, Shui Yi Kuang, who was clad in all white clothing, emerged. His strong body was not something people were likely to forget, and his skin was transparent like ice. It was even more delicate than the skin of a woman. Combined with his grisly figure, it was a striking juxtaposition. Shui Yi Kuang. Han Sen frowned as he looked at him. At the exchange event, he caught sight of Shui Yi Kuang, but he had assumed that he lacked the high profile his brother Shui Yi Yong did. He didn't come on stage to give a speech, but nevertheless, Han Sen remembered him. Shui Yi Kuang did not respond. He merely raised his fist and started running towards Han Sen. He was over 10 meters away from Han Sen, but in one step, he had already appeared in front of him. Han Sen watched his crystal-like fist and observed the frosted aura that surrounded it. Dong! Han Sen summoned the silver snake sword and brought it down on the incoming fist. Following the strike, Shui Yi Kuang's fist was not even bleeding. Han Sen took a few steps back, his sword ringing from the mighty slash as if it had been brought down on rock. Shui Yi Kuang still did not say anything. His fists were like a blizzard, furiously thrashing towards Han Sen. Every punch was loaded with the power to kill a man, and the ferocity at which they were coming was frightening to witness. Han Sen was holding two swords now, and he decided to put his dual skill into action against his new nemesis. Rapidly, swords and fists repeatedly clashed against each other. Shui Yi Kuang's icy fists were difficult to damage with a blade, and Han Sen's swords continued to ring and cry with each strike. Han Sen was surprised and worried. Is everyone in the Shui family a madman? If a person has a difference of opinion, why not talk about the issue? Staying silent, raising fists, and seeking to kill is barbaric. This guy is freaking insane. Han Sen did not have the time to talk, but these thoughts raced through his heart. Shui Yi Kuang's fisting skills were too cruel. Even with Han Sen's level of sword skills, he was being suppressed. He had to rely on his Dongshe Sutra to keep up with Shui Yi Kuang's pace. Shui Yi Kuang was a far better fighter than Shui Yi Yong. Han Sen was putting all his effort into the fight, but it was proving barely enough to keep him alive. After a blizzard passed through, Shui Yi Kuang fell back. The snowstorm disappeared as quickly as it appeared. Then, Shui Yi Kuang stood where he was and said, "You really are something. You are able to block my blizzard skill. Shui Yi Kuang, I hold nothing against you. What is this all about?" Han Sen furrowed his brow. "Pa, I don't need a reason to kill anyone. If I want to kill, I will kill, it's that simple." Shui Yi Kuang looked at Han Sen with proud eyes. "But you really are something. You are strong enough to make me use ice skin." "Ice skin isn't that great," Han Sen spoke with a disdainful face. Shui Yi Kuang's eyes went cold. He laughed and slowly approached Han Sen. With every step, the frosty aura around him increased, his skin crystallized even further, and the endless chill that encompassed him grew thicker. He was looking more and more like an ice man. Now they stood 3 meters apart. Han Sen could already feel the cold air emanating from Shui Yi Kuang. Han Sen was surprised, wondering why the ice skin that belonged to the Shui family could emit frosted air whereas his couldn't. Shui Yi Kuang was getting closer and closer, and his entire image looked frozen. Han Sen imagined every cell of his foe's being was now ice. He was like a veritable ice demon. But even though Han Sen was in the process of learning the same ice skin, he was actually starting to feel cold. He felt as if there was frost building up inside him. In this world, few evolvers can open their gene locks. Today, you should relish that which the tapestry of fortune has bestowed upon you, the opportunity of death by my first tier of ice skin. Shui Yi Kuang's eyes were so cold as he spoke. When he resumed his punching, it felt as if the air itself was going to solidify. Han Sen tried to take a step back, but the fist was too quick and he was unable to dodge it effectively. So, he used his mascot beast sword to fight back. Dong! The fist collided with the sword, and a horrible force of icy power burst forth from Shui Yi Kuang's fist. Within a moment, the mascot beast sword was wholly consumed by ice, and as if it was a living parasite or infection, it frantically weaved a course down the sword to Han Sen himself. Han Sen's fingers were the first to feel the assault of this spiteful ice, and he could feel the pulsing of his blood slow down as if it were about to freeze. Han Sen was frightened, and he abandoned his sword to fall back. Unfortunately, his fingers remained numb, and they did not obey his wishes. It was like they did not belong to him. It was fortunate that he had learned ice skin. Making use of it, the feel of his fingers returned and the fright of frostbite diminished. What's going on? Shui Yi Kuang has only learned the first tier of ice skin, but that is what I have learned, as well. How has he managed to open his first gene lock and unleash such power while I cannot? Han Sen's face looked grave when he stared upon Shui Yi Kuang. Shui Yi Kuang observed Han Sen's fingers contact the ice of his power but was curious as to why they did not die. He lifted his eyebrows sharply and moved to attack Han Sen once more. Shui Yi Kuang had unlocked the first gene lock, and this provided a wholehearted boost to his power and speed, and particularly to the strength of his ice. His only limit was his body, since he couldn't consume the whole power of the first gene lock. He couldn't draw upon such energy from his body. If someone touched his body, they would be frostbitten. Even a sacred blood weapon would be affected, such as Han Sen's sword. The number of evolvers with such scary amounts of power was extremely low. Han Sen and his Snow Lady then combined into one. His heart was beating like mad, and his kidneys were in hyperdrive for the formulation of energy. His legs had received an incredible boost to their speed, and Han Sen managed to bob and weave his way past every incoming fist. That day in the exchange event, Han Sen heard that a talented evolver could unlock their first gene lock before they became a surpasser. Because they lacked the correct fitness level required to fully unlock it, people like that were practically indestructible. Chapter 575. Absorbing ice power. Shui Yi Kuang was like a demon. His eyes gleamed red and his body was wholly crystallized. The atmosphere around him swirled with a biting frost. Although it couldn't deal damage, if an ordinary person were to touch it, it would make them feel as if they were falling into an ice cave. Han Sen used all of his power to run his ice skin skill, and it was only enough to repel the invasion of the frosty air that sought to consume him. He did not dare touch Shui Yi Kuang's actual body because his ice powers were simply too strong. The talent that I stole really isn't that reliable. It's the same first-tier ice skin, but there is such a big difference. What could have gone wrong? Han Sen thought to himself. When he learned ice skin, he did not use a Geno solution. Unless the ice skin Shui Long Yan possessed was fake, what other explanation could there be for it being so weak? When Han Sen was learning nano crystal, he used a Geno solution to complete the first tier of ice skin. At first, Han Sen was really glad about learning ice skin. But right now, this knockoff ice skin was proving itself to be worthless against Shui Yi Kuang's version of it. However, Dongshe Sutra's formation was amazing. Although Shui Yi Kuang had opened his first lock and became incredibly powerful, he still could not hurt Han Sen. That being said, it did little to sway Shui Yi Kuang's resolve, and the blizzard that encompassed him only seemed to grow. His eyes were blood red, and his fists flew quicker than the tumultuous waves of boiling water. Han Sen continued to dodge, falling back as he did. Shui Yi Kuang was too fast, though, and he did not dare let Han Sen slip away from the battleground he had established. He was putting him in a very dangerous situation. But in the midst of all this, Han Sen noticed something quite strange. The frosty air that was bursting out of Shui Yi Kuang was being doused by Han Sen's ice skin. He didn't think much of it at first, but after a while, he started to feel that the power he had been suppressing was now inside him. It coursed through his entire body, empowering him. The absorbed frost gathered up in greater and greater amounts, but it did not hurt Han Sen. It mixed with his insides, becoming a part of him. Does this mean I can absorb Shui Yi Kuang's frosted air? Han Sen thought to himself, happily. With this absorption of ice power, his ice skin seemed different. Han Sen could not put his finger on it exactly, but his body did not seem to be bothered by the plumes of frost Shui Yi Kuang continuously emitted. Pang! Han Sen was wearing his blood scale armor. He threw his own fist to collide with Shui Yi Kuang's. He was unsatisfied with the absorption of the atmospheric ice power and thought the amount he had consumed was not enough. He wanted to see if he could absorb the power right from the source Shui Yi Kuang himself. When the fists connected, however, he felt an overwhelming stock of ice power absorb into his body. Within seconds, his arms, half his body and his entire blood flow became frozen. His exterior was quickly encased in ice, removing his ability to fight or even move. Go die! Shui Yi Kuang's eyes burst with a flame of hatred, painting Han Sen with the color of murder. One last fist sought to drill itself into Han Sen's body. Oh, crap, the ice power was too much for my ice skin to consume immediately. Han Sen was terrified, and his mind raced with 1,000 thoughts of how he might escape this dire predicament. Boom! The silver fox on Han Sen's shoulder finally moved. Like a silver thunderbolt, it leapt towards his master's enemy and tore into Shui Yi Kuang's fist with its talon. With a flash of lightning, the ice that surrounded his fist was shattered, and his entire body was sent flying away. Electricity consumed Shui Yi Kuang, and when he hit the ground, his body was adorned with wretched scorch marks. His hand that suffered the dig of the talons had been blown to gory bits and pieces, revealing the bone of his arm. Shui Yi Kuang looked at the silver fox with utter surprise. He was shocked. The silver fox howled madly, and like an illuminated shadow, it jumped on top of Shui Yi Kuang. Arg! Shui Yi Kuang flailed his arms madly to try to stop the attacking fox, but they did nothing. His chest was torn open with a collection of scratch marks, and blood started gushing like a fountain. The terrifying power of the thunderous fox had shattered every last bit of ice that dressed Shui Yi Kuang. The silver fox seemed to be really mad, and it angrily circled Shui Yi Kuang like a silver shadow. Thunder and lightning cracked the sky as it observed its master's opponent. Shui Yi Kuang, who was so strong, was utterly defenseless under the paws of the silver fox. Once more, the silver fox pounced to pierce its talons into Shui Yi Kuang's body, drawing rivers of blood. His body was now a collection of bloody ravines and black, scorch marks. Shui Yi Kuang was terrified, repeatedly screaming in fear. The ice power inside him resumed its activity, but without the strength to bear it, he became encased in an icy sarcophagus of his own making. The silver fox had firmly proven the abhorrent power that resided within it, and there was nothing Shui Yi Kuang could do to revert the tides of this fight. It really is a super creature. It's only a pup, yet it is frighteningly powerful. Han Sen's mouth was agape. Even though he had always suspected that the silver fox possessed an undemonstrated strength, he never thought its power would be so fierce. Shui Yi Kuang, who had opened the first gene lock, lacked any remote chance of resisting the attacks of the silver fox. All he could do was watch himself get electrified. Pang! A silver lightning bolt struck Shui Yi Kuang's chest. It lifted him into the air and away until his body crashed into an icy wall. There was so much force in the throw that the wall shattered as Shui Yi Kuang barreled through it. His body was now like charcoal, and he fizzed and crackled with residual electricity. His body convulsed and twisted madly with no refrain. It looked as if he couldn't breathe, and whatever gasps he could manage were going to be amongst his last. No way, this is impossible, Shui Yi Kuang cried out. He had great trouble keeping his eyes open. He stared over at the silver fox, that stood atop the snow softly and elegantly. He could not believe he was going to be killed by what looked like a mere fox. The silver fox turned into a silver shadow one last time and bolted over to Shui Yi Kuang again. Arg! Boom! Shui Yi Kuang could not even finish his scream before a mighty flash froze him like a black, charcoal statue. As a stiff wind blew, what was once the body of Shui Yi Kuang succumbed to a gust and drifted away as nothing more than dust and echoes. So, Shui Yi Kuang died just like that. Han Sen opened his eyes widely, trying to observe the traces of black dust floating upon the breeze. He had been so used to seeing the silver fox tame, calm, and harmless, that he had almost forgotten that it was a fierce super creature. Seeing it become something so scary and violent was quite shocking. He then returned his thoughts to the current state of his body, which was still mostly encased in ice. The blood inside was little more than ice, as well. If he couldn't defrost himself soon, he would perish. Han Sen slowly turned back on his ice skin, and he felt the ice that covered him start to thaw. It gradually turned into a frosted air that swirled its way into his body. The silver fox quietly sat on the snow beside Han Sen. It did not even blink as it observed the ice seep back into the ground as water. The icy air that swirled in and around him started to be expelled, returning to the atmosphere without form. His iced skin became crystal, and his flesh and bones turned transparent. As time passed, the amount of power Han Sen expelled got heavier and heavier. The transparency of his flesh and bones increased, and you could now see his veins. As more and more time elapsed, the chilled air within Han Sen was becoming stronger and stronger. His cells were moving, but it felt as if they were turning into crystals. At the same time, the Dongshe Sutra started running, and a strange feeling compelled Han Sen to stop his practice of ice skin. Han Sen's face looked ghastly. He was excited to try to combine the frost air with his own cells and unlock his first gene lock. But not after he started the Dongshe Sutra. Could it be that these two skills contradict each other? Han Sen was a little annoyed. If these two skills could not coexist together, it ran the possibility of them frying his mind and turning him crazy. The silver fox watched Han Sen wake up, and when he did, it ran towards his legs to rub against them. His foul mood made him push the silver fox away in irritation. Seeing the silver fox's pitiable face, Han Sen's heart was given a shock. He pulled out a small mirror that had been prepared for Beetle Night. Looking at himself in the reflection, he did not notice anything strange. When Han Sen cast ice skin, he felt the chill rise. Although it wasn't as scary as Shui Yi Kuang's, it still made some water turn into ice. If this was normal, Han Sen would be glad, but when he looked at himself in the mirror again, he saw cold sweat dotting his forehead. He could clearly see in the mirror how his eyes were starting to turn a faint shade of red. While it wasn't stark and obvious to see, a good look would reveal the encroaching color. Han Sen thought that his eyes were starting to look like those of the Shui family, cold, callous, and cruel. Oh my days, what the hell is this skill? This is not right. Normally, I would never kick Silver Fox away, and I wouldn't be so moody. Can that crappy ice skin really change someone's personality? The more Han Sen thought about it, the more annoyed he got. He thought about breaking the mirror, and he started to fear something had truly gone wrong with him. He immediately cancelled his training of ice skin and cast the Dongshe Sutra. He retreated into a state of meditation, which woke up his cells and generated a sweet, pleasing fragrance. The frosty air was chased out by the pleasant smell, out and away from his cells. This generated a white fog around Han Sen. He was a beginner of the Dongshe Sutra and he had yet to complete the first tier. It could not rival ice skin, and that was proven with the entire hour it took to expunge the frosty power that had gathered inside his body. Han Sen continued to sit on the snow, and he repeatedly cast Dongshe Sutra. The silver fox was sitting down near Han Sen as well, surveying the area with serious vigilance. He didn't move an inch. The sky became clogged with dreary clouds, and a blizzard began to form all around. Han Sen was soon buried in the snow, and it wasn't long until he represented the image of a snowman. The body of the silver fox supported no snow, however. It just maintained its position, awaiting its master's next move. It snowed all day and all night and still, neither Han Sen nor the silver fox moved. The snow on Han Sen turned to ice, releasing frosted air beneath the sun. Whoa, that is a beautiful little fox. Not too far from them, the voice of a woman sounded. Lu Qing, don't be fooled by its appearance. No matter how cute a creature may look, it is most likely a cruel and despicable monster on the inside. I have never seen a creature such as this before and therefore, more than ever, we should be careful. A man's voice followed. A man and woman trudged through the field of snow, inching closer and closer in the direction of the silver fox. The woman noticed the silver fox didn't move a single inch, and it continued to just sit there. Next to it was a snowman. With unexpected surprise, she said, "Oh, and there is a snowman. The little fox keeps looking at it. Do you think maybe that it built the snowman? Your imagination knows no bounds. Tell me, how might a fox build a snowman? Obviously, that has to be the creation of someone else here. But I will admit that it is a bit strange. Why would the fox just sit there and not move?" The man was becoming more curious, as well. "Let me go check it out. Perhaps it is frozen." The woman secretly wanted to touch the fox. The man quickly pulled her back, saying, "Careful. That thing could be luring us closer, for all we know. It could be a trap. We should just run up there and smack it with our swords, problem solved, danger averted. After this, he summoned a beast soul sword and started running towards the silver fox, waving the sword as he went. When the man brought his sword down to strike his target, he hit nothing. The snowman next to the silver fox moved. An icy hand reached out, using its middle finger and index finger to stop the fall of the blade. The only noise that sounded was a quick kacha, and the blade of the beast soul sword was cleanly cut in two by those two fingers. The man and woman were shocked, and so they quickly retreated. Then, they saw the snowman begin to crumble. A human shadow emerged, grabbed the fox, and ran off. Within 2 seconds, they had completely disappeared. "It's a fox fairy," the woman screamed. "What fox fairy? That was just a humanoid creature," the man said, with his face depleted of color. They hadn't seen Han Sen's face clearly, only the shape and shadow of a man grabbing the fox and running off. Yeah, a fox fairy that shape-shifted into a human. The woman could not escape her belief of it being a fox fairy. Regardless, the man and woman did not believe what they had seen was a human. But who could blame them? Why would any man be buried under snowfall and remain like a snowman, only to emerge, grab a fox, and quickly sprint away without leaving a single footprint? Ordinary humans wouldn't do such a thing. Quickly, a rumor spread that a humanoid fox fairy creature lived out on the ice fields. A lot of strong people began looking for it, but to no avail. Han Sen, meanwhile, had returned to the Crystal Palace with the silver fox. He tried running ice skin again, Yui to having now removed the frosty power he had absorbed from Shui Yi Kuang. Using it now, his body no longer felt chilled, and he instead became nice and cool. As he was running the skill, he looked into his mirror carefully. Seeing nothing out of the ordinary, his tension finally eased. But now, despite the lack of frosty air, the ice skin still felt different than it did before. While it was running, his brain felt chilled. His mind and perception, however, became sharper. The longer he ran the ice skin, the more calm he felt. It seemed as if nothing could affect his emotions right now. This is strange. There must be something wrong. The Shui family's ice skin must have some sort of problem. This made Han Sen remember the speech Shui Yi Yong gave at the exchange event, which pertained to another skill called Ice Heart. It was a qigong that was supposed to calm your emotions and put them to rest. People said that everyone in the Shui family had learned Ice Heart. But every Shui family member Han Sen had met possessed an angry personality, and this made him think that this Ice Heart had a problem. Chapter 577. Conspiracy. Han Sen was still unsure whether or not his ice skin had issues. Regardless, he decided not to continue practicing it and put it aside. Instead, he moved his focus on to training with the Dongshe Sutra. Han Sen wanted to learn the first tier of the Dongshe Sutra sooner now, so he could unlock his first gene lock. He saw the strength that Shui Yi Kuang had possessed through the unlocking of his own first gene lock. Han Sen was beginning to realize that acquiring such power would be imperative for the future, particularly with his desire to do battle with super creatures. He had witnessed firsthand the strength possessed by super creatures, like what the silver fox and the blue seahorse had shown, and he knew he would have to improve a great deal before he could be a match for them. I wonder what powers I might gain after unlocking the first-tier gene lock with the Dongshe Sutra. This skill may not have powers attributed to the elements like fire and water, or even thunder, it only makes my body smell good. Unlike Zhu Ting's deadly perfume, can I beat my opponents through just a pleasant body odor? Han Sen mulled. He came to the realization that no, it would not be possible. Dongshe was the master of Zan Men, yet using the power of smell to beat foes seemed like such a feminine move. It didn't quite match his persona. Han Sen was hoping to acquire grand performance enhancements following his unlocking of the first tier of the Dongshe Sutra. Still, he couldn't rush such a thing. So, Han Sen trained and practiced it every day, purifying himself from the problems that arose with ice skin at the same time. Also, Han Sen's mastery of duel was almost complete. Soon, he could take on the twin spirit for real, but even though victory seemed achievable, it would still be a difficult fight. Han Sen also spent time planning how he might cooperate with Li Xinglun and Brother Philip in launching an attack on the royal shelter. Although he would be able to take on the twin spirit at the royal shelter by himself and claim the area, it would be a waste not to take out the spirits and creatures that resided there. When the spirits were there, the creatures would gather up inside the shelter. If the spirits were captured, then the creatures would run off. If you wanted to kill them, you'd have to look for them one by one. If he took the opportunity to launch a strike with Li Xinglun and Brother Philip, they'd at least be able to take down a couple of sacred blood creatures and increase his sacred geno points. Brother Han, are you free today? Could you teach me how to fight? Han Sen had just returned to the Black God shelter, and already Qi Xuan was fretting for his attention. I don't have the time, I have had deeds of greater importance on my mind recently, Han Sen responded. Brother Han, what big things are you looking to do? Qi Xuan's eyes possessed a strange look as he questioned Han Sen. It'll be a cooperative task with the Starwheel Shelter and Philip, in which we will take down the Royal Shelter, Han Sen casually answered. Brother Han really is a person who does big things. I would like to help, though. I can aid you when the time comes to take on this Royal Shelter you speak of, Qi Xuan excitedly said. If you have the heart, I will provide you with the task of enlisting the aid of the Starwheel Shelter and Philip Shelter. Han Sen smiled and looked at Qi Xuan fondly. I will not disappoint you. Qi Xuan asked for a few of Han Sen's men, and then took off to the Philip Shelter. Mr. Qi, you really are going to help Han Sen take down the Royal Shelter? After they had left the shelter, an evolver following Qi Xuan posed the question. Why wouldn't I? Qi Xuan said, if you are going to fight, at least wait for us to bring down Han Sen. At least that way, you can be the one to lead the fight. If we take down the Royal Shelter now, doesn't that just benefit Han Sen? The evolvers weren't able to understand. Qi Xuan smiled and replied, you are wrong. If we let Han Sen take down the shelter now, we will be the ones to benefit. Why, what are you planning to do? The evolvers were ardent followers of Qi Xuan, and their interest in their master's goals was fervent. Do you know what lies on the other side of the Royal Shelter? Qi Xuan did not answer them directly. A good many of the evolvers shook their heads because none of them had traveled beyond the Royal Shelter before and espied what lay behind the Royal Shelter of the ice field. After I leveled up to become an evolver and arrived at the ice field, I immediately launched an investigation of my own into the area. Not too long ago, I sent out a number of spies to check out what was behind the Royal Shelter. Qi Xuan smiled when telling them. One evolver understood what he was getting at, and said, Mr. Qi is going to wait until Han Sen has conquered the Royal Shelter. At that point, we will surround Han Sen and take the shelter for ourselves. Qi Xuan elaborated by saying, well, it won't really be taking. We are the ones who own the Black God Shelter, whereas Han Sen only owns the people from the Goddess Shelter. The Royal Shelter has nothing to do with my deal with my father and the Tang family. If I take that shelter, it is mine by right, one evolver hesitatingly said, but Han Sen is so powerful. When he killed our former master, Black God was under the protection of a few hundred evolvers. I am afraid. The evolver's sentence drifted off in a fearful tremble, but Qi Xuan understood what he was getting at. Qi Xuan smiled and said, are you worried he will do me harm when he is angry? He wouldn't dare touch me, and I wager he doesn't have a sufficient amount of power to challenge me even if he did find the guts. Even if he hadn't harbored the desire to take on this Royal Shelter of his own volition, I would have pushed him to formulate this plan of attack sometime. His mentioning the plan to me was perfectly coincidental and coincidentally beneficial. A few evolvers still seemed hesitant. Qi Xuan then smiled and said, I have spent much time with Han Sen. Through the time I have asked to be taught by him, I have come to learn much about the abilities he possesses. Even if I haven't learned 100% of what he is capable of, I am fairly sure I know at least 70%. And in regards to his power, I have accurately assessed his capacity in that regard, too. There is nothing to fear. If I know all of this about him, do you really think he can escape my grasp? Seeing how hesitant and fearful his evolvers still were, he continued by saying, the Black God Shelter is composed of our people. I have even asked for the assistance of Thunder Devil and Lightning God. Do you really think Han Sen stands a chance against our combined forces? Thunder Devil and Lightning God will join us. In an instant, the mood of the evolvers took a swing for the positive. Thunder Devil and Lightning God were brothers, but no one knew their true names. They were famous evolvers that had pledged their support to Qi Xuan's father. They were amongst the best an evolver could ever become and were not far off becoming surpassers. If they leveled up, they could become celestial beings, and neither was someone that ordinary people could touch. This was especially true for Thunder Devil. Rumors said that he had already unlocked the first tier of his gene lock. His talents were shockingly powerful, and no evolver would dare make him their enemy. If we have over 10,000 evolvers in the Black God shelter and have the assistance of Thunder Devil and Lightning God, Han Sen is a dead man walking, an evolver then proclaimed with glee. Qi Xuan smiled and went on by saying, that being said, Han Sen is a smart person. Killing him would be quite the shame, so if he knows his place and obeys, I could keep him around as a subordinate. Pa, Han Sen never stood a chance of outpacing the likes of you. He would be a lucky man to be given the opportunity to follow you. But regardless, he is a dangerous person. I am afraid. Again, the evolver trailed off before finishing his sentence, but Qi Xuan knew what he was implying. Acting uncaring, he merely responded, have him take a geno creation pill. The face of each evolver warped into one of fright upon hearing the words, geno creation pill. Han Sen was still troubled, thinking about how he might convince Li Xinglun and Brother Philip to attack the royal shelter. Right now, Qi Xuan had volunteered to rally their support, saving Han Sen some trouble. Convincing Li Xinglun and Brother Philip would not be easy. They still had the problem of the silver ladybug to sort out, after all. Without full support from both of them, taking on the royal shelter would be impossible. Back in the Alliance, the Daphne was still under repairs. It made him wonder if he'd ever further his military career and take on more missions. A beetle was slowly climbing inside a cage Han Sen had made, so he lay down and watched it for a while. He didn't understand, was it Chrysler or merely Chrysler technology? If it was Chrysler technology, Han Sen couldn't see the point in this weak thing. If it was Chrysler life, and they were the ones who created civilization, how could they not have intelligence? Han Sen had read a lot of books regarding the Chrysler, but he could not find out anything about the beetle. Still looking, did you find out where this thing comes from? Ji Yanran entered, lay down near Han Sen and observed the beetle on the table. Nope, I have no idea. Han Sen shook his head and turned around to look at Ji Yanran. He smiled and said, Captain Ji, how have you spared some time to come see me? Please don't be mad, but I really have been awfully busy lately. I know you are the best. Ji Yanran reached her hand out to touch Han Sen's face and giggled. She then said, your skin becomes the envy of every woman. Whatever pills you must be taking, please share them with me. There are no magic pills, sorry. Han Sen moved her hand away gently. I don't believe you. If you didn't take pills, what about the smell? You possess such a pleasant scent, but you also say you don't use perfume. Don't tell me a stinky man can smell good. Ji Yanran's face drew closer to Han Sen's neck. She sniffed the tantalizing scent with her nose, which refreshed her. Han Sen was thinking of something to say, but all of a sudden, he shivered. Ji Yanran brought out her tongue and licked his neck. Holding his jaw in a flirty way, she said, pretty boy, you better tell me. Don't make me punish you. I'll die before I tell you, Han Sen responded. Then don't take it out on me for being cruel to you. Ji Yanran's mouth opened, and she gently dug her teeth into Han Sen's neck, leaving teeth marks. Then, she brought her face upwards, sealing Han Sen's lips with her own. Han Sen decided to visit the training room to work on his dual skill while he was still feeling good. Then, he went on Skynet and entered the official battlegrounds. It had been a while since he last logged on, and this time, no one was sending him invites requesting a duel. It looked as if people had given up on him, which made sense, since it had been several months since he last came online. Han Sen decided to matchmake, and he was quickly introduced to an opponent. When that person saw Han Sen's ID, he was extremely happy. The first thing he did was send a group message to his friends, telling them, guys, I matched with Murderer Coin. Come take a look. Holy smokes, is that legit? Wong, you're not lying, right? I'm coming. Is that really Coin? Many people entered the lobby to watch. After seeing Han Sen's ID, they were all super excited, and everyone kept extending invites to their own friends. Guys, come look, Coin is back. Coin is getting ready to battle. Quick. Word quickly spread, and the venue was packed to the brim with people. Han Sen had hoped to have a quiet duel, seeing as it had been so long. But after randomly matchmaking, a rabid audience had turned out in droves before the countdown had even finished. When the countdown was over, Han Sen and his opponent entered the arena. The man who was to fight Han Sen said, Coin, although I am fond of your battle style, I won't go easy on you. I will do my best to beat you, in a showing of the respect I have for you. Good. Han Sen had no prepared response. This was only going to be a virtual battle. Did things have to be so prim and proper? Did things have to be so wild? After the man said this, he went to punch Han Sen. The fists came at him thick and fast, with a fair amount of power packed into each. Light thrust punch. Not bad. Han Sen was quick to move and dodge the attack, of course. Light thrust punch was the weaker variant of medium thrust punch. Due to its lesser power, it was quicker, but it wasn't as fast as spike jab. When performed correctly, light thrust punch could be cast consecutively, locking an opponent into a position where they could only defend and not attack. Its ability to stun lock was special in this regard. Haha, I got you good. That wasn't light thrust punch, it was mechanical fist. After this, the person's whole body began to move. All of a sudden, his body transformed into a lethal weapon. His fists, legs, back, elbows, butt, feet and knees became horrible weapons, attacking Han Sen simultaneously without reprieve. Han Sen was surprised, not expecting to come across another elite who knew how to use mechanical fist. Although it was the most popular fist skill, it was incredibly difficult to learn and even harder to master. You needed a very high amount of fitness and practice points to use it, so the number of people that were able to take advantage of the skill was quite low. Mechanical fist was all about turning your body into some sort of a machine, using every part of your composition to fight. Han Sen had once seen a video of an elite who was exceptional at using mechanical fist, and could use only his hair to take out an opponent of the same rank. It was a weird thing to see. Earlier, Han Sen saw that his opponent's ID was Dancer. He thought he was going to use rather big, open skills to fight. He did not expect him to use strange and delicate skills. Dancer's body showed no restraint as he continued to attack. This strong move outperformed every other fist skill there was, too. When the fist moved, the elbow moved. When the elbow moved, the shoulder moved. When the shoulder moved, the body moved. When the dancer got in range of Han Sen, he could keep attacking. Although the attacks looked strange, they were performed with incredible finesse. With this creepy, raging attack, Han Sen could only fall back and dodge Dancer's assault. This is a powerful mechanical fist. Who is this Dancer? He is very good. He even seems to be suppressing Coin, robbing him of his ability to fight back. Don't you know him? Last time he came third in the Alliance's Silver Fist fight. His mechanical fist is pretty awesome. Really, Sacred Blood Royals don't have weak people. To be able to go up against someone like Coin, you'd have to be an elite. Dancer was being really cocky in his heart, as this was the exact sort of reaction he had hoped to receive. If he could beat Coin, the fame of his name was sure to spread far and wide. But Dancer did not want to be heard for the purpose of simple vanity, it was for the betterment of his family's training business. They focused on training mechanical fist, and if he could use this skill to beat Han Sen, they would receive a lot more income. Huh, this Dancer is pretty good. He's put Dollar in a pretty bad position. Tang Junliu managed to secure a seat in the audience and watched the fight carefully. His mechanical fist is fairly remarkable. He could be at an expert level of close-distance fighting. Very well done. Lin Feng, who was also there watching, said, "Is it really that powerful?" Tang Junliu inquired inquisitively. "Well, it's okay. It can indeed be quite troubling if it gets close to you," Lin Feng smiled and said. "If you say it can be troubling at such a close distance, then it must be powerful. I wonder how Dollar will get out of this predicament. Surely, he cannot just keep dodging like that." It wasn't only Lin Feng and Tang Junliu who had come to watch, but many others had arrived there in droves to watch the fight. Yi Dongmu was in the alliance currently, and hearing about the fight with Dollar, made sure to come and watch. He was sitting in the stands and didn't blink once as he watched the battle unfold. Qian Hejun and a few people from the Ares Martial Hall had also come to watch the fight, because people were whispering that Dollar was going to make use of Heavenly Go. Heavenly Go was a secret skill of the Ares Martial Hall. Very few trainees of the Ares Martial Hall would ever learn that skill, so it was only natural for them to desire to see it in action. Qian Hejun invited the queen to come and watch, but she lacked interest in such events and declined the invitation. Aside from those figures of prestige, many elite evolvers had come to watch the fight, eager to see and learn to what extent Dollar might use his skills and powers. Like the others, they were also interested in finding out whether what he used was Heavenly Go or not. Ever since Kill Dollar last fought in the arena, a lot of people had come to believe that he was a member of the Ares Martial Hall. After all, if he wasn't, how did he come to possess the skill Heavenly Go? Dancer's flurry of attacks were still coming on strong. In the beginning, people were shocked by the ferocity of his raging assault, but slowly, they came to realize that Dancer did not have as much of an advantage as they initially thought. Bit by bit, Dancer was being pushed into a corner. How could this happen? Dollar was only dodging. How come it is Dancer who has been pushed into a corner? Dollar is Dollar. Even without attacking he can reign supreme, he is too damn strong. This is amazing. The ordinary folk were shocked by how powerful Dollar was, but the elites had a strange look upon them. This is the real Heavenly Go, right? Tang Junliu pondered with surprise, turning to look upon Lin Feng. It looks like it. Lin Feng spoke briefly and ended with a nod. Heavenly Go, is Dollar really from the Ares Martial Hall? Yi Dongmu furrowed his eyebrows. Qian Hejun and many others had their eyes wide open. The excellent blocking abilities that Dollar possessed were indeed similar to the Queen's Heavenly Go. But they knew it was impossible for Dollar to be a person of the Ares Martial Hall. The only evolver in the Ares Martial Hall was the Queen. Damn, just who is this guy? Qian Hejun was looking frustrated. He suspected that Dollar was doing this to deliberately throw mud at the Ares Martial Hall. Dancer was feeling terrible inside. He had been attacking all this time and yet he was unable to land a single punch or even brush his clothing. It wasn't just that, either. Dancer had come to realize that the space in which he could move around was getting smaller and smaller. The powerful attacks he had were getting harder to perform as a result. Intimidation. Dancer was feeling intimidated. Although the opponent did not attack, the way he was dodging was forcing Dancer to alter his position. This made him think a lot more. No, if I keep attacking here, all he has to do is reach out his hand and... Dancer was getting scared. The way the opponent moved was quite threatening, and this was his weak point. Dollar was forcing him to change his skill. The people who were watching could observe this strange scene. Dancer was attacking while Dollar kept on dodging, without fighting back. As time went by, Dancer was getting more and more spooked. His attacks were getting sloppier, and they were sometimes cut in half in order for him to hastily reposition. The ordinary people who were watching thought it looked weird, having no idea what Dancer was doing. The real elites were able to tell what was so scary about Dollar. They really thought Dollar was using Heavenly Go, because no other skill could induce such an effect. Pang. In the end, Dancer had nowhere else to go and his back was now against the wall of the arena. He no longer cared much to attack. Pang. Dollar threw a punch to attack Dancer's weak spot, killing him outright. That was too strong. He killed him in a punch. Dollar really is Dollar. The Dollar is real. The level gap was too far. They were nowhere close to each other. People were discussing what had just happened. Many hopped into matchmaking in the hopes of being the next to go against Dollar. Try it. See if you can match with him. Tang Junliu also jumped into matchmaking. Yi Dongmu did not hesitate to matchmake. Qian Hejun and the people from the Ares Martial Hall were of the same mind, as well. Han Sen did indeed decide to have another fight, thinking there was no point in leaving without warming up. He didn't really care about the people who were watching, he just wanted a fun time sparring with people who were strong like Dancer. Han Sen had learned a lot from Dancer's mechanical fist. If he used mechanical fist to fight back, he didn't think he would have been victorious. But you had to be well-rounded if you wanted to excel in combat. Specializing in one area, such as the power of the fist, would never be enough. Quickly, Han Sen entered the arena. As soon as he was in, countless spectators joined to watch. Yi Dongmu, Tang Junliu saw who had been selected to go against Dollar and was flabbergasted. He then laughed and said, "They really are inseparable. So many people are matchmaking at the same time, but look who ends up being the one to fight him next. They really are meant to fight each other. This is going to be fun. I wonder how much progress Yi Dongmu has made in the past few years." It wasn't just Tang Junliu who recognized Yi Dongmu, many others did so too. With wide eyes and mouths agape, no one expected that after all these years, Yi Dongmu went up against Dollar again. People who had seen their last fight were extremely excited, and they started screaming in anticipation. Those who didn't know about it asked around, and when they heard of what had transpired, became just as feverish. Fang Mingquan, who heard the news and quickly came to see, was streaming this fight. His whole body became excited at the prospect of those two fighting once again. God, what am I seeing? Yi Dongmu. It's Yi Dongmu. After all these years, could this fight prove to be Yi Dongmu's much desired revenge? Yi Dongmu did not use the face blur function, and his cold and proud face was on display for all to see. He is so handsome. This is like a scene from Hamlet. I hope Yi Dongmu can finally exact his revenge. A woman watched Yi Dongmu, her face blushing red. Yeah, he's too handsome. Yi Dongmu has to win this fight. Yi Dongmu is like the man from my dreams. Before he gets his revenge, I want him to make a baby with me. Move aside, you slut. Big brother Yi is mine. The women, keen to gauge men on their appearances alone, were practically salivating over Yi Dongmu. As they all drooled, they looked ready to eat the man alive. Such comments made the single men angry, and so they rallied all their support behind Dollar. You women don't know anything. Who cares about appearance? True worth is in power and muscle. Dollar once killed Yi Dongmu with a single strike, today will just be a repeat. Yeah, you all take a good look at Dollar. This is what an elite should look like, dressed in black, nothing fanciful. This is what a real man looks like. If you want to be a man, look like Dollar. Don't try and be some pretty boy like Yi. Our Dollar is indestructible and cannot be spent. He will end Yi Dongmu in a single blow. Dollar, let me be the one to make babies for you. Han Sen listened in on the comments during the countdown and felt as if something was wrong. Why were all the pretty girls supporting Yi Dongmu, and the only ones supporting him were big, rough men? A few men sat in seductive positions, chanting their desire to produce babies for Han Sen, which made his skin crawl. Looking over on Yi Dongmu's side, all he could see were droves of beautiful women, clasping their chests to suppress the feverish pounding of their hearts. Geez, this pretty boy has to die. Han Sen felt sour. As he looked at the burly supporters that had banded together behind him, all he could think of doing was digging a hole to hide in. He did have some sympathy for Yi Dongmu because of their earlier fight, but after this turn of events, that sympathy was quickly depleted. Yi Dongmu is subject to the wrath of every single man in the universe right now. Whoever makes them feel bad will meet their end by my hand. For a moment, Han Sen forgot that he had a girlfriend too. Fang Mingquan was chief commentator on live stream, stating, "It would appear no one has forgotten that glorious fight. The young men who watched that event, back in the day, are the primary evolvers of today. That fight went down in history as a paramount event of the battleground, and it is not something that will ever be forgotten. Although I personally place my bets on and support the almighty Dollar, I would like to see Yi Dongmu achieve more this time, and not end up wallowing like a sad prince through a second defeat. Brother Quan, this is not right. If you are a fan of Dollar, how can you say something in support of Yi Dongmu?" Someone commented, "It is because, there are too many women supporting Yi Dongmu. If I don't maintain some impartiality, his lady fans might all turn on me. I don't want to be single forever." Fang Mingquan had opened both of his hands innocently, as he scrambled for a response. Haha. When the countdown was over, Yi Dongmu and Han Sen entered the arena. Yi Dongmu did not rush to strike, he just stood there, staring at Han Sen without a word. And that's what they both did, they just stood and watched each other. As people observed the confrontation, they did so with bated breath. It was so quiet, you could hear a pin drop. Although neither of them moved, the tension was palpable. It was like the long, dark calm before the storm of 1,000 hurricanes. No one breathed. Yi Dongmu broke the long silence. "If I win, tell me who you are." His simple request impacted the audience. People had been guessing Dollar's identity for what seemed like forever, yet no one had come close. His identity was something everyone wanted to know. During the peak of Dollar's popularity, experts analyzed every aspect of the enigmatic character to try and determine his real identity. But again, no one had been able to find out. After Yi Dongmu said this, the crowd's focus turned to Han Sen. They all hoped he would oblige Yi Dongmu's request. Okay. Han Sen said this single word, and the audience exploded with countless screams, like a boiling kettle. "Yi Dongmu, I support you. Kill Dollar. Take him down. Take him down. Take him down. Haha. Dollar is indestructible." Answering so quickly just proves he has no fear of losing, because it's true, Yi Dongmu won't stand a chance. I don't think so. Back in the day, Go Jian's chance at revenge succeeded. If Yi Dongmu has trained this many years, exclusively for this chance at revenge, Dollar may not achieve victory quite so easily. Dollar must lose. I want to see who he is. Do you think Dollar might actually be a girl? Han Sen then continued, "But I have a counter-proposal, one for if I am the victor." Han Sen was confident in his abilities and didn't think he could lose. He knew Yi Dongmu too well, whereas his opponent didn't. It was almost impossible for Han Sen to lose. "Okay, tell me, Yi Dongmu's face remained motionless, as he continued to simply stare at Han Sen. If one didn't know any better, it would be possible to believe Han Sen was the love of his life. If you lose, this will be our final fight, Han Sen said. Yi Dongmu did not know Han Sen was dollar, and yet they had grown to be good friends. Still, he kept searching for Han Sen to be his training partner. But now that Han Sen was back to being dollar, the accidental deceit made him feel a bit guilty. That is why Han Sen made this proposal, so he could avoid having to fight him as dollar once more. Okay. Yi Dongmu's eyes remained fixated on Han Sen, as they had for a long time. There was a long pause before he said that word. After Yi Dongmu said okay, the audience was excited, but they were just as nervous. If Yi Dongmu lost this time, then the years-long battle between these two enemies would never repeat. The women who were supporting Yi Dongmu did not say a word, as their nerves were racked. And then, they watched Yi Dongmu slowly unsheath his daggers. Do you think Yi Dongmu agreed too quickly? Tang Junliu was quite surprised. Lin Feng calmly said, Yi Dongmu had no choice but to agree. Why? Tang Junliu did not understand and looked at Lin Feng for clarification. Yi Dongmu has learned an assassin's skill. The principles of an assassin hinge on the dedication to move forward, and never go back. Make it or break it, their fealty to this pledge can never change. If he did not agree, then it would reveal doubt. Without absolute confidence in your abilities, the principles of the assassin are broken. If that happened, defeat would be guaranteed. This is why Yi Dongmu had to agree. And now, he will use every ounce of his power in his attempt to take down dollar, Lin Feng explained. Ah, that is why. Dollar is quite manipulative, then. Tang Junliu had only just realized this. As they spoke, the fight began. Yi Dongmu didn't think much. There was only one heartfelt desire right now. Defeat dollar. Yi Dongmu clutched his daggers upside down like fangs, and his eyes were fixed calmly upon Han Sen. He seemed to be wholly relaxed, as if his breathing had achieved a constant, uninterruptible rhythm. He slowly walked closer to Han Sen, quite unlike the expected killer out for his enemy's blood. He walked casually, as if he were just taking a stroll in the park. Mr. Long, what are your thoughts concerning this fight? Fang Mingquan, the commentator, had with him a very famous evolver as a guest on the broadcast. This Mr. Long was known to any person who frequented the official evolver's platform. He was over 100 years old and had made countless instructional videos to help out fresh evolvers, teaching them how to perform skills and hunt creatures. Those videos were a great help to normal people, and they reduced the risks evolvers would take when ascending to the second shelter. His videos were invaluable to the development of people's talents and abilities. This made him a person of much renown, respect, and admiration among evolvers. Fang Mingquan was able to invite Mr. Long as a guest on the broadcast, and it drew in a lot more viewers. People would tune in so they could see what was about to unfold with greater clarity, through Mr. Long's live analyses. Mr. Long looked upon the two people pitted against each other in the arena and said, I haven't studied Yi Dongmu much, but dollar, I have researched extensively and analyzed his battle tapes. Mr. Long, if you have done serious research on dollar, could you share some of your conclusions? We are all curious as to what we can expect out of dollar tonight. We are all extra keen to know whether or not dollar is using the legendary Heavenly Go, as well. Could you provide us your input? Fang Mingquan asked. This is tricky. I have spent a lot of time analyzing this move of his, and what he uses isn't 100% authentic Heavenly Go. It is not even a high-end replication of the skill, either. In fact, it is a low-quality knockoff, Mr. Long replied, with absolute certainty. If Han Sen heard what Mr. Long had just said, he would have admired his perception. Han Sen really did just copy the skill loosely, and very little of it was of his own invention. So, Mr. Long, you are fairly sure that dollar is not using the true Heavenly Go. Do you have evidence to back up your claim? Fang Mingquan noticed from the stream chat that there were many dollar fans dismissing Mr. Long's statement. Mr. Long was able to see the comments as well, but he calmly said, I haven't had a very fortuitous life, but when I was younger, I was lucky enough to hunt with Fu Qingmei, and I witnessed the entirety of the skill Heavenly Go. It was right before my eyes. After he said that, no one said anything more about his claim. If Mr. Long was able to witness Fu Qingmei perform Heavenly Go, then his analysis could not be incorrect. Everyone knew Fu Qingmei's Heavenly Go, since the skill gained its popularity from her. At this time, Yi Dongmu made a move towards Han Sen. Mr. Long, who was watching Yi Dongmu's casual demeanor as he strolled, expressed absolute surprise. In his reaction, he blurted out, "Huh, Mr. Long, what is going on?" Although Fang Mingquan was a professional commentator, he didn't know much about fighting skills. It was because of this that he did not notice anything special. Mr. Long said with admiration in his voice, "If I am not mistaken, Yi Dongmu is using sacrifice. This skill is reliant on your mental fortitude, not your physical power. If you could not focus your mind, it would not matter if you were a surpasser, you could not perform the moves efficiently. That sounds like an incredible fighting skill. How would you gauge his performance, Mr. Long?" Fang Mingquan asked. Fighting skills aren't mathematics. Everything is relative on the field of battle, and that is especially true of this skill, which depends entirely on the situation in which it is cast. I cannot use numbers to calculate his performance of it. All I can say is that Yi Dongmu has indeed mastered sacrifice. A great future must lay ahead for this young man. Fang Mingquan then asked, "My knowledge of fighting skills is limited, so I'm not entirely sure what sacrifice is. Could you provide me and the audience an explanation of why sacrifice is so spectacular?" To use sacrifice, you must throw away all the other thoughts that might occupy your mind. You need to be without fear, without worry, without sorrow and without happiness. Your mind must devote itself to one singular purpose. If you do this, then you can achieve mastery of sacrifice, and it will aid you. But doing this is more difficult than it sounds. Reaching the state absolute single-mindedness is something not even the ancient heroes of yore could frequently attain. And what's more, Yi Dongmu is still so young. His ability to channel sacrifice through his pure, dust-free mind is something extremely rare. Mr. Long was in true admiration of Yi Dongmu. Fang Mingquan noticed Mr. Long was not speaking in specifics and was failing to explain what the skill sacrifice actually did. So, he had to ask, "I'm not sure what type of skill sacrifice is." The most straightforward explanation I give is that sacrifice is a movement. But it's not just any movement, it's one that combines the sky with the earth. Every step he takes will accelerate his momentum and increase the power he can achieve. The more steps he takes, the more power and momentum he can use. If he reaches 100 steps, then his power and momentum will max out. If that were to occur, I don't think there is anyone out there who could stop such an attack. Is it really that powerful? If Yi Dongmu takes 100 steps, then dollar will lose. When Fang Mingquan heard this, he was shocked. The audience watching the stream started to discuss the skill amongst themselves, too. Is that true? That sounds way too magical. According to what Mr. Long says, if Yi Dongmu took 10,000 steps, then he could beat the world. There must be a reason why Mr. Long is saying this. I think what Mr. Long says makes sense. Look at Yi Dongmu's momentum, it's getting stronger and stronger. Even right now, my heart trembles. Is sacrifice really that powerful? Oh, no. Dollar doesn't know Yi Dongmu is using sacrifice. He should strike now, before he gathers too much momentum. Mr. Long shook his head and said, "It is easier for someone to make up his mind to die for a noble purpose than to actually go through the execution of such sacrifice. Sacrifice still needs its user to maintain his focus for the entire duration of the cast. The longer he walks, the greater the chance his faith and focus might change. If his resolve quivers by only just a bit, his momentum will decrease. It is very much like war. First, there is much momentum, but when the horrors of battle rear their ugly faces, it's gone before you know it. Humans are sensitive beings, and even scholars and geniuses cannot maintain their faith forever. The highest sacrifice I have seen was 100 steps. Even if he kept on walking after this, his momentum would still decrease. I wonder how many steps Yi Dongmu will be able to take, with his usage of sacrifice." Fang Mingquan was watching Yi Dongmu intently. After Mr. Long's explanation, viewers of the stream started counting Yi Dongmu's steps. 10 steps, 20 steps, 30 steps. Everyone could calculate that the distance between Yi Dongmu and Han Sen was about 50 steps. If Han Sen still did not strike, then Yi Dongmu would be right in front of him in about 50 more steps. Yi Dongmu had only walked 30 steps, yet his momentum had already risen a great deal. It was as if he had been possessed by a god. With every step, his momentum increased. Every step was like the tide of the sea, and a strong, ever-surging gust of wind was blowing Han Sen. The atmosphere was volatile, teetering on the precipice of a grand storm. Yet Han Sen still did not move. He just watched Yi Dongmu calmly, standing firm against the waves. Boom. With every step, Yi Dongmu was generating increasingly ferocious waves that sought to topple and consume Han Sen. Faster and faster, faster and faster, Yi Dongmu's footsteps were getting really quick, and he was now only 5 steps away from Han Sen. The momentum in his body was illuminating him with some form of angelic light, and it frightened those who were watching. He's going to strike. Everyone had stopped breathing, and they observed Yi Dongmu without any idea what his attack was going to be like. But even now, Yi Dongmu's daggers were still in his hands, propped behind the arm in a manner that suggested he wasn't yet ready to attack. When the distance between the two fighters had reached a mere 2 steps, Han Sen finally moved. But he didn't go forward, instead, he went back. He fell back like a rowboat that had been rocked away by a tumultuous sea. Han Sen re-faced Yi Dongmu with a calm look, in stark contrast to the fiery appearance of Yi Dongmu. Now, they were only 1 step away from each other. 1 step forward, 1 step back, it looked as if neither would connect. Dollar. He was retreating. The crowd's eyes widened in disbelief. No one had expected Dollar to back away, and now, no one believed that he actually had. Does Dollar fear Yi Dongmu's sacrifice? Everyone was now wondering this. Beautiful. Dollar is a smart guy, he made the right choice. Mr. Long complimented Han Sen's action. Mr. Long thinks Dollar did a good thing. Fang Mingquan looked at Mr. Long with a confused expression. Yes, it was a clever retreat. Mr. Long looked excited as he continued. Earlier, I said what was most important about sacrifice was the momentum. If you reach max capacity, you will only get worse and worse. Yi Dongmu has already walked 53 steps, and he has already gathered a lot of power and momentum. If Dollar chooses to fight back with him right now, it'd be a bad decision. When he fell back just now, it opened up a great set of possibilities and opportunities. If he keeps avoiding Yi Dongmu, up until sacrifice weakens, that would be the time for him to strike. It is a beautiful response, one that proves how smart and wise a fighter he is. After hearing Mr. Long's profound analysis, everyone watching understood. This means Yi Dongmu will have to catch up with Dollar before his momentum decreases, otherwise, it will be difficult to win. Am I understanding this correctly? Fang Mingquan asked. Yes, Mr. Long nodded. The strongest person I have ever seen only managed to walk 100 steps. If Yi Dongmu can catch up with Dollar with 100 momentum-building steps, the power unleashed from a hit of that force may be unavoidable. That would utterly wreck and annihilate Dollar. However, if he cannot catch up by the time he hits 100, there is a 90% chance Dollar will have already won. Everyone was intently focused on these two characters, who were chasing each other around the arena. They were too nervous to say anything, and they kept their eyes fixed on 2 men like they had been startled by thunder. They were both only 1 step away from each other. If Yi Dongmu took 1 more step, then his dagger could hurt Han Sen. But despite taking each last step, he was unable to get any closer. They both watched each other, moving about quickly. They were like twin birds, quickly walking 10 meters. 60, 70, 80, everyone quietly counted each step to themselves. Every step was like a jump scare, frightening their hearts. Through the power of his momentum and strength, Yi Dongmu's speed became frightening, and he was only continuing to get faster. Can Yi Dongmu really catch up with Dollar before he reaches his 100th step? Even Tang Junliu was nervous, and his hands were sweating. Lin Feng calmly responded, 100 steps. That is only the start. Shocked, Tang Junliu looked at Lin Feng and asked, what does that mean? Look, Lin Feng only said 1 word and gestured to the 2 fighters in the arena. 85, 90, 95, 100. Han Sen turned around and started walking, but Yi Dongmu did not catch up. After taking his 100th step, everyone's heart sighed. Yi Dongmu was brimming with insane power, but Dollar's strategy had worked. He had made it too hard for Yi Dongmu to use his true strength. After 100 steps, everyone feared Yi Dongmu's momentum would fall into insignificance, and he'd be unable to catch up with Dollar at all. Although people thought Dollar was going to win, Dollar's fans were a little disappointed. This form of winning lacked the certain spice they had come to expect, and it lacked excitement. But people then realized that after 100 steps, Yi Dongmu's momentum did not weaken. Instead, it was continuing to increase by a scary amount. He was like a god. And he came at Han Sen with greater ferocity. 110, 115, 120. Oh, my days. It is too powerful. It is too powerful. A 120-step sacrifice. And this insane momentum continues to grow. For this man to so young, and to have such talent with this skill, his abilities are unfathomable. Mr. Long's voice was trembling, and you could see the excitement that pounded within him. Yi Dongmu's approach towards Han Sen was crazy, and everyone's heart leapt with each step taken. A feverish excitement had grabbed a hold of their hearts, as if it tugged them to run alongside Yi Dongmu together. Boom! 150. Yi Dongmu's body cracked the air in two, sounding thunder. His hair trailed in the wind of his pursuit, hunting after Han Sen like some mad god of lightning. His body had reached maximum capacity, and it seemed as if it would even be able to tear the space by a single strike. 150 steps. 150 steps. Mr. Long was at a loss for words. Through his whole life, this was the first time he had ever witnessed such a phenomenal talent. And it was at this moment that Han Sen stopped. He was moving incredibly quickly, but when he stopped all of a sudden, he became a mountain, allowing the waves to shatter against his body. After all these steps, Yi Dongmu's momentum had reached its maximum. Kill. In this final step, Yi Dongmu no longer resembled a human being. Following his raging sprint, with his long mane of hair riding the violent winds of his passing, the daggers in his hands moved. In this moment, everyone understood, Dollar wasn't falling back. He did not fear his opponent, and he wasn't employing the strategy Mr. Long had been talking about. All this time he had just been waiting for Yi Dongmu to reach his prime and unleash his most powerful attack. Chapter 583. This life, this world, this sky, this earth, this single strike. The audience that were in their seats couldn't help but stand up and lean forward with their mouths open, to watch Yi Dongmu perform his final strike. Yi Dongmu's momentum and power had reached maximum capacity, and now, the daggers in his hands finally moved. They traveled at an unimaginable speed, quicker than the wind. You cannot touch the wind, nor can you see it. The beginning and then end of that strike was untraceable. Although everyone knew Yi Dongmu was going to strike, when he actually did it, people thought their eyes were playing tricks, as the strike launched out of nowhere. Its speed was so great, people could not follow the blade in its driving hand, but a collective gasp of shock was still given by the entire audience. Following that tantalizing moment, chills ran down their spines and their faces were drawn of their color. It was as if the spectators themselves each suffered the same strike. Although they were unable to watch the blade on its journey, everyone was able to imagine it. They pictured it rocketing through the air, cleaving through Han Sen's neck and letting his head be carried by the wind, painting the arena in claret. In reality, when the sudden gust of gale force wind started, the blade disappeared from their eyesight. When they felt it, it was already too late. Wind strike, Mr. Long shouted. With wide eyes, he watched Yi Dongmu unleash his strike. But people weren't paying attention to what he was saying anymore, as the focus of the audience and spectators now moved to Han Sen. Everyone was eager for the result. The scary power of a 150-step sacrifice had built up within a soul man, and it had been delivered to a single opponent through a blade. They did not know how Han Sen could survive it. Fall back. Aside from falling back, they did not know how anyone could avoid being the recipient of such a strike. But then they thought to themselves, who could possibly be able to react and fall back in the time from such a strike? They imagined if a person sought to dodge the incoming attack, their head would have been removed from their body before their toes had been lifted. Can't dodge it. Everyone who thought to put themselves in Dollar's boots and imagine how he might react had their faces turned white, thinking to themselves how they probably wouldn't even see the strike coming. The wind does not have a shape, but a knife does. Han Sen's hand did not possess a weapon, and in this terrifying moment, he placed the palms of his hands together like a praying Buddha. His eyes did not even look at the knife come his way, and still, he looked so calm and so chill. It was in fascinating contrast to Yi Dongmu's raging, intimidating aura. The people who watched it felt really bad. Dong. The extreme attack by Yi Dongmu, the final strike of sacrifice and the blade of its deliverance, found itself caught and wedged between Han Sen's palms. It was at that moment the storm stopped and the air became gentle. The excitement that had built up was now empty. Silence robbed the room of its life, and it was as if time stood still. The brutal attack had been stopped by a man's bare hands. Everyone's mouth dropped. They scoured the canvas of that scene in absolute shock. No one was able to believe or accept that the strike that had received so much buildup was now over. It was like a truck going over 200 miles per hour being brought to an instant stop without any prior sign. The audience felt strange, and they could hardly accept what their eyes told them. Even if a vehicle was going at 200 miles per hour, slowing down to stop would take some noticeable time, and even if such a truck had smashed into a wall, considerable damage would be dealt to both objects. But nothing happened here. Everything just came to an instant stop. The blade's distance to Dollar's eyebrow was only about an inch, but even that was a great distance. Dollar was like a Buddha that was able to operate and control everything. His palms had their own sky, and that moment was forever. Even if the sky was falling and the world was ending, nothing would have allowed his hands to move an additional inch. It was unfathomable. Not a single sound came from the audience seats. It was as if the brains of everyone there could not react. The countless eyes of the spectators just watched those two still, silent people. Yi Dongmu's hands, still clutching his daggers, were trembling. The strike that was known to kill anything did not even pass his enemy's hand. The way of the assassin teaches that in failure, it is over for you. This strike took everything for Yi Dongmu to perform, and this was not the result he had expected. His will to continue this fight was now broken. His face was pale as snow and his hands were trembling so hard that he could no longer hold his knife. Han Sen moved his hand to grab the dagger. He returned it to Yi Dongmu and said, "I accept the passion behind this strike. This life, this world, this sky, this earth, this single strike." Yi Dongmu's body was shaking. He took the dagger and turned a complicated look on Han Sen. The battle did not continue. Han Sen quit the virtual platform. Yi Dongmu and Dollar left, and although the fighters had not determined who was the victor and who was the loser, everyone knew it in their hearts. "I accept the passion behind this strike. I am going to cry. Poor Yi Dongmu. This life, this world, this sky, this earth, this single strike." Yi Dongmu was honored to have these words spoken to him. That attack was so powerful, it was a shame he had to go against Dollar to use it. People always like to believe themselves better than others. It is a tragedy of this generation. Don't cry, Yi Dongmu. We will support you forever. In our hearts, you are the strongest assassin king. Dollar is still Dollar. Fang Mingquan gave a long sigh. Feeling sorry, he said, "This attack determines life and death, but for now, they are strangers. One battle fought by two legends, this is something that we will never witness again." Hearing Fang Mingquan say this, everyone's mood turned a bit dim. Because Dollar and Yi Dongmu made their arrangement, they would never fight again. This was their final match. "Mr. Long, what is your review of this fight?" Fang Mingquan turned to Mr. Long and asked. "This life, this world, this sky, this earth, this single strike." Mr. Long repeated that sentence and left the virtual platform. Almost everyone who watched this fight rewatched it a number of times. But no matter how many times they watched it, they were parched and thirsty for more. They watched it again and again, unable to stop. What happened to Yi Dongmu is a shame. The passion behind this strike, I want to see it again. I have to see it again. Poor prince. I am willing to give up 10 years of my life for the opportunity to watch those two fight again. I accept the passion behind this strike. I am going to cry. Dollar was too cruel and he robbed Yi Dongmu of his soul. After Fang Mingquan returned to his office, he sorted out the video recording of the battle. It did not need editing, it only needed a title and an article to go alongside it. But this article was not for Dollar, it was for Yi Dongmu. Assassin King. This life and this world never end. This sky, this earth, and this single strike. To see the cruel reign all these years, only Yi Dongmu's passion was the most touching. This is for my favorite assassin king Yi Dongmu. For the result of this fight, few people mentioned Dollar. Most of the talk was directed to Yi Dongmu. Even though he didn't win, the passion behind that strike touched the hearts of all who had seen it. It led to him being given the title Assassin King. But as for Dollar, he was already an unbeatable deity and people no longer had any interest in talking about him anymore. Chapter 584. Red Scale Dragon. Watching Dollar battle is so boring. I want to watch Han Sen battle Yi Dongmu. Two assassins fighting each other would be pretty fun. Tang Junliu sat on his sofa rewatching the video of Yi Dongmu and Dollar's final battle. A battle between two assassins would be too fatal, Lin Feng said quietly. That's why it would be exciting. But those two don't have a grudge with each other, so the chance of them fighting would be pretty low. It is a shame, though. Tang Junliu felt remorseful. The two people that Tang Junliu spoke about were in the shelter, 1 meter apart. I am going to hunt a red scale dragon. Do you want to come? Yi Dongmu looked at Han Sen and asked. That is too dangerous. Han Sen blinked. The red scale dragon that Yi Dongmu mentioned was a powerful sacred blood creature. Even with the powers they both possessed, it would be an incredibly difficult fight. It is dangerous, that is why I am going. Yi Dongmu turned to leave as he spoke. Then let's go. Han Sen knew that Yi Dongmu's spirit had been crushed. He didn't say much, he just followed Yi Dongmu to the slopes of a particularly snowy mountain. Yi Dongmu killed the creatures along the way in one hit. Seeing him angry like that, Han Sen began to believe it may have been better if he had thrown the match and lost. But Yi Dongmu was really powerful, and if it wasn't for Han Sen's constant practice of wind strike with him, he most likely would not have been able to block the skill. The wind didn't feel entirely clean, and it made Han Sen feel a little ashamed. Before long, they both reached the cap of the mountain where the red scale dragon was said to reside. From afar, they saw a creature that looked like a T-Rex on the slopes of the mountain, curled up and sleeping in the snow. Because it had not yet been given a name, it was Yi Dongmu who called it Red Scale Dragon. According to him, the power and speed of the creature were incredibly high. And even with sacred blood weaponry, its scales would be extremely difficult to penetrate. He had come here twice before attempting to kill it, but had failed both times. But today, Yi Dongmu had clearly resolved not to be beaten again. He was going to kill it, no matter what it took. Yi Dongmu summoned his beast soul daggers and ran towards the red scale dragon. He was shouting all the way, and it gave Han Sen a cold sweat. Geez, you are an assassin. What is wrong with you, running in with a battle cry like some brutish warrior? Han Sen felt deflated, but still, he summoned his Silver Eye Ice Snake King sword and ancient mascot sword and ran to the other side of the red scale dragon, which was now rising from its slumber. Dong, dong, dong. Han Sen and Yi Dongmu's weapons were slashing the red scale dragon with ardent ferocity, but their strikes only left shallow scratches in the dragon's scales. The creature was unharmed. The red scale dragon was like a mechanical truck that kept sprinting up and down the slopes of that mountain. It was so fast and fierce that Yi Dongmu and Han Sen could only dodge again and again, unable to get in hits from the front. You go draw its attention. Yi Dongmu barked the order at Han Sen before running behind the red scale dragon. Why don't you draw its attention? Han Sen felt frustrated, but he still waved his two blades to hack at the red scale dragon's legs. He managed to obtain the red scale dragon's attention, and with a capped aggro, was promptly chased all over the mountainside. Yi Dongmu found the perfect opening and managed to leap onto its head from behind. He repeatedly stabbed the creature in its neck, the only spot that wasn't plated in thick scales. Roar! The red scale dragon thundered its agony. It shook its head and threw Yi Dongmu down into the snow. Then the red scales of the dragon burst into flames. As they seared in fire, the scales turned to crystal. Holy smokes, it's turning berserk. Run! Han Sen yelled, and then started running away. Although Yi Dongmu's mood was foul, he wasn't stupid. He joined Han Sen and ran as fast as his legs could carry him. But the red scale dragon was furious. It chased them over the mountains and valleys for over 100 miles before they finally lost the monster on their heels. Yi Dongmu and Han Sen felt as if their legs were ready to snap by the time they outran their pursuer. Gasping in unison, they collapsed to the ground for respite. After a while, Yi Dongmu said, "You are going to attack the royal shelter?" Yes. Han Sen looked at Yi Dongmu and then continued, "You want to join me? Be careful of Qi Xuan." After Yi Dongmu issued his warning, he got up and turned to leave. Han Sen remained sitting in the snow. He shook his head and said, "I don't know if Qi Xuan convinced Li Xinglanand and Philip to join me yet, but I have to take down that royal shelter as soon as I possibly can." Han Sen remained unconcerned about Qi Xuan. With the silver fox around him most of the time, he knew no evolver could cause him great harm, no one across the ice fields, at least. Before the terrifying power of the silver fox, all conspiracies would be useless against him. Han Sen then got up but noticed something moving in the snow up ahead. He stayed as still as he could, trying to figure out what he had just seen. He saw something move around in the snow, and after a while, a big white turtle came out from under the powdery snow. The turtle was pretty large. After it emerged from the snow, it poked its head about to look around. It seemed to be searching for something. Han Sen watched the turtle from a good distance, but he could see where it had come from. Behind it there was an ice cave that appeared to have been flooded. The surface of the water was mostly ice, and it was dressed in thick snow, so it took a decent pair of eyes to see it. The big turtle wasn't looking for Han Sen, and after it walked around in a few circles, it returned to the cave it had emerged from. It then dipped its head into the water. Whether it was drinking or not remained to be seen. A while later, the turtle pulled its head back and simply looked into the ice cave. Han Sen thought it was a strange sight, so he sat back down and continued his observation in greater comfort. After some time had passed, another turtle came out of the water in the cave. But compared to the first turtle, this turtle was much smaller. It was like a small rice bowl. After this small turtle exited the water, many more followed. At final count, 9 turtles came out of the water of the ice cave. Han Sen, who was hiding in the snow, opened his eyes wide and said, "These cannot be the babies of the big turtle, right?" Han Sen was aware that it was a difficult task for creatures to breed. He had only ever seen a golden growler, an old turtle, and an obsidian dragon give birth, and their litters were incredibly small, usually singular. Yet this big turtle had 8 baby turtles behind it. If they were its children, those numbers were crazy. After the 8 turtles came out to join the big turtle led them down to a wide basin below the snow-cloaked mountain. Watching the trail of turtles take off on their little adventure, Han Sen could not help but admire them and think they were rather cute. Han Sen did not know the details of the snow turtles he had just seen and could not tell what tier of monster they could be considered. So, all he did was hide in the snow and watch. After the big turtle reached the basin below the mountain, it used its claws to dig into the snow. Han Sen watched as it slowly unearthed red mushrooms. Then, when the smaller turtles arrived, they each happily started eating their bounty of food. Chapter 585. Red Mushrooms. Han Sen was amazed. Seeing a creature bring its children to eat was an incredibly rare sight, one that few people would ever be given the honor of seeing. When the snow turtles began to dig into their food, the screech of a bird came out of the sky. A golden bird dropped into view. As if it had been searching for the turtles, it came down at an extremely high speed with its talons raised and ready to snatch them. Pop! Before the threatening bird reached them, the big snow turtle shot a beam of frost towards it. In the next second, the bird turned into a block of ice. From the height it fell, it hit the ground hard and shattered into nothing but bits and pieces. Holy smokes, it's a super creature. Han Sen was staring at the turtle with wide eyes. This was the first time Han Sen had ever seen such a large amount of super creature babies all in one place. There were 8 of them, and now, Han Sen was afraid to even breathe. The last thing he wanted was for the snow turtle to take notice of his presence. The silver fox was frighteningly powerful, even as a baby. But here, there were 8 super creature children and their mother. Woe to him if they thought Han Sen to be hostile. Seeing the golden bird shatter into crumbs of ice, Han Sen felt a shiver run down his spine. Being afraid to breathe, he gave the task over to his cells so he could continue watching the 9 turtles eat. After the small turtles ate the red mushrooms, the bodies of the creatures started to glow red. At first, the turtles were as white as the snow itself. But now, they looked like blood turtles. The small turtles were really young, as their size suggested. Thus, they couldn't eat much, and after eating a mushroom about the size of a man's fist, they were full. But the big turtle was really hungry, and it ate about 10 mushrooms before it turned red. It looked like the turtles were all satisfied, and when they were, the big turtle buried the red mushrooms beneath the snow again. Then it led the small turtles back to the ice cave where they had first emerged. Han Sen waited until they had all entered the cave and swam down beneath the water. The big turtle went in last, and before it went down deep, it let out another frosty beam to reseal the ice where they had come out. No one would have been able to tell something lived under there. Han Sen waited for a while longer, and when he confirmed there was no more movement, he ran to the area where the snow turtles had eaten and dug his way down to the red, fist-sized mushrooms. They seemed like mushrooms you would cook. They were the size of a fist, and they glistened with a sparkling clarity. They also emanated a lovely smell, and Han Sen wagered they would taste pretty good. Han Sen used to follow a certain botanist, and through him, he learned many of the tips and tricks one could use to identify plants, herbs, and mushrooms. He looked at the red mushrooms and noticed there were only 3 left. The rest had already been eaten by the turtles. But judging from the way they looked, they didn't seem poisonous. There were many strange plants back at the shelter that Han Sen wouldn't dare eat. Han Sen pulled out a bag and picked a single mushroom to put inside it. He didn't take any more, but he prepared to take the mushroom with him, thinking it might become useful. He covered the others with snow once again and summoned his golden growler. He collected and reassembled the body of the shattered bird and placed it upon the golden growler. It looked like a sacred blood creature, and even if it was only a mutant, Han Sen didn't want to waste it. This was free stuff that he wasn't going to pass up. Back inside the Crystal Palace, Han Sen asked Zero to cook the golden bird's meat. Then, he heard the announcement, Sacred Blood Golden Wing Bird flesh has been consumed. Sacred Geno points obtained as 0. Because he ate so little, he was unable to increase his Sacred Geno point total. But that still made Han Sen quite happy. Although he had failed to hunt the red scale dragon, the free collection of a Sacred Blood Golden Wing Bird made up for it. He ate a whole meal of the Sacred Blood Golden Wing Bird, but his point total did not increase. There was still a lot of meat left, however, so Han Sen prepared it and got ready to eat it all slowly. The bird wasn't that big, after all, so he figured he would be able to eat it all within 10 days. Back in the Alliance, Han Sen found a way he could contact Professor Sun Minghua. Although Professor Sun had spent his entire life in the First God's Sanctuary, he had yielded incredible results for the world of botany, and this was something few would understand. Han Sen gave him the details of the red mushroom he had collected and told him about the turtles. He wanted the professor to find out whether or not the mushrooms possessed any beneficial traits that would apply to him. It was a shame that he could not carry the mushroom out of the shelter, otherwise, he would have brought it for the professor to see. Professor Sun intently listened to Han Sen's description of the mushroom and then asked a few questions. After a brief pause, he said, "According to what you have told me, this red mushroom sounds like it could be something quite powerful. Professor Sun, is there any way you could tell me if this red mushroom can benefit humans?" Han Sen thought these snow turtles had the ability to find rare plants to eat. The food that super creatures consumed had to be good stuff, but humans were biologically different than creatures, so Han Sen wasn't sure whether or not humans could eat it. The shelter's plants have great power. They should be quite effective on humans, but the bodies of humans are very different. It is difficult to say whether the effects will benefit you or ail you. After that, Professor Sun stopped. He hesitated for a while, but then began talking to Han Sen again. "I have something to tell you. But after I do, I want you to forget I told you this. And I absolutely do not want you telling others." "I understand," Han Sen responded dubiously. Professor Sun then said, "In the Third God's Sanctuary, there are some amazing plants that can improve your genes. But still, humans have yet to fully uncover which are beneficial and which are harmful. The way such food is eaten is important, as well. If eaten incorrectly, the benefits you would expect to receive can instead become deadly." Han Sen thought what the professor said was quite strange, and so he replied, "If humans cannot determine the effects a plant will impart, how can we find out which ones can improve a human's genes? I won't answer this question, but after you visit the Third God's Sanctuary, you will understand." Professor Sun seemed to dodge Han Sen's question, and he quickly changed the subject. He only told Han Sen a few simple methods he could use to help determine what consumption of the red mushroom might do. Han Sen felt curiosity swell in his heart. There were quite a few surpasser humans, a few 100,000 at least. Despite this, information regarding the Third God's Sanctuary was quite limited. Surpassers never talked about it, and there was very little information about it to be found in the Alliance. Now, with Professor Sun not willing to talk about the Third God's Sanctuary anymore, Han Sen's curiosity about the place increased. According to the advice Professor Sun gave him, Han Sen was going to give the red mushroom to another creature to try out. Maybe then he would see the effects it could impart. Han Sen then thought to himself, "I wonder if the silver fox would be willing to eat it." Back in the Crystal Palace, Han Sen picked up the silver fox and placed the red mushroom in front of its mouth. He was eager to see how it would react. Chapter 586. Poison Test. The silver fox saw the red mushroom, opened its mouth, and swallowed it. And then Han Sen and the fox looked at each other. There was no movement for quite some time. "That's it, give me some reaction, at least." Han Sen waited for a while longer, but still, the silver fox did not react. He might as well have eaten a candy bar. After waiting a while further, there was still no sign of anything changing. The only curious thing he had learned was that the silver fox was very interested in eating it. Fortunately, Han Sen knew where he could find another two, back in the snow. So he returned to that icy tundra and dug up one of the 2 remaining mushrooms. This time, though, he didn't give it to Silver Fox. Instead, he cut it into pieces and hung one slice from a tree. Then, he waited to see if any creatures in the vicinity would take interest in it. It wasn't much later when a boar arrived. It came for the mushroom, but despite a few strenuous jumps, it was unable to nab the food of its desire. It didn't give up so easily, though, for it then circled around the mushroom that was dangling from the tree, refusing to leave it. A while later a few smaller creatures arrived, like snakes and bugs. There was a squirrel amongst them, and it quickly raced up the tree and got the mushroom. It hastily swallowed every morsel. The squirrel had gray hair, but after eating the mushroom, it turned red. Then, the creature shone like a beautiful ruby gem. Han Sen grabbed a few more slices of the mushroom and spread them about the area, to see if he could test it out on a number of other creatures. Han Sen then discovered something new. Not every creature was interested in the mushroom, only a good deal of them. But every creature Han Sen saw eat a bit of that mushroom had a noticeable change. Their response to the food was vastly different than the silver fox's reaction, when it did nothing, without letting out nary a fart. When ordinary creatures ate it, however, they appeared smarter, more energized, and of course, red. But aside from that, Han Sen couldn't tell what more. Han Sen recorded the reaction given by the creatures after eating a piece of the red mushroom, then returned to the Alliance. He sent the data to Professor Sun for analysis. Professor Sun told him that he would need some time, and that he would give Han Sen the results of his research in about 2 days' time. Han Sen had half a mushroom left that he planned to keep. Unfortunately for him, he left it lying around and the silver fox caught scent of its presence, dashed to it, and gobbled it all up. After eating the mushroom, it leapt into Han Sen's arms and fell asleep. It is fortunate I did not take both, otherwise, they'd all be in your belly. That would be a waste. Han Sen was glad. Qi Xuan was still away in his talks with Li Xinglin and Philip and had yet to return. Han Sen could only assume that the talks were not going so well, but he wasn't in a rush, so he had plenty of time to relax and read a few books. He also spent some time training his Dongshuan Sutra and Jade Sun Force. He even managed to squeeze in time for a bit of practice with duel. Overall, the days were calm and without interruption. It had been a while since things were this relaxing. Han Sen, after my analysis, I have come to the conclusion that the red mushroom you discovered is a provision that can increase one's vitality. It's not the most in-depth research result, but I would suggest that you try it out yourself. Eat a little bit and see what happens. Professor Sun seemed to be quite interested in the red mushroom. He didn't wait for Han Sen to follow up on his request, and he got in touch as soon as he could. You don't think there'll be any problems with it, do you? Han Sen felt a little strange, for he would feel bad eating this in the shelter. Just eat a little bit, no more than 10 grams of the stuff. But be prepared, if something does go wrong and it doesn't sit well in your stomach, make sure you have an alchemical concoction to help flush it out. General medicine for sickness would be good, too. You'll most likely be on your own doing this, so be prepared to save yourself. After that, Professor Sun continued, but from what I can see, it should not be harmful. If it really is something that can strengthen your body, then go for it. Just don't eat too much, lest it bring you harm. I'll think about it. Han Sen did not dare to say he would indeed try eating it. It's a shame I don't know anyone out on the ice field. If I did, I could have someone accompany you and help test it out, Professor Sun said in a remorseful tone of voice. But what Professor Sun had just said gave Han Sen an idea. If he did not want to take the risk of eating it, why not find someone else to do it for him? That Zhu Ting has deadly perfume. It should be no problem for a toxic man like that to try it out. I'll get him to give it a go. Han Sen thought, deciding Zhu Ting would be his guinea pig. Zhu Ting had to be the tester, for if it was someone closer with Han Sen and something went wrong, Han Sen couldn't handle the responsibility of bringing harm to his friends. Besides, Zhu Ting was known to eat poison like he had a sweet tooth for the stuff, so there was no one more qualified to try out the red mushroom than him, anyway. Han Sen picked up the last bit of mushroom he had from when he was testing it out on the creatures of the ice field and threw it into a meal he was cooking. He prepared a few different dishes and invited Zhu Ting over for dinner. Come, let's drink together this night. Han Sen dragged Zhu Ting over to sit down, speaking with overbearing friendliness. Zhu Ting looked at Han Sen with an extremely puzzled expression, thinking, why would this guy invite me over for dinner? He must be conspiring against me or something. Is the food poisoned? Does he want to poison me? Huh? Is that it? No way, he's not that stupid. Surely, he knows I have deadly perfume and I am immune to poison. He must have dropped his brain somewhere, if he has thought to poison me. Han Sen was acting all nice, dishing Zhu Ting as much food as he could, topping up his drink after every swig. Brother Zhu, have you gotten used to living out here on the ice field? If you are having issues, feel free to confide in me. I may not be able to help you with big things, but if it's something relatively small, I'll do what I can to make your life here all the more comfortable. Zhu Ting then retreated back into his mind and said to himself, something here is not right. This guy must be buttering me up because he needs me for something. There is no way he is being this nice out of the kindness of his heart. Zhu Ting rolled his eyes and then boisterously thought, fine, if you have something you want to ask of me, and you're even going so far as to call me brother, I am going to be the boss. Brother Han, if there is something you want, just tell me. Considering our relationship, there is no need for you to put on such a show. Zhu Ting was scoffing the food and chugging the wine as he spoke. I do have a favor to ask of you, funnily enough, Han Sen said. Then shoot, if you and I are brothers, there are no hoops you need to jump through before asking me something, and neither must you beat around the bush. If I can help, Zhu Ting's tone of voice then changed. You know, it is difficult to live. I am so poor, I have very little money. No problem, if you help me out, I'll give you 10,000 coins. No sweat, Han Sen told him. 10,000, Zhu Ting froze, thinking, what do you think I am? A beggar, 10,000 won't even buy me an afternoon refreshment. Zhu Ting laughed and responded, 10,000. Ha ha, you want me to help you drink something? Something like that. I dug up some mushrooms out on the ice field. I would like you try some out and tell me whether or not they are poisonous. I know you have deadly perfume, which makes you immune. You are only going to give me 10,000 for doing something as dangerous as that. Zhu Ting peered at Han Sen with an expression that painted him as a bona fide cheap bastard. Oh no, Han Sen slapped his lap. Oh no what? Zhu Ting looked spooked. Why didn't you say something earlier? I thought you had already agreed, and see, I have already served you the food. Han Sen was wearing his innocent face. You bastard. Zhu Ting's face started turning green. Chapter 587. The use of red mushrooms. Zhu Ting was not afraid of being poisoned, it was just that Han Sen was toxic enough himself. Brother Zhu, don't you worry. Your deadly perfume is the best, there is no need for you to fear those little mushrooms. Even if they are poisonous, there is no way they can poison you, the Poison King, yes. Han Sen did his best to comfort him. I suppose, Zhu Ting said cockily, but then he changed his face and said, but this is different. I know I am good, but good or bad, 10,000 is not enough. No problem, I am willing to raise the monetary offering for this kind service of yours to a whopping 20,000, Han Sen said with a smile. Zhu Ting was angry, and he pleaded, Han Sen, you do not treat professionals with the respect they deserve. 20,000, to lay bricks would give me more. You, make, me, something is wrong. What is it? Is it the poison? Don't worry, I have medicine prepared. Quickly, shove this down your throat and I'll get you on your way to the detox center so they can rinse out your bowels. Han Sen quickly grabbed the medicine Professor's son told him about. But when he looked back, Zhu Ting's face and eyes had gone ruby red. He was gasping for air like an enraged bull and sweating profusely as he looked at Han Sen. Brother Zhu, don't look at me like that. I thought your deadly perfume rendered you immune to fatal poisons. Who knew? Before Han Sen could finish his sentence, Zhu Ting started to tear the clothes from his body. Much to his surprise, a muscular body was revealed beneath. Zhu Ting had an 8-pack. Geez, what are you doing? Han Sen reached out his hands to ward off Zhu Ting from coming any closer. Zhu Ting's eyes were red with lust, and as he advanced on Han Sen, he tried to get on top of him to rip his clothes off. Zhu Ting tried to kiss him with the ferocity of a horny bear. I want, Zhu Ting moaned and groaned in between his mumbling. Holy smokes, those mushrooms can't be aphrodisiacs. Can they? Han Sen pushed Zhu Ting away from him and dashed out of the room. He closed the door on his lusty aggressor and locked it tight. Pang, pang, pang. Zhu Ting hammered the stone door like a madman. Brother Zhu, hold on. I'm going to get you a woman. Han Sen was glad that the shelter's doors were made of stone. Due to the strength needed to break down such a door, there was no way Zhu Ting would be able to escape. I can't take it anymore. Zhu Ting screamed from behind his stone ward. Hold on, use your hand first, while I go search for a woman in the meantime. Han Sen double-checked that the door was locked firm, and then ran off. After walking around Black God's shelter for some time, Han Sen came across an impoverished woman who was willing to sell her body to make ends meet. On a horse, she returned with Han Sen. Brother Zhu, I have brought a woman to take care of all your needs. As Han Sen opened the door, he saw Zhu Ting sprawled out across the floor with a few shreds of cloth over his body. Crumpled balls of tissue lay scattered around the room. Han Sen, are you even a human being? I cannot believe you fed me horny pills. Zhu Ting was furious, and he ran towards Han Sen, trying to grab him by the neck. Han Sen dodged the incoming assault and tried to reason with him, saying, Brother Zhu, see. I have brought you a woman. But who would have guessed you'd finish up that quickly, Quick, my ass, you were out there for 2 hours, and here I was, all alone and almost bleeding. And besides, what kind of woman did you even bring me? This fat tramp looks to weigh 200 kilograms. Is it a mutant creature? Zhu Ting yelled angrily at Han Sen. A woman with a little booty is good, you'll never understand. Han Sen waited around for a little while so Zhu Ting could calm down. Then he asked, Brother Zhu, aside from this, can you tell me of any other effects the red mushroom had upon you? Before he replied, Zhu Ting reached out his hand and said, Give me my money. Yeah. Han Sen reached into his pockets and presented Zhu Ting with a few $1,000 bills. Regretting what he had subjected Zhu Ting to, he said, I know I was only supposed to give you 20,000 but take 30. Consider it my way of apologizing and trying to make up for what I just put you through. And payment for that woman will come out of own pocket, there is no need for you to cover the fee. Zhu Ting thought what he was saying was fine, up until he mentioned the woman. Then his face became bleak. All of a sudden, he threw the money back at Han Sen. No one wants your pity money. If you want to give me something, give me your medicine. Give me more of your red medicine. Why, what do you want it for? Han Sen opened his eyes wide and looked at Zhu Ting. That is none of your business. You owe me, don't you? Consider this retribution, Zhu Ting said, with a scolding temperament. Han Sen pulled out the last remaining bite of mushroom. He presented it to Zhu Ting, but when he tried to grab it, Han Sen pulled his hand back. He smiled at Zhu Ting and said, I already gave you a slice. This is the only one I have left. If you want it, you're going to have to tell me what it does. Aside from making me horny, you mean? Zhu Ting said, before reaching out his hand again. Han Sen avoided his grab again and said, Tell me clearly. Zhu Ting then told Han Sen that the mushroom worked not only to heighten your desire for sexual activity, but to considerably strengthen your kidneys as well. The effects were powerful that even now, his kidneys were really warm. It was as if he had 2 hot water bottles inside him. He was brimming with so much energy that, even after playing with himself for so long, he was yet to feel tired. This stuff really is the good stuff. After Han Sen heard what the red mushroom did, he was quite happy. Something like this would most definitely benefit his progress with Jade Sun Force. Learning it by himself without any supplements would take a long time, after all. The red mushroom had incredible effects, and if he was to consume an entire mushroom, Han Sen wondered if he might be able to finish his study of Jade Sun Force. But the most blatant side effect of the mushroom was quite tempting for Han Sen. If he got Ji Yanran to eat it, he pondered, what might happen. Still, he wasn't able to bring the red mushroom out of the shelter, and Ji Yanran was nowhere near the ice field. In the end, Han Sen did not give the last bit of red mushroom to Zhu Ting. The sexual effects of the thing were too scary. It was so powerful that not even deadly perfume could withstand it. Han Sen was worried Zhu Ting might use the red mushroom for an ill purpose, so he refused to hand it over. Zhu Ting left angrily. He collected the 30,000 and cursed Han Sen numerous times before leaving. Han Sen then returned to his room and locked his door. He looked at the last piece of mushroom in his hand. He looked and looked until at last, he put it in his mouth. He chewed it a bit, and soon the pleasant feel of it in his teeth became a warmth in his belly. His kidney was already quite warm, and now, it was even warmer. It was as if he had 2 little stoves inside him, generating an endless supply of energy. At the same time, Han Sen felt the entirety of his body heat up. What was below the belt could hold up the sky. He was starting to feel horny, and he was overwhelmed with the desire to rip his clothes off. Han Sen gritted his teeth and held off on that feeling, casting Jade Sun Force as he did. He wanted to use Jade Sun Force to absorb the power of the red mushroom. As he did this, someone knocked on the door. From behind it, a woman's voice called out to him. Han Sen was shocked as a burning sensation overwhelmed his insides. His kidneys were sizzling with heat, and it felt as if they had become two fireballs ricocheting around his body. Han Sen did not feel good. Damn it, why are you coming here at this time? Han Sen did not have the willpower necessary to suppress the riot that was going on inside him. Han Sen was in a trance. He couldn't hear who it was outside or what the feminine voice was talking about. But regardless, he did not need to listen because Han Sen could guess who it was. Visitors to his room were infrequent, as it was something few would dare to do. It was only on the odd occasion that young Manly would come to visit him, when there were important matters to discuss. Aside from her, there was no one else. Thinking about young Manly's thick, white legs, Han Sen felt his brain start to implode. He couldn't take his mind off those delicious legs, and he wanted nothing more than to kick the door down and hop onto her. He used everything he had to suppress his lust and double-timed it on the Jade Sun Force. He was going to do his best to wait this desire out. In the second God's Sanctuary, unlike the first God's Sanctuary, anyone could enter another person's room. But young Manly was not the sort of person to boorishly march into someone else's room, so Han Sen was not concerned about a possible intrusion. If he was able to avoid seeing her, then Han Sen was of firm faith that he could beat this lusty force that was consuming him. But Han Sen's heart suffered a shock quite quickly when he heard the door open. Holy smokes, young Manly, I thought you were a reserved person. What is going on with you today? Han Sen's mind was scrambled like an egg, and his heart was ablaze. He heard the footsteps of a woman tread across his room. Although Han Sen was forcing his eyes closed, when he heard her voice, the resolve of his will crumbled to the machinations of lust. The image of a woman's beautiful naked body was omnipresent, layered across all of his thoughts. As he tried to suppress the carnal desires, his face started turning red. Then his nose began bleeding. The woman was walking closer and closer to Han Sen, which almost made him scream out and call for aid. The effects of the red mushroom were too powerful. Zhu Ting was known to possess a strong will, but even he was eager to jump on top of a man for release. Given that, you might imagine the power of this mushroom. Han Sen did not dare open his mouth or eyes. He was afraid that if he started talking, or even opened his eyes to look, his mind would forfeit all control to the lust that was attempting to conquer his mind. Leave. Although I enjoy sleeping with women, I will only do it with the woman I love. I'm not entirely against consuming pills for added excitement, but shouldn't that be a woman's job? How can I eat them and suddenly be all lusty? Leave, leave, get out of here, young Manly. Han Sen's heart was encouraging itself to not give in, despite the rebellion of his mind. But the woman continued to approach Han Sen, having seemed to discover that something was not quite right with Han Sen's behavior. She walked in front of Han Sen, trying to get a look at him. The woman was drawing extremely near, and Han Sen could smell her. It was like his entire body was on fire and his nose was gushing like a fountain. Han Sen was fighting the desire to open his eyes, and he bit down on his teeth and kept them shut. He bit on his own tongue until it bled, hoping the addition of pain might help him beat back the lust. Blood dripped from his lips. The woman furrowed her brow, believing something had gone wrong with Han Sen's training. She suddenly thought that her uninvited entry was the catalyst for this apparent mishap of practice. The woman bent over and reached out her hand to feel for Han Sen's pulse on his neck. She seemed eager to find out what had happened to Han Sen. But when her delicate fingers touched Han Sen's neck, the floodgates of his mind were lost. It felt as if the fingers were bringing a fire, and it made Han Sen open his eyes. A beautiful woman stood before him, and her body was incredibly refined. Her height was almost the same as Han Sen. She was wearing a tight white battlesuit. The curvatures of her thick, long legs, bubble butt, and big boobies were highlighted in the suit, perfectly sculptured, angled and curved to catch the attention of everyone, and get their hearts racing. Her delicate face was as cold as it was elegant. It was the face of someone who was difficult to get close with. The woman was directly in front of Han Sen, and her lips opened as if to say something. But at this time, Han Sen couldn't hear a single thing. Although this woman did not look like young Manly, she was even more attractive, with a body and personality Han Sen favored even more. Han Sen lost all self-control. An aura of utter evil shone in Han Sen's eyes. He reached out his hands and tried to grab the woman. The distance was great enough that she was able to take a graceful step back to avoid his lecherous hands. The woman's face did not change. She just looked at Han Sen with the strangest of stares. But over the next second, her face warped. She could not believe Han Sen was coming after her. The woman thought it would be impossible for him to do so, but he did. It wasn't long before her back was against a wall and there was nowhere else for her to go. Han Sen blocked her every exit, and it was impossible for her to run away now. The woman became incredibly angry in her shock. She reached her hand out to hit Han Sen, but then quickly refrained. She knew she had disturbed his training and caused this predicament. Right now, his eyes were blood red, which more than suggested something was wrong. She pulled back her fist. As soon as she hesitated, Han Sen grabbed onto the woman's battlesuit. Within moments, the battlesuit that had been designed to withstand bullets was ripped apart by Han Sen's lust-fueled hands. Her succulent pair of big white breasts were now on full display in front of him. Han Sen threw himself onto the woman and pushed her against the wall. One hand was clutched one of her giant boobs, which one hand could never hope to hold in its entirety, and his other hand reached down to squeeze her firm, bubbly butt. Han Sen then brought down his lips to seal her own. The woman opened her eyes wide, and her body froze. Within just a few seconds, her curvy, voluptuous body had been grabbed and touched all over by Han Sen. A second later, her eyes were filled with the chaos fire of hatred, and she looked at Han Sen a murderous eye. It was as if her entire body had entered berserk mode. Her body seemed to emit a purple light, and she took on the shape of a fairy. Pang! A walloping knee drilled its way into Han Sen's stomach, which sent the horny baboon flying across the room. Then the woman jumped up and struck Han Sen with her battle-axe-like legs while he was still airborne. Before he could even hit the ground, she kicked him sideways again. Pang! 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 The beautiful legs had become frightening weapons that struck Han Sen around 30 times. And for the entire time he was beaten up, right, left, and even down, Han Sen did not touch the ground. Her exposed breasts jumped and jiggled with every kick. The woman knew that there was something wrong with Han Sen, however, which helped to calm her down somewhat. So, she used her hands to try to conceal her wobbling, jelly breasts. Chapter 589. Absorbed. The purple light that was being emitted from the woman's body started to fade. Although she was truly mad, she still managed to limit how much power she exerted on her horny aggressor. If she hadn't, with the power of someone who had unlocked her first gene lock, one kick would have been enough to end Han Sen. It was clear to her that something was wrong with Han Sen. So, despite her rage, she managed to put a cap on the damage she dealt him. Especially with the purple light, which she pushed into Han Sen's body. This purple light would attempt to course its way through his body and clear his mind from any encroaching force. Although Han Sen's body was suffering, he was able to feel a strange but gentle sensation flow throughout his insides. It seemed to help subdue and eliminate the effects of the red mushroom he had consumed. Clarity began returning to his mind, and when it had done so in a sufficient amount, he was able to close his eyes and focus on recasting Jade Sun Force. He then started to absorb the purple light and the red mushroom into his kidney. When these two distinct forces entered his kidneys, they made the organs glow in their two representative colors. His kidneys then started to glow like red, purple, and gold nuggets. This bounty of power was going all around his body. Han Sen felt tremendous joy in his heart. Having both of these powers consume and reinvigorate him, he felt as if his Jade Sun Force was getting better and better. The process was quick and free from trouble, and it seemed that it would all be over soon. The woman summoned beast soul armor to cover her body and went to sit on a chair. She had a curious, complicated look on her face as she watched Han Sen, in between her blushing. I should have killed you. The woman thought about the shameful scene and terrible groping she had been subjected to, and she looked at Han Sen with disgust. Queen had been traveling through the ice field, and she had come to learn that Han Sen was living in the area from Wangfu Pingqing. So she thought to give him a visit and ask him something. Queen did not want to disturb or affect anyone else, so she came here alone during the night. With her skills of espionage, she knew she would not be discovered on her way there, but this was the last thing she had expected to happen. When she thought about her body being felt all over by a man like Han Sen, she wanted to slap him to death. But she was also conflicted with the knowledge that it was her disturbance that most likely prompted his out-of-character misdeeds. She didn't blame Han Sen, but she again thought about how her body, which had never been touched by another man before, had been so vigorously fondled by someone in such a manner. She blushed deeply and gnawed at her teeth in uncertainty until she almost drew blood. But Queen had something else nibbling at the back of her mind. With her talents, she knew she should have fended Han Sen off and kept him away, but when she moved and used Heavenly Go, Han Sen was able to follow each step and block her way. Perhaps this could be largely attributed to the small size of the stone house, but there was also the element of surprise. She would never have expected Han Sen to possess a power such as this. It was this sudden shock that led to her disadvantage. She was the one who taught Han Sen Heavenly Go, but her calculations of his progress with the skill were obviously incorrect and had led to this grievous mistake. Her mind and body were not prepared, which was why she had been pushed to the wall. If Queen had been prepared for what was to happen, things would have been different and it would have been impossible for Han Sen to follow her steps and pin her to the wall. How did he do that? Queen's heart wondered to itself. She only taught Han Sen the bits and bobs of Heavenly Go, but he had already shown that his level with the skill was not too far behind hers. At this rate, it was inevitably going to get better. With Han Sen's fitness, and the number of skills he actively trained, it was unlikely he would lose to her in an all-out fight, either. This surprised Queen a lot. She almost didn't believe that the little amount of the skill she had taught Han Sen could have been developed to such a great degree. Han Sen's fitness was surprisingly powerful, too. His fitness was not too far behind hers, despite the fact that his first gene lock remained locked. From what she could recall, Han Sen had only been in the second God's Sanctuary for just over a year. This wasn't a popular place, and to attain such talents and abilities here in such a short time was almost terrifying. I was going to test his power, but that seems to be unnecessary right now. Perhaps when he unlocks his gene lock, I can allow him to join me. But, Queen then thought back to the scene from earlier. Part of her wanted to leave and never lay eyes on this bastard again. But Queen was Queen, and she was of a greater resolve than most women. She did not leave, she just continued to sit there and look at Han Sen coldly. When Han Sen finally absorbed the red mushroom and purple light, although he hadn't finished learning Jade Sun Force as he had expected to, the horny side effects of the red mushroom seemed to have totally disappeared. But it was worth noting that this minor victory had only been achieved through the aid of the purple light. Now that his kidney had absorbed the purple light, things seemed different. He believed that if he ate the red mushroom again, the horniness would not affect him. To test this out, all he would have to do was collect the final mushroom and eat it, then practice the Jade Sun Force one last time to finish its training. Han Sen opened his eyes and saw Queen in front of him, staring at him coldly. The scene and all its wretched sexual tension came rushing back to him. Imagining his prior grab of her boobies, he couldn't help but stare at her chest. Excellent. They were excellent. Han Sen had laid eyes on many beautiful girls in his time, but this was the only stunner that was as powerful as he was. And her pair of boobs were in no way inferior to those possessed by Wangfu Pingqing. Everything about her was perfect, pretty much. If you have a death wish, then by all means, continue to stare. Queen coldly looked at Han Sen. Her face did not display emotion, but anger continued to boil in her heart. If Han Sen's behavior had not been triggered by her intrusion, she would have slapped him to death by now. I am sorry, but this is my room. You are the one who came in uninvited, you cannot blame me. Han Sen was coughing when he said this. He saw the woman continue to peer at him, and it looked as if she wanted to kill him. His heart was stricken with a chill, so he quickly shuffled along the proceedings and asked, "Who are you, anyway? And why have you come here?" Han Sen had never seen Queen's face before, and the lusty thoughts from earlier had messed up his head. Having light amnesia over what happened when he was beaten up, he had forgotten what skills Queen had used to beat him to a pulp. But Queen's general temperament had tipped Han Sen into thinking he knew her from some place. Queen told him. Han Sen was flabbergasted. He said, "It's you. Why are you here?" After Queen introduced herself, Han Sen understood why she seemed so familiar. Only someone with the power she possessed, dwarfing the presence of any other woman he had met before, could name herself Queen. "I am just passing by. I was coming to see if you were able enough to join us on our hunt, but from what I have seen so far, I don't think you are. When are you going to unlock your first gene lock?" Queen emotionlessly said. Queen had indeed been impressed with the skills and fitness Han Sen possessed, but it would be all for naught if he had not unlocked his first gene lock. Without doing that, he would never survive the fight she was going to take part in. I am afraid it will be a while yet before I unlock it, but I can still lend a hand in the hunting of creatures, Han Sen responded. Queen didn't say anything else, she just stood up and got ready to leave the room. The reason why she stayed was so she could ask that question and see how Han Sen responded. After all, it was because of her Han Sen behaved the way he did. Han Sen did not plead for Queen to stay. After all, what had happened earlier was far too embarrassing. After I unlock the first gene lock, where should I go to find you? Han Sen asked. Send a message to Pingqing. She will let you know, Queen answered as she exited the room. After she stepped out of the room, she stopped and said, in regards to what happened earlier, if word of it gets out, you are a dead man. Then she was gone for good. Seeing Queen leave, Han Sen thought about all the words she had spoken. Clearly, Queen herself had unlocked her first gene lock. She also said the term as, which meant she wasn't hunting alone. A powerful character like her needed others on the same level to go on a hunt. There was only one possibility Han Sen could think of. They were hunting a super creature. I wonder if they have killed a super creature before. Han Sen was disturbed at this revelation, but he hadn't yet unlocked his gene lock. He simply wasn't qualified to join them. It looks like I must hurry up with the Dongshuan Sutra, despite my inability to rush it. Han Sen continued to sit where he was, thinking things over. If he wanted to unlock his first gene lock, the quickest way to do so was through mastery of Jideskin. But he was afraid of learning that skill to its full extent, due to his fear of becoming like the cruel people of the Shui family. It was a difficult decision to mull over. I have been learning Dongshuan Sutra for so long, perhaps Jideskin has been purified. Let's give it a go. Han Sen really wanted to see if the people with Queen were truly off to hunt a super creature. And he wanted to know if they had killed one previously. For this, he thought it was worth the risk of going back to Jideskin. But he already had Dongshuan Sutra, and if there were any issues while learning Jideskin, he could always use Dongshuan Sutra to alleviate them. But before he continued learning Jideskin, he returned to the snowy basin to collect the last red mushroom. He cut it into thin slices and used it to train Jade Sun Force. Although he continued to suffer a burning sensation, it was something he could keep under control. After he absorbed the energy of the red mushroom, his kidney shined and his power felt limitless. Han Sen's heart felt strange, however. Although the Jade Sun Force he learned was correct, it now seemed a touch different than before. There was a magical, purple light shining alongside it. That purple light must be the power Queen shoved into me. It must be the power she gained from unlocking her first gene lock, too. But how can I use that to my advantage? I am not sure if this is a good thing or a bad thing, since it seems to be trapped in my kidney now. Han Sen was lost in thought. Whatever the case might be, there didn't seem to be any negative consequences to its presence. After consuming the rest of the mushroom, the Jade Sun Force was finally complete. Both of his kidneys now shone like stoves, providing endless power for Han Sen 24/7. He was not sure if it was affected by the Jade Sun Force, but Han Sen's heresy mantra had also completed its first stage, Long Live. In the past, whenever Han Sen used heresy mantra, if he used it for too long, his heart could not withstand it. It'd end up damaging his body. But after learning Long Live, not only was heresy mantra more powerful, he could use it infinitely without damage being dealt to his body. With Jade Sun Force and Long Live, it's as if I have infinite power. Any difficult skills I learn can be used indefinitely without the need for a break. Han Sen, after learning all this, became really happy. This was almost like a cheat. Although it felt like nothing special when dormant, using it felt extremely powerful. It was just like Yi Dongmu. When he used Wind Strike, he concentrated all the power in his body into one fell strike. After he used the strike, there'd be a long recovery time. But right now, Han Sen was different. He could use Wind Strike like normal, over and over without rest. He did not need a break. It was like playing a video game where people had to gather power to unleash their ultimate ability. But Han Sen had glitched it so he could use his super ability over and over. Jade Sun Force and Long Live made a frightening combination. Han Sen was shaken, but Han Sen did not know how to use Wind Strike. But that did not matter, because of the most powerful burst power skill there was, Thunder Knife. In the past, he would suffer a cooldown of at least 8 seconds before being able to cast it again. Now, he could use it over and over. It looks as if I'll have to modify duel some more. Han Sen was overjoyed, despite the extra trouble. Because of his vitality, his duel skill had been lacking in certain departments. His vitality and power could never remain high enough to support the demands of the skill. But now things were different. Han Sen could use duel to its full extent. Every skill was an ultimate power skill, and now, his damage output would most likely be tripled. It would be far easier for him to kill the twin spirit like this. Han Sen was of the mind to do it, and so he did. Off he went to modify his dual skill once again. He wanted to make it into an ultimate skill. He exchanged 5 S-ranked St. Hall licenses for 5 Evolver-class powerful sword skills. He borrowed the techniques inside and implemented them in his dual skill, modifying them so each skill performed was an ultimate one. The dual skill now was 2 sword skills combined with over 100 movements. After vigorous modification, that number was brought down to 50. After even more extensive work, that number was brought down to 12. Those 2 sets of 12 movements were the skills that dealt the purest, most concentrated amounts of damage. Every move had its own special trait, but when they were all combined and cast at once, he didn't believe any opponent could withstand such a devastating attack, no matter their power or level lead on Han Sen. This is the dual skill I have always wanted. Dealing with the twin spirit should no longer be difficult. But I wonder if Qi Xuan has managed to successfully convince Li Xinglin and Philip yet. Han Sen could no longer wait to attack the royal shelter. Qi Xuan had faced much resistance in his attempts to convince Li Xinglin and Philip. This was because he was unable to solve their silver beetles problem. Li Xinglin and Philip did not dare attack a random royal shelter while under the thumb of their current threat. So, Qi Xuan had to pay a heavy price to convince Li Xinglin and Philip to agree and join the attack on the royal shelter. The ice field will belong to me, Qi Xuan. Qi Xuan returned to the Black God shelter with much excitement. Taking the royal shelter and becoming the boss of the ice fields was an exciting prospect for him. And a record like this was sure to paint him in a different light in his father's eyes. Maybe he'd even be able to inherit Dong Lin. Chapter 591. Attacking the shelter. Brother Han, all is prepared. We can attack the royal shelter whenever we desire. Qi Xuan returned to the Black God shelter and reported to Han Sen that he had successfully enlisted the aid of Li Xinglin and Philip for the assault. Well done, we will follow your plan. Han Sen was looking over the plan Qi Xuan had formulated. Brother Han, there is no need to worry. I won't disappoint you. We will take this royal shelter for ourselves. Qi Xuan then told Han Sen, purposefully deceiving him. His heart was sneering, oh, we will take the royal shelter. But its owner won't be you, Han Sen. No, it will be me. Han Sen looked at Qi Xuan, who wore an earnest, faithful face. Then he smiled, patted his shoulder, and told him, go. I have faith in you. Han Sen was not a person who enjoyed being kept busy. He did enjoy watching others be busy, however. After Qi Xuan left, Yang Manli approached Han Sen with a worried look on her face. She said, is it really okay to let Qi Xuan handle the entire plan of attacking the royal shelter? Han Sen smiled and responded, the Black God shelter belongs to Dong Lin. Allowing Qi Xuan to make the plans will free us up to do our best in battle. For our attack against the royal shelter, this will be a good thing. And what happens after we attack the shelter? Yang Manli was not as optimistic as Han Sen. It seemed as if her eyebrows were perpetually furrowed, and she frowned without ever allowing her forehead to relax. Don't worry, that royal shelter will be owned by Han Sen answered. Yang Manli noticed how confident Han Sen appeared, so, despite her continued worry and reservations, she didn't push her concerns any further. The troops of the various shelters were now mobile and nearing the royal shelter. Bravely, they moved to the outskirts of the shelter to clear out any creatures around it, in preparation for the big battle that was to come. With everyone camped out and ready, they waited for the time they would be split into groups of 3 and sent out to follow the commands given to them. Han Sen's group was the most powerful, and they were the ones assigned to attack the main gate. Han Sen was following Qi Xuan's plan to a T, without making a single change. As a result, Qi Xuan was feeling rather cocky. He believed that Han Sen trusted him entirely, and that he had wrapped Han Sen around his little finger. If that wasn't the case, why else would he be doing exactly what he was told? Qi Xuan almost felt bad for being so manipulative. Just wait until I get the royal shelter. If he listens to what I tell him, then I won't treat him too poorly. This was a thought propagated by Qi Xuan's heart, but it wasn't soon before his mind questioned such judgment. This sort of man is not suitable for important responsibilities. If the person in charge cannot be cruel and unforgiving, then it is only a matter of time before others try to take advantage and attempt to trample on me. The siege began. The beasts that were behind the walls of the shelter, dozens of miles away, could be heard roaring. The tension began to bubble and boil as they approached the battlegrounds. And finally, everyone marched forward to do combat with the creatures that would stay their advance. Far away, on the slopes of a snowy mountain, a fit woman watched the battle unfold. She talked to herself, saying, "I should be able to see what his power is from here." Far away, on the other side of the battlefield, a little girl stood and observed the scene, too. She had long black hair that almost reached the ground. In her arms, she held a silver fox. Although this was a siege, only a few people from the goddess shelter fought alongside Han Sen. Those backing him up were not very strong, and most of them were commanded by Qi Xuan and positioned elsewhere. But this time, Qi Xuan did not see the silver-haired spirit. This made him feel strange. Qi Xuan did not know that the silver-haired spirit would not leave the spirit hall, and he was afraid Han Sen might run ahead and try to steal the spirit stone. But Han Sen did not care all that much. He wore blood-scale armor and held his two favorite swords in his hands. With Yang Manli and his other fighters, he led their offense against the main gate. Qi Xuan had given Han Sen this position, where the creatures were the strongest. With only a few people from the goddess shelter backing him up, he had hoped the monsters would eliminate them. But instead of slowly battling their way forward, Han Sen and his people instead decided to rush ahead madly. Qi Xuan shook his head at the sight, and the conflicted voices inside him argued once more, "That person is brave, I'll give him that. But he's just as stupid. It's hard to do business with such a person, but then again, someone as brave as that may come in handy sometime in the future." Qi Xuan, lost in thought, suddenly noticed the presence of a multitude of cracks in the ground, stemming from the royal shelter. And then, an endless parade of silver beetles burst out towards the battlefield like a flood. The fight had only just begun, but already, the silver ladybug had decided to make an appearance. This was vastly different than the last time, when it showed up right at the end. Qi Xuan frowned but had already made preparations for its coming. If he didn't, then it would have been impossible for him to convince Li Xinglan and Philip to attack the shelter. The signal was sent, and all the soldiers opened their backpacks and lobbed creature meat out across the field. Within seconds, the entire snowy field was drenched like a frothy pool of blood. The silver beetles did not differentiate between friend or foe, or even acknowledge who their aggressors were. But when they smelled the blood, they were immediately attracted to the mound of bloody flesh that was built up. With them out of the way and distracted, an empty space presented itself. "Get in there!" Qi Xuan shouted. All the human evolvers evaded the ladybugs and ran forward, using their strongest attacks as they advanced towards the royal shelter. But when Qi Xuan turned to look at the main gate, he saw Han Sen and his people were already there. The speed with which they had cleared a path came as a shock to him. The creatures at the main gate were the strongest, and despite that, Han Sen's team had not suffered a single casualty. Han Sen was in the front, clasping two swords. One was silver and one was purple. As he fought, it was like he was dancing, and every step he took around a monster was accompanied with another lesion in his foe, spewing blood. Powerful skills, sure, but he is still a stupid man. Qi Xuan looked at the sky above the royal shelter. In his heart, he thought, this royal shelter has been host to great swaths of creatures. Thunderdevil will come in from the other side, though, and he should reach the spirit hall before Han Sen does. I just hope they are able to tame and subdue the spirit there. Whatever royal spirit resides in this place must be a maddening foe, and one that is worthy of a great deal of coin. While Qi Xuan was thinking, he saw Han Sen was already leading people inside the shelter. Because of the appearance of the silver beetles, many creatures had run off, which lessened the resistance they faced. Qi Xuan did not dare slow down, so he ran towards the shelter from another path. Still, he wasn't in too much of a rush because there was no way Han Sen could be faster than Thunderdevil. By the time Han Sen reached the spirit hall, he was sure that the spirit inside would have been tamed by his secret ally already. However, what Qi Xuan did not notice amidst all the chaos was a silver fox that had managed to slip inside the shelter. It was running towards Han Sen, too. Yang Manli, Zhu Ting, Uncle Qing, and the rest of his people now followed Han Sen as he entered the royal shelter. But when they entered there, they were shocked to see a far greater number of creatures on the inside than the outside. And what was more, there were many sacred blood variants mixed in. It seemed as if the spirit would not have to come out and join the fight. There are far too many creatures here. Should we wait until the other groups show up? Zhu Ting looked around nervously. They were the only ones who had rushed in, and the others were quite far behind. There is no need to wait, Han Sen said, and as he did, a silver fox leapt onto his shoulder. Chapter 592. Miracle. Zhu Ting and his people were shocked and a little uncertain when they saw the vast host of powerful creatures now confronting them. Their presence consumed his entire vision, and their numbers far exceeded the 200 Han Sen had with him. They weren't even all that talented, so it was hard to imagine what slaughter might transpire if they started to attack. Even if the creatures queued up and allowed them to fight one-on-one, it would only be a matter of time before each battler became too exhausted to fight and was killed. Even Uncle Qing, the old man who had seen much, bore a bleak face. Seeing that the creatures did not budge, he did not dare enter and provoke them. Han Sen, however, ran into the creatures alone. The others were unsure of whether or not to follow him. The next second, Yang Manli, Uncle Qing, and Zhu Ting were left staring in disbelief. As Han Sen ran towards the monsters, they parted like an ocean, as if they were afraid of him. They seemed frightened, and they each scrambled out of the way. Whenever Han Sen took a step forward, another creature took a step back. Even a titan snake that was 100 feet long fell back and dared not hit him. Seeing Han Sen march in like a god was a strange thing to watch. Yang Manli and the rest had their jaws on the floor, and they almost couldn't believe what they were seeing. "Boss, are you going to heaven?" Zhu Ting followed. Uncle Qing and the rest followed, as well, despite their frightened and bewildered looks. As they followed Han Sen, the creatures that were near would run off as soon as they got close. He was truly like some deity, striking fear into the bones of every monster in the shelter. How can he do that? Yang Manli had a puzzled expression when she looked at Han Sen, and she couldn't imagine what sort of powers he was employing. Uncle Qing looked faithful, and maybe a little bit fanatical when he looked at Han Sen. He really is the heir of Master Han, isn't he? He does possess magical powers, he does. For the others, they either thought they were witnessing was an absolute miracle or they were dreaming. Han Sen brought Yang Manli and the rest to the spirit hall. He was familiar with this place and did not want to waste any more time. So he rushed in as soon as he arrived. Not situated too far from the wall of the royal shelter, Queen was able to see everything. She too was quite surprised. How did he do that? Although some medicine could repel certain creatures, such items would not work when facing creatures under the direct command of a spirit. Especially such large numbers of them. This heightened Queen's interest in Han Sen, so she made sure to take extra care in her observations. From a distance, of course. Finally, Qi Xuan managed to enter the shelter with his people. What he saw gave him the jinkies and scared him quite a bit. There were creatures everywhere, and in far greater numbers than what they faced on the battlefield outside. There were even many sacred blood creatures waiting for them, but he could not see where Han Sen or his people had gone, and neither could he see any sign of a struggle or battle. It was as if Han Sen and his people had pulled a Houdini, vanishing without a trace. That is strange. Where are they? Qi Xuan was confused, but he couldn't spend too much time dwelling on it. A large group of creatures approached, and everyone thrust themselves into a terrifying battle with the monsters that had come for them. At this time, Han Sen and his people were right outside the spirit hall, and they had gotten there with no trouble. Yang Manli wanted to shake herself, as if trying to wake up from some weird dream. After she saw the gold and silver lady spirits, she couldn't help but say, "The twin spirits resides in this shelter. You guys take a break, sit and watch. I'll take care of this." Han Sen had trained his dual skill for the longest time with the aim of taking down the twin spirits. He didn't want anyone else to join in, for he wanted to beat it by himself. Besides, the people from the other shelters had yet to arrive. If they beat the twin spirits too soon, many creatures would run off, as well. The reward everyone could achieve would be reduced, so he wanted to wait for Qi Xuan and the rest to arrive before finishing off the spirit. Uncle Qing and his people were already treating his words like gospel, and now, they watched Han Sen go towards the twin spirits. Like he truly was their religious deity going into battle. They were each stricken with a strange feeling, however, one that they couldn't quite place their finger on. Massive numbers of creatures in the royal shelter just stood and watched Han Sen begin combat with the twin spirits. They weren't doing anything, and it was so bewildering that if they told this story to others who were not here to see this happen, people would chalk them up as liars or plain crazy. Han Sen's kidneys were brimming with energy and his heart was jumping like rhythmic thunder. His body felt as if it had boundless power. As he held onto his purple and silver swords, he ran towards the twin spirits without hesitation. The twin spirits hated Han Sen. Tightly clutching their gold and silver swords, they went to fight against their pestering nemesis once more. Each strike was brought down like gold and silver lightning. These are some really good skills. It is no wonder why they are royal spirits. Is the boss going to be okay battling them both? As Zhu Ting finished his words, he saw Han Sen use his two swords to batter the twin spirits with such force, it sent them rocketing through the air. Invincible. Everyone had this word on their mind. Han Sen's powerful sword and skills had resulted in the twin spirits being stripped of its ability to fight back. No matter how quickly or powerfully the twin spirits attacked, Han Sen was always one step ahead. Both of Han Sen's hands held a sword, and each one was performing a different sword skill to do battle with the twin spirits. And as he fought and fought, the twin spirits were being beaten back further and further. The boss is too cool. The boss is the man. One man taking on two girls. Damn, he is the best. The young men in the back were waving their flags in support. It was surreal. This was supposed to be a battleground of bloody war, but it was more like they were sitting back to watch a show in an arena. The faces of the twin spirits looked terrible. Before, they could go against Han Sen without any trouble. But now, they could not keep up with him and were repeatedly being knocked backwards. They did not have the power to fight back. Then Han Sen ran into the center of the spirit hall. On the other side of the royal shelter, there resided dozens of elite killing creatures. A path formed between them as the bodies of countless creatures slumped and staggered away to form mounds of the deceased. Along the bloody path others now walked. They were trying to find the spirit shelter. The leader of these people was cloaked in green lightning, and he held a longsword that flashed, sparked, and crackled with electricity. The creatures that were hit by this sword were sent flying backwards, burned into charcoal by the airborne fire that charged his weapon. This group of people marched forward, uninhibited by the creatures that attempted to stop them. This was Thunderdevil and his men. But no matter how fast they cleaved a way forward, they were not as fast as Han Sen, who did not even have to fight any creatures. Besides, Thunderdevil and his people did not know where the spirit hall was. They spent a long while looking for it, but they were still unable to find it. Then, he bumped into Qi Xuan. "What are you guys still doing here?" Qi Xuan saw Thunderdevil and his people with much surprise. "This royal shelter is way too big. It's easy to get lost. We are unable to find where the spirit hall is. We have already scoured the other end of the shelter, so it has to be this way." Thunderdevil pointed in the direction he was going. "Let's get going then. The people from the other two shelters are on their way, too. We can't let them get there first," Qi Xuan said. Then, merging with the forces of Thunderdevil, they marched towards the spirit shelter. Chapter 593. Crushing Power. Yang Manli and her people followed Han Sen to the spirit hall, where Han Sen used his swords to utterly suppress the twin spirits. Through his ceaseless barrage of sword strikes, the twin spirits could not gain ground and push back, and it fell back further and further. There is something sinister and malevolent about this Han Sen. He has been in the second god's sanctuary for less than a year, so how can he be so powerful? He is somehow managing to suppress two royal spirits simultaneously. And as for what happened earlier, Zhu Ting bore a strange look, and he seemed to be disturbed by his thoughts. Pang! The twin spirits had been pushed back as far as possible, and now had its back to a statue. The pretty faces of the royal spirits looked pale and hopeless. The silver snake sword and ancient mascot sword were each pressed against a spirit's neck. Seeing both of the spirits down on their knees, with pitiable and saddened looks on their faces, Han Sen felt remarkably happy. Once, these had almost cost him his life by severely injuring him. Today, he was finally able to turn the tides and win back some of the pride he had lost that time. "Quickly, kill them and grab the spirit stone," someone shouted from behind. "There is no rush, I will wait a little longer." Han Sen did not finish off the spirits yet, he just continued to rest the swords against their necks. He wanted to provide more time for Qi Xuan and the rest to slay more creatures for a greater bounty when the day was over. Although Qi Xuan had a curious conflict of interest brewing in his heart, it was something he managed to mostly ignore. With the power of Thunderdevil in the Black God shelter, they were assuredly the strongest force across the ice field. He thought it was practically guaranteed that he would take the royal shelter for himself. Even if Li Xinglan and Philip wanted to prevent him from taking it over, any attempt at retaliation would be futile. There was absolutely no one who could go up against Thunderdevil. Finally, Qi Xuan found the Spirit Hall. As he approached its entrance, however, he was almost disturbed to notice the complete absence of creatures. Even more unnerving were the half-jovial sounds of human talk resonating from inside. Qi Xuan and Thunderdevil looked at each, acknowledging what they were both thinking. Together, they ran into the Spirit Hall. With the rest accompanying, a larger host entered the Spirit Hall behind them. Qi Xuan's pupils decreased into little beads after he was inside. He saw the people that were supposed to be fighting elsewhere in the spirit shelter reclined in the Spirit Hall. Han Sen already stood next to a statue, reaching out his hand to grab the spirit stone that was embedded within. It is the twin spirits. Qi Xuan saw Han Sen holding a gold sword and a silver sword, with the twin spirits standing in concession beneath the blades. He couldn't have been more surprised. Seeing Han Sen take the two spirit stones, the silver-haired lady and golden-haired lady then ceremoniously knelt before Han Sen. They lowered both of their proud heads and spoke in tandem. Yin Princess and Yang Princess are willing to submit and offer absolute loyalty to a new master. We can become the most faithful of servants. Everyone else was now on their feet, staring at the princesses who were kneeling and swearing fealty to Han Sen. This was a pair of princess spirits. It was rare enough to see a royal-class spirit make such a vow, but to have two of them do it at the same time was almost unbelievable. In each of Han Sen's hands rested a spirit stone, one silver and one gold. He placed the stones on the Yin Princess and Yang Princess's foreheads. They then became one with their stones, disappearing into them in a blinding light. Everyone continued to stand there, just watching. The taking of a royal spirit was something few people would ever see. And for it to be the twin spirits, above all, was something might happen once every 100 years at best. When the royal spirits were taken, the creatures inside the shelter lost their reason to remain and defend what was previously their home, and so they fled. A little while later, Li Xinglan and Philip arrived at the Spirit Hall. "Aren't you guys supposed to be hunting the creatures? What are you doing here?" Han Sen turned to survey the hall with his eyes, which after one long pan, ended up on Qi Xuan. Qi Xuan sighed and said, "Brother Han, you are so blessed. You must be really lucky to have been able to tame the twin spirits." All of a sudden, Qi Xuan's tone of voice changed. "But you cannot live off the merit of luck your entire life. Brother Han, I will be taking this shelter, okay? Qi Xuan, do you not remember the promise made between Tang's family and Dong Lin?" Han Sen kept his stare on Qi Xuan as he spoke. The promise between Dong Lin and Tang's family only applied to the Black God shelter. "This isn't the Black God shelter, now is it?" Qi Xuan smiled. Li Xinglan and Philip looked at each other, as if to confirm they were about to do something in tandem. But all of a sudden, Qi Xuan made a gesture with his hand. In seconds, countless soldiers from the Black God shelter swarmed every corner of the hall. "This is between me and Brother Han, so please don't interrupt us." "Thanks, I appreciate that," Qi Xuan told Li Xinglan and Philip. "Qi, you promised that the three of us would be in charge once we took the shelter. You are going to take it all for yourself," Philip said coldly. "This world is reserved for the strong. Even if I did give it to you, could you honestly hold onto this shelter?" Qi Xuan then gave a signal which made the evolvers around him assume battle stances. There were more than 40 evolvers with a fitness level of over 100. The faces of Li Xinglan and Philip changed. Both of their shelters only had 10 evolvers with a fitness level of over 100. Black God shelter, however, was only supposed to contain 20. How could there now be so many? Against so many evolvers with such a level, it would have been impossible for them to fight back. And so they reverted to silence. Yang Manli scowled, as did the rest of her compatriots. A battalion such as that would be enough to sweep clean the entirety of the ice field. Qi Xuan was right, however. Only the strong could thrive and become formidable leaders. The power Qi Xuan had now was truly enough to assert control over anything he desired upon the ice field. It would be pointless for anyone to resist. "Brother Han, you and I were friends. It is a shame we do not see eye to eye on this," but if you pledge fealty to me and swear obedience, I will keep you by my side. Our relationship can remain the way it was, except our roles will be reversed. Qi Xuan, empowered with a feeling of dominance, spoke to Han Sen in a tone marinated with the bitter sauce of bluster. Qi Xuan, you honestly think these people can stop me? Han Sen stroked the silver fox in his arms and asked his question calmly. Qi Xuan smiled and responded, Brother Han is very powerful. This is something I acknowledge, and I would not dare look down on you, if this is what you fear. After that, Qi Xuan pointed to the man at his side, Thunderdevil. He then said, I can only assume you do not know who this person is, so allow me to introduce you. This is the most talented evolver in Donglin. This is Thunderdevil. Few people could ever hope to be as talented as him. He is a successful learner of the skill Thunder Core. He also unlocked his first gene lock in the second God's Sanctuary. He is quite the rarity in the Alliance. Everyone's faces changed as they looked at Thunderdevil in fright. If he had been able to unlock his first gene lock in the second God's Sanctuary, the man by Qi Xuan's side was undoubtedly a genius. He looked to be between 40 and 50, so already having such an achievement as a notch in his belt was remarkable. Silence deafened the ears of all in the hall. Qi Xuan had with him an elite who had already unlocked his first gene lock. This sort of power would not simply mop up its adversaries but crush them into dust. The hall had never been so quiet, and a sad realization dawned in the hearts of all who were there. Their hope had been depleted, and with this man and his crushing power present, the fear of losing everything in the ice field to Qi Xuan was all too real. Chapter 594. Ridiculous, Brother Han, you have treated me like a little brother. If you are willing to help me, I will treat you with the reverence of a real brother. Qi Xuan looked at Han Sen when he spoke. If I said I was willing to help you, would you honestly believe I would? Han Sen responded, looking calmly back at Qi Xuan. I see no reason why I would not believe you. But, I do have medicine with me. It is my hope that you will take it. Qi Xuan had no fear of anything. He pulled out a platinum bottle from his inner chest pocket and threw it towards Han Sen. Han Sen caught the bottle and opened it. It contained numerous fire crystal-looking pills that were about the same size as a pigeon's eye. What are these pills? Han Sen held one of the pills in his hand and looked at it in the light. He noticed the hardened exterior of the pill contained a rolling liquid inside. It's a geno-creation pill. Our Dong Lin contains fantastic biological gene technology. This is just one of our products. Once you eat it, it can trigger genome mutations. There's every chance it could make you stronger, but... Qi Xuan gave a brief pause. After a while, he resumed by saying, but there is also the chance your genes suffer a snafu of sorts. But don't you worry. If you inject yourself with a geno-stabilizer, you can stabilize the mutant genes. It won't harm your body. This isn't some fresh product that has just come out the oven, it's mature and has been extensively developed. Nothing will go wrong. If I take this, then that would mean I would have to listen to you for the rest of my life. Han Sen spoke with a frosty tone as he looked at the geno-creation pill. I must confess, I wouldn't let a character such as yourself out of my sight for very long. If I let you leave, my thoughts and dreams would be disturbed. That is why I must put you on a leash as soon as I am able, Qi Xuan said. You have more than 40 evolvers with a fitness level of over 100, and you have an elite who has unlocked their first gene lock. It looks like you have exerted a lot of effort in composing this little posse of yours. Han Sen looked around the room, observing the faces of all who were present. Brother Han is a very powerful person. Such preparations were necessary. If I wasn't going to stake a claim and take this royal shelter for myself, I wouldn't have bothered Thunderdevil to come all this way. Qi Xuan smiled. You really think that special little elite in your midst is invincible? Han Sen went back to stroking his silver fox. He then raised his lips in a disdainful smile. Did you just say, special little elite? You better watch your tone, boy. Thunderdevil's face now changed as he glared fiercely at Han Sen, green electricity crackling all around his body. When everyone saw the electricity that swirled, snapped, and crackled around Thunderdevil, their hope for a happy ending vanished. This really was an elite who had unlocked their first gene lock, and he was no foe to be trifled with. Mr. Qi, there is no need to entertain this tiring chit-chat with the boy. If he does not quickly agree, then just kill him. Thunderdevil maintained his gaze on Han Sen while he spoke to Qi Xuan. Brother Han, please consider it. Qi Xuan was getting annoyed. What's the problem? I was being honest. An elite who has unlocked their first gene lock. Am I supposed to be afraid or something? You're pulling my leg, right? Did you think this clown would frighten me? Han Sen said, with a frost-bitten tone. After Han Sen said this, everyone's faces warped into looks of disbelief. No one believed Han Sen would have the audacity to say something like that. To show contempt towards an elite of such a high rank was near enough to asking for death. To call the elite a clown, Han Sen must have lost his mind. Do you have a death wish, boy? Electricity now swirled madly around Thunderdevil, and green bolts of lightning cracked in his eyes. Han Sen's disrespect seemed to have made him extremely angry. Qi Xuan had not given the order to attack yet, so Thunderdevil stayed put. Brother Han, if you continue to be so stubborn, then don't blame me for what happens next. Qi Xuan's face looked bleak. He turned to look at Thunderdevil, then nodded. Thunderdevil had already come to dislike Han Sen. He was not accustomed to being looked down upon by someone who had not yet unlocked their own first gene lock. He thought Han Sen didn't know his place. The moment Qi Xuan nodded, fierce shieldings of electricity surrounded Thunderdevil. He was wholly consumed by the green aura of airborne fire. His hands clutched a long physical bolt of lightning, and threw it like a javelin towards Han Sen. With the terrifying scene that was now unfolding, everyone took a step back to avoid being struck by Thunderdevil's thunder and lightning. He was so bright, they could not even see Thunderdevil's body. All that could be heard was the swirling pressure of crackling static and electricity. Han Sen then saw the incoming spear of lightning. This scary power made everyone's hearts pound in fear, but it also gave them each a modicum of jealousy, wishing they could one day attain such talent. All of them desired to one day unlock their first gene lock, but realistically, only 1 in a million was likely to achieve such a status. But between their jealousy and frightened emotional state, they thought they were going to have to watch Han Sen be slain by the Thunderdevil. However, it was at that moment that the silver fox Han Sen had been holding leapt into action. A silver cloud of lightning appeared and annihilated the incoming spear of green electricity. Then, more thunder snapped the skies apart. Before it could finish, it was joined by a chorus of screams. The Thunderdevil, who once struck fear into the hearts of everyone present, was now blackened and charred. Then he fell to the floor. There were 3 gouge marks in his body, wounds that were deep enough to reveal his bones. He writhed around on the floor, unable to stand back up. The audience quaked in their boots, in utter disbelief at the sight of Thunderdevil squirming around on the ground. When the screaming stopped, the spirit hall fell silent. Not even the sounds of breathing could be heard from the crowd that watched. No way. How? What happened? How can an elite who has unlocked their first gene lock be beaten by a little pet fox? Everyone was speechless, and their minds were now plagued with 1,000 different questions over what they had just witnessed. All they could do was look at Thunderdevil, who was rolling around on the floor. The color in Qi Xuan's face drained, and a chill spiked his heart. He could not believe his ace in the hole had been beaten so simply. He was an elite who had unlocked his first gene lock, after all. Pang! Han Sen picked up the silver fox and stroked him in his arms once more. Then he walked up to the ground-bound Thunderdevil and kicked him in front of Qi Xuan. Did I say clown? I'm sorry, this guy is an insult to clowns. Is this who you were relying on? Han Sen looked at Qi Xuan, who now bore a pale face. Thunderdevil, who was near Qi Xuan's feet, was spilling blood from his mouth. It looked as if he was on death's door. Qi Xuan and his 40 other elites looked absolutely petrified. They did not dare to move. The teeth of the audience were chattering, and their bodies were shivering in fear and uncertainty. Qi Xuan must have thought he was suffering an unrelenting nightmare. He had more than 40 elites, one of which had unlocked his first gene lock. This powerful lineup, that had seemed to dwarf the rest in the hall, now seemed like a pitiful joke. Yes, it was ridiculous. Qi Xuan had believed he controlled the crushing power necessary to subdue any foe that sought to hinder his goals and desires. Now, he believed it was ridiculous. This man, who listened to everything and never said no, Qi Xuan had thought to be stupid. But now, he revered Han Sen like some god. He could hardly look at him, and all he could do was shiver in his boots. It was in this moment that Qi Xuan realized Han Sen never once took him seriously, and that the entire time he had been with him, he must have been merely enjoying the comedy. It was as if he had been watching an ant, being arrogant and trying to bully others. His behavior had been ridiculous and all his plans were childish. All of a sudden, Qi Xuan's confidence collapsed and with it, he fell to the ground. Chapter 595, King of the Ice Fields. Today, I saw a lot. He is too strong. That elite had unlocked his first gene lock, but Han Sen whipped him like a dog. It's sick. That guy's little pet dog absolutely ravaged the elite who had managed to unlock his first gene lock. If that was his pet, how strong must he himself be? What pet dog? It was a pet cat. It was stronger than a dog, no matter what it was. It possessed the strength of a god. Han Sen didn't even have to do anything. All he did was talk until he decided to sick the fiend on Thunderdevil. This is madness. You guys weren't there. None of you saw the look on Qi Xuan and his followers' faces. There were a few hundred evolvers there, 40 of them with a fitness level of more than 100. All of them possessed a fair amount of might, but in front of Han Sen, none of them even dared to pass wind. They were afraid of doing anything that might tick Han Sen off, perhaps inciting him to slay them all in one fell swoop. Qi Xuan was so frightened, he almost had a heart attack and died. If you ever have a role model, whose footsteps you would be keen to follow in, make it Han Sen. That way, you will achieve true happiness. Be Han Sen. You wouldn't even qualify to be his pet. You guys think you can match that pet of his? That pet killed the fellow with an unlocked gene lock. Han Sen could put you to work as a dishcloth, but beyond that, I doubt he'd find any use for you guys. Well, one thing has become a certainty, the ice field are now the domain of Han Sen. Of course, he is unique. I bet you'd never find anyone else remotely like him elsewhere. And I'm not talking about just the ice field. This guy would most likely be the cream of the crop no matter which shelter he went to. I've seen a lot in my time, but rarely have I been this excited. You didn't get to see the way those high and mighty elites looked that day. When they saw what Han Sen did, they were like children approaching an abusive father. After the fighting that took place in the royal shelter, the ice field changed. The three factions that governed the ice field were broken. Han Sen took the royal shelter and formed an alliance with Li Xinglan and Philip, which led to the formation of a new goddess shelter. The three armies were then split into four. Yang Manli was made leader of the goddess army, Li Xinglan was put in charge of the Starwheel army, Philip became the leader of the Philip army, and lastly, Qi Xuan was made leader of the Black God army. Han Sen remained leader of the goddess shelter, but was unsatisfied with the title. He thought, leader, lacked a certain flair. Han Sen did not kill Qi Xuan, though, because that would only cause more problems in the future. He also needed the strength of Qi Xuan's men to keep the new royal shelter in fine operation. Han Sen did not fear the possibility being betrayed again, either. The three factions worked together to bring down the royal shelter, with the Black God shelter receiving the most benefits. But because of the treachery enacted by Qi Xuan and his men, all their potential rewards were forfeited and given to Han Sen exclusively. Qi Xuan did not receive a penny or a scrap of meat. Despite all of his rewards being taken by Han Sen, however, he did not complain once. He was merely happy enough to be walking away with his head still attached to his shoulders. Han Sen was no longer a man he would be keen to trifle with. Han Sen also gave the goddess army the greatest boons. If they required it, they could buy creature meat at very low prices. This meant the power of the troops in his army could increase at a much faster rate. Not only that, but following the news of his triumph over Qi Xuan's treachery, many more people came to enlist in the goddess army. It didn't take long before the ranks of Han Sen's own army increased substantially. Although the army's power was trailing behind the other three, at its new trajectory, it would soon surpass them. Eat until your bellies are full. There is no need to save me some. Han Sen prepared a truck-sized feast of sacred blood meat for the angels to dine on. This time, Han Sen had received the bodies of 4 different sacred blood creatures. They were killed by Qi Xuan and Thunderdevil, but it was Han Sen who became the recipient of their meat. Unfortunately, however, they were too big. Han Sen roasted a good deal of the meat and took to eating it with 0. The rest was given to the angels, to accelerate their growth. Due to the Silver Fox's tremendous performance, Han Sen started looking forward to seeing how the angels would develop as fighters. Aside from the sacred blood meat they were given, there were over 100 mutant beasts to eat, as well. Not to mention the countless ordinary monsters they had also become recipients of. It would have been impossible for Han Sen to eat them all in any reasonable amount of time, so he had no choice but to sell them. After all, the carcasses of once living creatures could not be kept for long. Han Sen did keep some smaller amounts of mutant creature flesh to eat. And with it, he estimated that within a month, his mutant genopoints would be maxed out. It's a shame I am unable to bring the silver fox out to hunt. Otherwise, I would not have to worry about my sacred Geno points, either. Han Sen stroked the silver fox that continued to rest in his arms and couldn't help but feel disappointed. Boss, I have formulated the account. Young Manly had prepared a ledger for Han Sen, but when she came near to deliver it, her eyes could not look away from the silver fox. The silver fox had earned quite the name for itself across the icefield. It was the pet that had killed an elite who had unlocked his gene lock in a single hit, after all. It was difficult to imagine something so small dealing such vast amounts of damage. Young Manly had seen the silver fox before, but she believed it to be an ordinary pet. It only seemed natural, as Han Sen played with it frequently. She never imagined it had such terrifying powers. It was a frightening little thing. Han Sen took a look at the ledger and was startled to learn that the sum of money they had received from selling the excess meat in the past few days was in the billions. If they started running the royal shelter, the income they would receive would be unimaginable. They'd end up rivaling the income generated from mega corporations that ran entire planets. Of course, it couldn't possibly rival a galactic mega corporation, but Han Sen was happy to settle for his current projections. With this royal shelter, even if Han Sen didn't lift a finger from this point on, he would be able to live a life of absolute luxury. But this was meaningless to Han Sen, because wealth was not his purpose. Money was useless to him, if he couldn't achieve the power he was striving for. After Young Manly left, Han Sen lifted the bottle of Geno creation pills he had held onto. The last time he brought it out, the silver fox had shown great interest in eating them. But Han Sen didn't let him, as he worried various problems might arise. He wasn't sure if mutating genes was a bad thing or not, and it was different than the consumption of mutant flesh. The silver fox reached out its paws and tried to grab a hold of the bottle. It seemed as if it greatly desired to eat them. Han Sen hesitated for a good while, but in the end, he opened the lid and pulled one out. He placed it in the palm of his hand and folded his fingers into a fist, to prevent the silver fox from taking it, as it desperately wanted to. Are you sure you won't have any problems eating this? Han Sen wasn't sure if the silver fox could understand him, but he still asked. The silver fox quickly nodded, as if it was a genuine response to the question. Then, it moved to rub its head on Han Sen's closed fist. Han Sen paused to think for some time, but then opened his hand. Quickly, the silver fox gobbled up the pill. Han Sen observed the silver fox intently, anxiously waiting to see if there were any changes. He had obtained a fair amount of geno-stabilizers from Qi Xuan, so if a problem arose, he was confident in his ability to fix it. After a while, the only change he noticed was the silver fox's hair. Somehow, it looked a little brighter. But aside from that, nothing. The silver fox tried to claw at the empty bottle, as if he was still hungry for them. It looks like the Geno creation pills are not strong enough to mutate a super creature, Han Sen thought to himself. Chapter 596, Silver Ladybug Mother, Han Sen, you rock. How did you do that? You dealt Dong Lin a significant blow. In the communicator, Tang Junliu was staring at Han Sen in awe. That person in Dong Lin looked for Tang's family, desiring reconciliation with Han Sen. That money is for his son's life. Han Sen looked at Tang Junliu's list and smiled. What's going on? You made a move on his son. Tang Junliu looked at Han Sen with an expression of surprise. I didn't do anything to his son, he came after me. Han Sen told Tang Junliu the tale of what had occurred in the royal shelter. You're telling me you killed an evolver who had unlocked their first gene lock? You have opened a gene lock too, then, I presume. Tang Junliu's eyes were wide, looking at his correspondent's face with much admiration. I'm not that fast. It was just luck. I have a kick-ass pet, and it was my pet that killed Thunderdevil, Han Sen told him, smiling. What sort of pet can be that powerful? If you've got any more for sale, I'll take 10. Tang Junliu jested with a hearty laugh. I only have one. I can only surmise that Lady Luck is fond of me, when bestowing the fortune to receive such pet. You can't envy me. Han Sen laughed. It is no wonder why he was willing to pay you that much. An evolver with an unlocked gene lock was killed by you. Nothing could stand in your way of killing Qi Xuan, if that is what you chose to do, Tang Junliu said. Of course, but I'm not that stupid. I'm not willing to kill people of small concern, like him. There'd be no benefit, and if anything, it'd just be a hassle. Retaliation from Dong Lin would likely occur, as well. I don't even have that many troops at my command, either. I need to make use of his men to take care of the royal shelter for a while my own army expands. Qi Xuan is now a puppet on strings, so I have no fear of any more betrayal. He and his troops will do things honestly and earnestly henceforth. Han Sen continued to peruse the list while he told Tang Zhenli, I suppose I agree with the compensation they are offering. But I don't want these random items or their money. Help me talk to the people in Donglin and have it all swapped for geno creation pills. If those things don't work correctly, they can kill someone. What do you need that many for? Tang Zhenli inquired, frowning. Han Sen knew what Tang Zhenliu was thinking, so he smiled. He said, don't worry, I'm not using this stuff to harm anyone. I know how to use them, but anyway, help me talk to them to get this exchange in motion. Okay, I'll get in touch with them. I'll let you know in a few days, most likely. After a while, Tang Zhenliu still wanted to ask once more, did your pet really kill Thunderdevil? There were many people there, and they can be found all across the ice fields. If you honestly don't believe me, why don't you ask them? I barely lifted a finger. Han Sen spread his hands as he reasserted what had happened. Damn, your luck really does make others jealous. To be able to kill a man who has unlocked their first gene lock, that pet must be way too op. Why can't I ever be the recipient of such fortune? Tang Zhenliu's face was one of almost anguish, in the envy he had for Han Sen. Turning off the communicator, Han Sen went to the royal shelter. The geno creation pills from Donglin were not the type of goods that could be purchased in the markets. This was because the alliance forbid them to be sold. If Han Sen wanted to buy some, there was nowhere he could go to do so. Even if he could obtain them through the more illicit routes of trade, they'd cost an arm and a leg. So, getting them directly from the Qi family was undoubtedly the best way to go about their retrieval right now. If the silver fox wanted to eat them so much, perhaps they could provide some major benefits. There would be no harm in having a few more at his disposal, anyway. If they turned out to provide the boon he was hoping for, Han Sen thought Qi Xuan could stay wrapped around his finger for a while longer. If he ever wanted more, he could go through Qi Xuan for them at the family discount. Boss, the silver beetles outside the gate remain. They are not pulling away. We tried killing a few, and we were successful, but it's as if they can respawn in an instant. How should we deal with them? Philip saw Han Sen pass by and made sure to voice his concern over their unwelcome squatters. This Philip was quite something. The reason he was called Philip was because of his gluttonous appetite for fillet steaks. Li Xinglin once said that Philip's family was rather extensive, and he himself was quite talented. If he wasn't, he couldn't be a faction leader in the fragmented ice fields, after all. I will handle this. You guys don't need to do anything. Han Sen then went to look for Zero, and with her and the silver fox in tow, exited the shelter via the main gate. The evolvers out on the road would always allow Han Sen to pass, and many would greet him as courteously as they could. They'd also make sure to pay their respects to the silver fox. That is the pet that killed the guy with an unlocked gene lock. It looks so ordinary. Who would have thought it possessed so much power? Ah, it's so cute. I really want one. Han Sen was holding the silver fox when he passed through the gate, but when he approached the ladybugs, they did not disappear underground. There was a dizzying amount of them, squirming and shimmering like a lake of molten silver. But as Han Sen drew nearer, the presence of the silver fox eventually came to their attention. When it did, some ran away, whereas others burrowed underground as quickly as they could. These silver beetles were very strange. You wouldn't receive an announcement when you killed one, there was no way to obtain a beast soul from them, and their carcasses simply decomposed without providing any meat for consumption. It was the vast number of them that was most curious, though. It would seem no matter how many you killed, they'd always come back. Han Sen held the silver fox and ran around the area in a loop. Wherever he went, the silver beetles would disappear, but whenever he left and later returned, they'd be back. Han Sen summoned Princess Yin's spirit, bringing her pretty shadow to life in front of him. He pointed towards the silver beetles and asked, "What's the deal with these silver beetles?" Princess Yin moved her pretty eyes and said, "They are not exactly creatures." "Well, if they are not creatures, what are they?" Han Sen frowned as he inquired. After all, how could the creatures inside the shelters not be creatures? "They would best be described as weapons," Princess Yin said. "Give me the details." Han Sen was quite curious about this revelation, so he pressed further. Princess Yin then explained, "There is a silver beetle mother somewhere underground, and she can constantly reproduce the smaller bugs that you see here. But they're not offspring or babies in the traditional sense, they're more like weapons. Han Sen now understood why killing them was so useless. The actual creature they sought resided underground. Is the silver beetle mother a sacred blood creature? Han Sen asked. Yes, Princess Yin confirmed. Han Sen looked around, and said while furrowing his brow, where can she be found? I am unable to control it, as I once could. Therefore, I do not know. As a rough approximation of their burrowed depths, they usually live around 500 meters underground. 500 meters? Han Sen's eyebrows went even tighter. There was no way he would be able to drill 500 meters underground to fight a sacred blood silver beetle mother. But if he did not kill it, it would cost a lot of resources to have people remove their presence, day in, day out. And Han Sen would be the one paying the most, therefore, he did not want that. It is not difficult to kill the silver beetle mother. In fact, if I had my sister, we could do it together ourselves. Yin fluttered her beautiful eyes. This is awesome. Han Sen did not think twice and immediately summoned Princess Yang. The beautiful twins, one with silver hair and the other with gold hair, appeared in front of him. Han Sen could not help but gulp as he witnessed their presence before him, side by side. It was a gorgeous sight to behold. Han Sen couldn't take his eyes off Princess Yin and Princess Yang. The mermaid princess had the ability to control the crystal palace, so he wondered if either of these princesses possessed any special abilities he could employ, as well. Princess Yin and Princess Yang looked at each other. They raised up their swords together, producing two lights, one silver and one gold. Then, in a flash, they both fused together to become a whole new woman clad in gold and silver armor. One iris was gold, the other silver. One hand clutched a silver sword, whereas the other held a golden sword. They have formed to become one person. Han Sen looked at this new spirit lady they had transformed into. He was puzzled, unable to understand why they did not do this before, when he fought them in the spirit hall. He then watched the lady spirit move towards the cracks in the ground that the silver beetles crawled out of. Extending her silver sword outwards, she drove it down into the crevice. Then, with her remaining gold sword, she swirled and twirled it around in the air. After a while of doing this, Han Sen suddenly felt the ground begin to rumble like an earthquake. Then a squealing noise sounded from below the earth as plumes of dust shot out of the crevice like a dirty exhaust. Boom! The spirit lady continued to wave the golden sword in her hand as the silver sword rattled and returned from its earthen sheath. Through magic, it floated in the air and twirled around the spirit lady in a similar way to the golden sword, until it reached the hand that awaited its return. Master, the silver beetle's mother has been killed, the spirit lady reported to Han Sen. Han Sen didn't need the report, however, for he already knew the result through the notification he had received. Princess Yin and Princess Yang slew the silver beetle mother. The beast soul was not acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of sacred geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. The silver beetles were round, but they now looked like wilted flowers. As they lay on the ground in lifeless mounds, they quickly decomposed and vanished out of sight. So, this is what it feels like to have someone else do your dirty work. Han Sen opened his eyes wide and looked at the spirit lady with admiration. Master, that was a yin-yang sword skill, not dirty work. Not one for humor, the spirit lady corrected Han Sen. When we used to fight, why did you not use this skill? Han Sen curiously inquired. Combining yin and yang together does not increase our power. It only enables me to use this particular sword skill. The yin-yang princess explained. Ah, that's why. If that's the case, then you two should split up. Han Sen believed having two women was better than one, so he recommended they remain as Princess Yin and Princess Yang. Han Sen then prepared to return to the shelter, but that was when he faintly saw a shadow appear from behind a glacier. When he took a closer look, he noticed that it was Queen. Queen stared at the silver fox in Han Sen's arms, and did not even look at him. Why are you here? Han Sen frowned, looking at Queen with alarm. If Queen was going to come after the silver fox, he wasn't sure if it could beat her. Although the silver fox was powerful, it was still just a pup. The power was nowhere near what it could one day become. Facing an ordinary evolver who had unlocked the first gene lock seemed to be okay, but the thought of it facing Queen made Han Sen uncertain. The silver fox returned Queen's gaze, just as it did when it first saw Shui Yikuang. Queen then turned to look at Han Sen and said, "Your pet seems to be quite special." "What class is it?" Sacred blood class, Han Sen answered Queen immediately, with no hesitation in his lie. Although he knew Queen wanted to hunt super creatures, he did not know if she actually had yet. Because of this, Han Sen did not wish to say anything more. Queen continued to peer at Han Sen but did not say anything. She then returned her watch to the silver fox and said, "You know, there is still one more class above sacred blood creatures. I formed a team composed of people who have each unlocked their first gene lock. Our purpose is to hunt those monsters. Are you interested? I still haven't unlocked my first gene lock. I thought I wouldn't be qualified to join you," Han Sen said. "With that pet at your side, I would say you are qualified." Queen pointed to the silver fox. "Never mind, then, I don't think I have the abilities to go with you. I can't rely on a pet to keep me alive. Besides, the existence of those creatures is little more than a myth." "Have you killed any to confirm?" Han Sen asked. Queen did not answer. All she said was, "Well, the invitation is always open. If you change your mind, seek me out through Pingqing." And then she left as quickly as she appeared. Queen secretly thought that the creature Han Sen possessed was a super creature, but she had never killed one before. Therefore, she could not be certain and all she could do was guess. After 100 years of development, humans were getting more and more powerful in the second god's sanctuary. Still, humans that could unlock their gene lock in the second god's sanctuary were very rare. Queen spent a lot of time trying to gather such individuals, and despite trying her best, she had only been able to invite 7. Most of them had their own territory, so finding 7 people on her own was quite impressive. But even with a team of such considerable power, they still could not kill creatures that were above the sacred blood class. Such foes had the same abilities, but the powers that fueled them were several times stronger. According to their estimations, for humans to unlock their first gene lock, their fitness level would have to reach 300. This was also the level of a celestial being. Once this level was reached, and a gene lock was unlocked, only then could they be capable of taking on a super creature. But all of this was nigh impossible to achieve in the second god's sanctuary. To kill creatures such as that, humans would need numbers, and they'd have to cooperate. But so far, not a single faction had managed to band together and take one down. And in regards to Han Sen's pet, Queen was captivated by it. Han Sen may not have killed a super creature, but how had he managed to tame one? If Han Sen told her he had already beaten a super creature, she would not have believed him. Although Han Sen was a powerful person, he had not yet unlocked his gene lock. He couldn't survive against a person with an unlocked gene lock by himself. So, if he couldn't do that, he most certainly couldn't go up against a super creature. Queen considered that Han Sen's pet may have been a berserk sacred blood beast soul. Although the chances were slim, that could be what had given it special abilities. But the silver fox was not a beast soul, that meant it had to be a super creature. How could anyone judge her skepticism? After all, no one had been known to tame a creature before. Only those spoken about in legends. The reason why Queen invited Han Sen was because she had witnessed the power of the silver fox and Han Sen together. She used to teach Han Sen, so she could more accurately gauge how he had grown and where he would continue to go. His potential and the likely course of his future was frighteningly impressive. If he unlocked the first gene lock, he'd be a scary master to have and a terrifying foe to face. To be close with a character such as that, Queen was keen to have him in her party as soon as possible. Chapter 598. Unlocking the gene lock. On the other side of the royal shelter was a large mountain. Past the far side of this mountain, however, there wasn't much snow. There was another royal shelter there, controlled by another faction whose owner had unlocked their first gene lock. Developing a shelter on the other side was a difficult thing. The big mountain in between was called Devil's Mountain, and it was occupied by a number of powerful creatures. The slopes of the mountain were coarse, rugged, and steep, which put any would-be fighters on that terrain at a big disadvantage. Only a few people possessed what it took to hunt there, but even those never ventured too far. When Thunderdevil traveled across Devil's Mountain, even he took the long route to avoid the more dangerous zones of that place. According to what Qi Xuan said, the owner of the royal shelter near the Devil's Mountain, called Lu Wei, was the captain of the Blue Blood Reserve Force. He was a powerful man, and although he had unlocked his first gene lock, there was a significant gulf in power between him and Thunderdevil. Han Sen didn't have as many people as he would have liked. The workforce he had was barely enough to keep the royal shelter in operation. His lack of troops was what had driven him to cooperate with others to take the royal shelter. Now that he had taken the ice fields, with the Devil's Mountain at his back for protection, he was near enough a king of the ice fields. If he was able to maintain his hold on the ice fields, and stay in his current position, he would earn a lot of money. Han Sen, Super Body King Spirit Stage, Evolver Lifespan, 300 Super Body Evolve Requirement, 100 Geno Own Geno, Basic Geno, 100. Ordinary Geno, 100. Mutant Geno, 100. Sacred Geno, 39. Han Sen had benefited greatly from his assault on the royal shelter, and now his mutant Geno amount had maxed out. His sacred Geno points had also been given a boost, too. His sacred Geno count had reached 39. Right now, if he had to gauge his fitness level based on the Genos he possessed, he'd put it at 150. But that was not because of his training. This number was equal to top-level evolvers. If Han Sen reached Surpasser state, he could ascend to become a celestial being with a fitness level of 300. But Ji Yanran told him that before he became a Surpasser, the higher fitness level he had, the better. There was no need to rush the process. For now, Han Sen's primary goal was to unlock his gene lock. If he didn't, it would not matter if his fitness was higher than evolvers who had already unlocked theirs. He would still be handicapped and his ability to perform skills would be significantly lessened. I have not been able to finish the first tier of Dongshuan Sutra in a reasonable amount of time, so perhaps it would be best if I do give Jadeskin another shot. I hope there won't be any issues with it. Han Sen, with a renewed resolve, decided to try out Jadeskin once more. When he unlocked the first tier of Jadeskin, he should have unlocked his gene lock, as well. But this had not come to pass. Han Sen knew that the variant of Jadeskin he had learned had some issues, but ever since he absorbed the ice powers from Shui Yaikuang, the skill had changed somewhat. Perhaps through further practice with the skill, he'd be able to unlock his gene lock this time. What concerned Han Sen the most, however, was the possibility of his Jadeskin bringing him negative side effects. The last thing he wanted was to end up with the heart of someone from the Shui family. If he wanted to kill super creatures, which he did, doing so would be impossible for him if he did not unlock his gene lock. Han Sen had the Dongshuan Sutra, though, which meant he wasn't too afraid to experiment with Jadeskin once more. Returning to the Alliance, Han Sen entered a training room and began to practice. With Jadeskin running again, cool air emanated from his cells. With ice coursing through his veins, his body felt as if it were being purified. A greater sense of clarity overwhelmed Han Sen's mind, and he perceived the entire world in a different way. He couldn't put finger on the exact nature of the change, though. Human emotions were dictated by greed, jealousy, lust, and desire. Under the effects of Jadeskin, things were different. Han Sen's association with these cornerstones of human emotion seemed to be dying somewhat, his emotions were getting colder. It made Han Sen feel keen, unusually keen. His vision, smell, taste, touch and hearing were increased as well, but it was the substantial amplification of his sixth sense that surprised him. Han Sen could now hear voices coming from another training room, which was something he had been unable to do before. Although he wasn't cold, Han Sen's body felt somehow chill. His mind was at greater ease. His emotions seemed to be fading away, and he almost didn't feel human. The cells in his body were struggling, almost moaning. It was as if they were now in shackles. Han Sen never felt so restrained before. And as these feelings started to increase, his body started to panic, and he wanted to shatter the chains that bound him. Han Sen felt himself touch the first gene lock, and he acknowledged that the Jadeskin was different than before. No matter how hard he had trained it in the past, it had never come close to making him feel as he did now. Han Sen believed that if he continued, he would unlock the first gene lock. But the further he went, the more his emotions were stripped away from him. He was afraid of becoming little more than an android, programmed to gain power through any means necessary, all without a heart. He was afraid that if he unlocked his gene lock, he would lose all semblance of his former self. He would be a husk of a human being, someone worse than the Shui family, even. At least the Shui family possessed some form of emotion. Right now, Han Sen couldn't feel anything. He didn't feel happy, sad, or even angry. If he used the Jadeskin to unlock the gene lock, he ran the possibility of never feeling such emotions again. His cells were struggling, and his sixth sense continued to grow. He felt his body shrink, as if he was going to be imprisoned for 1,000 years. He couldn't wait to break free from whatever haunting force choked the liberty from his being. The last time I tried training Jideskin, the Dongshuan Sutra is what woke me up. But right now, it isn't doing anything. Maybe it's because this time there is no danger. Perhaps I should push further and give this a genuine try. Under the effects of his seemingly inhuman sense of apathy, Han Sen started to strike against his first gene lock. All the cells in his being began raging, burning hot with a sense of power he hadn't felt before. It was like pushing against an invisible force with immeasurable strength, and as it occurred, Han Sen's teeth chattered and his body trembled. But despite the writhing of his cells, his mind was calm and cool like a marble statue. And that's how he sat there, unmoving. His sixth sense was getting even sharper now, and it's continued to grow larger and larger. At the same time, Han Sen's mind conjured up a strange image. Through the wall, he could see the people in the next training room. Han Sen knew this wasn't because he had been gifted X-ray vision, but through the accelerating growth of his seventh sense. Just by hearing the sounds, his mind's eye could construct an image depicting exactly what was going on in the next chamber. That was the nature of the seventh sense. It was a person's ability to analyze time and space, in their past, present, and future forms. Han Sen's seventh sense was stronger than most people's, and right now it had been amplified by an order of magnitude. It was sharper than the sharpest blade. Suddenly, the sound of broken ground sent a shockwave through Han Sen's body. He felt something within him break. And now, he was overwhelmed with a feeling of release. It was as if he had been incarcerated for 1,000 years and now he was free. He was feeling incandescent, as if he could command the skies, as if he could fly, as if he had been reborn as an angel. Everything is born Alaya, it's already here, it is full and clear, the same as Nirvana. Han Sen didn't receive any new icy powers after unlocking his first gene lock, but the strength of his body was dramatically increased. That wasn't the most important boon he had received, however. Most importantly, Han Sen's seventh sense had received massive amplifications. It had reached the max proficiency a human could achieve, which gave Han Sen a curious feeling. He couldn't quite explain it, but it made Han Sen view the world in a different way. He could see things as he had never seen them before. Han Sen could not tell what future changes this talent would bring, but maybe it was because of his fitness that he didn't actually fully unlock his gene lock. He felt as if he had unlocked it, as much as he hadn't. He couldn't quite put a finger on anything right now. Han Sen walked out of the training room with his gene lock opened. His heart felt strange, and as he walked, he felt as if the walls around him were disintegrating. He was able to see everything, beyond what any human eye could behold. But he also felt as though his body was being encased in ice. Sound, temperature, light, these things and more became simple rules of additional deduction in his mind. So great was his vision now, that even if he closed his eyes, he could still see what was in front of him. This is too amazing. This feeling is too amazing. Han Sen wanted to be happy, but strangely, he was unable to feel any particular emotion. It felt as if everything was pre-purposed and almost expected, therefore nullifying the need to be explicitly surprised or happy. As Han Sen continued walking, he suddenly noticed a woman removing her clothes. It was Annie. She had long legs, pale white skin, and massive boobs. He could see it all. But when Han Sen paid closer attention, he noticed there was a wall separating them, and that Annie was actually in her changing room. It was a thick wall like any other, but his vision provided a clearer image than any thermal vision apparatus could. In his current situation, however, Han Sen did not feel any sensation of lust. Viewing Annie's amazing body, he might as well have been looking at a mannequin. He noticed her being as naked as she was, but then turned and continued on his way. He walked around the base and noticed a pain encroaching in his head. He knew that his fitness level would have difficulty supporting the unlocked gene lock. Therefore, to prevent further pain, he exited gene lock mode. His body reverted to its prior feelings of being bound, and he lost the amazing feelings he had previously been drenched in. His fitness returned to normal and his seventh sense reduced. Although it did not bear the fruit of elemental powers, I like it. It's not bad. Han Sen finally smiled. After turning off his gene lock, his emotions returned. He no longer felt like one of the heartless monsters of the Shui family. Now, he was back to his former, chirpy self. I wonder what kind of powers I would have received if I had unlocked the gene lock with the Dongshuan Sutra. It would have been greater than Jideskin, that is for sure, Han Sen predicted. Also, I wonder what my level is, compared to evolvers who have already unlocked their gene lock. Han Sen knew that Jadeskin basically increased the current talents and abilities his body possessed, with nothing extra. Therefore, he wasn't sure how he'd fare in a fight, going against those with elemental powers. Returning to his room, Han Sen called Wangfu Pingqing. Soon after, the communicator on the other end was picked up, and her image filled the screen. Han Sen almost felt his nose start to bleed. Wangfu Pingqing was only wearing a very thin pajama gown, which revealed a lot of skin. You could even see through the fabric, to a certain degree. Although not everything was on display, what could be seen was seductive and a little teasing. Little Junior, why have you come looking for me? There must be a reason for this call. I doubt you're checking in to see how I am. Wangfu Pingqing seemed to deliberately lean forward, presenting Han Sen with a full-screen image of the trench that parted her perfect breasts. Senior, Queen told me that I should talk to you if I ever needed to seek her out. Han Sen's lips may have been moving, but his gaze had not. There would be no harm in such a stare, after all. Noticing his shameless gaze, Wangfu Pingqing felt a little awkward. She widened her eyes to stare back at Han Sen and grabbed a coat to veil her body. She then said, "Why are you looking for Queen? Senior, please tell her that after much deliberation, I have decided to join her team," Han Sen told her. Now that he had successfully unlocked his gene lock, with his fitness at the top, he didn't need to worry about not being on par with the others on Queen's team. He was eager to see what sort of super creature they would be hunting. Han Sen knew it was extremely difficult for someone to hunt a super creature by themselves, so cooperating with others was not something he frowned upon. By following Queen, he'd definitely have the opportunity to witness the true powers that super creatures held. After all, the silver fox was just a pup, and its strength must pale in comparison to a fully grown super creature. She invited you onto her team. Wangfu Pingqing gave Han Sen a look of surprise. Didn't she tell you? Han Sen looked at her strangely. Queen told Han Sen to look for Wangfu Pingqing when he was ready to join her team, so it was fair of him to assume that she would know about the deal. Han Sen was surprised to learn that she wasn't aware. A person like her doesn't talk to me that much, Wangfu Pingqing said. Then, after a brief pause, she continued, but she's a proud woman, why would she value having a commoner such as you on her team? I remember a few evolvers requesting spots on her team a while back, and they had unlocked gene locks and everything, but they were turned down. Why would she turn down those evolvers but instead personally request your position on the team? I almost find it difficult to believe. You must be quite the charmer. I'm nothing special. I'm not the president yet. I still have a long road to traverse before I reach the top. Han Sen wiggled his nose as he spoke. Wangfu Pingqing had already built an immunity to Han Sen's shameless self-admiration. I will make sure to let her know, leastways. But, as for when you'll receive a response, I don't know. It all depends on her mood. I thank you, regardless. When I have retired from the army, remind me to buy you lunch sometime. Han Sen smiled. Okay, I'll hold you to that. Wangfu Pingqing returned Han Sen's smile. After their conversation concluded, Han Sen went to a testing lobby. He wanted to see what sort of power he had reached, having now unlocked his gene lock. To do a complete test, Han Sen went to an exclusive testing lobby at the army base, not the ordinary, virtual community one. After he selected his desired strength for the test, he entered the testing room. Inside, a half-human cyborg appeared in front of him. This droid, designed exclusively for combat testing, was built to resemble a human. It was actually composed of many other smaller robots. After a certain amount of damage had been dealt to the droid, it would shatter. But then, it could quickly rebuild itself. Chapter 600. Sight of Gods. After seeing Han Sen enter a testing lobby, Annie was again watching his every move. Quickly, she went to the observation room so she could see how he was performing. The test Han Sen was undertaking had been designed to accurately measure the dexterity of his abilities. He had never taken this test before, so Annie did not actually know what his proper level was. With Han Sen now taking this test, Annie wasn't going to let this opportunity for observation pass her by. But due to the difficulty Han Sen had selected, Annie couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He had chosen a difficulty level of 100, which meant Han Sen would only need a level of 100 to beat it. Annie already knew that his power was well above 100. Since she was here, anyway, she stayed to watch how he operated. Han Sen hadn't chosen a stronger difficulty because he knew about the prying eyes, and he knew anyone could be watching from the observation room. He did not yet wish to reveal his true strength. Han Sen's primary goal in the testing lobby was to flex and push the boundaries of the new special senses he had received by unlocking his gene lock. Therefore, he did not need to select a harder difficulty, anyway. Han Sen crushed the testing droid swiftly, and it quickly rebuilt itself as two. After Han Sen destroyed both robots again, they too duplicated. When the 4 appeared before him, Han Sen quickly cut them down. Then again when 8 appeared. And in this way, he kept going. Han Sen rapidly tore through the robots with ease. After watching for a while longer, Annie's face started to turn heavy. The difficulty Han Sen had selected may not have been high, but the way he was slicing through the droids was special. She did not notice it at first, but after watching for a while, her face twisted. These droids had the established behavior for duplicating on defeat. This meant the more Han Sen killed, the more there would be. And the more droids there were, the more attacks would come Han Sen's way. Unlike humans, they were systematic and did not have to think. This also meant there was less room for error. Such robots didn't make mistakes, and their precision greatly exceeded the capability and reliability of humans. Although these attacks could not threaten Han Sen's life, the way he cut down the droids surprised Annie. Han Sen, despite dodging and avoiding every single attack, did not even turn around to look at the swings and slashes that were coming his way. He could accurately destroy each droid from behind. Even when many droids attempted to strike him at the same time, he did not have to turn around to dodge and strike back. Annie almost couldn't believe what she was seeing. It was as if Han Sen had grown eyes in the back of his head. Strength and speed were things that could be vigorously trained and improved upon, but this was something new to Annie, and she wasn't quite sure how he could have developed this power. From what she was witnessing, she did not believe such precision could come from a quick and accurate analysis of noise in the room, either. Han Sen did not make a single mistake, he was flawless. It was as if he had rehearsed this before, and he knew each move every droid was going to make. Annie didn't believe even she could do something such as that. As time went by, Han Sen only seemed to get better and better. It was as if he had achieved the sight of gods and was able to look forward through time and predetermine where and when each droid was going to attack. Combined with the Dongshuan Sutra, Han Sen had enabled what might best be described as prophet mode. Every strike against him seemed futile, and hitting him would most likely require surpassing the speed of light. 32 robots were the maximum allowed inside the room at once. Even with such a large number, none of them had even managed to lay a finger on Han Sen. He annihilated each of them, and all it took was one punch, his fists gliding through their metallic exteriors with almost no resistance. As if they were strapped into a noose, Annie's eyebrows had become incredibly tight. She thought Han Sen looked different, but she couldn't quite put her finger on why. She looked puzzled. Annie wanted to report to Ji Ruo Zhen immediately about what she had just witnessed. But as she continued to watch, she didn't even know how she might articulate the insane magnitude of Han Sen's precision as he fought. After Han Sen had finished his testing, he quickly left the lobby. Annie, however, remained in the observation room with a recording of his practice, as she was keen to rewatch and review what she had just seen. Han Sen was very impressed with his newfound abilities, following his unlocking of the gene lock. Although he hadn't been granted any special, elementally infused powers, what he had been given made a massive difference. Han Sen thought it was sick. He also appreciated how discreet his powers were at first sight. No one would be able to tell he had actually unlocked his first gene lock. He thought this could prove to be quite beneficial, further down the road. Returning to the shelter again, he found that Zhu Ting had been looking for him. "Boss, I have found a sacred blood creature. Come and help me slay it." "Sure," Han Sen agreed, partially due to the fact he still felt guilty for what he had put Zhu Ting through with the red mushrooms. He also agreed to go without the promise of a return. Even though hunting sacred blood creatures wasn't a focus for him right now, having unlocked his first gene lock, it would prove to be far easier for him. He also imagined he could even take a trip to the seabed, hunt freely in the ocean's depths, and raise the sacred geno points of his angels at a much quicker pace. Following the speedy agreement, Zhu Ting led Han Sen to Devil's Mountain. But Han Sen frowned and said, "Since when have you been coming to the Devil's Mountain?" Thunderdevil and his people used to tell tales about the creatures that inhabited Devil's Mountain and the special abilities they possessed. It was a very dangerous place to venture. Don't worry, I have only observed it from the foot of the mountain. I have not dared to traverse its treacherous slopes, Zhu Ting explained. Han Sen nodded in response and did not say much. Unsure of what lay ahead, he was at least confident of his ability to escape from the clutches of a super creature, now that he had unlocked his gene lock. Not all super creatures actively pursued humans and sought to kill them on sight, though, so Han Sen thought they'd be alright if they kept out of their way. The slopes of the mountain weren't icy and snowy. Instead, they were draped in fertile greens and dotted with luscious trees. Boss, there it is. Zhu Ting was not lying. Having started their climb of Devil's Mountain, Zhu Ting pointed towards a peculiar knoll. This knoll he was pointing at skirted Devil's Mountain at the border of the ice field. Han Sen followed Zhu Ting, and he led them up a small, craggy knoll. A few vines and trees prospered atop it. When they were halfway up the knoll, a lizard-looking creature snagged their attention. It was eating the vines that wove their way across a cliff that connected with the hilltop. Han Sen looked at the creature, which was actually of considerable size. It was about a meter long, and instead of scales, it boasted beautiful blue skin. It looked to be a meaty prize. Although this knoll may not be very high, it would be difficult to fight it on the cliffside it is currently eating from, Han Sen said, after observing it for some time. If it was an easy task, I wouldn't have come and requested your aid. Do you have any suggestions? Zhu Ting politely asked. I do. You wait here. As Han Sen said this, he summoned his blood scale armor. He planted his legs firmly on the cliffside and began running up. Han Sen ascended the cliff wall a dozen meters or so, and in a few more steps, he would reach the lizard creature. Han Sen had secretly activated his gene lock, and with it, he could sense the creature's desire to turn around. When it did, he also had the foresight to know the creature would extend its tongue. In the next second, the lizard shot out its long, red, spiky tongue towards him. Being able to tell what was coming felt amazing. Han Sen felt as if he could predict everything. Han Sen leapt away from the cliffside. Borrowing strength from the air, he dodged the giant, toxic-looking tongue and returned to the cliffside near the creature. Unsheathing his silver sword, he quickly chopped its head off. This result even surpassed his own expectation, as the head quickly dislodged from the creature and fell to the ground. His sword went through it like a hot knife through butter, and it was enough to make Han Sen question whether or not it was actually a sacred blood creature. Sacred blood creature hunted. Mountain lizard. The beast soul was not acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of sacred geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. But the voice confirmed what Zhu Ting had told him, that it was indeed a sacred blood creature. Han Sen was chuffed. He now knew for sure that having unlocked his gene lock, his base power had increased by a dizzying amount, not just his abilities of perception. Right now, even sacred blood creatures could be killed with little to no effort. This was powerful power. Zhu Ting, who remained at the bottom, continued looking up as if he was frozen. He did not say a word. Even he was shocked at how easy it was for Han Sen to slay the sacred blood creature. Pang! The mountain lizard now fell to the ground, as did Han Sen. Quickly, Zhu Ting sprang to help pick his master up, but then he said, "You asshole. I asked you to help me out and weaken the fiend, I didn't ask you to kill it. Did you get the beast soul? I was careless. Sometimes I don't know my own strength. I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Han Sen gave a wry smile while he apologized, and then he continued, "But I didn't get the beast soul, really. How about I make it up to you by finding another sacred blood beast soul, I'll weaken it and let you get in the final hit. Does that sound okay?" Zhu Ting calmed down after hearing that, but he still had to double-check. So he asked, "But you really didn't get the beast soul?" "I, Han Sen, in the name of the deities that command our existence, swear a proclamation that I did not receive a beast soul. If I did, smite me, O heavenly beings." Han Sen jovially said aloud. "What kind of oath is that? Do you think I'll believe that? Few people actually die from swearing such a thing. Swear again, and this time, say that you will never ever have a wife." Zhu Ting said. Han Sen did as he requested and said it, which comforted him fully. They then hauled the mountain lizard's body onto a summoned mount and decided to return to the shelter. Honestly, though, how have you achieved what you have? You have only been in the second god's sanctuary for less than a year, yet you have grown so much and achieved so many things. You haven't unlocked your gene lock, have you? On his way back, Zhu Ting watched Han Sen with fervent curiosity. Now, he couldn't help but ask. Opening a gene lock is not that hard, Han Sen told him, without blinking. Zhu Ting wasn't sure if what he had said was a confirmation, but he chose to believe that he had indeed. After all, Han Sen had been in the second god's sanctuary for a way too short a time. Back in the shelter, Han Sen returned to his room to see a woman reclining on a chair reading his books. Although he could only see her shadow from the doorway, Han Sen already knew that it was Queen. Her body was far too special, and its beauty was difficult not to recognize. Han Sen did not expect Queen to receive word and come to see him so soon. It looked as if she was taking his inclusion within her team as a serious thing. Pingqing said, "You are willing to join my team." Queen put down her book and turned around to look at Han Sen. "Yes, I am." Han Sen nodded. "What made you change your mind so soon?" Queen asked. "I've had it rattling around my head for the past few days, and with my sacred geno points almost being at max capacity, I thought this would be a good time for me to find out if there are any creatures above the sacred blood class. So, yes, after giving it much thought, I have decided to join you," Han Sen said. "You won't be tagging along to watch, you know. You will have to obey my command. These creatures are extremely dangerous, and those who have unlocked their gene lock can still perish in the blink of an eye. Especially you. So, when the team is fighting, you must adhere to my orders and leave that lone wolf nonsense behind," Queen told him with a stern face. "I know that," Han Sen nodded. He then said, "But there is something I would like to tell you. My pet has this special ability that causes creatures of the surrounding area to fall back. I am not sure if it will have the same effect on these super creatures, and what's more, my pet cannot attack creatures. I already guessed it made creatures flee, but I had expected it to fight back. The former ability is what I value the most, anyway," Queen said. "Wait, so that's all you want?" Han Sen froze. Queen then told him, "There are a lot of creatures around this powerful one we have set our sights on. Although we are not afraid of them, fighting them alongside this bigger super creature would prove too much of a hassle. Not to mention dangerous. With your pet in tow, we would not have to worry about the others, which would allow us all to focus on the primary target." Now Han Sen knew why Queen wanted his presence so badly. "You sort things out here this night. Tomorrow, you can come with me. I'm only passing through today, so I thought I'd stop by. For attacking a powerful creature, I already have a plan in motion. When you come with me, however, you'll have to meet and greet the team. If they have no objection, we'll have no problem making you a member," Queen said. "Wait, so you aren't the absolute decider?" Han Sen frowned. "When I created this team, we established a rule. For the acceptance of a new team member, a unanimous vote must take place. Although I am the team's leader, I cannot override this rule." "Okay." The next day, Han Sen arranged for others to deal with the shelter's business in his time away, and with the silver fox in hand, followed Queen out of the ice field. With the silver fox in their company, they were not hassled by any intervening creatures, and before long, they arrived at the oceanside. There, Queen summoned a whale for a ship and rowed it alongside Han Sen. The silver fox was quite amazing, as no creatures of the sea decided to harass them there, either. This seemed to satisfy Queen, as she now looked at the silver fox with greater kindness. But Han Sen couldn't enjoy the same treatment, for she had not spoken to him once for the duration of their journey together. And the way she looked at him was cold. Han Sen understood that she was still angry with him over what happened that day. Knowing his place, and acknowledging the need to give her space, he avoided talking with her in fear of increasing the tension between them. They sailed across the sea for 2 days before they caught sight of a black island on the horizon. Queen beelined for it, clearly marking it as her destination. Chapter 602. Maelstrom novel. As they neared the island, they espied 3 people standing on the shoreline. 2 men and a woman, each clad in beast soul armor. They looked refined and elegant, and it was plain to see that these were not ordinary evolvers. "Big sis, what took you so long?" the woman yelled from afar. The woman was quite short, and despite looking quite beautiful, displayed a hint of laziness. "There was a rock in the road, so I had to delay my arrival by an extra couple of days," Queen explained. Although she was a proud woman, she was not unreasonable. "Big sis, who is this man?" The woman seemed surprised to see Han Sen standing by Queen. After the 2 men greeted Queen as well, they too seemed to have been alarmed by Han Sen's presence. "His name is Han Sen, and I wish to propose his inclusion on our team," Queen merely said, foregoing any detailed introduction. You must be an elite, for Big Sis to personally invite you on our team. Can I ask, what is your gene lock power? The woman asked Han Sen with curiosity. The two men remained silent, and they continued to lock Han Sen within their gazes. Certainly, then, they cared deeply about Queen's reasoning for bringing aboard someone else. Oh, me, I haven't even unlocked my gene lock yet, Han Sen lied. Since Queen only said she needed the help of the silver fox, he didn't need to step up to the plate and disclose himself fully. Now, he could just follow the team from behind as Queen had personally told him to. Super creatures were nothing to trifle with, and the image of the blue seahorse was still fresh in his mind. If the opportunity to avoid risks was available to him, then he would gladly refrain from engaging with such fearsome enemies. You didn't unlock your gene lock. The three of them called out, simultaneously. After looking at Han Sen with bewilderment, they then turned to look at Queen. Queen attempted to explain Han Sen's situation by saying, I have tested this personally on my journey here. His silver fox is special. Whenever it is around, no other creatures are, either. If that is true, then why not just buy the pet? There is no need for this slouch to join the team, one of the men said. This man was downright handsome, with blonde hair and emerald eyes. The other man and woman did not say anything yet, as they were a little unsure as to how they felt. Sorry, this pet is not for sale. Han Sen quickly shut him down. The blonde man looked to say something again, but Queen prevented him. She said, according to the rules we established upon this group's formation, everyone is provided the opportunity to say their piece. If you don't want this person on our team, then feel free to say so. If that is the case, he will be gone. But I am the one who brought him here, so no one can touch him. An uneasy silence followed, which Queen broke by asking, where is the rest of the team? Have they still not arrived yet? Big Sis, it sounded like the three of them were delayed by something. But I'm sure they'll be along shortly, the woman said. Well, in that case, let's wait until they have arrived. We can discuss and vote on Han Sen's inclusion when they get here, Queen said. The handsome blonde man then said, Pa, we don't have to wait. I disagree and don't want him. Did you forget that one of our founding laws stated that anyone who joined must have unlocked their gene lock? This guy wants to be some Klingon, using his pet while he reaps the benefit of the potential slaying of a super creature. I understand, but his pet may prove vital to our current struggle. It could save us a lot of trouble, Queen rebutted, shooting the handsome man with her stiletto gaze. Yes, tyrant, to have someone like this isn't such a bad idea. The woman was in agreement with Queen, and so she joined in and tried to convince the handsome man. The handsome man called Tyrant now looked cold. He said, I would rather struggle than share the rewards of actually slaying a super creature with a noob who hasn't unlocked their first gene lock. Queen frowned at Tyrant adamance about Han Sen's exclusion from the team. She nodded and said, okay, fine. If that is how things will be, I'll return him home. After that, Queen climbed on top of the whale's back again with Han Sen. She apologized to him, saying, I am sorry for wasting your time. This was a pointless journey. It's okay. Han Sen shook his head and gave a wry smile. He didn't want to risk his life, and that's why he did not admit that he had unlocked his gene lock, but he didn't expect that he would be rejected by the group and shot down so quickly. He had only just arrived here, and now he was to be sent back. Han Sen wasn't too happy about this, but he did not think it would be a good idea to admit the truth now, either. So, he prepared himself to return home with Queen. As Queen prepared to take off with the whale, Han Sen noticed the coming of someone who was riding a sea beast. He was gliding across the waves at a furious pace. Before long, he had arrived on the island. Strangely, however, he looked severely wounded and was covered in a mass of burns. Many were dressed in hastily wrapped bandages, but even so, you could tell he was not in good shape. Horny old man, are you okay? Where is xianxia? Queen dismounted, and everyone gathered around him. The other woman quickly moved to help support him. On our way here, we came across a creature that breathed fire. It was too powerful and I got separated from xianxia. I don't know if the rest made it away, horny old man bleakly told the group, with a face as white as a ghost. The faces of the group were horrified, but they could not do anything. To encounter a super creature was always a frightening, life-threatening ordeal, but to stumble across one in the sea was a nightmare. He was lucky to have made it out alive. The burns that had scorched horny old man's body were not mild. The group helped carry him down to the shore and tried to remedy his wounds. When Han Sen saw the burn marks, he could not help but ask himself, did they meet the blue seahorse? Lazy cat, you stay here and tend to horny old man. Me, Tyrant, and Sky Jealousy will go and take a look. We'll see if we can find them. Queen leapt onto the back of her whale as she spoke. Tyrant and Sky Jealousy summoned their own sea rides, and they all hurriedly took off in the direction horny old man pointed. When they reached the area horny old man told them about, they split up and tried to look for the missing people. Han Sen was still on the whale, sitting next to Queen. Despite looking for the missing persons, they weren't able to find a trace. It was mostly likely that they had died. It looks like Queen and her people haven't yet killed a single super creature, despite the fact that they have unlocked their gene lock. Humans in the second god's sanctuary are still struggling with their overwhelming strength, it seems. Han Sen's mind was alert. When he first unlocked his gene lock, he was extremely happy about it. But now he felt as if its status carried a certain weight to it, that he had not realized previously. The thought that a few people, who had striven to unlock their first gene lock as much as Han Sen had, were now dead. They were taken out by a super creature in the sea in no time at all. It terrified him. Queen, Tyrant, and Sky Jealousy rendezvoused in a location they had established. Their faces looked dim, a clear indication that they had no luck in searching for their missing compatriots. Let's go back to the island first. It is not safe to remain in these waters. Queen was immediately decisive, afraid something might happen if they remained. Quickly, they returned. What do we do now? Even if they were killed, you were not even able to recover their bodies. Horny old man is still injured. Are we still going after the creature on the island? Lazy cat frowned. Of course we are. Otherwise, our time here will have been wasted. Tyrant coldly said, but right now, only the three of us remain. What if it really is? Lazy cat trailed off and did not finish her sentence. Still, everyone knew what she meant. Chapter 603. White Tiger, how about we allow this temporary friend of ours to join us? Sky Jealousy suggested, her presence breathing out an aura of elegance. Tyrant furrowed his brows at the prospect but did not say anything in opposition. If the others had arrived without issue, he wouldn't have given the idea a second thought. But now, there were only 5 of them left. If they wanted to prove the existence of the creatures they sought, bringing Han Sen and the Silver Fox along to shoo off any additional mobs would be a great help. What does temporary mean? Han Sen skewed his eyebrows as he asked. Give us a price and we will hire you as a sellsword or mercenary, Tyrant coldly said, still unwilling to offer a formal position in their fellowship. Han Sen looked at Queen as she calmly said, no matter what you decide, I will have you returned home without injury. When Han Sen heard Queen say this, he smiled and replied, fine, you can hire me. I must warn you, however, I am expensive. I almost suspect you would not be able to afford me. How much do you want? Tyrant continued to look at Han Sen with a stone-cold attitude. Well, the Silver Fox and I count as 2 people. Therefore, we will accept 1 sacred blood beast soul each. We won't settle for lower than that, Han Sen stated. He wanted to receive some sort of benefit from this excursion, even if he hadn't come expecting any. And since he had come all this way anyway, he wanted to see how they planned on fighting a super creature. With someone now paying him to watch, there was no reason for him to decline. Formally becoming a member of Queen's team wasn't too important to him. After all, her team wasn't the only super creature hunting team in the second god's sanctuary, so even if he wasn't accepted here, he was bound to be accepted elsewhere. Okay. Tyrant did not even blink before agreeing. He gave Han Sen 1 sacred blood beast soul and then said, this is a deposit. After we are done, you can have the other. I like that you are quick to make decisions. I have no problem with that. Han Sen accepted Tyrant's terms. After Han Sen accepted, the others gathered around to form a plan of action. First, they would need to find the creature. They did have a plan initially, but it had been made under the assumption all members would be present and available for combat. Now, with only 5 of them remaining, they'd have to come up with another plan. Horny old man was injured, too, so that left only 4 battle-worthy team members. Han Sen was now a part of the team, as well. After Han Sen heard them discuss their predicament, he quickly understood the gravity of the situation. Deeper inland, it was said, resided a certain white tiger. Upon visiting the island, someone on the team had spotted this creature, which appeared to be encased in a whirlwind of some sort. This suggested it had the ability to harness the wind itself. They had all decided to come to the island today to fight this creature that had been appropriately named, White Tiger. They had no plan to kill it just yet, only to get a feel for its power and accurately gauge the extent of its strength. With Han Sen here, we do not have to worry about any of the additional mobs that populate the island. The only drawback to his inclusion is a reduction of any extra goodies we might collect from slaying them. Okay, so who will tank and try to withstand the tiger's first strike? Lazy Cat worriedly inquired. Tyrant stepped up and said, I will do it. I recently came into possession of a sacred blood shield. If it really is a super creature, I should be able to block its paws at least twice. Okay, so that is established. Tyrant will go in and block its attack first. I have drawn a map of the surrounding area. Sky Jealousy, you will go here. Queen went into great detail, explaining the plan. She had developed all sorts of contingencies, too, for if anything were to go wrong during their assault. Han Sen wasn't included in the battle plans. All he had to do was stand a fair distance away from the creature, holding the silver fox to ensure no other monsters came near. Han Sen had no complaints. Queen and the others worked well together. He had only come here to watch, but he also thought if he were to join in, he might interfere with the synergy the others had with each other. However, Han Sen was well acquainted with the powers super creatures possessed, and he didn't think Queen and her team had what it took to bring one down. Han Sen was worried that the silver fox might also end up chasing the white tiger off, but these fears were soon allayed. From among 3 hills in the distance, a monstrous roar sounded, accompanied by a gusting wind. It was undoubtedly the white tiger, and since it was still nearby, this most likely meant no other super creature would fear the silver fox, either. It felt as if a tornado was now racing down from the hills, and the white tiger in its midst would soon be upon them. Get ready to fight. When Queen issued her command, Tyrant and the others quickly assumed their positions and awaited the monster's arrival. There were supposed to be a great deal of other monsters on the island, but only the tiger and its wind came for them. No other creature could be seen, and this allowed the others to confirm the silver fox's ability for themselves. Han Sen secretly turned on his gene lock, which pushed his 7th sense to the max. With it, he could see the white tiger running at them from a mile away. Compared to many other creatures he had encountered, the white tiger wasn't so big. It was only about 4 meters in length. Its body was snow white, and its eyes glistened like blood rubies. The white tiger was now carried on the wind it employed, and it ran towards them on the air, no different than how it would run on land. If it could fly in the sky without wings, then the creature could certainly harness the wind for its own devices. The white tiger looked angry, and the momentum that drove him in their direction was powerful. Although it wasn't too big, its presence exerted a pressure on them. It was almost like a champion, descending from the sky. The faces of Queen and her team were bleak. Han Sen saw this, then fell back a bit with the silver fox in his arms. He was afraid of super creatures, and really wanted to avoid them. It felt as if it was only dumb luck that had allowed him to defeat one back in the first god's sanctuary. The super creatures that populated the second god's sanctuary had a crushing power unlike anything else. If the baby silver fox had the ability to kill a person who had unlocked their gene lock in one hit, whatever the white tiger could do would be much worse. The silver fox now saw the white tiger, and it too looked nervous. Its hair rose up on its ends, and it looked at the tiger with hostility. Han Sen held the silver fox tight, not allowing it to do anything unusual. Although the silver fox was powerful, he didn't think it had what it took to defeat the adult white tiger. The white tiger continued to traverse the air, but it was now only a mere dozen meters away from them. It raised its paw and whipped it through the air. As if the atmosphere was breaking in two, violent gusts of wind splintered out to attack the team. Tyrant shouted and raised his shield, his body clad in golden armor. His shield presented a phalanx of steel, blocking the arrows of wind that came towards him. Dong! After the loud noise, Tyrant opened his eyes to see the shield in his arms shatter. A sacred blood shield, destroyed in an instant. Tyrant's hand had also been damaged. It was bleeding badly, and there was a tear in his thenar space. The faces of the team members changed. The power of the white tiger was even greater than they had expected, and it only took a brush of the air it controlled to annihilate Tyrant's defenses. Plan C, Queen yelled, as her body shining purple. She was making a move. Tyrant's body shone gold, like a heavenly being. He held a big black lance in his hands, which he used to thrust at the tiger. Lazy Cat also went into action. Despite her short and stout stature, which had led Han Sen to believe she would be slow-moving, she was nimble and quick. Like the tiger itself, she harnessed the power of the wind. Sky Jealousy's hand held a sleek sword, the blade of which was thinner than a cicada's wing. After a low swing, a strong breath of frosted air was cast out of it. It looked like the sort of skill that would belong to someone from the Shui family. The white tiger's purpose was very clear, it seemed to target Queen. The wind that was cast out of its paws resembled projectile claws that soared through the air towards her. Queen's breasts jiggled rhythmically as the purple light shone from within her body. Her long, incredible legs carried her with tremendous strength as she ducked to the side to avoid the incoming attack. The green claw wind she dodged past her by and sliced a boulder in two. Dong! One of Lazy Cat's daggers struck towards the tiger. Then Sky Jealousy's sword and Tyrant's lance attempted to pierce their foe together. But something scary happened. The tiger's fur ruffled with an additional stream of wind. Lazy Cat's dagger, Sky Jealousy's sword, and Tyrant's lance fell short of the beast, as if their weapons were shielded from the tiger's skin by a thick, ardent, invisible shell of wind. Roar! The white tiger's body shook as it looked to the sky and roared. A horrid wind picked up, and a cyclone burst forth from its deafening cry. Kacha! Kacha! The cyclone weaved itself around the weapons that had tried to draw blood from the white tiger, and it twisted them out of shape. Only Tyrant's lance, which was incredibly heavy and durable, remained unbent. A few deep scratch marks affected its surface. The three of them fell back, unable to hear a thing as a loud ringing pounded in their heads from the sonic blast. Their heads were in pain. Fall back now, Queen screamed and signaled. She summoned a dagger and threw it towards the tiger. The knife cracked the air as it traveled and looked as if it were about to impale itself in the tiger's eye. Roar! The white tiger cried out again. A frightening storm of wind coursed out of its mouth, becoming a solid slab of gale-force terror. It deflected the incoming knife. Boom! The knife was blasted away, shattering into little more than glitter before the tiger's face. Like the twinkling of stars and sparks in the sky, the wind scattered the remains of the knife. Han Sen was shocked. That knife was a one-time use sacred blood beast soul. It was wretchedly powerful, but it couldn't even deal a single scratch to the white tiger. The tiger's fury was triggered by her surprise knife throw, and it leapt towards Queen for retribution. But Queen was quick on her feet and, like a graceful goddess, she was able to dance away from the tiger's claws. Han Sen's eyes watched her with admiration, and he deeply respected Queen's heavenly go. It was as efficient as his own Dongshuan Sutra, but they both yielded their own particular benefits. Facing this white tiger and avoiding its attack was a testament to her dexterity. Tyrant and the others followed Queen's orders and quickly turned to fall back and escape from the beast. The white tiger was far more powerful than they expected it to be. It was unique, unlike any other creature they had seen before. There was no hope of competing with it, so they hastily retreated as soon as the order was given. "What are you doing standing there? Go!" Lazy Cat yelled at Han Sen while she ran. It seemed as if they wholly trusted Queen's own ability to fall back once they had gotten clear. Han Sen nodded, and with the silver fox in his arms, he pulled back. He didn't return at the same speed as the others did, though, and so he stayed behind them. Although they were confident in Queen's heavenly go, Han Sen was the only one there who had learned it. He understood Queen's position and situation more than anyone else did. Heavenly Go was an incredible talent, and it was currently eluding a beast as monstrous as the white tiger right now. But Queen's foe was imbued with the power of wind, and its speed was something else. No matter how effective her Heavenly Go was, she still couldn't shake the chasing tiger, and it would only take one misstep for her to meet her demise. After all, she was just human. If she could not get rid of the white tiger in time, she would inevitably make a mistake. Even if she remained flawless, it was only a matter of time before she exhausted her energy, and when that time came, death would await her. Han Sen was thinking of how he might help Queen. They had a history together, and she was the one who taught him his Heavenly Go in the first place. Queen was leading the tiger to the beach, and still, Han Sen could not come up with an idea. Han Sen understood what she sought to do, by attempting to use the sea to halt the tiger's advance. The white tiger had an affinity for the wind, so its abilities in water must not be very good. An idea then struck him, so he turned and went off in another direction. "What are you doing? Don't run off," Tyrant called out to him. Ignoring him, Han Sen summoned his golden growler and ran to the beach. With his own knowledge of Heavenly Go and the proficiency of his seventh sense, he could gauge where Queen was planning to go. He wanted to help. The white tiger was furious, and Han Sen was worried Queen might not hold out until she got to the shoreline. "Hey, what are you doing? Stop!" Lazy Cat yelled at Han Sen's fleeing shadow. "Just ignore him. This is why I cannot allow people such as that to earn a place on this team," Tyrant spat. The three of them saw Han Sen head away from Queen's current position, with no idea of what he was hoping to achieve. Pretending not to hear anything, Han Sen carried on. He wasn't an official member of the team, either, so he did not see why he had to explain his actions to the others. This test was already over. They had learned of the white tiger's power, and they had failed in their attempts to attack it. He feared no one might ever be able to kill it. Han Sen continued riding Golden Growler to the shore and arrived before Queen did, since she kept having to switch her direction to avoid the white tiger. He could see her approaching from a distance. She was bleeding, having sustained many injuries, and it looked as if her beast soul armor could break at any second. Fortunately, they weren't grievous wounds. Her ability to reach the ocean side was not compromised. Han Sen gave a long sigh and said to himself, "Queen is magnificent. If I was in her position, I don't think I'd last half as long." Han Sen then went silent for a bit. He put away his Golden Growler and went into the sea. There was no use for him on the shore, so he had to get ready to meet up with Queen. Han Sen hadn't been in the sea long before he saw Queen approaching. Like an arrow, she bolted into the sea. The blood on her body brought a misty haze of red flowers to the water, and it looked beautiful. He then saw a flash of white light descend across the tumultuous waves of the sea, and it violently scraped and clawed its way across the sea surface. When the tiger brought its paws down on the water, the seas parted in half, creating a trench of a few dozen meters. It looked as if the tiger wasn't yet willing to quit its pursuit. The purple light in Queen's body was shining and she now clutched a lance in each hand. They were both dyed purple. She quickly turned around to block an incoming attack. Dong! Both lances were destroyed, which prompted Queen to say, "Hum." Bleeding from her chest, she was knocked further into the sea. Pang! Queen was driven into the seabed, forming a deep hole in the shape of her body. This hit put her in a critical status. Although the white tiger would not swim, it continued to swing its paws. The violent gusts of wind drove the sea mad, producing waves that were 30 feet high. Many coursed through the waters to slice at the seabed. Queen resisted succumbing to the pain that engulfed her. She dodged the white tiger's attacks as she tried swimming deeper and deeper into the sea. Crap, this white tiger is too much. Han Sen was planning to meet up with Queen under the sea, but he hadn't counted on the white tiger being as feral as it was. Going down there now would be useless, so he simply stayed where he was, hoping Queen could continue dodging the creature's assault. But the hit Queen had received was terrible, and it affected her performance a great deal. It was already hard enough for a person to maneuver in the sea, and now Han Sen could see she was about to miss her next dodge. Gritting his teeth, Han Sen took the plunge and went under towards Queen. Queen was still struggling. She noticed a shadow coming right for her, and after squinting for greater clarity, saw that it was Han Sen. Han Sen pulled Queen deeper into the sea. He was incredibly dexterous in the sea, so he was far more mobile than Queen underwater. "Hold me." Han Sen put Queen on his back and told her to grab his waist. Then, with full speed, he sped off into darker waters. The white tiger was not keen to give up, so it continued casting its murderous gusts down into the sea. But Han Sen was like one of the merfolk as he swam across the seabed with great speed, effortlessly dodging each of the tiger's attacks. Queen was grabbing Han Sen tight, and she felt touched. She had never expected Han Sen to come and save her like he had. Even in the sea, Han Sen was using the formation taught to him by the Dongshuan Sutra. He kept maneuvering and switching position to dodge the tiger as he went, as pure speed wouldn't have cut it. But still, the white tiger was not willing to let them go. It wasn't until they were at a depth of 80 meters that the tiger gave up its attacks. At that depth, even the ferocious bullets of wind could not damage them. But the white tiger was still in pursuit, for wherever Han Sen swam, the tiger hovered above. It was not going to give up its prey so easily, and it most certainly wasn't going to allow them to swim up to the surface. Crap, is it a dog? Han Sen had already swum 300 meters deep without being able to shake its chase. He cursed it in his heart and continued swimming deeper. After swimming for half an hour, Han Sen was around 500 meters deep. But it was still to no avail. From above the brackish waters, the tiger continued to watch them. Han Sen was preparing to swim even deeper, but then he noticed something was wrong with Queen. He turned around to take a look at her, and her face was not looking good. It wasn't because of the injuries she had sustained, however, it was because she was suffocating. Han Sen was shocked. After he learned Dongshuan Sutra, he was able to breathe underwater. Even the silver fox had this ability. Alas, Queen did not. If she hadn't been injured, she could have remained under the sea for several hours, but she had taken a blow to the chest. Her lungs were damaged, which made it difficult for her to remain underwater as she was. Queen gestured to Han Sen, telling him that she wanted to return to the surface. She did not want to go up merely for air, but also to allow Han Sen a chance of escaping their current predicament. Han Sen pulled her close and shook his head. He looked into her eyes, touched her face, and sealed her lips with his own. There was a pleasant taste to her kiss. Her eyes opened wide at the sight of Han Sen, whose face was directly in front of hers. But she quickly understood what he was trying to do. She didn't attempt to push him back, as she initially desired, and instead swallowed the pleasant taste he was providing her with. She was no longer suffocating and she felt rejuvenated. When her body was relieved, she pushed Han Sen away and grabbed his waist once again. Then they swam deeper. When Queen could no longer hold her breath, Han Sen gladly breathed more air into her lungs. After doing this a few times, Han Sen had swum several thousand meters below the sea. Eventually, the white tiger gave up its chase and returned to the island. Han Sen was still worried, though. To ensure absolutely safety, he swam for another dozen miles and then returned to the surface. When they were back below the sky, the tiger was nowhere to be seen. Then, Queen summoned her whale. She quickly climbed onto it and fell down. Her face looked poorly. The wound in her chest was deep and it hadn't had the chance to heal, due to being in the water for so long. She had also suffered much blood loss. Han Sen quickly searched himself and Queen, but realized the package they had brought with them was gone. They had no curatives or medical items. It's okay, I'll be able to hold on. Cough, cough. Queen managed to maintain her composure, and if weren't for the gaping wound, it would be difficult to tell she had been severely injured. But having damaged her lung, even speaking caused her to spit out some blood. Just hold on. Han Sen used his hands to tear off some of her battlesuit, clearing the area around her wound. The beast's soul armor had already been destroyed by the white tiger, and the battlesuit beneath was damaged. Han Sen ripped it easily, exposing her chest. A pair of massive, snow-white breasts presented themselves to Han Sen. But they were damaged, a nasty gash cutting across them. Han Sen wasn't sure whether or not to be aroused by the sight. Queen's eyes revealed her awkwardness over the situation, but she did not move. All she did was blush. Under their current circumstances, Han Sen wasn't in the mood to admire her body, so he lifted the silver fox and placed it on her chest. He then told it, "Silver fox, please help." The silver fox looked at Han Sen and then turned to look at Queen. It then started licking her snow-white skin. After the silver fox had licked her for a brief while, her body began to tremble. The wound that had already started to show signs of infection sealed shut. With the bleeding stopped, the area looked better and better each second. Queen felt as angry as she did awkward, having no idea what Han Sen was doing. But when she looked down at the afflicted area, she noticed the wound was starting to fade away as the silver fox licked her. She stared at the creature in bewilderment. Han Sen looked at the silver fox, but his eyes subconsciously moved to look elsewhere. He noticed Queen was breathing quite rapidly and her chest was beating hard. The jiggling almost caused Han Sen to lose all composure. Queen was surprised to see the silver fox possess this ability. For a brief moment, she forgot all about Han Sen being near her. When she heard wretched panting to her side, she looked over, shocked, to see Han Sen unabashedly staring at her breasts. Her face turned red and she moved her hands to cover her exposed chest. But with the silver fox on top of her, and the size of the breasts themselves, she couldn't hold them. All she could do was yell, "Are you still looking?" "Oh, I'm sorry." Han Sen used his hands to shield his eyes. Queen almost fainted in embarrassment. Although Han Sen put his hands in front of his eyes, he made sure to keep taking peeks through the quick shuffling of his fingers. "Turn around," Queen said angrily. "Fine, fine." Han Sen reluctantly turned around, feeling envious of the silver fox. While he was forced to look away, the silver fox was being allowed to freely enjoy the delight every man desired. After that, the silver fox jumped back to Han Sen. But he didn't hear Queen say anything. Can I turn around yet? He eventually asked. Give me a beast soul armor. Her voice was cold once more, a sign she had mostly returned to normal. Sure. Han Sen turned around to look at Queen and froze. The sun was setting, turning the ocean into a beautiful vat of molten, glittering gold. Queen, in all her elegant beauty, was sitting before the scene naked, with her arms wrapped around her busty chest. Her round shoulders, sexy bones, slim waist and bendy legs, in the light of the setting sun, she could have been mistaken for a mermaid queen. Still looking, Queen hissed these two words between clenched teeth. Eyes were built to watch things of beauty, I cannot ignore their desires. Han Sen slumped his shoulders while he spoke. He pulled back his gaze, brought out his blood-scale armor, and gave it to Queen. She donned it immediately, and the armor concealed her voluptuous chest. Although you could make out slender curves, the overall sight was less arousing. Still, she had a beautiful face. It was the face of an elegant goddess, one who no man could touch. You looked better earlier. Now you look too cold, Han Sen said. Don't think saving me grants you a free pass. I still want to kill you, and if you say another word about my body, I'll cut you down right this second. Queen directed a furious gaze towards Han Sen. If eyes could kill, he would have been diced into pieces already. Fine, I will stop. Han Sen closed his eyes but started to smile. And don't think about it, either, Queen added. The smile Han Sen was giving her was unbearably smug, making her believe he was memorizing something he had no right to. I am afraid I cannot do that. This mind is my own, but I cannot fully control which fond neurological pastures it desires to revel in. Han Sen opened his eyes as he spoke. Queen gritted her teeth and said nothing more. She did look mad, though. I think you look better when you're mad, you look quite feminine, Han Sen told her. Queen thought she must have done something truly awful in her past life to have become acquainted with Han Sen in this one. Han Sen tore the clothes from her body when they last met, and he had pretty much done so again. It seemed as if all her most embarrassing moments kept occurring with Han Sen. Eventually, Queen calmed her mood and became cool again. She resolved to try not to be so short-tempered, lest something even more embarrassing happen. After all, Han Sen had saved her. And she'd feel terrible if she did something bad to him. But whenever she opened her eyes and saw Han Sen, she got incredibly angry and her temper rose again. So, she turned around and decided to gaze at the sea instead of Han Sen. She asked, "Where are we?" "I don't know. My primary concern was shaking the white tiger, so I took a number of twists and turns. I don't even know which direction the island is in, anymore." Han Sen blinked. Queen furrowed her eyebrows and said, "Leave your silver fox here. We'll come back, but for now, we need to go get some food." "There's no need. I can handle it." Han Sen placed the silver fox on the back of the whale and then jumped into the water solo. A while later he returned, carrying a fish that was 2 feet long. He skinned and deboned it. Then, he cut the meat into thin slices and picked one up. "I can." Queen thought Han Sen was giving it to her. Before she could reject him, however, she noticed Han Sen was instead feeding it to the silver fox. She quickly closed her mouth and blushed. "Oh, you want some? I can give you some." Han Sen heard her half-sentence, so he picked up another slice and brought it to her. "Come on, open your mouth." Queen felt as if she was going to explode, as more and more blood pumped to her face. She clenched her jaw hard and didn't say anything. She then moved to sit behind Han Sen. Without looking at him, she grabbed a slice of fish by herself. Han Sen slouched his shoulders and placed the fish he was holding into his mouth. He held the silver fox and sat in front of Queen. He and the fox happily shared their portion, dividing it evenly between them. When it came to the last slice, he picked it up and started to put it in his mouth. But before he could take it all, the silver fox jumped onto his arm and bit the other half of the fish. Neither of them wished to let go, which annoyed Queen. In her heart, she asked herself, what sort of person in their right mind would fight for food with their pet? But Queen felt like something was wrong. The lips of the silver fox and Han Sen were connected, but the silver fox had just licked her most beautiful trophies earlier. Queen's cold face suddenly turned all red. She turned around and went to the head of the whale and looked out at the ocean. What did I do to upset her this time? Han Sen was surprised because he was just playing with the silver fox. He had no idea why she was so mad again. By now, they had both acknowledged that they were lost. The whale had been swimming for half a day, with no sign of land. There was a giant creature swimming across the sea, which almost resembled a moving island. Seeing it, Han Sen and Queen did not even dare to breathe, and they steered the whale in another direction to avoid it. With the silver fox on board, the only creatures they were likely to meet would be insanely powerful ones. The two had been lost at sea for half a month, and this was the second time they had seen a creature like this. Fortunately, the creatures never paid them heed and would instead continue in the direction they were headed. They waited until the giant creature was out of sight and let out long sighs. After another half day, Han Sen suddenly saw something green on the horizon. It could have been an island, he thought. We are saved. There is an island in the distance. Even if there is no one there, we could at least find some real food. All this time adrift, all we have been drinking is fish blood. I'm getting sick of it. Queen looked happy at this news, too. The entire time they had been on the back of the whale, they had been eating fish meat and drinking fish blood, and she too was starting to hate it. As the image of green drew nearer and nearer, it revealed itself to indeed be an island of sorts. The hills were quite steep, but they were short, and it was decorated with much foliage. There were no tall trees on the island, but there were many berry bushes. The berries they contained looked like delicious little grapes. Queen summoned her wings and flew over to take a look. The island wasn't too big, and it didn't seem to be populated with any creatures. Both feeling confident about their newfound parcel of land, they disembarked and climbed onto the island. Han Sen looked at the red berries and thought to himself, these berries can't be like those red mushrooms, can they? Queen had already ventured inland. After a brief search, she found a pond hidden among the hills. The prospect of fresh water excited her very much. What are you looking at? Queen noticed Han Sen squatting near the bushes. She furrowed her eyebrows. I am wondering whether or not I can eat these things. I am getting tired of eating fish meat, and I am keen to eat something fresh like this, Han Sen answered. Don't randomly eat stuff. Let's stick to the fish, Queen told him. Although she was sick of fish meat, as well, not all plants in the world were safe for human consumption. The berries did look delicious, but who knew whether or not they'd cause problems if eaten? I think they're okay. I'd say it'd be okay for us to eat them. Han Sen continued to observe the berries, and from the knowledge he had received from Professor Sun, he was sure they would be fine to eat. Queen ignored Han Sen and simply returned to the sea to catch more fish. She was happy enough to be able to cook the fish meat, and doing that was certainly better than risking the consumption of curious, unknown berries. Although Han Sen was sure they would be okay to eat, he didn't take any. Han Sen had a question burning in his mind. Why did the berries, while edible, grow in such abundance on the island? And why were they wholly untouched? While they were out at sea, they saw many birds flying overhead. And yet, there was nothing in the remote vicinity of this island. This made Han Sen believe something was wrong. Han Sen fought back the desire to try out the berries, and decided to take a stroll around the island, find out what he could, and see if he could witness anything strange about the place they had ended up on. The island wasn't too large, and a regular human could walk around it in half a day. With Han Sen atop Golden Growler, combined with his abilities, it didn't take him long to scope out the place. While the island wasn't too big, the hills inland were strange. The rocky hills were not too high, standing at about 20 meters tall. And from afar, one could mistake them for overgrown pineapples. The weirdest thing was how identical each hill was to the next. Han Sen climbed a hill and looked around. On the tallest hill, he caught sight of a lotus-looking plant. It looked like an ordinary lotus, with 7 leaves and a bud at the center. It was also pure white. Han Sen frowned. Lotuses tended to grow in water, or at least in very moist soil. He had never seen one grow on a hill before, which made him question whether it was really a lotus. Seeing as it was just a plant, Han Sen didn't think he'd have anything to be afraid of. Carrying the silver fox, he decided to ascend the hill. Upon reaching the top, he took a proper gander at the 7-leaved flower. Taking a closer look, Han Sen confirmed that it was indeed a lotus. Its snow-white petals were all folded around the fist-sized lotus cup inside. This was different than the usual green ones, as this cup was snow-white on the inside, too. It was semi-transparent, and there were many red seeds on the inside. However, it wasn't very big, which indicated it wasn't fully mature yet. As Han Sen continued to observe it, the silver fox jumped out of his arms. It used its own nose to sniff the lotus and blinked as a human would. Then, it curiously circled the lotus as if inspecting the flower. After a while, the silver fox decided to lie down next to it. "Silver fox, do you care to tell me what that means?" Han Sen asked, while looking at the silver fox with a puzzled expression. If the silver fox wanted to eat something, he'd usually gobble it down without a second thought. He had never waited for his food before. The silver fox's face suggested that it did want to eat the plant, but the fox continued to just lie down next to it. Han Sen wasn't sure what it was thinking. "Do you want to wait until it is ripe?" Han Sen thought of this possibility and asked the silver fox. But the silver fox could not reply. All it did was squint with its eyes and continue lying there. It was almost as if it were guarding the lotus plant, like a watchdog. Han Sen saw smoke rising near the ocean side, which told him Queen had already gathered some fish and was most likely cooking it. When he reached down to grab the silver fox, it bolted out of the way as if it didn't want to leave. It then sat down, unmoving. "Even if you want to wait until it is ripe, it could take a while. No one is fighting for it, so let's go eat some food and come back." Han Sen comforted the silver fox and tried to grab him again. But again, the silver fox refused to budge. He had no intention of leaving the lotus and seemed resolute in his decision to guard the plant. With nothing he could do about it, Han Sen decided to walk back to the ocean side. As he made his way back, he thought to himself, that lotus must be some good stuff. Otherwise, why would he be so stubborn and stay there? He is rather picky when it comes to food. No, I can't let the silver fox take it all for himself. I bet he is waiting for the lotus seeds. Otherwise, he'd have munched it all at first sight. What other reason could there be for him to stay there and wait? But how can I take them away from the silver fox? If the silver fox decides to fight me, how can I expect to look after it in the future? Many different thoughts and questions now plagued Han Sen's mind, and he wasn't entirely sure what to do. The silver fox was refusing to leave that spot, and it was going to wait until the seeds were ripe. Stealing food from it would be a difficult thing. When Han Sen returned to the ocean side, Queen was using her sword to skewer and cook fish meat. Although the fire was only fueled by vines and sticks, it seemed decent enough to last. Han Sen saw a few other swords propped up beside the fire as well, each packed with meat. The slices of fish were gold, and the oil sizzled on them tantalizingly. Han Sen had to ask, "Is this for me?" "What do you mean, are they for you?" "I am planning to eat them once they are all done," Queen responded. "Can I have some?" Han Sen asked politely. "If you want, suit yourself." Queen did not look at Han Sen once, and continued to stare at the meat in her hand. Han Sen smiled. He picked up some meat and took a bite. Unfortunately, he should have waited, for his mouth burned with the heat. Still, this fresh fish tasted divine compared to the raw fish they had been eating previously. "Where is your fox?" Queen watched Han Sen eat like a madman and, feeling more relaxed, posed the question. "I took it back." Han Sen blinked as he told her. "Really?" Queen looked at Han Sen, not believing him. "Summon him so we can all eat together." "There's no need. It is just a pet. Ignore the creature." Han Sen thought Queen had learnt something else about the silver fox when it healed her, but he wasn't willing to admit it. Okay. Queen didn't inquire any further and simply continued cooking her meat. Han Sen ate 8 slices of meat. With a bloated belly, he fell backwards into the sand. After a large exhale of content, he called out, "Awesome." Queen ate a few, too. But when she was done, she returned her beast soul sword and started walking off towards the hills. "What are you doing?" Han Sen sat up and asked, worrying over whether or not Queen would find out about the silver fox and lotus. "I'm just going for a walk," Queen replied, already walking off to the hills. "I'll come with you." Han Sen jumped up with a fright and thought to himself, "I really can't hide the silver fox's reason for not coming back." It wouldn't be difficult for Queen to discover where the lotus and the silver fox were. After ascending a small hill, she caught sight of them both from afar. She turned around and looked at Han Sen. With a cocky smile, she turned back and began walking towards the fox. "What is that?" Queen pointed towards the lotus as she neared the silver fox. "I don't know, but the silver fox refused to leave after finding it," Han Sen explained. Queen took a closer look at the lotus and began to rest near it without responding. The next day, Queen asked Han Sen, "Are you leaving?" "If the silver fox isn't leaving, then neither am I. Do you want to leave first?" Han Sen asked, blinking. "If we meet again, we will split it in half." Queen looked at Han Sen, but it didn't look like she wanted to leave. What half? It is a pet. You want to fight for food with a pet? Han Sen's heart was saying no and he was only pretending. If he eats it, I don't want it anymore. If you take it, I will accept half, Queen said. Why would I want it? This is for the silver fox. I am not a pet. I don't need it, Han Sen told her, sharply. He was starting to feel a little annoyed. Queen didn't say much, and she remained near the silver fox, guarding the lotus. The silver fox was guarding it, which made me think I had a chance. But now there are two people guarding it, Han Sen thought to himself. He was also starting to believe that the silver fox was a girl. Otherwise, why would it be behaving like Queen was? That was the only explanation for how selfish it was being. Han Sen never thought about the possibility that he was more selfish than the silver fox and Queen combined. They stayed on the island for 4 days. The snow-white flowers started to wilt, but they did so slowly. Only 2 petals fell off a day. Since there were so many, heaven only knew how long it would take for the entire thing to wilt. The lotus seeds on the inside were growing bigger, as well. They looked like blood crystals, and they continued to grow fuller. They emitted a pleasant fragrance, and smelling it brought comfort and relaxation to their minds. That must be some good stuff, but how can I take all the seeds without Queen and the silver fox noticing? Han Sen watched the lotus intently each day, all the while fostering a plan to take it from the others. Han Sen was not sure if he could beat them both, otherwise, he'd just grab it. Half a month later, the petals had all come off. The lotus itself was now like a plate. The blood crystal seeds were so round and full, they looked like rubies the size of a pigeon's egg. Han Sen had yet to come up with an idea that would allow him to claim ownership of the seeds, but all of a sudden, he heard the shriek of a bird. He saw a green and bluish-colored bird that didn't look too far removed from a peacock. With no idea where it had come from, Han Sen saw it fly madly around the sky, cawing as loudly as it could. It also seemed to be afraid of the 3 of them, which stayed its desire to come down. The silver fox now looked nervous. It stood up and looked at the peacock in the sky as if it were an enemy. Han Sen and Queen were shocked. They understood that it was most likely a super creature, seeing as it paid little heed to the silver fox's presence. This made their faces bleak. The peacock continued to circle them in the sky, refusing to leave. But neither did it want to come down. It seemed as if it was waiting for the seeds to ripen, just like they were. Where did that bird come from? Why would it be out here at sea? Han Sen thought only the silver fox and Queen were competing with him for the seeds. If things had remained that way, at least he had a fair chance of obtaining a few of them. But now with a super creature in the vicinity, who knew what might happen? Perhaps even the combination of Han Sen and the silver fox wouldn't be enough to fight the super creature. While Han Sen was feeling depressed amidst these thoughts, suddenly heard a sound at the seashore. Looking out to the ocean, he watched the waters boil. A lobster with a purple shell that was a dozen meters long emerged. It remained afloat for a brief while, summoning up tall waves. It then moved on to circle the island, without getting too close. Crap, another one. How many creatures want these seeds? Han Sen felt frustrated. He didn't know when and where another super creature might arise, but fortunately, no more decided to make an appearance. Aside from the peacock and lobster, there was no sign of another one coming to vie for their seeds. With one of them taking the sea and one of them taking the sky, it would be impossible for him to escape now. Let's fall back. If we get surrounded, there is nothing we can do to fight them, Queen calmly said. Silver Fox, come, Han Sen shouted at the silver fox, with a tone of gravity. He was afraid if the silver fox stayed here to guard, he would quickly be overwhelmed by the 2 super creatures. Even though it was a super creature itself, its strength had limits. Luckily, the silver fox wasn't too stubborn. Despite its craving for the seeds, it still leapt into Han Sen's arms when called. Han Sen took a long sigh, and with Queen, ran off. They didn't draw near to the sea, either, so they tucked themselves into a hidden spot near the base of the hills. Shortly after they left, the peacock-looking bird swooped down to where they had been. The lobster also came ashore, madly snapping its pincers as it rapidly scuttled inland and up to the hill where the lotus resided. The war for the lotus had begun. After observing the lotus seeds, it seemed even the peacock acknowledged the fact that they weren't yet ripe. So, instead of waiting, the bird turned around and screamed at the lobster. The lobster, with its claws snapping, skittered towards the bird. Its large body and shell didn't seem to slow it down in the least. The peacock opened its wings and took off into the sky. It broadened its feather train like a fan in a display of hostility. Beneath its green plumage was a collage of impeccable eye spots that emitted a blue light. When Han Sen looked into the eye spots that decorated the peacock, he felt dizzy. He almost felt as if he was going to faint. "Don't look at its blue lights," Queen said, already having closed her eyes. Her purple light was swirling around inside her, signifying she had already activated her gene lock. Han Sen did what she bid and also used his hands to cover the eyes of the silver fox, but still, the blue light somehow managed to pierce his eyelids. He quickly turned around and moved to hide behind a rock, which brought him instant relief. Queen hid behind a rock, as well, with neither of them opting to open their eyes for a second. For now, they could only rely on their ears. Han Sen used Jadeskin to activate his gene lock, as it didn't require him to have his eyes open. With it, he could survey the entire area and reconstruct the entire scene without looking. The giant lobster looked drunk as it rampaged to the left and right in response to the peacock's blue light. With its foe affected so badly, the peacock found an opening for its attack. The lobster's shell was unbelievably sturdy. When the peacock feistily pecked it, the only damage it sustained was a white scratch mark. Han Sen watched their combat in awe. While the lobster may have seemed to be at a great disadvantage, its shell proved to be a most hardy defense for it. The peacock couldn't do anything to hurt it. The blue light from the eye spots across the peacock's plumage continued to make the lobster dizzy, however. Without being able to deal damage, they both seemed to be at a stalemate. But still, they had both come here for the lotus seeds. If the peacock could keep the lobster suppressed long enough for the plant to fully mature, it could quickly grab the seeds, gobble them up, and fly away. All while the lobster continued flailing around as if it were blind. "What should we do?" Han Sen asked himself. "There is nothing we can do. The peacock's blue light makes others dizzy. Even if we closed our eyes and rushed in, our eyelids aren't strong enough to block out the light entirely. And how are we supposed to fight two super creatures with our eyes shut?" "We'd be stabbing in the dark," Queen replied. Han Sen did not respond. He suddenly smelled something quite pleasant, and noticed it was coming from the lotus seeds. The lotus was starting to emit a red light, and a red fog crept out of it, masking the area in a red haze. As ominous as it looked, its scent was delightful, and strong enough to be smelled from every corner of the island. The seeds are about to mature. Han Sen continued observing the fight between the peacock and lobster, still of a mind to get the seeds before anyone else could. He couldn't wait until sometime after they had matured because the monsters would be upon them, swallowing them all in one nibble. Compared to the size of the peacock and lobster, the seeds weren't even big enough to get stuck in their teeth. The silver fox looked like it wanted to jump out of Han Sen's arms any second, and its ardent desire for the lotus seeds was readily apparent. However, when it opened its eyes to take a look, it quickly buried its head in Han Sen's chest. The blue light was an extreme deterrent. While Han Sen was wondering whether or not he should rush over there, an ill feeling swept over him. A noise came from the sea. Even more super creatures are coming. Han Sen wondered in annoyed bewilderment. Using his seventh sense, he quickly surveyed the seaside. What he saw frightened him a great deal. All around the island, a vast host of different creatures had come, all of the mind to grab the lotus seeds for themselves. There were giant fish, giant shrimps, and even monstrous clams. There were many more that Han Sen could not even describe. A large group of creatures marched their way inland in the direction of the lotus. Holy smokes, what are these lotus seeds? The pleasant smell even makes them ignore the silver fox's presence. Disregarding the existence of the super creatures on the island, they all seem intent on taking the lotus seeds for themselves. Han Sen was more than surprised. It was difficult to wrap his mind around what sort of substance would actually incite so many ordinary creatures to muster the sort of courage required to go up against super creatures. In the sky, many more sea birds and flying creatures appeared. Without fear, they swooped down for the lotus seeds, ignoring the presence of the super creatures that were locked in combat. But when they entered the zone that was bathed in the peacock's blue light, they all crashed to the ground. It seemed as if ordinary creatures could not withstand the light at all. More and more creatures arrived at the hill, only to die upon their immediate arrival. Some were killed by the light, others fell victim to the violent thrashing of the lobster and peacock. It wasn't long before a vast number of bodies had collected to build a hill of their own, one that was dyed red. "Let's fall back," it's too dangerous here, Queen said, as she started to retreat from the scene. Han Sen noticed the rapid advancement of the seeds, maturity, and didn't want to fall back empty-handed. After mulling over what to do for a good while, he passed the silver fox to Queen. Take him out of here, I will go and try for the seeds. But the silver fox jumped away, not wanting to leave either. His body was unable to even stand straight in the light, almost as intoxicated as the lobster. Although the light could not deal the silver fox damage, it would have been difficult for it to exert the strength needed to go up, get the seeds, and get out. You get out of here. Don't worry, I'll give you some of the seeds after I collect them, Han Sen told the silver fox. The silver fox either did not hear him or was too stubborn to leave. It wanted to grab the lotus seeds despite its incapacitation. Han Sen grabbed the silver fox and forced it back. It was behaving like almost any other creature, giving up everything it could to take the lotus seeds. The peacock and the lobster were still sealed in turbulent conflict with one another. If any other creature tried to ascend the hill, they would be killed in the midst of their battle. Winning the lotus seeds would be a most difficult prize. All of a sudden, from inside the lotus, a bright light burst forth. It was red, and it beamed into the sky, widening like the bloom of a flower itself. The pleasant scent carried across the entire sea, urging even more creatures to come and battle for it. The lotus was ripe. The creatures on the island were no longer intent on fighting each other. They each exerted all the strength they had in running up the hill to grab the seeds before the others could. The peacock was the closest, and with its boon of flight, spared no time in soaring there. Although Han Sen really wanted to grab the lotus, he was slowed down by his need to prevent the silver fox from going out on its own. He missed his chance and was too late. As the peacock was about to peck and gobble the lotus plant, one blood crystal lotus seed appeared to crack open. More accurately, it looked as if the blood crystals were beginning to sprout two translucent wings, as thin as a cicada's. The wings started to flap, and they began flying away from the lotus cup. The flying lotus seed suddenly smacked into the peacock's face, making the giant beast fall back, screaming in pain. After the slight hit, giant red blisters scorched its face. It continued to retreat, crying in agony as it did. Then it took off into the skies, flew away, and did not return. The lobster seemed to ignore what had happened to the peacock, and instead vied to take its place and eat the lotus. But in the next second, blood crystals went airborne once again. They rushed into the lobster's shell. The lobster roared deafeningly. After sustaining the hit, even the lobster decided to retreat. In an instant, it raced off, skittering back to the sea. Han Sen was frozen in place, seeing that the red crystal-looking things were not actually lotus seeds. They were red wasps, shaped like little ruby gemstones. The end of each wasp had a lethal stinger. Han Sen saw the wasps pierce the lobster's shell and peacock's feathers as if it were nothing. The massive blister that had emerged upon the peacock's face indicated how poisonous it was. To see super creatures like the peacock and lobster run off in fright sent a chill coursing down Han Sen's spine. Now, he was glad he hadn't been able to get there before the other creatures. If he had been struck by one of those wasps, he'd have been in far worse shape. Many blood crystal wasps were now flying out from the lotus. Han Sen wasn't sure if the plant itself that birthed the blood crystals, or if a mother wasp had recently planted the eggs. But no matter their origin, it was clearly a vicious trap, and it would yield him no benefit. 18 wasps now shot out of the lotus, carried by their delicate wings. The toxicity of their venom was as dangerous to an ordinary creature as it was to a super creature. The consequences of being stung were horrid. At first, a giant blister would form. Then, bones would turn to liquid. And finally, the body itself would inflate, growing larger and larger until it burst like a reservoir of pus and blood. When creatures were splashed with excess venom, although the effect it had on them was not as lethal as a straight-up sting, their bodies and faces were still left scorched with massive blisters. Run! Han Sen grabbed the silver fox and ran off down to the beach. The blood crystal wasps were frighteningly quick, and Han Sen had no idea whether or not his body could withstand their sting. Without the light of the peacock, the silver fox and queen were both able to open their eyes. The previously pleasant fragrance had grown lighter, and it seemed to snap all the creatures out of their prior daze. In fear, everything now fled the vile trap of the wasps. With so many creatures strewn about dead and bloodied, the island looked like a snippet of hell itself. The creature death toll must have been immeasurable on this day. 2 people and a fox ran towards the ocean. No creatures fought amidst themselves, or even thought about targeting the humans. Escape was the only goal on everything's mind at that moment. I thought I could reap some benefits from that lotus thingy, little did I know how big of a mistake I was about to make. Han Sen felt like a fool. When he turned around to take a look at what was going on behind him, his jaw hit the ground. One of the wasps was headed in their direction. Like a red, blazing meteor, it was coming their way at a terrifying speed. When people are unlucky, they tend to choke when they drink water. With so many other creatures that are free for you to take, why the hell have you come for us? Han Sen's heart was now stripped of all hope. Han Sen's body steeled itself, blazing with all the power and might he had. His heart thumped like rhythmic thunder. As his seventh sense kicked itself onto a whole new level, his blood began to boil. Queen noticed Han Sen was not any slower than she was, which surprised her. If Han Sen hadn't unlocked his gene lock, there was no way he would have been able to keep up with her. But now was not the time to stop and question him over his deception. So she gritted her teeth and kept running as fast as she could. As they continued to run, she noticed Han Sen was actually gaining speed. Soon, he had overtaken her. After a while, he was far ahead, she couldn't keep up with him. Han Sen was also just noticing that his speed must have grown exponentially since he opened the gene lock. Although Jadeskin did not grant him the power to manipulate and wield ice, the amount of power he had gained seemed greater than what most people received after opening their gene lock. But his joy drained as he noticed the red wasp drawing nearer and nearer. Han Sen was positive that its target was the three of them. If they weren't its target, it wouldn't have followed them as much as it did. But Han Sen was not entirely sure which of the trio was its primary target. Was it him? Was it the silver fox? Or was it Queen? We should split up. Han Sen yelled at Queen before going off in another direction. As he suspected, the wasp turned just as he did. Its target was indeed Han Sen. Fudge, it really is coming for me and the silver fox. Despite having expected it, Han Sen couldn't but feel compelled to swear. The wasps were way too fast. Despite his breakneck speed, the wasp had now caught up to Han Sen. The wasp made its first attack. With all his power, Han Sen dodged it while still maintaining his speed. The blood crystal wasp was so small, it was difficult to keep track of it at the speed they were both going. If it wasn't for Han Sen's incredible seventh sense, he'd have been an oversized blister already. Although he was having difficulty following the wasp with his eyes, he cast the Dongshuan Sutra and used his feelings to determine when and where the wasp would strike next. He successfully dodged each attempted sting. The silver fox, who was still nestled in Han Sen's chest, was quite alert. Thunder sparked in the wells of its eyes, but try as it might, the wasp was too quick for it to thunder shock. Han Sen was not sure how much longer he could go on. All he could do was keep dodging on his way to the beach. He had to get into the sea, no matter what. If other wasps decided to join the chase, it would all be over. It wouldn't matter how proficient he was at sensing their locations, dodging any more would prove too difficult. One more was all it would take to tip the scales. Dealing with this single wasp, Han Sen was already exhausting his unusual talents of intuition and judgment. He couldn't use his seventh sense to lock down the wasp now, either. Queen had already reached the oceanside when she saw Han Sen in the distance, having trouble with the wasp. Gritting her teeth, she summoned a throwing knife and threw it in his direction. But being unable to track the dizzyingly quick wasp, it was impossible to hit it. Han Sen wanted to jump into the sea, but the blood crystal wasp prevented him from getting close enough. He had to dodge in according to the wasp's attacks, so he wasn't able to go where he wanted to. It did not matter what skills Han Sen used or how wickedly fast they were, the wasp only had to flap its wings to destroy any plan Han Sen devised. Han Sen hadn't been stung yet, despite how long the wasp had been nipping at his heels. This surprised Queen. Queen, putting herself in his boots, believed she would have been stung a long time ago. Queen didn't think it was only his skills that let him dodge the attacks. It was more like Han Sen had the ability to predict whatever his enemies were planning. Before the blood crystal wasp showed any indication of where and when it would strike, Han Sen was already moving to dodge it. If he was being purely reactionary, he wouldn't have had the time to dodge no matter how quick he was. Instead, it was more like he had incredible foresight. Also, he wasn't casting any skills to do this. It was as if this was purely an inherent talent of his. Her guesses weren't far off the mark. Although Han Sen hadn't totally unlocked his seventh sense, the powers of his other senses were already far better than they should have been. And just as she thought, the reason Han Sen dodged so well was because he could read the wasp's mind and dodge before it started to strike. If it was anyone else, even if their speed and skills were superior to Han Sen's, they would not have been able to dodge such ferocious attacks. Queen was aiming her throwing knife from afar and had been doing so for quite some time. Similarly to the silver fox, she just couldn't find the right opportunity to attack. She gritted her teeth, summoned a sacred blood shield, and went towards Han Sen. "Don't come." Han Sen noticed Queen approaching, which surprised him. Although her heavenly go was a tremendous thing, it would still be futile against the speed of these wasps. Queen did not heed his command, and instead continued her approach. After a while, she threw the shield out of her hand and yelled, "Run!" Han Sen saw where the shield was headed, and that it was on a collision course with exactly where the wasp was attacking. He was taken aback at the realization of how well she could predict the movement of the wasp. "You really are a queen." Han Sen's heart was glad. He used the opening Queen and her shield had provided and dove into the sea. Dong! But the wasp's attacks were like bullets, and it pierced right through the shield. Despite the sturdiness of her metal aegis, the wasp had not lost any momentum, and it still had Han Sen in its sights. Pang! At that moment, Queen's other hand let fly a throwing knife. It smacked against the wasp's head. The throwing knife shattered into little more than cold, hard glitter. The strike had taken the wasp in the exact center of its head, but again, it did not slow down. It avoided the belt of shiny knife shards and continued its pursuit of Han Sen. Using the time Queen had bought him, Han Sen ran 10 meters. But as he marked his 10th, the wasp had already caught up again. Han Sen noticed something, though. Although the wasp could spike itself through the shield, and was somehow unaffected by a throwing knife to its head, it did seem keen on avoiding the airborne remnants of the knife. That didn't mean it was afraid of those shards. Some pieces did hit the creature, and they did not harm it. But there were some pieces it avoided. That suggested the wasp had some sort of weakness. Even though Han Sen was not facing the wasp, he could analyze every last detail of what occurred behind him through the power of his senses. Han Sen saw that it only avoided the splinters around its waist. It was the area that connected the abdomen with the thorax. It was like a woman's waist where it was slimmest. When the shattered pieces neared that point, the wasp carefully swerved out of the way. The wasp did not care about any of the others and let them bounce off of itself. "This is it." A strange look streaked through Han Sen's eyes. Under the buffs imparted by Snow Lady, his body started to release an air that purified Han Sen's mind, clearing it like a virgin crystal. With the absence of human emotions, he had become fearless. All of a sudden, Han Sen stopped moving and looked at the wasp that hunted him. "What are you doing?" Queen was surprised. The wasp was frighteningly powerful, and it looked like Han Sen was preparing to fight it. Did he have a death wish? But what happened next made Queen's pupils shrink. The wasp flashed in front of Han Sen. Queen didn't see where it tried to sting, but Han Sen's hand was moving. It was unbelievable. His hand moved like a blade, with the speed of lightning. Han Sen swung his hand horizontally, slicing the wasp's waist as it came for him. Her one-time used sacred blood weapon did not faze the wasp in the slightest, but the wasp swerved to dodge Han Sen's attack. Han Sen missed his strike, but it confirmed that the wasp's waist must indeed have been its weak spot. There was no need for him to dodge and be afraid anymore. While Han Sen was falling back, he kept trying to stop the wasp. The maniacal little creature did its best to keep dodging Han Sen's flurry of attacks, but so quick and fast did they come, it was never provided the opportunity to counter them. Han Sen had given himself the chance to breathe, and he continued his retreat towards the sea. Queen was already in the water, however. She only kept her head above the surface to watch Han Sen, who was still engaged with the wasp. The speed of Han Sen's attacks couldn't quite match the speed of the wasp, but Queen was still fascinated by the spectacle. He wasn't using any sort of formation. He was employing a high-tier prediction ability. As Queen watched the battle between Han Sen and the wasp, she felt something in her heart. She couldn't quite put her finger on what it was, but it felt like an itch. Splash! Han Sen was finally able to jump into the sea. The wasp was more afraid of the water than the white tiger had been, and without similar abilities, it couldn't do anything to Han Sen once he was under the surface. Not wanting to follow Han Sen in, it flew around the shore in circles for a brief while, and then buzzed on back to the deeper recesses of the island, chasing after creatures that hadn't returned to the sea yet. "You hit it well." After they escaped their dangerous predicament, Queen confronted Han Sen with frosty eyes. Cough. Oh, I only just unlocked the gene lock. I was forced to use it, due to it being a life or death moment. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Han Sen laughed after his explanation, realizing that he couldn't hide his unlocked gene lock from Queen any longer. Queen rolled her eyes, unable to muster the strength needed to argue with him. She summoned her whale and climbed aboard. Thanks. Han Sen thanked her with sincerity, jumping onto the whale with the silver fox in hand. If it wasn't for Queen's attack, which revealed the wasp's weak spot, he didn't think he'd be where he was right now. This blood scale armor is mine, okay. Now we are even. Queen frowned, looking back at the island. There was no more screaming or squealing to be heard, and with the rest of the creatures having either escaped or been killed, the island was quiet. It still looked like hell, though. Bodies and blood were everywhere, and just looking at it made their skin crawl. Do you think you might be able to take down those wasps? Queen asked Han Sen. Han Sen knew what she meant, but he shook his head and told her, my speed is still a little too slow to go up against those wasps. I may know its weak spot, but what's the point if I cannot hit it? Besides what? Queen looked at Han Sen. There is no guarantee I can kill it, even if I hit there. For all I know, I might only inflict a minor amount of damage. Han Sen did not overestimate his talents. When he fought Golden Growler, he couldn't even break its eyes. The wasp's waist may have been its weak spot, but it couldn't be weaker than those eyes. A weak spot was just a place on a monster that was weaker, but the overall fitness of a super creature was just too high, and so the fact that it had a weak spot didn't mean much for Han Sen. Queen sighed. She understood how he was feeling. There were 18 of those wasps, and they had a lot of trouble escaping just one. It would be impossible to survive an encounter with any more, not to mention if all 18 came after them. Few people could dodge their attacks like Han Sen had. Even Queen wasn't entirely sure whether or not she'd be able to keep up and evade such quick attacks. The island was dead. They watched it for a while but knew that there was no hope of returning there. They readied themselves to leave and take to the seas on the whale again. But then the silver fox jumped out of Han Sen's arms. It became a silver light and ran back to the island. Silver fox, what are you doing? Han Sen was startled. It hadn't been easy to escape the island, so why was the fox now deciding to return? Stop. The 18 wasps must be together by now. If we get in trouble with all of them, we'll never make it out again, Queen said. You wait here. I'll go back and get him. Han Sen rushed back ashore without hesitation. He wasn't planning to risk his life for the silver fox, but he understood the silver fox well. He knew that it wouldn't want to risk its own life, either. Otherwise, when Han Sen was battling the wasps, the silver fox wouldn't have jumped into his arms to escape. It wouldn't have waited this long to come back, if it had no regard for its life. Something must have changed on the island, then. Han Sen chased after the silver fox, and noticed he was being led back to the lotus. Still, he did not hesitate and quickly continued his pursuit. Han Sen, using his senses, noticed there were no longer any wasps on the island. Did those wasps leave the island? Han Sen asked himself, looking puzzled. But Han Sen was still curious. If the wasps had left the island, then that meant the lotus plant was nothing special, and it had just been used to host a number of wasp eggs. If there was nothing extraordinary about the plant, why were they returning? Is there something the silver fox wants from the body of a deceased creature? Han Sen wondered, having now reached the lotus hill with the silver fox. The scenery was marred with great horrors. Uncaring for the bodies that littered the once fertile green, Han Sen hastily climbed up to the lotus. Perhaps it was because of the strength of their toxins, but after the wasps were born, the 7 remaining lotus petals had wilted. All that remained was a sole lotus cup. Without a moment's pause, the silver fox ran up to it and munched it all down in one bite. The crystal-clear lotus cup was chewed to pieces by the fox. Save me some. Save me some. Han Sen grabbed the silver fox as he tried to pry open its mouth. Alas, the silver fox had already swallowed it all. Damn it, you mutt. You are too cruel. I just saved your life earlier. You little selfish bastard, you didn't even save me a bite. Han Sen yelled at the silver fox. The silver fox, however, ignored its master. Elegantly, it sniffed around on the ground, and after a while of doing so, began digging into the rocky ground with its 2 front paws. The rock surface was like tofu under the power of its paws and claws, and it wasn't long before it had managed to dig a 2-meter deep hole. Is there something down there? Han Sen quelled his rage, and his eyes lit up with inquisitiveness. He saw that there was something connected with the stalk of the lotus plant. As the silver fox continued to dig, Han Sen noticed the unearthing of something white in color. Whatever it is, you've done your bit. You've earned yourself a rest, let me take over. Han Sen quickly jumped into the hole, and placed the silver fox on his shoulder. He rapidly started digging with his own 2 hands. He was afraid the silver fox would dig out some more food and gobble it all up without giving him a chance to even look at it. He didn't want a repeat of what had just happened. Han Sen did not dig for long because he had soon excavated 3 lotus roots. They were like the arms of a baby, and they were each about a dozen centimeters long. Although they were underground, they still shone like white crystals. It was as if they were made from virgin snow. They smelled very good, too. Han Sen picked up the 3 lotus roots to take a closer look, but before he could, the silver fox on his shoulder jumped down and grabbed one of the 3. Immediately, it began to ravenously chew the root. How could I forget about this guy? This thing is a sneaky manipulator. I really do keep forgetting. Han Sen's heart was bleeding. He didn't even know what treasure he had unearthed, and a third of it was already munched on by the silver fox. What's left is mine. You've already had your fill. Seeing the silver fox stare at the lotus roots intently, Han Sen clutched the remaining 2 tightly. The silver fox went near Han Sen's foot and began rubbing its head against him. Don't even bother trying to act cute. This thing is mine, end of story. Han Sen quickly put away the lotus roots and picked the silver fox back up. Queen had now come ashore and was nearing the hill. Han Sen quickly ran back down to meet her, with the silver fox in hand. He didn't want her to learn anything about what he had just found. I don't know where the wasps went, but it looks like they have all gone, Han Sen said, as he stood in front of Queen. What did it find? Queen asked, seeing right through Han Sen's deception. It was the lotus cup. But, by the time I caught up to the fiend, it had already eaten everything. He didn't save me any, so I have no idea what benefits it could have provided us. His selfishness hurts. Han Sen hoped to squeeze out a few tears, but he couldn't. Queen's eyes were untrusting, but she didn't voice her concern. Shortly after, they returned to the oceanside. The 2 people and the fox began their journey once more. They hoped they'd soon be able to find land, but after another 5 days' travel, they had yet to see anything. There weren't even any islands around. Suddenly, a strange sound could be heard in the distance. Han Sen and Queen were familiar with the sound, and so their faces changed. Han Sen recognized the sound as belonging to the peacock they encountered earlier, which had received a nasty sting on its face. It flew far away after that, and they didn't think they'd run into it again so soon. Its screams are ones of pain and suffering. Is it because of the poison? Queen asked, looking in the direction the squeals were coming from. If it really was due to the poison, it would be the perfect opportunity for humans to take down a super creature. The first in history. Let's go find out. Han Sen's face was vibrant with excitement, and he looked genuinely happy at the prospect. If he could hunt down a super creature with minimal effort, even if he did not receive a beast soul, eating its meat would be good enough. They looked at each other and understood what they were each thinking. Queen commanded the big whale to start sailing in the direction of the screeching peacock. The bird screamed so loud, it seemed like it could shatter the atmosphere. The creatures around looked terrified, and those that flew in the sky seemed to avoid it at all costs. They sailed another 40 miles before seeing an island on the horizon. It was surprisingly small, not any bigger than a protruding reef. The peacock was standing on the reef with a rotten face. It was red with infected blisters, and pus and blood oozed from its wounds. It must really be the poison still working its wretched magic, Han Sen said, aghast. He was happy that the peacock was in such a condition, obviously still struggling against the poison that blighted it. But he was concerned over whether or not he could eat the meat, seeing how effective and long-lasting the poison was. Queen commanded the whale to stop a good distance from the bird. She didn't want to go in blindly. And even though the super creature was in significant pain, it was still a super creature. They may very well not be able to slay it, even still. They weren't entirely sure how ill the peacock was, and they'd probably meet an unfortunate end if they marched in without a clue. It can still scream a good deal. It is most likely still quite energized. Perhaps we should wait here for a few days and see how it goes. Han Sen suggested. The longer they waited, the weaker the bird would become. If they were going to risk their lives in an attempt to bring down a poisoned super creature, it would be better to do it later rather than sooner. But right after Han Sen said that, the sea near the reef began spitting waves that were a few dozen meters tall. A giant purple creature with metal pincers came out from beneath the murky waves. Its target was most definitely the peacock. The giant purple lobster was back. Not having received any benefits from the island earlier, it seemed to want to exact vengeance on the wounded peacock that had bullied it previously. The peacock was poisoned right in the face, and it looked like the toxins had affected its brain. It didn't seem as smart or reactive as it had before. Already, the lobster managed to clamp down on one of its wings. It was impossible for the peacock to free itself from the lobster's grip. It flapped its wings the best it could, but could not escape. The more it flailed, the more feathers its wings dropped. The peacock was infuriated. It opened its feather train to reveal its blue eye spots and doused the area in its intoxicating blue light. Just like before, the lobster was made to appear drunk. It seemed as if the lobster knew this was coming, though, so it continued to maintain its grip on the peacock's wing. No matter how fiercely the peacock tried to repel its attacker, the lobster would not be loosened. The lobster's shell was too hard, as well. There was nothing the peacock could do. Eventually its clutched wing began to bleed, and plumes of feathers danced in the air around it, cushioning the harsh sea. While both of these monsters fought, Queen closed her eyes and turned around to avoid the effects of the blue light. Although it was a good distance from them, the light was powerful and it spread far. Looking at it for 1 second could make them feel dizzy, and out at sea, there was the chance Queen could fall overboard and drown. Han Sen appeared to be doing the same thing, but he activated his gene lock. With his senses, he didn't even have to face their direction to observe everything that was happening. The peacock may be an extremely powerful foe, but under the effects of that poisonous sting and the lobster's pummeling, it must assuredly be close to death, Han Sen thought. He then proceeded to wonder how he might benefit from this situation. The reef began to crack and the waves boiled in the turmoil of combat. The reef was unable to sustain the weight of the monsters and it began to crumble. The lobster's shell was obscenely sturdy, and the lobster tried to drag the peacock down into the briny depths with its pincers. All the peacock could do was continue to peck at the shell, to no avail. Although the peacock was resisting, a collapse of the reef meant a guaranteed watery grave for it. How come that lobster didn't get poisoned, too? Han Sen thought to himself. But seeing what was occurring, it was a good thing they did not rush into attack as they initially thought to. If they hadn't stayed back, they might have been killed by the lobster's incursion. Boom. 3 hours later, the reef collapsed and the peacock went down with it. Although the peacock continued to emit its beams of drowsy light, it wasn't as effective as it was earlier. It did not affect Han Sen and Queen as much. Queen turned around and looked into the sea. She saw the faint glimmer of blue light and a sea that was made mad with the peacock's wild thrashing. Great waves collided with each other, above where it sunk to its inevitable demise. What a horrible creature. It would have been too difficult for us to fight it, Queen said with a sigh. It would have been impossible for us to kill it, yes. But now we have a chance. Han Sen watched the restless waves with greedy eyes. They may not have been able to kill the poisoned peacock, but it had been attacked by the lobster and dragged deep down into the sea. It was going to die, no matter what. Perhaps this was his opportunity for an easy kill. But still, Han Sen did not dare try to steal the lobster's prey directly. He lacked the strength and he knew it. But if he did it quickly, there was a chance he could receive the beast's soul. What are you doing? Queen frowned as she looked at Han Sen. Wait here, okay. After speaking, Han Sen quickly dove into the sea. The silver fox was still on Han Sen's shoulder. It used its paws to grab a hold of his neck, and it dove in with him. Because the two monsters were still twirling about in the sea, the underwater currents were a little unpredictable. Every now and again, Han Sen would be sent spinning around due to mad fluctuations in the flow. He actually found it difficult to swim right. It was fortunate he could breathe underwater. Because of this, he did not have to fear drowning. The only issue was the fact he was swimming slower than he would have liked. The lobster was trying its best to drag the peacock into the deeper recesses of the sea. Although the peacock tried to resist, it was futile. The lobster was getting its way, and deeper they went. Han Sen chased both creatures down into the darker waters. He watched what was happening intently, biding his time for the perfect opportunity to strike. Although the peacock was not accomplished in underwater battle, it still kicked fairly well. It did not look as if it was going to be killed by the lobster anytime soon. Han Sen pursued the lobster, which had reached a depth of over 1,000 meters. The blue light of the peacock continued to grow dimmer and dimmer, a sure sign that it was dying. Its wings had been broken by the lobster's pincers. Blood seeped into the ocean from the torn flesh, coloring the area in a red haze. Han Sen could only see the peacock when its blue lights flickered. The peacock's face was rotten. Its flesh had been stripped and melted away, which exposed parts of its skull. All across its body, its once pleasant mane of graceful feathers had been shredded to tatters. Its train in the back had been mangled by the cruel ferocity of the lobster. The peacock that had looked fine and proud back on the island was now uglier than a skinned chicken. It looks like having a high defense is a worthier investment. It seemed to pay off for the lobster. In beating this week's nemesis, Han Sen thought to himself. Although the peacock was powerful, its power wasn't enough to compete with the hardy lobster. The lobster was not Han Sen's focus. The peacock super creature was only able to leave shallow scratch marks upon its shell. With the lobster being that strong, he didn't want to risk becoming its next potential target. Even if he used yin force, he doubted it would do much. Seeing that the peacock was dying, Han Sen dove in after it. The murky blood that tainted the waters helped to mask his chase. Han Sen was now about 10 meters away from them. The lobster was happily toying with the peacock's near-lifeless body, unaware that it was being watched. The peacock lacked the strength to fight back. Its eyes were white and it was starting to drown. It only reacted when the lobster made another cruel dig into its flesh. Han Sen summoned his mascot beast sword and held it tight. This was a berserk sacred blood beast soul sword. If he could inflict one mighty blow upon the peacock's weakest point, he might be able to end its life for good. The weak point Han Sen was referring to was the most grievous of the wounds inflicted by the lobster. Han Sen positioned himself carefully. He could not allow the lobster to become aware of his intrusion, but he had to get as close to the peacock as he possibly could. After thorough observation of the peacock's current state, he considered a number of wounds he might go for. But whichever he chose, he'd only have one chance to ensure the kill. Once he attacked, the lobster that was jovially munching its prey would be alerted to his presence. There would be no retries. The wound on the peacock's wing was the most severe. But even if he attacked there, it wasn't a deadly, critical location. Although the peacock looked utterly ravaged, its wounds were greater than the sum of their parts. None were truly grievous on their own. From the way things looked, the peacock's cause of death would be drowning. The wounds themselves weren't enough to stop its body from operating or make it bleed to death. Han Sen continued to watch. If he wanted to slay the peacock in one fell swoop, the most viable location he could strike would be the wound left by the wasp. The peacock's face was a rotten mess. Blood plasma leaked from its eyes, indicating that its brain had been ravaged by the poison. Han Sen carefully avoided the plasma that merged with the sea. Although it was similar to the blood, the plasma solidified in the water. It didn't merge and discolor the water as the red blood did. Han Sen camouflaged himself in the clouds of blood and managed to sneak around behind the peacock's body. The big lobster was still snacking on its feathered foe and was not aware of Han Sen's presence. Han Sen was beginning to feel excited. If he was discovered, he'd have no choice but to fall back, for there would be no way he could battle a lobster deep down in its own domain, the sea. Although the lobster was not as scary as the wasp, the lobster's shell made it invulnerable to him in his current state. Furthermore, despite being an avid, extremely dexterous swimmer, there was no doubt that the lobster would be considerably faster than he was. He did not dare upset it. If they were on land, then maybe he'd have a chance to fight back. He wouldn't down here, though. Han Sen could only pray that he would not be discovered. Fortunately, luck was on Han Sen's side. He had managed to get up close to the peacock's side without the lobster noticing. If he wanted to attack the peacock's eyes, he'd have trouble. The lobster was facing that direction, so he'd definitely be seen. Han Sen stuck close to the peacock's body for a while, waiting for the perfect opportunity. Alas, it never came. After biding his time for a while longer, the chance he was waiting for still never came. But now he was running out of time, for the peacock looked like it was starting to give up the ghost. Its head bobbed in the water and its body was twitching more and more faintly after each bite the lobster took. No, I cannot wait any longer. If I do, the peacock will die. This is a risk I'm going to have to take. Han Sen gritted his teeth, held his mascot beast sword and stared at the bobbing head. He cast Heresy Mantra and the Jade Sun Force. With his heart like a generator and his kidneys kicking into overdrive, he was endowed with an infinite reserve of power. His power was at max capacity and he was raring to go. Han Sen chose not to transform into Snow Lady. He decided to use Fairy Queen. But he needed greater clarity of vision to more properly analyze the peacock's head and the lobster's movements. He used his remarkable senses and gathered a granularly detailed overview of the scene so he could predict every single possibility. To strike like this would definitely draw the lobster's attention. And after that, he could only flee. Han Sen's life hinged on whether or not he could escape the lobster's pursuit, therefore, he could not make a single mistake. He couldn't afford to be careless. But then an opportunity presented itself. Without letting it pass him by, he leapt into action. He swam straight to the peacock's head like a torpedo, sword in hand and ready to strike. The moment Han Sen made his move, the lobster became aware. The pincers that were working on dismembering the peacock's battered body now turned their attention to Han Sen. Han Sen's eyes looked cold. Ever since he unlocked his gene lock with Jadeskin, he could become emotionless and unafraid of death at will. The lobster's pincers were too quick. He knew if he continued his attack on the peacock he would be unable to dodge its claws. If Han Sen ran away now, however, he wouldn't be given a second chance to kill the peacock. His eyes looked different. The ancient mascot beast sword plunged itself into the peacock's eye repeatedly, and at the same time, he summoned his golden armor and the gargoyle glyph. With his other hand, he attempted to stop the pincer. Squelch! The mascot beast sword was driven deep into the peacock's eye, all 4 feet of its blade. There was no resistance, but at the same time, the big purple pincer of the lobster came bearing down on Han Sen. He slapped it. Pang! Han Sen's hand was knocked back into his own chest. Coughing blood, he was launched like a cannonball a few dozen meters in the sea. Chapter 615. Escaping Han Sen's palm was not yin force and yang force. If it was, he'd have been shaken to death by the lobster's horrible power. Master Discharge. Han Sen had learned this skill to discharge power. He didn't employ any anti-seismic techniques, but instead borrowed the strength of the lobster to go flying a few dozen meters through the sea. The power of the lobster was way too strong. Although he had absorbed a considerable deal of the power unleashed onto him, he still felt as if his ribs and organs had been damaged. Blood spat out from his mouth, resembling red flowers in the sea. But simply hearing the notification ring in his head made him supremely happy. Super creature hunted. Deadeye peacock. The beast soul has been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of super geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. But now was not the time for Han Sen to admire his deed and celebrate his acquisition of a super beast soul. He held onto the pain in his chest and swam upwards. If he reached the surface, he would live. Although the lobster was massive, it was a sea creature. Han Sen could fly, so if he managed to get airborne, there was nothing the lobster could do. Han Sen had made the lobster furious. The beast grabbed a hold of the peacock's lifeless body and launched itself towards Han Sen. In an instant, it had almost caught up. Silver Fox, if you don't do anything, we're both going to die here. Han Sen's heart was screaming with alarm as he patted the silver fox's head to show some anxiety. The silver fox looked confused. But then, a silver lightning flickered in its eyes, and it jumped away from Han Sen's shoulder. It swam between its master and the rampaging lobster and unleashed a scary silver light. In a moment, the silver light had expanded and weaved its way across the entire area like a net. Ah! Han Sen screamed. The silver fox didn't just attack the lobster, it attacked Han Sen, too. The silver lightning spread through the water, as if it did not care who was friend or foe. Han Sen's hair stood up with the shock and more blood oozed from his mouth. Now Han Sen knew why the silver fox hadn't already used his silver lightning. The first thing it would kill wasn't the lobster, but Han Sen himself. The lobster received a shock from the lightning, which just angered it further. With rage, it turned its attention to attack the silver fox. But before it could be nabbed, the silver critter turned to swim away and sped off quickly. Its swimming speed was greater than Han Sen's. Seeing that the lobster was attracted to the silver fox gave Han Sen some relief, but it worried him, as well. He feared that if the lobster caught up, it could very well kill the silver fox. The silver fox was still young, so there was no way its strength would be greater than the lobster's. The silver lightning that it cast only subdued the lobster for a few brief seconds, its effect wasn't as strong as the blue light from the peacock had been. Even though the fox's speed was greater than Han Sen's, it wasn't enough to outpace the lobster. In the blink of an eye the pursuer jumped forward, almost as if it teleported, in front of the silver fox. Boom! The silver fox's silver lightning was unleashed once again, which painted the sea like a canvas of countless thunderbolts. It shocked the lobster directly in front of him. In the time it was shocked and made immobile, the silver fox managed to get ahead once again and gain some distance from the lobster. The power of the lightning was not enough to damage the lobster, but it was enough to stun it for a brief while. And now, it had already caught up again. The silver fox repeated his previous move of unleashing silver lightning, but this time, its intensity wasn't nearly as high. It was because of this, the lobster wasn't stunned nearly as effectively. When the lobster caught up to the silver fox the third time, the lightning could not stun it. Following the weakened discharge, a purple pincer came bearing down on the silver fox. The silver fox bravely dodged the clinch of its pursuer's pincers, but it still suffered a hearty jab and was sent careering through the water. With its small body, it was not dissimilar to a cannonball, surrounded by bubbles. Han Sen bit down on his teeth and summoned his golden rock worm king and its berserk super pet armor. He threw the worm king in front of the silver fox as the lobster raced forward to finish it off. Pang! The golden rock worm king, wearing the berserk super pet armor, lasted a mere 3 seconds after it found itself between the crushing force of the lobster's pincers. Being unable to fight back, it was cut in half and cast away, destroying the beast's soul forever. But with the time its sacrifice bought, the silver fox managed to claw its way another few dozen meters in a bid to reach the surface. Han Sen swam as quickly as he could, too. He may have been able to use the golden rock worm king and pet armor to save the silver fox this time, but now that it was gone, there wouldn't be a second opportunity. If he summoned Meowth without the berserk super pet armor, it wouldn't even be able to block the force of a hit or claw of the menacing lobster. It most likely wouldn't even by a millisecond. For the silver fox, my poor golden rock worm king and super pet armor. You have been with me for the longest time, surviving so many battles. I can't believe you were killed by this damn lobster. Do not worry, for I will avenge your death. One day, I will slay this lobster and cook it for a grand feast in your honor. I'll leave some upon your grave, too. Han Sen was as angry as he was upset, and so he tried to console himself. There was still a chance they could escape, however. But now the lobster had caught up with the silver fox again. Han Sen wasn't sure whether or not it was the silver fox's lightning that attracted the lobster's aggro, or if just wanted to hunt another super creature instead of a human. Seeing the lobster right on the silver fox's heels again made Han Sen worry. Even if he tried to help, whatever efforts he made would be futile. There was nothing he could do, nor was there anything he could use to block the lobster for a short while. All of a sudden, the silver fox flashed with silver light again. There was even lightning coursing through his fur. It looked as if an extra powerful thunderbolt had been cooking inside his body. The lobster was directly in front of the silver fox again, its pincers raised as if ready to cut another victim in half. Boom! Silver lightning erupted from the silver fox like a barrage of rockets. Its little body accelerated with the sheer force of the attack, and it was sent shooting out of the sea, freeing itself from the lobster's aggression. It was sent a whole 600 meters. Holy smokes! Han Sen froze, not having expected the silver fox to possess that ability. But now that the silver fox was gone, that made Han Sen the lobster's target once more. Han Sen did not say anything more and instead focused on trying to save himself by swimming as fast as he could. Fortunately, the silver fox had already drawn the lobster a good distance away, which gave him a head start. What the heck, if I knew it was planning that, I would have gone much earlier. Han Sen's heart soured, only being able to flee for his life. He prayed he'd be able to escape the sea before the lobster caught up. Han Sen wished he could grow a few extra arms and legs so he could swim with greater speed. With the lobster swimming a few dozen meters every second, it may as well have possessed the ability to teleport. It made Han Sen bitter. Come on, just a little quicker and I'll be out of here. Han Sen saw the light above grow brighter and brighter. But as he did, the lobster was getting closer and closer. The possibility of the lobster getting to him before he could escape was still all too real. The lobster was directly behind Han Sen, with its pincers gnashing for his blood. Han Sen knew he could no longer dodge, as he couldn't afford to sacrifice the lead he had gained. If he couldn't hold onto it, he'd be dead before he reached the surface. He clutched his chest as his blood boiled in the tension. Han Sen was only wearing his Fairy Queen armor, and he knew he couldn't risk being hit. Han Sen summoned his bird, 2 meters tall and with 4 wings, in front of him. Kacha, the sacred blood class 4-winged thunderbird, was crushed into pieces by the lobster's pincers. Han Sen used this time to reach the surface, summon his wings, and fly off into the sky. Flying 40 meters high, he suddenly heard a great splashing sound. The giant lobster leapt out of the sea and was now soaring through the air in a final bid to grab Han Sen. The speed of the berserk sacred blood wings was not faster than the airborne lobster, and it was sure to catch Han Sen as he flew. So, Han Sen's legs erupted with an incredible power. He borrowed the strength of the air and dashed 2 meters to the side. The pincer only just missed him. Boom! The lobster fell back down, triggering a tsunami of a wave like a meteor crashing into the sea. Without hesitating, Han Sen continued to fly higher and higher. The lobster swam around for a while, eyeing him, but after realizing it could no longer capture its intruder, it grabbed the peacock's body and returned to the deep sea. Queen flapped her wings with the silver fox in her arms. The silver fox didn't seem to be doing so well, and looked incredibly weak. When Han Sen returned to them, it leapt onto his shoulder and stayed there, unmoving. Han Sen opened his mouth and coughed up blood. His organs had been damaged badly, and he feared it would take a long time to recover after this. Go! Han Sen gritted his teeth as he held his chest, which pounded with an unbearable pain. He left the area with Queen, and when they were clear, she summoned the whale so that Han Sen could lie down and rest. Han Sen was lying on the big whale's back. The silver fox dug its head into Han Sen's arms. He didn't know what it was doing at first, but it wasn't long before the silver fox pulled out his lotus roots. Immediately, the silver fox started chewing one up. Silver fox, you are heartless. I have been grievously wounded, and yet you rob me blind. Han Sen was disheartened, but he couldn't muster the strength to yell at the silver fox. The next second, Han Sen was frozen. After the silver fox chewed the lotus root, he did not swallow it for himself. Rather, he fed it to Han Sen. Han Sen was surprised to see him not eat it for himself. He was feeding Han Sen, and it touched him deeply. But he did feel uncomfortable eating food that had been chewed up by his pet. He almost thought of rejecting it, but the lotus root had been ground into juice and it dribbled into Han Sen's mouth. Han Sen knew he had risked his life to retrieve the lotus roots, so he thought it'd be a waste to spit it out. Without thinking about it too much, he accepted it all. After consuming it, he felt a refreshing and rejuvenating aura emanate from deep inside his body. The burning pain in his chest felt better and his pounding heart relaxed. Han Sen quickly ran his Dongshuan Sutra. He absorbed this new, refreshing power. His Jideskin was limited by his fitness level, which meant he could only unlock the first tier. Unlocking the second would be impossible during his time in the second god sanctuary. That was why, recently, he had been more focused on improving his Dongshuan Sutra, as opposed to his Jideskin. Dongshuan Sutra had an amazing effect whilst you breathed, wherein the metabolism of cells ran quicker. Now, the damaged parts of his body were being renewed, and newborn cells replaced the old, harmed ones. It was enabling him to recover from his wounds much faster. The refreshing air must have had a really effective power. Otherwise, his Dongshuan Sutra would not have healed him so well. Every bit of his new, refreshed feeling was absorbed by the Dongshuan Sutra, and his body now looked white and silky. He smelled like a newborn baby. He smelled good. The silver fox lay down next to Han Sen, sniffing his master's new, fresher scent. He seemed to enjoy it. Queen noticed the 2 lotus roots and immediately acknowledged where they came from. But seeing the silver fox feed Han Sen made her observe him with a greater curiosity. Earlier, Han Sen was heavily injured. His face looked ill and his skin was pale. But now, not long after, his face was looking better. The color of his complexion returned and his skin seemed to radiate. It was silky smooth, too. Your face is white, but it looks a little red. It's quite special. Seeing Han Sen, Queen couldn't help but say something cheesy. When she looked at Han Sen, she thought this new image suited him. Han Sen's face was rather firmly shaped and its structure was sharp. It often made him look mad, even when he wasn't. But with this new smooth skin, it portrayed him in a different light. He gave off a different feel. Queen felt a little jealous since she wasn't a person who cared much about her appearance. This must be the effect of a hyper-geno art. Or is it an effect of the lotus root? Queen thought to herself. All of a sudden, a pleasant fragrance tickled Queen's nose. It made her feel as if she had eaten life fruit. The pores across her body all opened. What's going on? Queen looked at Han Sen with a puzzled expression. After she smelled the pleasant scent, the heavenly go in her body activated. It then seemed to be absorbing the fragrance. Queen felt incredible. She had never guessed there was a smell that could trigger heavenly go. If she hadn't been experiencing it at that moment, even if others told her, she would not have believed it to be true. The scariest thing with that smell, however, was how it seemed to be improving her heavenly go. It had been a long time since she made progress with the ability, yet now she was, entirely passively. Although she did not know what was going on, she did not let this opportunity pass her by. She quickly sat down by Han Sen's side and started absorbing as much of the smell as she could, to take her heavenly go even further. The purple light in her body continued to glow, absorbing the fragrance that was all around. Eventually, even her purple light seemed to smell good. The way Queen presented herself often made her seem cold, but now she became prettier to look at. She resembled a fairy, minus all the glitter. She looked stunning, like someone no one could ever dare dream of hurting. The lotus roots must have been extremely beneficial to women, and they possessed a rather cold trait. Although men benefited from them, women would benefit more. The 2 lotus roots were most certainly not something ordinary. Their medical properties were incredibly strong. Han Sen absorbed them through his Dongshuan Sutra, and it helped his training a considerable amount. The Dongshuan Sutra absorbed the essence of the lotus roots into the body's cells. It generated new cells faster, pushing the old and damaged ones away at a hastened rate. All the while, the proficiency of the Dongshuan Sutra improved. The constant improvements of the Dongshuan Sutra made Han Sen smell nicer and nicer. The fragrance that graced him was strong, but it wasn't overwhelming. Han Sen did not know why the Dongshuan Sutra would make him smell nice, or exactly what benefits it provided. But whenever he trained it, there it was. As he lay there, the Dongshuan Sutra generated the pleasant scent just as it usually did. At the time, he didn't think anything of it. But when Queen absorbed the fragrance, however, her heavenly go made some progress. Queen's heart was too shocked to say much of anything. All it took was a quick sniff of Han Sen's delightful smell for her heavenly go to improve. It was unbelievable. When the essence of the lotus root was completely absorbed, Han Sen's wounds were fully healed. He felt supremely energized, as if he could go around punching cows to death. He opened his eyes and saw Queen training. He was surprised, because her body was surrounded by a yellow light. She was beautiful, quite reminiscent of a moon fairy. It was strange, though, for a fragrance seemed to permeate the air around her. It was not the ordinary scent of a woman, and it was vaguely familiar. He moved closer to get a finer whiff, and that's when it hit him. Queen, although not as strongly, was smelling just like he did. As Han Sen watched her, a strange feeling developed. He felt as if he could see the flow of Queen's body and witness the changes going on inside her at a granular level. But that was impossible. She was still wearing her blood scale armor, and it wasn't as if Han Sen had X-ray vision. Even if he did have X-ray vision, the changes of a person's flow could not be seen by the human eye. Yet that was exactly what Han Sen was seeing. It was a peculiar sight, for the Qigong that Queen was training lay naked for Han Sen to see. He could examine every little thing and observe every tiny detail. There was nothing hidden and nothing more secret. Han Sen was taken aback. With this skill, even if he did not know it fully, he could follow what he was seeing and eventually learn the Qigong that she was in the midst of practicing. Han Sen was lost in deep thought. When he came to, it was only then that he noticed he was not observing Queen's flow with his eyes. Smell. It must be her smell. Han Sen was surprised. It was the smell that was tracing Queen's Qigong. Han Sen could smell that fragrance all around, and through that, he was able to follow the flow inside Queen's body. What's going on, I wonder? Is this another amazing facet of the Dongshuan Sutra? Han Sen gave Queen a complicated look. That meant the heavenly go that was meant to be so secretive, no longer was. He could observe every last detail of it. Before Han Sen could finish thinking, though, he felt his body's Dongshuan Sutra running. It was treading a different path to that which it normally did, and it drifted to accompany Queen's flow. It was only then that he noticed it was copying heavenly go. The flow of Han Sen's body felt connected with Queen's smell. It was in sync with her, and it allowed him to understand heavenly go more than ever before. If Queen found out I stole her heavenly go this way, would she kill me? Han Sen had a wry smile unfurl in his heart. Queen's heavenly go continued to run, which led to some progress being made. When Queen had finally absorbed the entire smell, she opened her eyes and looked happy. It was then she saw Han Sen standing right beside her, watching her without blinking. She couldn't refrain from blushing. Han Sen was frozen. For a cold woman like Queen to have such a shy face only made her look sexier. With that fairy face of hers, it'd draw the attention of every man in a room. Queen felt guilty about absorbing Han Sen's smell in order to train, and that was why she looked slightly embarrassed. She looked at Han Sen's face and suddenly became very mad. She grabbed his ears and yelled in his face, "What did you do in the sea?" Han Sen fell back, clutching his twisted ears. Queen blushed and put her hands down. She went back to acting cool and repeated her question in a softer tone, "I asked you, what did you do in the sea?" As he continued to rub his ears, Han Sen replied, "Didn't you see anything? I was just trying to get myself an easy kill. Unfortunately I failed, and that mistake almost cost me my life." Queen frowned at Han Sen, not knowing whether he was being truthful or not. But as she looked at him, his bedraggled visage made him look like he hadn't achieved anything. But Queen was more interested in the smell that surrounded Han Sen right now. She assumed the culprit was the lotus root he had consumed. Han Sen did not digest the medical properties of the roots. The medical properties, instead, wafted out of his body to affect her as well, and then go on to improve her heavenly go. But this was only what Queen was theorizing. She wanted to find out for sure. "What is up with your skills? Why do you possess a strange smell?" Queen asked, peering at Han Sen. "A strange smell, me?" Han Sen raised his arms and sniffed his pits. He looked at Queen and smiled, and then went on to say, "Are you referring to my body odor? How can the practice of such arts lead to a strange body smell?" Queen looked at the Joker with seriousness, but after a while, she turned around and ignored him. Han Sen was just talking crap, and she knew he'd continue to fool around no matter how many times she asked. But in her heart, she still believed it was down to the lotus root he had ingested. After all, she had never heard of a skill that could aid and improve the practice of someone else's abilities. Han Sen wouldn't tell her the truth, no matter what. Otherwise, she'd want to kill him. Han Sen then remembered something Wangfu Pingqing once told him. In this world, there exist only two people who know how to perform heavenly go. One is Wangfu Shangcheng's wife and the other is Queen. After today, there would be three. But Han Sen didn't have to put too much effort into learning heavenly go. His Dongshuan Sutra was clearly much stronger than it. It was just that this strange smell surprised people, and he was curious as to how strong it could become, the more he trained it. Han Sen really wanted to unlock his first tier and witness the true strength of the Dongshuan Sutra. When he returned from his daydream, it was to the realization that he had obtained a super beast soul. It was his first in the second god sanctuary. Super creature beast soul. Deadeye Peacock Bow Type Chapter 618. Mystery Island appears again. While Queen was looking away, Han Sen summoned the Deadeye Peacock Beast Soul. A peacock-like bird appeared in front of Han Sen, flapping its wings. It was roughly 2 feet long. Looking closer, he realized that it wasn't a living creature, but a blue-colored metal crossbow. It was shaped to resemble a peacock, with its wings composing the bow of the weapon. With the body as its stock, the mouth of the peacock was where the tips of the bolts were lodged, and the top of the head itself was the sightline with which its user would aim. It was a beautiful piece of equipment. The elastic string of the crossbow was unusual, however. It was like a beam of translucent hardlight, fixed between the ends of the wings. Han Sen could command for bolts to be knocked and drawn with his mind, and he only had to pull on the lock to loose them. Han Sen looked inside its accompanying quiver and saw that there was enough space for 8 bolts to be stored. This was a fine amount, particularly for a weapon that could be used as efficiently as a pistol. If he used Beast Soul bolts, he'd have an infinite supply of ammo, too, provided the bolts weren't broken. Han Sen examined the peacock crossbow with an open jaw. It was a remarkable weapon to have in his possession, but without the appropriate bolts, it was little more than a sturdy stick to beat stuff over the head with. "This is great, but you could at least provide me with some bolts. You didn't even give me a single one. Now I have to go find some myself." Han Sen didn't know whether he should be happy or sad right now. The peacock crossbow looked incredibly powerful, but his visual perception was all that he could use to get to know it. He had no way of giving it a proper test run. "I suppose it doesn't matter. I'll formulate a few steel bolts for it and think about getting Beast Soul bolts further down the line." Han Sen tucked the crossbow away, realizing that its usage wouldn't be as simple as he had hoped. However, even without the high-end bolts that would be best to use, it should still be pretty powerful. A crossbow was vastly different to a traditional bow. The strength of the latter weapon stems from the human that makes use of it. Crossbows were automatic, and the power and efficiency derived from the weapons came from the bolts that were used in the craftsmanship of the weapons themselves. They continued to sail for another 10 days before Han Sen caught sight of land. It wasn't just any parcel of land, either. It was a human shelter, one that operated on the coast. Han Sen, upon arriving, made sure to teleport back to the Alliance. He had been gone for some time, following his misadventure with the White Tiger. He was afraid Ji Yanran had become gravely concerned over his welfare and whereabouts, so he made sure to check in on her. He wanted to comfort her and make some bolts for his new crossbow. Ji Yanran really did worry over him. When she saw him return, she was delightfully surprised and she did her best to shelve how upset she was. Han Sen comforted her for a while and her mood genuinely brightened. Ji Yanran had been upset not because he had been gone for so long, but because she did not know whether or not he was okay. As Han Sen lay on his bed that night, he decided to log into the virtual community. He visited the army to take a look at the weaponry on offer there, and finally decided to purchase Z-class bolts. All sorts of weaponry and equipment could be purchased in the army, for the right amount of money. Only weaponry that dealt raw, physical damage could be bought, however. Weapons that inflicted elemental damage were not available. Han Sen browsed around for a while before he stumbled across the Z-class bolts he had resolved to buy. Different crossbows could only employ certain types and sizes of bolts, and these were the ones Han Sen thought he would need. But the Peacock crossbow was a Beast Soul crossbow, and that meant it had fantastic compatibility. Provided the bolts weren't too long, he could make use of them. So Han Sen selected a few different types of bolts and bought them. After buying the bolts, Han Sen went off to browse the news and see if anything important had occurred in the Alliance during his absence. Many things had transpired, such as a half-god killing a bunch of creatures, a victory for the Alliance in a war that was taking place in another system, and how the Shira people managed to reclaim a planet that was taken from them. Still, despite all of the things that had been going on, none of these events were of personal concern to Han Sen. After a while of browsing there, he went onto the Skynet platform to research as much information about crossbows and their bolts as he could. After a good while of searching for bolts exclusively, he noticed there was an extreme shortage of the bolts available in the Second God's Sanctuary, which led him to believe the crossbow was an unpopular weapon type. More popular swords and knives had billions of Beast Soul variants to purchase, but the total number of bolts available for purchase was in the low tens of millions. He enabled the filters to browse for Sacred Blood Beast Soul bolts and was surprised to see only a mere dozen for sale. Han Sen looked at the locations where these bolts were on sale and saw the names of shelters that he had never heard of before or were in remote, inaccessible places. It seemed that it might be impossible for him to trade for the bolts he sought. If I cannot buy the bolts I need, I'll just have to hunt down the creatures myself. Han Sen scoured the Icefield, Golden Beach, and Whitestone Beach for information, hoping to find out where Sacred Blood Beast Soul bolts could drop. After a good while of searching, he came across a creature that was known to drop Sacred Blood Beast Soul bolts near Whitestone Beach. It was a creature known as Sky Falcon. They were mostly ordinary, but there were mutants amongst them. The Sky Falcon King was the Sacred Blood variant. Many people had hunted the ordinary Sky Falcons for traditional bolts that were quite powerful. After learning what he could about the Sky Falcons, he knew he'd like them. And if a Sacred Blood Falcon became a Berserk Sacred Blood class Beast Soul, it'd be a fearsome thing to behold. With his new crossbow in hand, perhaps he could use such a bolt to shred or pierce the shells, scales, or skin of super creatures that were extra thick and previously impervious. But the Sky Falcons lived on the peaks of the Sky Pillar Mountain. There were many other creatures there, which would make it a difficult trek to the top. The person who provided him this information had only learned what he knew from a Sky Falcon that had fallen down the mountainside. He hadn't climbed up the mountain himself, so it was sketchy information at best. With the Silver Fox here, I shouldn't have much difficulty reaching the peak, provided there are no super creatures up there, Han Sen mused to himself. Han Sen really wanted these Sky Falcons now, and even if they did not drop a Sacred Blood Beast Soul, with their small bodies, Han Sen could increase his Sacred Geno point tally by a good deal in a short amount of time. Han Sen conducted more research about Sky Pillar Mountain, so he could be as prepared as possible. After looking for a while, Han Sen furrowed his eyebrows. People had recently reported sighting a freakish monster there, riding a red cloud around the Sky Pillar Mountain. Judging from the reports, all signs pointed to it being another super creature. Ring, ring. As he was finishing up his browser session, his communicator rang. It was Zhu Ting calling. He had asked for his number a while back, but this was the first time he had called him. Han Sen wondered what he wanted at this time. "Boss, this is not good," Zhu Ting said, hastily. "What's not good?" Han Sen frowned. "Mystery Island. There is a mystery island on the ice field. Where are you? Come back. If you don't, others will seek to claim the benefits." Zhu Ting's face looked panicky. Han Sen was frozen for a bit, knowing why Zhu Ting was in such a rush. The mystery island here was different than the one in the first god's sanctuary. The mystery island must have had a royal-class spirit shelter situated on it. If it did, the likelihood of something good being there was extremely high. After speaking with Zhu Ting, Yang Manli also called. He talked to her for a while and expressed his desire for her to remain available and prepared for what was to come. There was nothing Han Sen could do right now, since he was near Whitestone Beach. Returning to the ice field on such short notice would prove difficult. Even returning within a month would be a remarkable achievement. After finishing his discussion with Yang Manli, Han Sen called up Wangfu Pingqing. He wanted to purchase a map from her, one that would guide him back to the ice field. "You are on Whitestone Beach. You really are on Whitestone Beach?" Wangfu Pingqing seemed quite surprised. "Is it such a surprise that I'm here, at Whitestone Beach?" Han Sen looked at her strangely. "You should be near the White Sand Shelter, then. You are, aren't you?" Wangfu Pingqing skipped a direct response and inquired. "Yes." Han Sen's eyes opened wide. "You can't be here too, can you?" "Yes, I'm here. Wait for me in the White Sand Shelter for 2 days and I'll come see you." She hung up. Han Sen was taken aback and felt a little insulted. He said to himself, "You didn't have to hang up so quickly. You didn't even provide me the opportunity to tell you that Queen is with me." After waiting a day, the Z steel arrow were delivered. Han Sen went to the archery range to try out the strength of his new peacock crossbow. Han Sen loaded a bolt, took aim at the platinum target board, and pulled the trigger. The bolt was loosed with a blue beam of light as its guidance. Boom! The thick platinum target board was smashed into splinters, which surprised Han Sen. "Holy smokes! This is great!" Han Sen shouted, overwhelmed with incredible joy. For such power to come from an ordinary Z steel arrow was tremendous. If he managed to obtain sacred blood beast soul bolts, the power was sure to be insane. It was even likely it could shoot through the body of a super creature. "I'm going up the mountain to slay the Sky Falcon King." When Han Sen now thought of the Sky Falcon King, his heart burned with the desire to slay it. Entering the shelter again, Queen said she had managed to make contact with Tyrant. He and the rest of the group would be there in a few days. "That means we aren't too far from the ice field, then." Han Sen was surprised. Traveling by sea, it would take a month, even if we were free from danger and any likely interruptions for the duration of the trip, Queen said. In that case, never mind. Han Sen wanted to avoid the ocean right now. He currently fancied walking where he needed to go, to avoid drawing the ire of any sea creatures like the lobster. "We should wait until Tyrant arrives. I'll propose your inclusion in our group again, but this time, I'm sure there will be no issues," Queen suddenly told Han Sen. "Nah, that's okay. I'm not really fond of cooperating with others." After what had happened, Han Sen realized being with others wasn't as beneficial as he had first assumed. There was still every chance he'd get bullied by a super creature. And if he wasn't with a group of people he could place his complete faith and trust in, it would be silly to walk into life or death situations with them on a regular basis. Han Sen was looking for people he could trust, and Tyrant and the others did not fit the bill. He foresaw many issues that could arise if he were to remain with them. "Why?" Queen asked, frowning at Han Sen. "I can cooperate with you, but I cannot cooperate with Tyrant and the others," Han Sen confessed. In all honesty, Han Sen looked down upon Tyrant and the rest of Queen's group. He at least wanted his teammates to be on par with Queen's power, otherwise, facing off against super creatures would be a pointless venture. Queen looked at Han Sen as if she was in deep thought, without saying anything. It seemed as if she desired to read what was going on in Han Sen's heart. "Oh, yeah, Senior Pingqing is coming over tomorrow. After I meet with her, I'm going off to hunt. I won't be returning just yet," Han Sen said. Where are you going? Queen asked. Sky Pillar Mountain. Han Sen didn't think there was any reason to hide his destination, so he told her directly. When Queen heard the name, she paused. After some thought, she said to Han Sen, there may be super creatures residing there. You should wait a few days so we can all go together. Han Sen thought about her proposition, and it didn't seem like a bad idea. When he researched the location, he had read of the possibility of a super creature being there, too. If Queen and her people wanted to go there, that would be fine. The more people there were, the more distractions there would be for an attacking monster if they needed to escape. On the second day, Wang Fu Pingqing arrived just as she said she would. Seeing Han Sen with Queen, her beautiful eyes opened wide and her mouth did not close. Why are you two together? Wang Fu Pingqing asked, with a puzzled expression. I want to invite Han Sen to join my team, Queen responded. You're inviting him into your team? Wang Fu Pingqing thought her ears were being faulty for a moment. Queen inviting someone into her team personally was a rare thing. And Han Sen had only been in the second god's sanctuary for over a year. She really did not understand why Queen would want to invite Han Sen into her team. She understood how Queen's team functioned. The people who joined were the cream of the crop. They were the best of those who had managed to unlock their first gene lock. Han Sen did not seem to qualify no matter which way you looked at it. He rejected, Queen said, stoutly. This came as a big shock to Wang Fu Pingqing. She was speechless, and all she could do was stare at Han Sen with wide eyes. Queen had invited Han Sen to join her team, but Han Sen rejected her. This was like a fairy tale, a strain for anyone to believe. If it wasn't for Queen telling her this, she wouldn't believe the news. Han Sen merely laughed and said, Queen is only joking around. It's not that I do not wish to join, it's just that there is someone on the team who does not desire my presence. Who? Wang Fu Pingqing thought this sounded more believable. But who would dismiss Queen's desires? Han Sen then quickly told her the story of what happened when his position in the team was first relayed to the members, and Tyrant's fierce objection to his inclusion. I know this Tyrant. He's too big for his britches. He is so cocky. Aside from Big Sis, he doesn't take anyone else seriously. His objection to you comes as no surprise. Wang Fu Pingqing looked as if she was starting to understand the situation more and more. She continued, but this guy really is something. Out of all the evolvers who have unlocked a gene lock, he is certainly the most powerful of the lot. Aside from Big Sis, he is undoubtedly the strongest on the team. Queen, who was still standing there and listening to the discussion, suddenly said, if you are willing to join the group, then I will propose your membership once more. If you are rejected again, then I will quit the group and follow you. At that moment, Wang Fu Pingqing was petrified as if she had seen something ghastly. All she could do was stare at Han Sen and Queen. She thought her brain was too small to handle the complexities of their situation, and she had no idea what was going on anymore. It was hard to imagine that Queen, of all people, would say something like this. Chapter 620. Ice Snake Bolt in the White Sand Shelters Market. Wang Fu Pingqing walked alongside Han Sen, often turning to observe him. I know I am handsome. If you like my appearance that much, why don't we book a room together, so you can inspect me in all my splendor? Han Sen asked her. He felt awkward, getting stared at by her. Wang Fu Pingqing merely fluttered her eyelashes and said, sure. Do you want to go right now? Han Sen did not say anything, but his eyes were suggesting enough. They couldn't keep away from Wang Fu Pingqing's inflated chest. Similar to Queen, her breasts were the best of the best. Wang Fu Pingqing blushed and asked, what are you looking at these for? Aren't you afraid Ji Yanran might suddenly appear and cut your penis off? Feel free to book a room if you've got the balls to do it, though. What is that supposed to mean? Han Sen knew Wang Fu Pingqing was willing to say anything that came to mind, but if he actually stepped up to book a room, she'd chicken out. You really can't tell. I'm serious. You can go book us that room right now. I must say, though, I can't believe someone like Queen was willing to say she'd follow you. Be honest with me, what mind trick have you used to put her under your spell? Wang Fu Pingqing giggled and looked at Han Sen. You know that's not what she meant. Han Sen opened his arms to express his disbelief. I know that's not what she meant, but it's still strange for her to be willing to give up her team for you. What have you done? Wang Fu Pingqing's curiosity had reached the pitch point. She couldn't fathom what Han Sen might have done to make Queen feel this way. I have no idea. Maybe she thinks I'm incredibly handsome, too, and won't be able to keep her eyes off. Me, hence her desire to follow, Han Sen expressed, with off-putting cockiness. Whatever. Wangfu Pingqing rolled her eyes towards Han Sen. Han Sen laughed and turned to look at the beast soul shop they had just arrived at. Before climbing the mountain, he wanted to buy one type of beast soul bolt first. If he couldn't get a sacred blood class bolt, he'd at least want to grab a mutant class bolt. After all, bringing a Z steel arrow with him wasn't ideal, and a mutant class bolt was guaranteed to be far more efficient. But bolts, as he had previously seen, were still too unpopular. Han Sen and Wangfu Pingqing walked around the markets for some time without finding a single one. They did, however, see a wide variety of arrows. But arrows were too long for the peacock crossbow, and they wouldn't load in. The peacock crossbow was medium-sized, which required short bolts. Balls, how are you the one to sell this? Han Sen at last found a mutant class bolt in a beast soul shop that wasn't looking too popular. It was a black bolt, formerly referred to as an ice snake bolt, and its tip was coated with a paralyzing substance. Han Sen was surprised to see that the bolt was 30% cheaper than any other mutant class beast soul. It really did seem like crossbows were unpopular, and few people were willing to buy their beast souls. After all, crossbow beast souls were considerably rarer than the bolt beast souls themselves. Han Sen bought the ice snake bolt and continued walking around the markets, but that proved fruitless. He couldn't find a second beast soul bolt. Still, what he had was enough for the important time he'd need to use it. Because they were waiting for Tyrant and the rest of Queen's group, Han Sen had to wait a few more days. Wangfu Pingqing wanted to visit Sky Pillar Mountain, as well. Initially, Queen did not agree with the venture, but after Wangfu Pingqing spoke with her privately, Queen agreed to come. Wangfu Pingqing's power wasn't too bad. Her genes were almost maxed out, but she hadn't managed to unlock her gene lock yet. If she didn't have a run-in with a super creature, she should have no trouble keeping herself protected. With the powers gifted by the Ares Martial Hall, Wangfu Pingqing had managed to gather many sacred blood beast souls, so ordinary sacred blood beast souls could not harm her. On the fourth day, Tyrant, Sky Jealousy, and Lazy Cat arrived. Seeing Han Sen present, Tyrant sternly frowned. Tyrant did not heed Han Sen's presence and was wholly uncaring. He approached Queen with haste, asking, "Are you okay?" Wangfu Pingqing gave him a spiteful glance, showing a clear distaste for what Tyrant had just asked. It was clear to see that Queen was okay and his question was unnecessary. "I'm fine," Queen answered. She then looked at the three and said, "You all saw what Han Sen was capable of last time. I am hoping that he can join our team, and I'd like to hear your opinions." Tyrant furrowed his eyebrows again and said, "Big sis, has this not already been a subject of discussion?" Queen explained, "Last time, Shang-Ching was still here. Now we are low on members. I think Han Sen would be a great fit, for he has been of tremendous service to me. Believe it or not, he has actually unlocked his gene lock and his qualities and traits would benefit us all. I don't think he helped. If anything, he has a negative influence on the team." Tyrant then proceeded to tell Queen of Han Sen leaving the group to go to her aid and continued to say, "Someone who does not follow the rules is a liability to the team. This is why I am vehemently against his membership on our team." "I really can't persuade you." Queen frowned. "I stand by my decision for the benefit of our team, no matter how cruel it may sound," Tyrant said. "Okay, I see. If things are like that, then I quit." Queen stated her resignation without a moment of hesitation. Tyrant, Sky Jealousy, and Lazy Cat were shaken. None of them expected her to quit the team on Han Sen's behalf. "Big sis, we can talk about this. We can talk about this. There is no need to be like that," Lazy Cat said, doing her best to fix the situation and ease tensions. "Yeah, biz sis." Tyrant did not mean what he said. "If you think Han Sen is the sort of person this team needs, then we can talk about it," Sky Jealousy chimed in. Tyrant's face looked bleak. Still, he gritted his teeth to hiss, "Big sis, we have been through much together over the years. Are you really going to throw it all away on the behalf of some outsider?" Queen calmly said, "I have not spoken recklessly. This is not a knee-jerk response. I am not mad at any of you, either. Have you each forgotten why we formed this team in the first place? It was to slay super creatures," Tyrant said. Queen nodded and then said, "This is indeed a team to slay super creatures. But over the years, we have not managed to kill a single one." Tyrant looked ill, and so he pleaded, "But we have been doing better and better in recent times. The opportunity will soon arise. Even when Shang Qing was still here, we could not kill a super creature. With the others gone, and our team being considerably weakened, do you still think we have a chance? Queen said it straight. You seem to suggest that we don't. Are you telling me we would stand a chance with this person's inclusion? Tyrant bit his teeth and asked painfully. Queen nodded and said, yes, I do believe so. After that, not only could Tyrant say nothing further, but even Sky Jealousy and Lazy Cat were too shocked to say anything. They had never seen Queen respect someone as much as she did Han Sen. Everyone looked upon Han Sen, unable to determine which aspect of him made him so desirable and beneficial to the team. They did their best to figure out what was so special about him, that Queen was willing to quit the group for him. I only have one aim and duty, to kill a super creature. And I will do anything to achieve that goal. If Han Sen cannot join the team, then there is no reason for me to stay with this team anymore. Queen explained it all calmly, but her certainty and absolute manner of speech made the others speechless. Chapter 621, Indestructible. The atmosphere was cold. It was so cold, it felt as if the air itself was close to freezing over. Big sis, we have spent so many years together, are you just going to throw it all away? Lazy Cat pleaded with red eyes. Queen's eyes moved. With a frosty tone of voice, she said, when we built the team, I told you what my aim was. I told you that all I wanted to do was hunt super creatures. I have no warmth or love for the friendships and relationships we have established in our time together. This is who I am. After that, Queen turned around and left. Tyrant clenched his fists but did not speak another word. Sky Jealousy was nearly dim, left speechless by the whole affair. Tears began to flow from the corners of Lazy Cat's eyes, as she nervously nibbled at her own lips. Wangfu Pingqing tugged at Han Sen to go after Queen. Despite their speedy pursuit, they weren't quick enough, and by the time they exited the shelter after her, Queen was gone. Sometimes, even I cannot understand how she works, Wangfu Pingqing sighed. She must have had a reason to say what she did. Can you think of anything? Han Sen inquired with a bewildered look. Queen was raised by the Wangfu family, so it was only natural for him to expect Wangfu Pingqing would know something. With a wry smile, she just shook her head and said, not me. In the Ares Martial Hall, there are only two people who are close enough with her to ask such personal questions. Han Sen nodded, acknowledging that she was referring to Wangfu Shangcheng and his wife. I'm going to the mountain. Since they won't be tagging along, it'll be too difficult for me to protect you. You should return to the shelter, Han Sen said. This time, she did not object. She merely nodded. After splitting up with Wangfu Pingqing, Han Sen rode Golden Growler to the Sky Pillar Mountain. He was unconcerned with what others thought, and his plan wasn't going to change on account of some drama. Han Sen left White Sand Shelter and ventured off into the mountainous regions. Before long, his passage was suddenly blocked by three people. These three were Tyrant, Sky Jealousy, and Lazy Cat. Out of us three, I want you to pick one. Tyrant coldly looked at Han Sen. Pick one for what? Han Sen asked. Combat. If you beat one of us, I will allow you to join, Tyrant answered, with a proud tone of voice. Han Sen laughed. Sorry, I don't even want to join your team. I'm not interested in humiliating you in combat, either. The three of them were no ordinary evolvers. They were strong and they were the most elite there were. But despite their accomplishments, Han Sen thought there was still no point in joining their team, for despite their unity, they still lacked the ability to slay a super creature. After that, Han Sen wished to walk past them and continue his venture. Lazy Cat was enraged. She summoned a dagger and attacked Han Sen in her fury, yelling, "You only say this now, do you? You have deliberately tried to sabotage our group. I am going to kill you, you asshole." Lazy Cat was incredibly quick, and streams of wind were visible as she ran. Although she was not as strong as the White Tiger, her speed surpassed any evolver Han Sen had ever seen. Dong! Han Sen did not even need to turn around. The ancient sword that was in his right hand swooped around his back and stopped Lazy Cat's killing dagger in its tracks. Lazy Cat shouted and spun like a tornado to Han Sen's other side, with her dagger now aiming for his neck. Han Sen's body did not move, but his sword did. Effortlessly, it swung around and put an end to the course her dagger followed. Lazy Cat's small body had a wild, primitive energy. Her right hand summoned another dagger, which targeted Han Sen's waist. Han Sen lowered the ancient sword in his hand, using the hilt to deflect her attack. Like a hurricane, Lazy Cat started spinning around Han Sen. Her two daggers were thrusting and slashing from every angle at ridiculous speed. But Han Sen was still standing, seemingly unfazed. With just one sword in one hand, he moved them around, deflecting every single strike with the precision of a machine. The way Han Sen responded almost seemed casual and unconcerned. The sounds emitted by the clashing of the dagger and ancient sword rung out far and wide, with nary the smallest break. With remarkable efficiency, Han Sen had managed to block every single attack Lazy Cat made. She couldn't even nick his clothing. After Tyrant and Sky Jealousy observed what was happening, they wanted to join in. Lazy Cat employed the power of the wind and her daggers were unbelievable as a result, but here, Han Sen had effortlessly deflected every single attack. The power he possessed was something else. Cat, fall back. Sky Jealousy pulled out his soft sword, which reached out for Han Sen like snow. He's mine. Leave him to me. Lazy Cat's fury for Han Sen ruining her relationship with Queen showed no sign of going away anytime soon. Han Sen's mascot sword continued to block and deflect every single one of Lazy Cat's attacks, but with the approach of Sky Jealousy, Han Sen had to summon his silver snake sword. Sky Jealousy's soft sword was infamous for its ability to grow hard and soft on a whim. When he approached Han Sen, it shot out a white, frosty miasma to freeze him. Unfortunately for Sky Jealousy, this manner of attack was useless against someone like Han Sen. His Jadeskin made him nearly invulnerable to all frost-based attacks, and when it came to sword fighting, Han Sen was better on nearly all counts. It was only now that Han Sen noticed that, after unlocking his Gene Lock with Jadeskin, his speed and strength were the best they could be. His speed was no less than Lazy Cat's, but he was superior in every other facet. Han Sen excelled due to his balance. He wasn't lacking in any specific department, and he was strong in every aspect. Despite going up against two people, Han Sen was still not at a disadvantage. He didn't even fight back, all he did was remain where he was, deflecting attacks and being as defensive as possible. Tyrant's face displayed a mixture of emotions as he witnessed the battle. He had previously looked down on Han Sen, believing him to be worthless. He had never guessed Han Sen possessed such power. To fight two people simultaneously and not sweat, with no obvious depletion of power, was an impressive feat. But still, Han Sen was not fighting back. Tyrant gritted his teeth and his body shone with the color of gold. He summoned his black lance and, like a toxic dragon, he lunged towards Han Sen. Dong! Han Sen's ancient sword clashed against the black lance. They were both pushed back, which gave neither of them an advantage. Tyrant joined in the fight. All three of them fought Han Sen, with no winner yet looking likely to be determined. It was a frightening sight to see, and their inability to overcome one solo battler left the three attackers with conflicted emotions. Han Sen's speed was on par with Lazy Cat, his strength was no worse than the strength-excelling Tyrant, and Sky Jealousy's frost air had no effect on him. This was the first time they had ever come across such a powerful human, and he seemed stronger than Queen herself. He was indestructible. Under the barrage of attacks from three people, the swords in Han Sen's arms danced with alarming speed, accuracy, and efficiency. As time went by, the realization they could not beat him began to sink in. Their unified push was slowly starting to become a unified retreat. Han Sen was pushing his dual skill to the max, but he couldn't afford to remain defensive forever. Switching to the offensive, Han Sen's sword swung around like the frantic flapping of a butterfly. The strength and power of each swing was unbelievable, however, and his opponents hastened to take a few more steps back. Despite going up against three accomplished evolvers, Han Sen was emerging victorious. Chapter 622, The Bone of the Mountain Guardian. Dong. 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 A lance fell, a sword dropped, and a dagger broke. Tyrant, Sky Jealousy, and Lazy Cat were robbed of their weapons. With pale faces, they now looked at the motionless Han Sen with eyes of resentful surprise. Despite their combined effort, they lost the battle. Han Sen's fitness was so strong he was barely human, they thought. His dexterity and proficiency in every aspect of combat was at the pinnacle of what they believed a person could achieve. Every sword skill Han Sen used was a raging one, blazing with an unimaginable power. None of the three could withstand the barrage of attacks cast upon them. They couldn't retaliate with a display of power remotely resembling what he had done. Lazy Cat's eyes looked lost and devoid of hope, realizing now why Queen so desperately wanted Han Sen to join. His power was terrifying and none of them were a match. Sky Jealousy's eyes were bewildered. He believed that a person like Han Sen was out of their league, and they were foolish to attempt competing with him. But still, he could not accept that Queen was abandoning them for someone who was practically a stranger. Let's go. Tyrant did not say any more before turning around to abandon the fight he instigated. Who knew what emotions now ravaged his heart? Tyrant never would have thought Han Sen, the person he looked down upon, actually possessed such fantastic talent. And it wasn't just him who had lost to Han Sen, it was the three of them, all in a combined effort. Watching the three of them leave, Han Sen sheathed his sword. Then, he turned around to look at a thicket of trees. He called out, "You can come out now." Queen's slender shadow appeared from behind an ancient tree. She approached Han Sen to whisper, "Thank you." "For what?" Han Sen asked with a smile. Of course, he already knew. She was thanking him for sparing the lives of his attackers. Queen did not reply, she just looked in the direction her three former compatriots had left and sighed. It was rare for Han Sen to see this woman in such a downtrodden mood. The likelihood of seeing her in such a state was far less than seeing her smile. Han Sen thought there was nothing in this world that would even prompt her to frown, but there she was, actually sighing. Sky Pillar Mountain, let's go. Queen's emotions frosted over once more. Is it really okay for you to just leave them hanging like that? Han Sen really wanted to understand what Queen was thinking. I only require people who are useful to my cause. If one day I find out you are of no use to me, I will leave you without hesitation. Queen started walking ahead, and said without looking back, "The same applies to you. If I am of no use to you, please be rid of me." What plagues this woman's heart? Seeing Queen's silhouette step forward, aloof, Han Sen could not help but sigh. Han Sen had many questions weighing on his heart and mind, but he chose not to ask them. It was just like Queen said, she needed his power and he needed hers. That had to be enough. Killing a super creature solo would be too difficult. Even a person like Han Sen had to consider cooperating with others, and the same was true of elite evolvers like Queen. Sky Pillar Mountain was almost like a spire in its structure and formation. It was difficult to recognize as a mountain from afar, as it resembled some sacred pillar that tethered the world and sky. This semblance had become its namesake. When they reached the mountain's foot, Queen looked at Han Sen with concern and said, "This Sky Pillar Mountain belongs to the Chen family. If you encounter anyone from the Chen family, be wary of Chen Ran in particular. Is he powerful?" Han Sen had met two people from the Chen family before, Chen Zichen and Zhu Ting. Han Sen had always desired to learn the Chen family's special 7-twist skill, but he never had. Even though Zhu Ting had learned it, being a bastard son of the family, he was tight-lipped about its practice. 80 years ago, Chen Ran unlocked his gene lock, Queen said, and then did not say any more. Han Sen knew how frightening Chen Ran was, merely from hearing his name. The history of this world only went back 100 years. If he unlocked his gene lock 80 years ago, he had to be an old elite. To have been able to train with his open gene lock for 80 years, who could fathom what mighty powers he might have learnt? Even if he hadn't totally unlocked the first gene lock, the amount he had opened it must certainly be more than any other evolver. For Queen to warn him about this person was a testament to his abilities. Han Sen thought Sky Pillar Mountain was huge, and it was nearly impossible to determine an optimal path up. Therefore, he picked a trail at random and began hiking. He also believed their presence would go unnoticed if they climbed the mountain in such a manner. He was wrong, for shortly after they began their trek, a group of people approached them. The leader of the group had gray hair, but his face put him in his 40s. There weren't any wrinkles Han Sen could see, and his body looked toned and well-trained. He was clad in silver armor. He rode a tiger that was 3 meters tall and looked like a bona fide badass. "You there, who has selected to ascend this glorious Sky Pillar Mountain, tell me, why have you not made your presence known to us? Our hospitality knows no shortage." Chen Ran stopped before Queen, leading an entourage of 100 in his wake. "We have only come here to hunt a few sky falcons. It was not in our interest to trouble you," Queen politely said in response. "You speak as if you were unknown to us. The Chen family and the Wangfu family have borne a relationship extending back many generations. You are half of the Wangfu family, which makes you a relative of mine, whether you wish it or not. There is no trouble, I assure you." Chen Ran smiled and said, "The sky falcons of your pilgrimage reside at the top of this mountain, and it is a trying campaign to reach them. I beseech you to allow me and my fellow elderly men to escort you." "Sure," Queen agreed. Chen Ran commanded many of his followers to remain at the foot of the mountain. He rallied 10 others to his side, and with them, Queen and Han Sen resumed their ascent. Han Sen knew that it was not for their own safety that Chen Ran was willing to escort them. He was afraid they would seek to kill the super creatures that resided there. That was okay, however. Han Sen did not wish to slay the super creatures, so he was not against the company. With them leading the way, it would be a much safer journey to the peak. Out of the 10 who followed Chen Ran, 2 had unlocked their gene locks. But they did not belong to the Chen family. After all, the second god's sanctuary was a big place. Even if the Chen family was large, the chances of them remaining all together in one area was incredibly slim. Han Sen raised his head but could not see the peak of the mountain, for its top was buried in the clouds. He imagined the mountain resembled a long, slender dragon reaching into the sky. It is fortunate I did not bring the silver fox. If Chen Ran didn't encounter any creatures on this outing, it would most certainly raise his suspicions about us. Han Sen came here to hunt, and thus he could not bring the silver fox. He left it in White Sand Shelter, in a room he had rented for it to wait in. Sky Pillar Mountain was easily 3,000 meters high, and now, they noticed they were walking through a garden of bones. They weren't ordinary bones, as they were grand in size. They were easily a few dozen meters long, each. They looked incredibly powerful, representing exhausted powers from the ancient ages of the world. Although they were merely bones, having long lost their flesh, they were still unnerving to see. The legends say that these bones belong to the creature that once guarded this mountain. When it reigned supreme over this place, no one dared approach for 1,000 meters, Chen Ran explained. Chapter 623. White bones and withered rattan. A few 100-meter-long bones lay strewn across the mountainside, and much of the area was wreathed with vines. Strangely, they were all shriveled and withered, and many had knitted their way across the bones that were scattered about. Han Sen curiously observed the bones. They had a diffuse, ancient aura of power, one that was dormant, as if it were slumbering. This power seemed to ward away creatures from coming anywhere near them, too. It was not normal for mere bones to be so oppressive. It made Han Sen question whether they were the bones of a long-dead super creature. I wonder if I can cook some soup with the bones. Perhaps I can nab a few super geno points by doing that. Han Sen wondered, but after looking at those sinister bones again, he gave up the idea. Still, he walked nearer them to get a better view. Chen Ran saw them both examine the skeletal remains of the guardian hound with great interest. He did not say anything but approached them by the bones. Han Sen inspected them and found that they looked like gray pillars of stone. Some were the size of a barrel, whereas others were as big as a house. The remains were mostly complete, and it looked as if the ancient creature had just died quietly on the mountainside. Chen Ran called a man named Shu Dongjin to come forward. He summoned a beast soul sword and struck the bone with it. A great sound rang out across the valleys and mountains of the region, but upon inspecting the bone that was hit, there was not a single mark on it. These bones are incredibly hard. Even with a sacred blood weapon, they cannot be damaged. Shu Dongjin sheathed his sword as he explained their strength. This was almost confirmation for Han Sen that these were indeed the remains of a super creature. If they weren't, Shu Dongjin's mighty strike was sure to leave a hefty cut. But it was a puzzling conundrum. Why would a super creature simply die here without a struggle, with its bones cast across the mountainside? Chen Ran's people discussed various topics with Queen while Han Sen walked along the spine of the creature on their ascent. The further he walked, the more vines seemed to strangle the bones. It made Han Sen wonder how long it took for the creature to decay, and for the vines to tangle and course their way up and down what remained. When he reached the skull of the creature, it seemed to resemble the skull of a dog. The teeth were terrifying, and picturing how they might have one day gnashed at helpless victims made a chill run down his spine. Han Sen sighed in his heart, saying to himself, "It is a shame only the bones remain. Heaven knows how long these bones have been lying here. They are useless now." When he prepared to leave the bones, he caught sight of a nut hanging from the vines that smothered the skull. It looked dried up, yellowish like the vines it clung to. Han Sen went to take a closer look. It was in fact a gourd. It was small, too, and could easily be picked up in one hand. It seemed to have sprouted as the vines themselves withered. Ordinary people did not care much for plants or botany, but it was a subject of great interest to Han Sen. With so many vines blanketing the skull, he wondered if that soul gourd was special in some way. Han Sen put his hands around the gourd and tried to pry it from the vines. Despite exerting all his strength, he was unable to remove it. With great surprise, he had to ask aloud, "Why is this gourd so stubborn?" "Give it up, friend. Try as you might, that thing won't ever come off. That dead gourd is as tough as the bones it is attached to. Even if you use a weapon, it'll be to no avail. You aren't the first to inquire about that little thing. Many people have come to try their luck and remove it, and many more with fire. Nothing ever seemed to work." Shu Dongjin chuckled as he walked. Hearing him say this, Han Sen only became more inquisitive. He summoned his mascot sword and said, "If it is indeed as you say, I cannot help but try it out for myself." Han Sen slashed the gourd with all his might. It felt like he was striking rubber, and with nary a budge, his sword smacked it like a stone and bounced off. "What did I say, Shu Dongjin resumed his laughter. "You are right, that thing is tough." Han Sen's curiosity only increased, thinking the gourd had to be something quite special. For a gourd vine to be that strong was abnormal. By no right should it have been that difficult to remove. Han Sen put away his sword and grabbed the gourd with his hands while he secretly activated his gene lock. Just as he prepared to pull with all his strength, the gourd fell off into his hands. This was quite the shock for him. Shu Dongjin was even more surprised. He couldn't not believe the gourd was now in Han Sen's hand, and all he could ask was, "How did you do that?" For countless years, the vines had wreathed those bones. Countless people had come and gone, each trying their luck at removing the gourd, all with no success. But now, Han Sen had just come along and removed it with a casual pull. This bewildered Shu Dongjin. "I have no idea what I did. I only gave it a little pull and poof. It fell off." Han Sen was almost disappointed to have removed the gourd with such little effort. Shu Dongjin watched Han Sen pull the gourd off the vine with little to no strength, and the surprise he felt was immeasurable. So immeasurable, it bore repeating. "What has transpired here?" Chen Ran brought Queen and the remainder of the followers over to see what the commotion was about. "Our new friend, Brother Han, pulled the gourd off the vine with his hand." Shu Dongjin simply recounted the story to Chen Ran. Chen Ran and the rest of the people weren't sure what to think, but they didn't dwell on the issue. They still believed it to be an ordinary gourd and nothing more. "Brother Han, you look to me like a man of good fortune. Heaven knows how many years this gourd has clung to the withered vines that birthed it, despite the insistence of its removal by others. Now, with you coming along, it seems to have accepted you as its bearer," Chen Ran said with a smile. He continued, "Would you allow me to take a look at the thing in its entirety?" Of course. Without hesitation, Han Sen passed the gourd to Chen Ran. Chen Ran inspected it for a good while but could not see anything out of the ordinary. He then gave it to Shu Dongjin to look at, who came to the same conclusion. Shu Dongjin then passed it back to Han Sen. If this was meant to be, Han Sen should hold onto it. "Perhaps it is a treasure of some kind, one whose true value is unknown to us," Shu Dongjin said. "It is only a dead gourd, Shu Dongjin. It's not some treasure, trophy or souvenir." "Sure, treasure. I would be hard-pressed to believe so." Han Sen then placed the gourd in his chest pocket. Everyone resumed their trek to the top of the mountain. With Chen Ran's guidance, they managed to avoid many dangerous areas that were prone to the visits of fierce monsters. Because of this, their progress was good and hindrances were practically non-existent. As he walked, Han Sen began to feel as if something was wrong, however. The gourd against his chest began to beat, as if it possessed a heart. Han Sen was shocked. He secretly fingered the gourd, trying to get a better feel of what was in there. A faint pulsing sensation came from the gourd, as if it really did possess a heartbeat. But because it was so weak, Han Sen wouldn't have been able to tell it had one without his seventh sense. Han Sen was so disturbed by the minor revelation that he almost wished to throw the gourd away. Ever since he saw the lotus bear 18 blood crystal wasps, he had grown a slight fear of meddling with curious plants. Chapter 624. Sacred Wood. On the peak. When Han Sen tried to feel it again, the pulse had vanished. No matter how Han Sen held it in his hand, he could no longer feel what he previously had. "Strange. I just felt it. Why has it gone?" Han Sen frowned. He didn't dare place the gourd back in his chest pocket, so he continued to just hold it in his hand. If something strange were to happen, at least he'd have the time to react. As Han Sen continued walking, his attention remained fixed on the gourd. He could not sense any additional movement, however, and so he started to feel as if he had been mistaken. "Strange. It's really strange. What is this thing, I wonder?" Han Sen wanted to toss it away and be rid of anything malicious it might harbor inside. But then, his thoughts returned to the possibility of it being some sort of treasure, in which case throwing it away would be a profound loss. Han Sen regretted that he did not bring the silver fox with him. Unlike Han Sen, who was stumped to figure out what the gourd was, the fox would probably know what to do with it. Once he picked it up, a selfish person like Han Sen would not throw it away. He continued holding onto it, planning to give it to the silver fox later. Luckily, nothing strange occurred with the gourd for quite some time. It remained as lifeless as it had been when it was first collected. Every now and again, they encountered a few creatures on the path. Many populated the mountain, and they came in all sorts of shapes and sizes, so it was impossible to avoid a skirmish or two along the way. Without a spirit shelter nearby, however, they did not have to worry about there being large quantities of monsters. They made sure to avoid the hot spots and dangerous zones as marked by Chen Ran and his people, and any monster that ventured near, they quickly ran through. There was no chance for Han Sen and Queen to put in a strike or two, which robbed them of the opportunity to collect some loot along the way. But it did not concern them too much because Han Sen was only there for the sky falcons atop the mountain. The mountain was far higher than they initially believed. They ascended its treacherous paths for another 2 whole days without even reaching the halfway point. All of a sudden, the neighing of a horse sounded from somewhere ahead. The faces of Chen Ran and his people drained of their color. "Quick, we must hide." Chen Ran went ahead to look for a spot to hide and noticed a narrow crevice in the cliffside they followed. Whatever was headed their way was obviously a creature of some notoriety for the people of the mountain, something wielding a most heinous power. Without hesitating, they followed Chen Ran and his people into the crevice. Not long after, the sounds of a neighing horse came closer and closer. Soon after, something that looked like a horse or donkey riding a red cloud passed by their hiding place. Han Sen snuck a peek at it with a strange look on his face. Before he came to the mountain, he read reports of a horse-like creature riding a red cloud up and down the mountain. This had to be what the reports were referencing. But this creature looked more like a mule. Its hair was shaggy, but shone red and looked good. Its most striking aspect was the red cloud that surrounded it. The mule looked like a holy deity of some sort and it seemed to be riding down the mountainside carefree and happily. What it was excited about, Han Sen couldn't guess. After hovering around for a minute, the mule soon disappeared. That creature is extremely powerful. Many travelers who have desired passage to the peak have died, trampled beneath its murderous hooves. We have taken you along a trail that bypasses the areas it most commonly traverses, so it was a surprise for us to encounter it here. After waiting until the creature was out of earshot, Chen Ran explained the situation. Queen and Han Sen looked at each other without saying anything. The reason why Chen Ran took a detour was to avoid bumping into this super creature, since he did not want them to know of it. "Let us depart, and let us pray we do not encounter it again on our return journey," Xu Dongjin said. Everyone in the group had a profound desire to run into that creature again, so their pace up the mountain hastened a considerable amount. Although this mountain was host to many strange phenomena and dangerous creatures, it was fortunate they had not found themselves in any particular danger. After 6 days of hiking, they had almost reached the top. Han Sen took a moment to look down and observe the length of what he had traversed, and he was surprised to see very little. The clouds blanketed the lands below like a sea of white foam. It was as if he had reached heaven or entered a world only fairies lived in. Atop the peak rested a large ancient tree that sprouted branches outward in various directions, resembling a mushroom. The branches were so thick, entwined and long, that they sheltered the entire peak like an umbrella. It was a mighty tree. Han Sen looked at it from afar. Although he had read about the tree's existence before, seeing it in person was a different story. Its magnificence was mesmerizing to behold. Many creatures resided among the leaves. White birds flocked out from among the branches, in varying species and breeds. The giant tree almost seemed like a world all to itself, constructed like a haven for birds. It was incredible. There are thousands of creatures living up there in that tree. There are over 1,000 big bird species, too. The sky falcon you desire is amongst the largest in size, and our last count tallied their number at over 1,000. Sacred blood varieties exist amongst them, as well, Xu Dongjin explained. Han Sen furrowed his eyebrows. It was hard to believe so many creatures resided among and beneath the boughs of such a humongous tree. If they approached, they wouldn't only be doing battle with the sky falcons, it would seem. Every nest and chirping bird would be startled, most likely, and that would put them in a lot of trouble. When Queen and Han Sen didn't say a word, Chen Ran smiled and said, "Although the sacred tree has many creatures, fear not." Strangely, each species has its own set of rules and spot inside the tree to live in. The sky falcon, however, lives at the very top of the tree. They will be tricky to hunt, I must confess. Chen Ran and his people showed no interest in helping Han Sen and Queen complete the task that led them there, so they stood back and waited to see how they would perform. When Queen said she had come here to hunt a sky falcon, Chen Ran did not actually believe she could do it. There were many creatures on the tree, and it would be difficult to reach the top. Plus, at the speed the sky falcons flew, strength would not matter if they were unable to hit one. Chen Ran believed Queen had come with a secret desire to search for a super creature, and that the desire to hunt a sky falcon was merely a dishonest excuse. Queen looked at Han Sen, believing it might actually prove too difficult to hunt the sky falcons where they were. Even with sacred blood wings, they would not be able to fly past the other birds that populated the tree. Once they reached the top, many creatures would swarm upon them. Unlock Gene Lock or not, against such numbers, it didn't seem likely this was a quest they could accomplish. "Old Chen, can we climb the tree?" Queen asked, looking at Chen Ran. Chen Ran smiled and responded, "The tree's trunk is host to numerous bug-type creatures. They are not only tough, but they are in great number, as well. Once the birds come for you, all at the same time, survival would seem unlikely. You guys stay here, I'll go get the sky falcon myself." Before Han Sen arrived, he had already conducted a lot of research, and he knew Chen Ran wasn't lying. But he didn't come here without a plan up his sleeve. Chapter 625. Hunting Birds on the Sea of Clouds. Chen Ran was surprised that Han Sen stepped forward to hunt the sky falcons, not the Queen. Xu Dongjin and the rest looked at Han Sen, as if they were getting comfy for an unsuccessful, albeit hilarious, spectacle. The Queen's heavenly go was infamous, however, and they thought if the Queen were the one to go, she might have been able to run up the tree, kill the bird she sought, and make it back in one piece. None of them had heard of Han Sen's name before, and when he proclaimed his intent of hunting a sky falcon solo, they thought it was a foolish notion. They believed the deed to be impossible for him and that he'd only cause them grief. The Queen nodded, "Okay. I'll wait for you here." Unexpectedly for Xu Dongjin, the Queen agreed instead of preventing Han Sen from going alone. Han Sen summoned his wings and took off into the skies. He circled the tree and then went up to the top. Watching Han Sen fly straight to the top to slay a sky falcon, Chen Ran shook his head and confessed, "This brother Han lacks patience. To rush in like that is a fool's errand, and I fear he will be killed before he even reaches the top. What is this reckless boy doing?" In silence, the Queen looked to the top of the tree and watched Han Sen fly. She was looking forward to seeing how Han Sen would defeat any birds that dared attack him in midair. Although a human could fly with wings, the speed statistic of a pair of wings had no correlation to a person's body. He could not just push it whenever he wanted to, like on land. Dealing with such birds in the air was indeed quite dangerous, and as a result, he most likely would not be able to compete with them. Chen Ran observed the silhouette of Han Sen. Even though he was from the Chen family, and a learner of 7 twists, even he would not dare provoke a flock of such hazardous birds. To him, Han Sen looked like someone with a death wish. When Han Sen was 100 meters from the top, the birds on the tree noticed him. All sorts of birds flew out from the tree, all targeting Han Sen. It was a terrifying sight to witness. There were so many birds that the skies became black, blotting out the sun and shrouding the area in darkness. It was riveting to watch due to the size of the birds, as well. They were each quite small and the biggest was roughly the size of a white crane. Most of them were only the size of ravens or sparrows. But size did not matter, and the sight was ugly all the same. No matter how hard they might try, a person with arms and legs could do little to deflect such swarming creatures. Although he was expecting this sort of situation, it was still a shock for Xu Dongjin to witness a man be assaulted by so many angry birds. Han Sen, who was still in the sky, had yet to react. He remained fearless, and focused on analyzing the flocks of birds to find out which were the sky falcons he sought. According to the information he had obtained, sky falcons looked like owls, just a little slimmer. They were greenish-blue in color and flew incredibly fast. Han Sen knew where the sky falcons lived and so he continued to observe the top of the tree as he went through the air, so he'd be able to see them the moment they emerged. Just like the information he had obtained suggested, the sky falcons were faster than any other bird. All of a sudden, they came speeding out to the head of the crowd of birds coming for Han Sen. But in the group of sky falcons that came for him, Han Sen could not catch a glimpse of the extra-large sky falcon king in their midst. This puzzled him. In the blink of an eye, a large group of enemies were directly in front of Han Sen. He summoned his ancient sword, and silver snake sword, flapped his wings, and challenged the birds head-on. This man is incredibly brave. Seeing Han Sen go up against the birds with equal aggression, Shu Dongjin could not refrain from commenting. These words were not complimenting Han Sen. The words were spoken to put emphasis on his recklessness. To go all in like that was insane, and even if he had unlocked his gene lock, performing this deed in such a manner was sure to result in his death. After all, opening your gene lock did not make you invincible. Everything was limited and gauged by an individual's fitness. The same as ever, it was incredibly difficult to survive a situation in which you were surrounded. But in the next second, Shu Dongjin and his people abandoned their thoughts and dropped their jaws to the rocky ground. They witnessed Han Sen emerging from the other side of the black bird veil of the sky, with a few dead sky falcons exploding in plumes of red feathers. Han Sen then stretched his wings and escaped the crowd of birds that were now unable to catch up with him. How can this person possibly be so fast? Shu Dongjin said in absolute shock. Han Sen was like lightning, zipping backwards and forwards in the air. He was much quicker than the birds that attempted to surround him. Every time he killed a few sky falcons, he'd zip away and gain some distance from the crowd. Even the sacred blood creatures that chased after him could not catch him. Berserk sacred blood wings. Chen Ran squinted his eyes as he suddenly shouted in excitement. After Shu Dongjin and his people heard it, they understood. But in this new understanding, they were shocked even more. It was rare to see a berserk sacred blood creature, let alone a beast soul. This was a flying type berserk sacred blood beast soul. To purchase such wings would put many young evolvers out of business and bankrupt many shopkeepers. Han Sen was twirling around the skies, killing what he wished with little to no effort. Unable to catch up with Han Sen, the birds couldn't do anything. Across the sea of clouds, Han Sen weaved his way around, killing and dodging every foe he chose to. Cut feathers were beginning to mask the skies as blood painted the ground below. While Han Sen was enjoying his time, a sudden green and blue light flashed. A blue kingfisher appeared, about the same size as someone's palm. Flapping its wings madly, it shot out of the tree. Its speed was no less than Han Sen's berserk sacred blood wings, and it may even have been faster. Although the blue kingfisher was small, it was no less intimidating, and its face looked as if it had murder on its mind. It darted towards Han Sen like a hawk, trying its best to peck him. Is this the Sky Falcon King? Han Sen looked at the kingfisher's face and noticed it appeared similar to a sky falcon, just smaller. The feathers on its body looked as if they had been carved in jade and its beak was like a hook of crystal. No matter what, Han Sen wanted to kill this new challenger. He unsheathed his silver snake sword and took aim at the kingfisher like a bolt of silver lightning. But at that moment, the kingfisher barrel rolled to the side and dodged Han Sen's strike. The bird circled around and came back for Han Sen. Han Sen saw the flock of birds coming his way, and not wanting to fight them, he flapped his wings and tried to avoid them. The kingfisher was too fast, however, and before Han Sen could gain some distance, it caught up with him. Han Sen cast his dual skill and attempted to kill the kingfisher again. But this foe was much too fast for his berserk sacred blood wings, and far more agile, too. Han Sen's sword could not hit it due to his inability to focus. But he couldn't remain still, because he'd be ravaged by the flock of birds if he did. The situation was quickly going pear-shaped. Your partner is talented. He is so talented, he has managed to draw the ire of the Sky Falcon King. Chen Ran squinted at Han Sen, telling himself he would do well to get better acquainted with the young man when he returned. He did not know someone such as that accompanied the queen. With a power so impressive, he would be worth keeping an eye on. Although Zhu Ting used to send information to the Chen family, not very often would his news garner any attention. Thus, very few people were even familiar with his name. Han Sen continued to fight as he fell back, bit by bit. The prospect of winning against the Falcon King of the Sea of Clouds seemed unlikely. Shu Dongjin and the rest leaned forward to watch the battle with greater intensity, still caught up in the admiration of his berserk sacred blood wings. It's no good for him to continue like this. If he exhausts his strength, he'll be in danger, Xu Dongjin commented, as he watched Han Sen zip around the sky. Continuing to talk, he said, Queen, ought we provide him aid? Xu Dongjin's offer to support Han Sen was not out of the kindness of his heart. He saw that Han Sen had attracted the attention of countless murderous birds, and with the majority preoccupied in the pursuit of Han Sen, he and Queen would be free to bag plenty of easy kills. While he was happy to sit and watch, the suggestion of going over there and getting free kills was incredibly self-centered. That was why he extended his offer to Queen. There is no need. Within 30 strikes, the Sky Falcon King will be no more, Queen responded coldly. To the eyes of those who watched, Han Sen was a free-spirited bird himself. He soared the skies with no formation, diving and rising on a whim. Queen was the only one who did not see things like that, however. She could see that Han Sen was calculating each movement, and every time he swerved, turned, or twirled, it was at a destination he had planned. Within 30 strikes, the formation would be complete, and the Sky Falcon King would be slain. 30 strikes? That doesn't seem likely. Xu Dongjin continued to watch Han Sen getting chased by the flock of birds. He thought he was doing okay, provided they did not catch him. Chen Ran remained quiet and motionless. He stood off to the side, watching in silent contemplation. An old man like him, unlike Xu Dongjin, was able to understand such intricate situations a lot more. That was why he was so surprised at what he was witnessing. How does this kid know how to perform Heavenly Go? Did the Wangfu family teach another? That is impossible. Wangfu Shangcheng took a vow, so how could someone else I have no knowledge of or relation with, know how to perform Heavenly Go? Chen Ran spoke with a strange look on his face, as his eyes continued to trace Han Sen's movements in the air. A few of the evolvers that watched were counting how many strikes Han Sen had performed, not putting much stock into Queen's claim of him being able to do it in 30 or less. Yeehaw! After the count of 24, Han Sen shouted. Without any prior indication, Han Sen performed a brutal counterattack on the Sky Falcon King. The Sky Falcon King was flying at incredible speed, flapping its wings with a new tenacity in an attempt to dodge Han Sen's incoming strike. It managed to dodge the first sword, but upon doing so, found itself caught up in the pursuing crowd of birds. At that precise moment, Han Sen's second sword came down on it. The silver snake sword was imbued with incredible power and brought down on the Sky Falcon King with a mighty thrust. The Sky Falcon King's greatest asset was speed, but that came at the sacrifice of strength. Its body was weak. When it was hit, its entire backside was sliced open to expose its organs. A hit such as that was guaranteed to ensure its death. Xu Dongjin and the others could not move. Han Sen had performed 24 strikes to slay the Sky Falcon King. Now, Han Sen swerved to dodge the next assault of the flock of birds. He made a quick turn and went after the falling Sky Falcon King. He hadn't yet heard the notification tone, confirming his slaying of the beast, so it had to still be alive to some degree. The Sky Falcon King descended directly into the crown of the tree. When Han Sen raced there, the branch that the Sky Falcon King landed upon rebounded. Han Sen reached out his hands to grab the near-lifeless body of the Sky Falcon King and used his yin force to throttle it. After a vigorous squeeze, the notification finally played. Sacred blood creature hunted. Sky Falcon King. The beast soul was not acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of sacred geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. Han Sen's inability to claim the beast soul did not come as a surprise. The probability of obtaining one was incredibly low, so it would have been highly unlikely to get it on his first kill. Han Sen was prepared for this, so he wasn't disappointed. With the Sky Falcon King's flesh, he was sure to gain at least 8 sacred geno points, and 8 sacred geno points from a single meal was a generous amount. Han Sen circled the crown of the tree while avoiding the flock of birds that continued to pursue him. He caught a glimpse of what lay beneath the foliage, and when he saw what was there, his pupils shrank in shock. Beyond the dense dressing of leaves, Han Sen saw a bird nest that had been built from branches. The nest itself was not remarkable, but inside the nest, he saw a bird that looked like a raven. It was inky black and all it did was stare coldly back at Han Sen. Han Sen looked into its eyes and felt a chill. He figured if the raven decided to move and come after him, he'd be gutted alive in no time at all. But the raven did not do anything. It remained where it was, comfy in its nest, watching Han Sen fly past. Han Sen was soaked in cold sweat. He only looked into its eyes, but with his highly attuned senses, he was able to determine how powerful it was. It brimmed with energy, and Han Sen just knew that it had to be a super creature. Han Sen believed he should immediately remove himself from the area and start praying to the gods above for a blessing. He had been so close to the super creature, yet it had done nothing at all. It was a miracle. The more Han Sen mulled over the situation, though, the more he felt something wasn't quite right. The raven super creature was only a few meters away from him, so there was no chance it had not seen him. But if it had indeed watched Han Sen, why would it choose to ignore a free meal? Unless the raven cannot move. This thought flashed through his mind. If the raven is laying eggs, is that why it did not choose to kill me? Aside from that, Han Sen could not think of any other reasons he would be allowed to escape from the raven. But that did not matter to him right now. What was most important was his need to leave the area and return to safety. If the raven did decide to leave its nest, he would be in trouble. Han Sen soared off in the direction of Queen, shouting, "Leave! There is a terrifying creature atop the tree. You have to leave." After that, he swooped down to hit the ground running and return his wings. Queen, without hesitating, joined Han Sen in his hurried departure. "Pa, surely you jest. If there is indeed a terrifying creature aloft in the tree, explain to me how you have returned with nary a wound upon your person." Shu Dongjin did not believe Han Sen's words. Chen Ran only frowned, wondering whether or not he should leave and follow Han Sen's unnerving warning. But then, a deafening screech pierced his ears. It was the frightening cry of a raven. Caw, caw. After sounding, a pitch-black raven emerged from the crown of the tree. When it flew out, the rest of the birds that were still airborne, panicking, calmed down and retreated into the tree. The raven creature spread its wings and flew down with its beady eyes peering at them. "Go!" Chen Ran felt a chill run down his spine and issued his command without hesitation. He was the first to start running. Shu Dongjin and his people did not dare loiter any longer, and they took off behind Chen Ran. The raven casually glided down towards them, in no apparent rush. It coldly watched Han Sen and the others flee for their lives, its eyes viewing them all like a joke. Its eyes were sullen voids, and after it took off into the air, the mountain descended into an oppressive silence. Chapter 627. Horrible killing. Han Sen may have led the retreat, but he did not feel safe. A frightening chill latched onto him, and he imagined the beady, stabbing gaze of the raven targeting him. Damn it, what is going on? What has it taken the others so long to get moving? Han Sen was bewildered, but he couldn't spare the time to think it through. The best he could do right now was escape with his life, leaving the mountain behind. Han Sen did not dare summon his wings to fly off. Expecting to outpace a super creature that excelled in flying was a fool's hope. They were all now running down the mountain as best as their legs could carry them. Not once did they see another creature on their rapid descent. There was only the black raven callously mocking them from the sky, watching them all flee in terror. It was the de facto emperor of the skies, that was clear. With its presence, nothing else would dare creep out from hiding. Han Sen looked back and spotted the shadow of the black raven overhead. Although it was not a particularly large creature, it scared Han Sen as any other super creature would. The raven glided casually through the air, not even exerting the effort to flap its wings. It made no difference, however, for no matter how quickly they ran, it still followed them closely. They had run less than a kilometer when the raven cruelly looked upon its prey and let out another heart-stopping screech. Caw! The sharp noise echoed across the land. In the next second, the crow reached a speed that suggested it was teleporting and flew down behind the last evolver in their party. The inky wings looked as if they were able to absorb light and, in a flash, brought it down across the evolver's neck. The raven's speed did not allow the evolver a chance to react, and all it took was one quick slash. The head of the evolver was hewn from her neck. It twirled in the air after its detachment, painting the rocky trail in crimson. With the raven's speed, it could have easily avoided the blood that gushed from the severed head and exposed throat. But it didn't. It allowed itself to be showered in the blood, its eyes squinting in pleasure. It extended its wretched tongue to taste the blood rain that descended from its gruesome kill, and it looked delighted. The people in front watched it happen, and it made their skins crawl and their hair stand on end. The unfortunate victim was not an elite evolver, but she didn't even have the time to fight back, no matter how hopeless such a deed would be. Removing her head so effortlessly was little more than a show of power for the raven. No one dared to slow down, and they continued their rapid descent. But the raven wasn't keen to let any of them go so soon. With its murderous eyes, it painted a few more of the fleeing evolvers. "Help me." The evolver who was furthest behind could feel what was coming, and could not do anything save cry for help with a trembling voice. But with what had just occurred, who could be blamed for not slowing down and attempting to save him? Everyone had been rattled by their nemesis, and no one dared to slow down to watch it descend upon them. With its unfathomable speed, it had near enough warped behind the previous evolver to decapitate her, and no one wished to suffer the same fate. It was so quick, they wouldn't be able to dodge any potential strike, let alone fight back against the foe. Han Sen activated his gene lock to enable his supreme abilities of sense, but even he was unable to witness it fly down in the manner it did. By the time the raven disappeared, the wing was already slicing through the evolver's neck. The distance it covered, to go from the sky to the running evolver, could not possibly have been crossed through speed alone. Han Sen was beginning to believe it did indeed possess teleportation capabilities. Otherwise, it could not have evaded his senses. Ka! Another screech sounded, and the head of the raven turned towards the mountain trail once more. This time, Han Sen applied greater focus to his senses to analyze the movement of the raven. But it revealed not. The moment it decided to fly down, it escaped his senses again. The moment the raven revealed itself, the head of another evolver was in the process of being lopped off. In this moment of fright, Han Sen was shaken by the sight of Chen Ran running past both him and Queen. The talents of the Chen family are not understated. Han Sen gritted his teeth to push on and keep running. He tried the best he could, but he could not keep up with Chen Ran, who outpaced them all. Not long after, another screech sounded. It was like the tolling of Satan's own dinner bell. Upon hearing it, everyone clutched their chests in the hope it wasn't them who was next up for a deep six holiday. The further behind in the group you were, the tighter the fear gripped your heart. A person who was weaker than the rest was now lagging behind. In this moment, he noticed his position amongst his compatriots. 3 people had been recipients of the raven's wings by this point, and just as he expected a wing to greet his neck, his shaky legs tripped on an exposed tree root. "No, help me, arg!" The scream of another hapless victim smothered the depleting hopes of escape by those who remained. In truth, they were now fleeing through a valley of death. Han Sen was beginning to realize at the speed they were running, they were all going to be killed before they could even descend halfway down the mountain. The raven was playing with them. It seemed to take pleasure in killing them, and if it wanted them all dead, that was how things were going to go. If they were lucky, they'd only be alive for 1 more kilometer. If we continue going like this, we aren't going to make it. Han Sen slowed his speed down to run alongside Queen. "If we cannot beat the beast, there is no way to escape this predicament," Queen said, and Han Sen understood what she was implying. Queen had come to the same conclusion as Han Sen, when analyzing the speed of the raven. Try as she might, she was unable to track its attacks. And if they could not do this, they could not fight it. If the raven came for them, only death would quickly follow. "How about we split up?" Han Sen suggested, frowning. "No, what good would that yield?" Queen vehemently objected. With the horrible speed of the raven, it would make no difference. If anything, it would only result in a quicker death. "Do you recall the creature riding a red cloud, further down the mountain?" Queen said. "Are you suggesting an enemy of our enemy is our friend? I'm not sure that would work. For all we know, we'll simply end up getting sandwiched between the two. If that were to happen, a grisly death would surely await." Han Sen understood what Queen was suggesting. "Well, we have to do something. If all we do is continue to run, we'll die no matter what," Queen objected. Han Sen reconsidered her suggestion, thinking she might indeed be onto something. To keep running would result in certain death, as they were getting picked off one by one. A simple escape was off the table. Even if we tried, the creature that roams these slopes is too far off. For all we know, we may be killed before reaching it. Amidst their discussion, someone screamed from behind. Before the evolver was killed, he had stopped in an attempt to fight the raven. But before he could strike, the wings of the raven was scissoring his neck, leaving a wretched blood fountain stump atop his shoulders. Queen's eyes went cold, and her signature purple light began to flow in and around her body. All of a sudden, a long scream sounded through the air. It was not the work of the raven, but something else. The sound was deafening, drowning out the noise of the mountains and surrounding landscapes. As Han Sen pondered Queen's reason for using her purple light, he suddenly heard the sound of a horse neighing from further down the mountain. Then he heard the stampede of hooves drawing nearer. Something scary was coming their way, and its speed could not be rivaled. Chen Ran was running as fast as his legs could carry him. All of a sudden, the sight of a red cloud appeared in the distance below. It was the creature that resembled a donkey or horse. Chen Ran stopped his flight, but the red cloud monster was already on its way up to strike him at an alarming speed. Chen Ran's long gray hair all stood up and a windstream began to form around his body, circling him. He jumped 10 meters into the air and dodged the incoming attack. He spun around like a pigeon in the air, jumped once more on the air itself, and landed 10 meters away from his foe. Then he started running once more. This entire scene played out over the course of a second. It was flawless, and it went without a hitch. The strength of the Chen family was impressive. The creature did not return its attention to Chen Ran, but instead turned to look at Queen. As it exhaled, red clouds emerged from its mouth. Streaks of a purple flame danced out of Queen's eyes and her body was cloaked in the same wreaths of purple light. She evaded the monster and proceeded to run downhill. The creature looked as if it recognized Queen. It traced her with its eyes and followed her on her descent without paying heed to anyone else. Han Sen could do little but frown. Their worst-case scenario was coming to life. He did not know what Queen did to elicit the creature's attention, but it was intently locked onto her, with no desire of chasing anyone else. The situation they were in had gone from bad to worse. Another scream erupted from behind, signifying another headless evolver. With more bodies dropping and 2 super creatures now targeting them, their hope of survival was quickly diminishing. All of a sudden, Han Sen saw Queen turn to flee in a different direction. Abandoning their route, it looked as if she desired to lead the creature away from the rest. Han Sen was taken aback by her noble deed, but not wanting to leave her alone, Han Sen turned to follow. The people behind Han Sen did not come with him, and they remained on their current route, being chased by the raven. Han Sen ignored them and focused his attention on giving pursuit to the red cloud donkey, as fast as he could. The red cloud donkey was a scary foe, but at least you could watch its attacks and dodge them if the need arose. The same could not be said for the raven. But with Han Sen and Queen now preoccupied with the donkey, it was unlikely the raven would follow them. It would instead opt for the greater party that was fleeing in a straight line down the mountain. By trading one foe for a lesser foe, Han Sen and Queen had a chance of making it out alive. For Queen to come up with this idea in the midst of their current situation was impressive, and this ability to come up with such a strong strategy on the fly was an invaluable asset. As Queen continued to run, so too did the red cloud donkey. Han Sen was not far behind. It wasn't long before they were a fair distance from Chen Ran and his people, who had now disappeared beyond a ridge on the trail they followed. It was a grand relief for the raven not to continue following the other party. Clearly, it had allowed for the donkey to take care of Queen and Han Sen. Han Sen was immeasurably happy that they had figured a way out of their predicament. The red cloud donkey was clearly inferior in power to the raven. The predictability of its attacks and movements was particularly helpful. This was far better than dealing with the warping raven. Queen used Heavenly Go to keep changing her direction as she fled, dodging the donkey over and over again. She may not have been able to fight back, but at least she wasn't going to be killed. As Han Sen followed, he witnessed the clouds of the donkey begin to rise and mask itself. Its shape now started to resemble a horse built from puffy clouds. All of a sudden, it jumped a whole 10 meters and arrived behind Queen. Its sudden acceleration disrupted the rhythm of Queen's Heavenly Go. Although she was still able to avoid the donkey attacks, the gap that had been closed meant she could no longer escape from it. The situation looked bad. Han Sen jumped on top of the red cloud donkey. While airborne, he summoned his peacock crossbow and loaded a Z-class bolt from his quiver. With great speed, he fired 3 bolts at the donkey. 3 Z-class bolts became 3 flashes of explosive wrath, striking the donkey in separate spots. Without sparing time to look at the results, he leapt off the donkey and resumed his run. The red cloud donkey squealed as the 3 bolts hit, and it screamed when the fire ravaged its body. They may not have torn its skin, but they were powerful enough to damage it. The red cloud donkey expelled air from its nostrils in anger and turned around to chase after Han Sen. The red clouds were terrifying, and in 3 steps, it had managed to get behind him. Han Sen's skills were not inferior to Queen's, but they weren't much stronger. Han Sen stopped running to handle the donkey. With the time Han Sen had bought her, Queen managed to gain a decent lead. She turned around and shouted towards the donkey. When it heard her voice, its eyes turned red again and it resumed its pursuit of her. Neither of the two could compete with the donkey, but with both of them drawing its attention back and forth, the donkey remained confused and distracted. It ran between them, growing increasingly angry. Further and further Han Sen and Queen went, with neither of them sustaining a single wound. But no matter what they did, they couldn't lose their tail. They could not harm it, either, for its skin was incredibly tough. Escaping it through speed alone was impossible. This isn't going too well. If the raven killed the rest and decides to make its way over to us, we're dead too. Han Sen shouted to Queen. There is no other option, Queen answered, not displaying a single flicker of emotion. Do you remember the bones of the guardian hound? Creatures never dare approach it within a kilometer. Perhaps we should attempt to reach there. Han Sen suggested. Sure, Queen answered without hesitation. She aligned her destination to the Garden of Bones they had visited on their ascent. Although they were unsure whether or not it could repel super creatures, it was worth a try. Their options were fairly limited, after all. They merely hoped that they were able to reach their proposed sanctuary before the raven had finished picking off the rest. And in regards to the Red Cloud donkey, despite its anger and power, it was little more than a pest if they cooperated together. Because they had departed the trail they took to ascend the mountain, they had to run around for a while to find where the bones lay. Fortunately, the donkey continued to kick and scream the entire way, which frightened off any other creatures that might have dared to interrupt their baiting of the hellish mule. It saved them a lot of trouble, and luckily, their worst fear did not materialize. By the time they reached the remains of the guardian hound, the raven remained out of sight. But when Han Sen breached the kilometer radius of the bones, the donkey did not break off its pursuit. It still chased them with the same fervor it always had, which made Han Sen and Queen furrow their brows in unison. Han Sen and Queen continued on their current trajectory, silently praying the raven wouldn't show up. But when they reached the Garden of Bones, they noticed the donkey's reluctance to approach. That pleased them both, because they knew ordinary creatures weren't willing to go within a kilometer radius of the bones. It seemed that the radius was merely reduced for super creatures, and they would instead not dare to go within 10 meters of the bones. Han Sen and Queen jumped between the skeleton's ribs as the donkey remained outside, neighing in anger and turmoil. It seemed to be afraid of something. Han Sen breathed a long sigh of relief and rested up against a bone. He looked towards the nervous donkey, which wasn't daring to draw nearer, and said, I wonder what creature these bones belong to. It must have been a majestic thing, to make super creatures fear its remains. Well, we can't stay here for long. After a brief rest, we must move on quickly. Queen sat down to rest with her eyes closed. Han Sen nodded. He knew they could only rest for a short while, despite the fact that their gene locks had been on for too long, sapping their bodies of energy. Had he not thought of coming here, though, they may not have had the chance to rest at all. They weren't sure whether or not the raven was planning to make an appearance. With its murderous intent, they knew for sure they'd be trapped between the bones for a long time if it did. But it wasn't long before they heard the sound of rapid footsteps. A flicker of shadows appeared, revealing the approach of Chen Ran and his people. When they saw Han Sen and Queen, they were a bit shocked. The Red Cloud donkey was frustrated after losing its target, but seeing Chen Ran and his people arrive, quickly looked delighted. Fortunately, they were all able to evade the manic mule and reach the ribcage. The faces of Han Sen and Queen dropped when they noticed the raven was still pursuing Chen Ran, who had now just led it near. It landed on a withered tree nearby and watched them coldly. If I'd known you'd be showing up, I would have kept running. Han Sen's heart sank into depression once again. He didn't expect to see Chen Ran and his people ever again, imagining they would have been killed by the raven long before they reached the Garden of Bones. Chen Ran and his people weren't looking well, but at least they had not sustained any injuries. Only 5 people remained, but it was better than what Queen and Han Sen had been projecting. If they had been able to make it here under the ravenous pursuit of the raven, something was not right. Something must have happened. Old Chen, I am surprised. How did you get here? Han Sen looked at Chen Ran and asked. It is difficult for me to explain, Chen Ran sighed, dismissing an explanation. Han Sen knew it would be useless to ask again, if Chen Ran wasn't willing to tell him what had happened. He looked outside the ribcage and saw the donkey wandering around in circles, letting out the occasional neigh. The raven made no sound. It remained perched on the tree it had landed on, and simply continued to watch. It is fortunate they won't attack us in here. But I don't see them letting us go anytime soon. I could imagine them waiting us out, watching as we starve to death or die of dehydration. Do you have any ideas, old man? Han Sen asked. There are two most wretched creatures out there. What do you think I can do? Let us remain here for some time, so we may see what becomes of them. For all we know, they'll become bored and eventually decide to move on, Chen Ran said. Han Sen did not ask any more, so he returned to Queen's side, where she continued to rest with her eyes closed. Activating her gene lock for such an extended period of time was almost too much for Queen. She was not like Han Sen, who possessed Heresy Mantra and Jade Sun Force, and so her stamina and durability were not as great. It was fortunate she did not collapse during their escape. The group of 7 were now stuck between the bones. They waited an entire day and night, and still their wardens remained. The mule hovered about aimlessly while the raven sat on the tree in silence, watching them. Their faces looked incredibly glum. Han Sen did not know what to do. They knew whoever exited the shelter of the bones first would be killed by the combined force of 2 super creatures. There was no way around that. Leaning against the bones, Han Sen suddenly felt a pulsing sensation come from his chest pocket once more. He had almost forgotten about the gourd's existence, due to the situation they had found themselves in. When he took it out from his pocket, the beating stopped. As Han Sen fingered it and examined it, nothing out of the ordinary happened. What a strange gourd. Han Sen didn't return it to his chest pocket just yet, and so he continued to hold it. If anything happened this time, he'd be ready to inspect it. The Red Cloud Donkey and Raven were incredibly patient, refusing to abandon the prey they had chased here. A few more days passed and dehydration began to kick in. No one had any water left, and they couldn't leave the safety of the bones. If this continued, more people were going to die. Brother Han, it looks to me as if they're not leaving. We have to do something, soon. Chen Ran walked towards Han Sen, lowering his voice to talk with Han Sen. If you have an idea, then I'm all ears. Han Sen knew it was only a matter of time before Chen Ran would come talk to him again. We are famous evolvers. It'd be quite the gaffe if we were discovered to have died of thirst here, trapped between these bones. After that, Chen Ran continued to say, but these bones are scattered across many kilometers. If we split into 2 teams and run both ways, we may have a chance. What do you think? I suppose we could do that, but what will the teams be? Han Sen thought what Chen Ran was saying made sense. The donkey was nearer the tail of the guardian hound. People who ran that way would be at a big disadvantage. There was every possibility that both super creatures would attack that place, too. This is my plan, and I won't needlessly put any of you at risk. I want you all to run out the front while I take the back. Chen Ran sighed. He then said, but I will do this under one condition. Please tell me. Han Sen was surprised Chen Ran was planning to do something so selfless. Shu Dongjin and the others are my brothers. I am hoping you will take them with you. I am the strongest here, and I am willing to exit via the tailbone and provide you all with the time you need to flee this wretched place, Chen Ran said. Old Chen, Shu Dongjin and the others were touched, trying to bring words to their mouths. There is no need for you to say anything. I have made my decision. You have followed me for a long time, and there is little more I can teach you. There is little more I can do for you, except this. Besides, I'm a small target. Perhaps by the time the day is through, I'll be the one owing you, Chen Ran smiled. Chen Ran insisted. Shu Dongjin and the rest of the followers then went with Han Sen and Queen to the skull, while Chen Ran went alone to the tailbone. They both set a timer, and when the time came, both teams would run. The raven continued to watch them, as if it lacked the motivation to move. The Red Cloud Donkey now drifted over to Han Sen's side, which had more people, and neighed at them every now and again. Seeing the Red Cloud Donkey come closer, Shu Dongjin felt at ease. If it was the raven that chose to come after them, the danger would be far worse. There was a chance of surviving the pursuit of the murder donkey, but not the raven. If it was the raven that chose to be upon them, there would be no hope of survival. Although they felt great remorse for the selfless deed Chen Ran had proposed, they each wanted to live. And it was because of this they were thankful in their hearts and gratefully relieved, as well. When the timer reached 0, Chen Ran shouted, "Run!" Chen Ran bolted out from beneath the bones as fast as the morning light. Seeing Chen Ran run, Shu Dongjin's vigor was reinstilled. He and his people left their end of the skeleton, too. The queen was about to leave with them, but Han Sen pulled her back. She turned to him with a bewildered look, not understanding why he did not want to run. But quickly, the queen realized what was happening. The raven had taken flight, but its target was not Chen Ran. It had flown towards the skull. Shu Dongjin and his people had already made their departure, but the donkey was already on their heels. It prevented their return to the safety of the skeleton. With no way of turning back, they had no choice but to continue on their way down the mountain as they had planned. The queen turned back to look at Chen Ran and noticed he had already run a distance of 200 meters. It looks like the raven follows the larger crowd. The queen frowned at the thought. Bollocks, Han Sen coldly said. Chen Ran, that old bastard, he played us. The tail may have looked to be a more dangerous exit at first, but look closely. Would the skeleton of a creature this large only have a tail that was a few meters in length? It is broken off. The rest of the tailbone most likely resides below the soil, and that's why Chen Ran was happy to head in that direction. We may not have noticed it, but the creatures are most likely able to sense it. That's why they have favored chasing us. The queen was mortified. He led his own people to a slaughter. Now, the queen was beginning to understand the situation, as much as she would have liked not to. Chen Ran was willing to sacrifice his own followers for just a bit more time in his attempt to escape. That asshole. The queen couldn't help but swear. It would have been okay if Chen Ran tricked them alone, but it was a wretched thing to betray the people you have sworn to lead and nurture. He was insane, a man willing to do whatever it took to survive. Don't worry, though, the way he did this has given us a chance to survive. Han Sen said coldly, watching Chen Ran run off without stopping. The queen acknowledged what he meant. Standing inside the ribcage, they had nowhere to go. When they heard screams from afar, it told them Shu Dongjin and his people were meeting a grisly end. After 10 minutes, the screaming stopped. They must have all been killed. After the raven and the red cloud donkey were finished with them, they returned. They coldly watched Han Sen and the queen, who continued hiding between the bones of the ribcage. Believing that they were not willing to make an exit any time soon, the duo of bloodthirsty creatures took off in Chen Ran's direction. I will count to 100. When I say 100, we run out together from the skull. This will be our only chance of escape. Han Sen started counting up. He unlocked his gene lock to keep track of where the raven and the donkey were. The fact they had gone off after the treacherous Chen Ran brought a modicum of gladness to their hearts. Once the monsters had gone far enough, Han Sen was prepared to make one last run for escape alongside the queen. When he counted to 100, he was no longer able to see where the raven and donkey were. Acknowledging they had to be a great distance away by now, Han Sen knew it was time. They both darted out from beneath the bones like arrows. A little while later, Han Sen's heart felt as if it was going to leap out of his chest. Tugging on the queen's hand, he yelled at her to go back. The queen looked around and did not see any nearby danger, but she had come to trust Han Sen's judgment a lot. Without hesitation, she returned to the skull with him. As Han Sen retreated, he looked around himself to confirm whether or not there was any danger but could not see anything. Still, he trusted his instincts and his instincts were telling him to turn back. There was a danger of some immediacy in the area, and it was something that could kill him. Running as fast as he could back to the bones, the feeling of danger began to choke him. It was getting stronger and stronger. With his gene lock at max capacity, the sense of impending doom was unbearable. In the next moment, a bright light flashed by Han Sen's neck. He didn't hear anything, but he jumped forward. That was when he saw the looming black shadow that had crept over him. Blood gushed like a bouquet of flowers. Han Sen felt as if his back was burning. He suspected a bone in his back had been broken. But the wound was the least of his concerns right now, as he rolled and climbed towards the bones of the ribcage once more. It was a life-or-death gambit, and what had seemed like a short distance to traverse, now went on and on instead. The raven was furious at its inability to finish off Han Sen. It flapped its wings and disappeared once more. When it reappeared again, the wing blades of Han Sen's nemesis sliced against the back of Han Sen's neck. Han Sen's heart let out a cry, it's over. The raven was too powerful, and its speed denied him the ability to dodge. But at that precise moment, when it appeared Han Sen was about to lose his head, the dried vines that strangled the bones came to life. They were each like toxic snakes, lashing out at the raven that had drawn too near to the ribcage. They trapped the beast, and though it pecked and swung its wings as hard as it could, the raven could not cut its way free. Han Sen felt a chill. The raven had wanted to kill Han Sen so much, and now its body was being dragged into the ribcage he had previously sought shelter in. The gourd vines were choking the life out of it as it struggled to get free. Han Sen froze. He had never expected the seemingly lifeless vines to have so much power enough to restrain a super creature such as that. Now Han Sen understood. The creatures weren't afraid of the bones, they were afraid of the vines that were wrapped around them. Having managed to remove the gourd from the vines earlier, Han Sen hoped the seemingly sentient vines did not think poorly of him. In Han Sen's chest pocket, the gourd began to pulsate once more. This time, it was stronger than ever. Bringing out the gourd to hold in his hands, he really did feel like it was a heartbeat. Han Sen now knew for sure that this was no trick of his mind. The weak pulse was like the heartbeat of a baby. It may have been faint, but it was life all the same. "Are you okay?" The queen looked at the wound on Han Sen's back in fright. From shoulder to waist, his back had been sliced entirely open. The gash was so deep, his spine was visible. On Han Sen's neck, there was another wound that oozed blood. Fortunately for him, it wasn't so deep as to touch the bone or windpipe. If the raven had been allowed to go any deeper, he'd most likely have been decapitated. The wounds were scary to look at, but the blood loss wasn't too severe. Han Sen's ice skin allowed him to control his body, whereas his heresy mantra allowed him to control his blood flow. If it weren't for those talents, he'd most likely have bled out and died. "I can hold it," Han Sen hissed from his gritted teeth. His back was in agony, and he knew he had a damaged spine. But fortunately, it wasn't too bad. If he had been a second slower with his jump, his spine would have been shredded and nothing could have saved his life. The queen retrieved some medicine from her satchel and applied it to his wounds, which made Han Sen cry out in pain. Then, all of a sudden, a screech pierced the air. The black raven, tangled and restrained by the vines, didn't look so fearsome as it once did. The ends of the vines were spiked, and they drove themselves deep into the raven's body. The vines seemed alive, as if they had a thirst for the raven's blood. As they absorbed the scarlet, the vines themselves turned a deep shade of red. The dried-up vines writhed with renewed vigor, and they started to grow longer and larger than before. "Caw, caw," the black raven called out twice. Its body contorted and twisted as plumes of feathers puffed out to dress the air like snowfall. With great strength, the raven squirmed its way free from the clutch of the vines and took off into the air in fear. It was gone for good. Han Sen froze when he saw that. He did not expect the raven to be strong enough to escape the grasp of the vines. After the raven escaped, the gourd vines retreated, wrapping their way around the bones just as they were earlier. The vines that had turned red now became yellow like before, as well. However, many of them started to sprout green leaves. The gourd in Han Sen's hand continued to pulsate, but this sensation did not disappear like it had before. Han Sen held onto it, unsure whether or not life existed inside it. If it contained something like the blood crystal wasps, Han Sen would rather discard it right now. But because he was unsure, he wasn't willing to let go of some potential treasure just yet. Aside from the strange beating pulse, nothing in particular stood out. As he fingered it, his eyes drifted to the raven's feathers that now carpeted the ground. The black feathers of the raven were of its outer coat. It wasn't a great number that had fallen, but there were around 30. Each feather was about 1 foot long. He reached to grab one and his eyes lit up. The black feathers belonged to a super creature and did not look normal. Rather than enabling flight, they were more like weapons the raven could employ. Every feather was like steel, and it was frightening to simply hold. "This cannot be the treasure the raven dropped." Han Sen told the queen to gather up all the black feathers for him. After an accurate count, there were 36 feathers. It was a number that could be evenly split. With each feather being the same size, Han Sen considered the possibility of crafting a fan with them. Han Sen's back was in terrible pain. He looked at the queen and said, "How about you try out the sturdiness of the feathers?" The queen nodded. She drew her sacred blood beast soul sword and chopped one of the feathers with a direct hit. Nothing, not a single scratch was left upon it. This really is some good stuff. Han Sen looked happy. If he managed to modify the feathers a certain way, he'd be able to craft a new type of bolt. If he used them alongside his peacock crossbow, he might be able to slay a super creature with them. "How about we split them up evenly? 18 feathers each," Han Sen suggested to the queen. "It is useless for me to own a bunch of silly feathers. You can have them all." The queen passed all of the feathers to Han Sen. Earlier, the queen took notice of the strange crossbow Han Sen had used to fire at the Red Cloud donkey. Strangely enough, it looked quite similar to the Deadeye peacock. The queen was starting to wonder if the crossbow was the peacock's beast soul. Han Sen was certainly not going to admit anything on such a subject, so the queen didn't ask. If Han Sen wanted those feathers, it'd be to make bolts. Such bolts and a crossbow would come in handy for the slaying of super creatures, so she preferred not saying anything and simply giving all of the feathers to Han Sen outright. Han Sen gave the queen a strange look as he accepted all the feathers. He believed from the way the queen looked back at him that she knew there was something up with his new crossbow. Yet she hadn't said a word about it. Her giving him all the feathers just made him confused. We have to leave while the raven is gone. If the donkey returns, our escape will be difficult with you unable to run due to your injury. After the queen said this, she picked Han Sen up and supported him in his descent down the rest of the mountain. Han Sen was being carried on the queen's back. He felt incredibly privileged and cared for this was the first time anyone else had helped him in such a way. The fact that it was a woman made him feel odd, however. Luckily enough, no more dangers arose during their time on the road. They managed to descend the mountain without interruptions. The queen summoned an elephant ride and took Han Sen to the nearest shelter so he could return to the Alliance and recover. His wounds were incredibly grievous, and healing would not come quick or easy with only medicine. But he didn't return to the Alliance. In the end, he had the silver fox, and it was better than any potion or remedy the Alliance could provide. Therefore, there was no reason to return. Han Sen continued thinking about the gourd, as well. He did not want to return to the Alliance yet, because he did not want to leave the gourd unattended. He went straight to the silver fox and it immediately approached Han Sen to lick his wounds. It was as strange as ever, to watch the wounds seal up with each passing lick. Even the damaged bones straightened, their gashes filling in. With Han Sen's wounds recovering, the queen booked another room so they could live there temporarily. After leaving his room, Han Sen pulled out the gourd and presented it to the silver fox, so he might determine if it was good or bad. Examining the gourd, the silver fox looked upon it strangely. It continued to observe the gourd closely, circling it and sniffing it every way it could. Han Sen looked at the gourd for a while, as well. But soon after, the silver fox just turned around and went to sleep on the carpet. Hey, you better tell me what this thing is. From the silver fox's behavior, he could not tell whether the gourd was a good thing or a bad thing. But the silver fox just remained sleeping on the carpet, ignoring the commands of his master. Han Sen knew the silver fox wasn't human, and it would not understand the complex lexicon of the human language, so he stopped talking. Judging from the silver fox's reaction, that gourd surely presents no threat. But if it was something good, why would the silver fox go back to sleep? Han Sen was still unable to determine whether the gourd was good or bad, but he wasn't willing to take the risk. Once he was healed, he planned to take the gourd out someplace far from the roads others tread and discard it. It would be best to throw it somewhere deep into the wild, in case something emerged from the gourd that would harm innocent people. It wasn't as if Han Sen did not want to see what was inside the gourd, but it was too hard for him to break it. He had even tried to crack it with his berserk sacred blood beast sword, to no avail. Han Sen had been grievously injured, and even with the silver fox's frequent licks, it took him 4 whole days to recover enough strength to walk. It would most likely take another half-month for him to heal completely. Han Sen still had the 36 raven feathers in his possession. If he was to transform them into bolts for his peacock crossbow, perhaps he'd be able to shatter the gourd. Han Sen observed the black feathers with great inquisitiveness. They were 1 foot long each, and they were as black as soot. The shaft of each feather was hollow, with the vein tightly knit across its length with little to no after feather. They were like 2 finely cut slices of obsidian. If you went along the vein, stroking gently with your fingers, you could push down the barbules. They were delicate and gentle, but if you went against the vein, they were frighteningly sharp. It felt like countless spikes were forming a line to shred whatever came against them. The shaft of the feather was lethally pointy, as well. I wonder if these feathers can be loaded directly into the peacock crossbow. Han Sen summoned his peacock crossbow and tried to load one of the feathers. It worked better than Han Sen thought it would, as the feather fitted inside perfectly. The feather aligned with the bolt chamber, so that it could glide softly along when fired. The only downside to using these feathers was the difficulty of retrieval. To pull a feather out of a target, you would have to go against the vein. This meant you risked the terrifying prospect of shredding your own skin against the feather. Han Sen loaded one up and fired a raven feather bolt. A black streak flew a distance of 3 kilometers, managing to pierce through a giant fir tree without slowing down. It took another 3-barrel-thick trees to slow it down enough to remain stuck. It's so strong. Han Sen was so happy, he almost jumped with joy. He quickly went to retrieve the feather. Han Sen could only load 16 of the 36 feathers into the crossbow's quiver. The feathers were smaller than the average bolt, of which the quiver could only contain 9. After loading up his quiver, Han Sen traveled to the base of a mountain cliff. He placed the gourd into a little nook along its rough surface and took aim with his peacock crossbow. He fired it at the gourd. Boom! The black feather had a direct hit on the gourd, which triggered a powerful explosion. A big hole was blown into the craggy surface of the cliff, in which the gourd still remained lodged, without harm. Han Sen wasn't willing to give up so easily, however. Again, he fired an arrow at the gourd. He fired again and again. Hit after hit, explosion after explosion. The hole eventually became a deep cave, but still, the gourd was undamaged. Holy smokes, what is with this gourd? Han Sen couldn't believe what he was seeing. Now that Han Sen thought about it some more, the raven was unable to bring harm to the gourd vines. It had to shed its own feathers to escape their grasp. Perhaps this was to be expected. Han Sen retrieved the gourd with a puzzled expression and a bewildered mind. After contemplating the scenario for a little while longer, he gritted his teeth and decided to fly up somewhere extremely high with the gourd and drop it. Han Sen really could not shake the fear of toxic wasps one day emerging from the gourd to strike him in his sleep. Han Sen had heard the fable of the farmer and the viper many times, and the last thing he wanted was to become such a victim. When Han Sen dropped the gourd from a great height, the silver fox quickly grabbed it and spat it back out into Han Sen's hand. "What the hell is that supposed to mean?" Han Sen asked the fox, holding the saliva-covered gourd in his hand. But the silver fox was unable to talk, so all it could do was remain on Han Sen's shoulder, wagging its fluffy tail. Han Sen, not receiving a formal response, dropped the gourd once again. And again, the silver fox leapt down, grabbed it, and passed it back to Han Sen. At least he knew that the silver fox wanted him to keep the gourd. Han Sen observed the silver fox for a good while longer, but then turned around and left the area. If this was something the silver fox insisted that he keep, he didn't believe it to be of any genuine threat. Perhaps one day, it really could yield a mighty treasure of some sort. And at least when he held the gourd himself, he could not sense any danger. It was just his paranoia insisting that he be rid of it. The heartbeat of the gourd was what disturbed Han Sen the most. Whenever he held it in his hand, the movement inside concerned him a great deal. The curious pulsation hadn't stopped ever since his return from Sky Pillar Mountain. It beat rapidly, but faintly. He could only feel it if he held it in his hand. Han Sen continued playing with the gourd for a few more days, unsure if it was actually the gourd that was playing with him. The dead, yellowish gourd did start looking brighter, however. It now looked like a yellow jadestone, with gold veins coursing around its complexion. It was quite beautiful. The heartbeat of the gourd seemed to feel a little stronger, as well. It was still weak on the whole, but there was most certainly a minor improvement in its strength. Han Sen rested for half a month. His body healed in that time and the mood of his mind improved, too. Now that he had the peacock crossbow and raven feather bolts, providing he didn't meet an obscenely powerful super creature like the raven, he might finally be able to hunt one down. But where would I find such a target? If it was a super creature like the donkey, I could give it a shot. Literally. And even if it did not die, I should be able to escape it without much trouble, Han Sen mulled to himself. But the Sky Pillar Mountain was still home to that wretched raven, and he didn't fancy going near that place for a good long while. And in regards to the super creatures that might be found in the sea, he didn't want to hunt those, either. He would be relying on his crossbow, and crossbows were significantly weaker underwater. The queen told Han Sen she had something to do, and promptly returned to the alliance. He asked her where they might find an easier super creature to deal with, but she didn't respond to him. Just as Han Sen was wondering whether or not it was time for him to return to the ice fields, someone knocked on his door. "Who's there?" Han Sen frowned. "Brother Han, it is me." A familiar voice sounded from the other side of the door. It was Chen Ran's. Han Sen was shocked, unable to believe the old bastard was still alive and that he had actually dared to come see him. What could he possibly want? Old Chen, I am surprised you have found the time to come visit me. Han Sen opened the door to the sight of Chen Ran standing outside it, alone. Zhu Ting said you are a good friend of his. I heard from him that you were here, and so I have come to see you. Why didn't you say so before? If you had, perhaps our acquaintance and travel together would have been far more cordial. Chen Ran smiled. Han Sen thought to himself in his heart, it would be a great misfortune to be considered your family. Han Sen's relationship with the Chen family was fine. It wasn't particularly amicable, but there had been no strife between them, either. Had Chen Ran known about his connection with Zhu Ting, it wouldn't have made a difference. Chen Ran's actions that day were not spurred by anything other than his selfish desire to live, putting himself before anyone else. Please, come in. Han Sen allowed Chen Ran to enter. He was keen to know what he was here for. He was fairly sure Chen Ran hadn't come here to wish him a warm recovery and become buddies with a friend of his family's bastard. Chen Ran entered the room, looked around, smiled, and said, Brother Han, this place is no good for you. How about you move into my shelter? I will prepare the best room for you, have the nicest food served to you, and have the prettiest girls wait on you. You'll have everything there. Old Chen, thank you but no thank you. I will be returning to the ice fields in 2 days. If there is something you would like to tell me or get off your chest, I am standing right here, Han Sen said. Okay, you and Zhu Ting are best friends. You aren't outsiders, so I'll come right out and say it. Chen Ran looked at Han Sen and paused briefly. Then he told him, since you are returning to the ice fields, would you aid me by delivering a few beast souls to Zhu Ting? How many beast souls? Han Sen asked. A few thousand. Before anything could be asked, Chen Ran continued, of course, this won't be for free. This card I have here has 50 million in it. This is the price I can pay you for their delivery. Han Sen observed the card Chen Ran pulled out but did not take it. He laughed on the inside, and said to himself, this old man is smart. There is a lack of beast souls in the ice fields, and now this man is having me transport a vast number there. He tells me he'll give me 50 million, but who knows how many billions he'll earn from their sale. Old Chen, you are well aware of the situation in the ice fields. I am a self-proclaimed leader, little more. The true managers of the ice field are Li Xinglun and Qi Xuan. Even if I did transport them there, I do not believe they would allow Zhu Ting to sell them, Han Sen said, smiling. The ice fields did indeed belong to Han Sen. The markets were his. The only way he would have helped Chen Ran earn such money was if he had become insane. We are family. You are king of the ice fields. I am sure you can think of something. Chen Ran pulled out another card and presented it to Han Sen. Then he said, here is 500 million. You have to take this money to help out Zhu Ting, this poor kid. He was born poorly, alone in the ice fields without family. It is my sole desire to help him. Han Sen did not believe Chen Ran was the sort of person who was willing to aid a bastard son. He eyed Chen Ran up and down and smiled, Old Chen, there is no need for me to accept this money. The ice fields do not belong to me alone. If you want to do business, I will accept 20% of the revenue generated from any sale of these boast souls. You wish for me to transport. Chen Ran's face was unexpectedly happy. He jovially said, sure, if you say so. Han Sen then proceeded to say, but like I said, the ice fields do not belong to me alone. Aside from my goddess army, there is the Star Wheel faction, Black God faction, and Philip faction. This deal will not work if they aren't provided a benefit. If you really want me to help you, then you will have to provide them 20% of each sale, as well. If you are willing to accept these terms, then I would be delighted to help you. Chen Ran's face was stiff. It didn't move an inch. He looked at Han Sen and said, Brother Han, you are too cruel. I thought you were a friend of Zhu Ting. Do you not believe yourself to be a little inappropriate by making such a suggestion? Han Sen smiled and responded, Old Chen, I am helping you flood my market with a large number of beast souls. Through a simple export of beast souls, you can earn 20% for yourself. Not bad, And besides, I'm only being this nice because it is as you said, we're family. I'll be giving you 20% on Zhu Ting's account. Otherwise, you'd be lucky to receive 10%. Young man, you cannot conduct business like this. Sometimes, a simple favor is better than any monetary gain. If you accept 50%, then perhaps I will have further business ventures for you in the future. Then I apologize. I must regretfully inform you once more that the ice fields do not belong to me alone. If I only accept 50%, I cannot report this to the others, Han Sen said. Han Sen thought it better to be without a favor from someone like Chen Ran. He was happy to allow Shu Dongjin and his brothers, who followed him with an unwavering faith, to be unceremoniously sacrificed so he could escape. His favors were the sort of thing that could get you killed. Well, if things are indeed like that, I regret bothering you this day. As Chen Ran started walking, he appeared to be fuming. After Chen Ran left Han Sen's room, he signaled for a few others to come to his side. Then, Chen Ran coldly said, "Keep an eye on that one. As soon as he leaves the shelter, contact me." Accepting their appointed tasks, the people around Chen Ran got set up to spy on Han Sen. Huh, this is the son of Han Jingji. No way that old man had a child. Chen Ran's eyes flashed with a sinister haze. Han Sen stroked the silver fox's fur and squinted his eyes. With his senses, he didn't even need to take a proper look to learn his house was being watched. It looks like Han Jingji's name cannot keep everyone at bay, Han Sen thought to himself, but he didn't really care. If Chen Ran did not attack, then it would be fine. If he did attack, at least Han Sen could try out his peacock crossbow and raven feathers. Han Sen took out a Geno creation pill from his chest pocket. Dong Lin delivered them 2 days ago, and since the silver fox loved them so much, it'd eat one every day. The silver fox wouldn't eat more than one, though. Perhaps as a result of the pills, its hair was getting smoother and smoother. But aside from that, he couldn't tell much of a difference. Dong Lin's people say ordinary evolvers only have to consume one for their genes to mutate. But if the silver fox has already eaten a few, why have there been no changes? Han Sen looked at the silver fox with wonder, as it gobbled down its daily pill. Han Sen did not know if it was because the genes of the silver fox were too strong, thus making it difficult for it to mutate, or if it was because the pills would only affect humans. Han Sen placed the silver fox aside. He put the gourd on the table and began practicing his Dongshe Sutra. Earlier, he had been too injured to practice the Dongshe Sutra. Instead, he had been using ice skin to recover the wounds on his body. Now that he was fully healed, he could be in training with the Dongshe Sutra again. After Han Sen cast it, his body began to smell good. The pleasant fragrance overwhelmed the entire room. The silver fox was lying down near Han Sen, trying to sniff the pleasing scent that was coming from its master. Even the gourd slightly shivered, as if it was absorbing the perfume. After Han Sen concluded another round of training, he opened his eyes and looked at the gourd with much surprise. Han Sen noticed strange streams of energy circling around it like wind. It was not unlike what occurred to the queen on the day she improved her heavenly go alongside him. Does this gourd possess the ability to channel energy? Did this thing absorb my pleasant fragrance? Han Sen looked at the gourd with a puzzled expression, as he observed the streams of energy wandering around it. The energy was faint, however, and the scent it carried was quite light, despite having done an entire cycle. The energy inside the gourd was amazing, and almost as good as the queen's heavenly go. There were many curious aspects to it that Han Sen could not explain. A while later, the gourd refined all the fragrance it could and Han Sen could no longer spot the energy traveling around it. He reached out his hand to touch the gourd and could immediately tell that its gentle pulsations had gotten stronger. All of a sudden, Han Sen thought of something. He looked at the silver fox and remembered he used to smell a pleasant scent off it. He initially believed the silver fox just carried his master's scent due to being around him most of the times he trained, but now he believed there was more to it than that. The silver fox must have absorbed that pleasant smell of mine every time I practiced the Dongshe Sutra. It simply refined too quickly for me to catch the energy streams circling him, Han Sen theorized. Is that why the silver fox follows me? And is that why the gourd allowed me to remove it from the vine? Is it because I practiced Dongshe Sutra? Han Sen frowned at the thoughts, but he couldn't be sure. He held the gourd and played with it for a little while, unable to ascertain another reason for the state of these things. So, he put the gourd aside and decided to observe the silver fox intently the next time he practiced Dongshe Sutra. The next day, Han Sen got to practicing the Dongshe Sutra once again. After completing his first cycle of training, he opened his eyes and quickly observed the silver fox. He could immediately tell the silver fox was carrying his pleasant fragrance, but it was mild. After a short while of observation, it disappeared entirely. The silver fox, who was lying down next to him, opened its eyes now, as well. It was surprised to see Han Sen watching. So, It leapt onto his chest and rubbed it with its fluffy head. This little guy is strange. Do creatures know how to channel energy, and make it flow in and around their bodies? Han Sen stroked the silver fox's head as he pondered the idea. The next time he decided to practice, he would remember how the gourd did it. The way it trained was largely different to the way humans did, and he wondered if he'd be able to adopt its method. A few days later, the queen finally arrived back at the shelter. But she didn't stay for long, as she only came back to tell Han Sen that she was still busy with matters in the alliance, and that she'd be gone for a long time. Then she left. Han Sen then decided to return to the ice fields. The mystery island was still there and many creatures had arrived because of it, bringing many much-needed resources to the area. Not many people in the ice fields had wings, and for this reason not many people could visit the island. Since no one was really able to take on the mystery island, Han Sen decided to rush back and lend them a hand. If he managed to conquer the royal shelter on the mystery island, it would give him possession of a space castle. With the Crystal Palace, he'd have forces for the land, seas, and skies. Thinking of the benefits, Han Sen was now worried about missing out. If someone didn't claim it soon, it'd return to the empty and be lost. Han Sen had received a map for returning to the ice fields from Wangfu Ping Qing, and with that in hand, he delayed no longer. He set out back to the ice fields. Not long after exiting the shelter, Han Sen was traveling through a mountainous region. It was a desolate and lonely place, devoid of any sign of human life. But then, Han Sen stayed his travel and said out loud, "Old Chen, since you're here, why not join me?" "Those are some strong senses you possess," Chen Ran said as he came out from behind a big tree. Another 20 people emerged from a thicket of trees to surround Han Sen. They were brandishing bows and the weaponry of assassins. As if they were prepared to attack, they all took aim at Han Sen. One signal from Chen Ran was all it would take to turn Han Sen into a hedgehog. "Old Chen, is this petty gathering all due to me refusing to transport your beast souls? Are you planning to kill me?" Han Sen was still atop Golden Roarer when he spoke, and the tone of his voice was as mellow as ever. Chen Ran smiled and said, "That was only a minor order of business. I would not harbor ill sentiments over your refusal of that request. You interest me a great deal, boy. As such, I am merely here to ask you a number of questions. If you answer them, I will bring you no harm. Then tell me, what is it you would like to know?" Han Sen did not move. Chen Ran's first question was straightforward. "You have only been in this second shelter for a year. How have you managed to unlock your gene lock and amass such a high number of geno points?" Chen Ran's eyes were fixated on Han Sen, and it was evident from his question that he had done a lot of research on him. He seemed to be in disgruntled shock at what he had learned, as well. When Han Sen was in the first shelter, he may have received aid from Qin's family. But in the second shelter, he had been dropped into the ice fields, a place that wasn't half as good as the island. With no resources and no relationships to count on, reaching this stage and becoming so powerful by himself was an incredible feat. It was unheard of and quite frankly, unbelievable. Chen Ran believed he must harbor a big secret. Chen Ran thought if he learned this secret he could become even stronger. He thought he might even be able to beat the super creatures of legend and become the strongest evolver in history. He had been in the second shelter for almost 100 years, and this had been his lifetime goal. But no matter how hard he tried and no matter how much he learned, he was still too weak and unable to kill even the smallest super creature. Now that Han Sen had entered his life, he thought he might have found a way to achieve this innermost desire. Chen Ran believed Han Sen had to have been supremely talented to have unlocked his first gene lock in the single year he had spent in the second shelter. He also believed that he must have had powerful backers in order to accomplish so much. But the truth was, Han Sen did not have those resources. He must have had some reason to make it so far so quickly, though, and that was what Chen Ran wanted to learn. "I thought you were going to ask me a question of some importance. This is nothing, and there was no need for you to put on a show and build an audience for my answering." Han Sen laughed. "Then tell me." Chen Ran was not amused, nor in the mood for jests, so he coldly looked at Han Sen. "I have amassed so many geno points and have already unlocked my gene lock because of one simple reason," Han Sen said, with a heightened tone of gravitas in his voice. "What reason?" Chen Ran asked, with widened eyes. "It is because I am a genius." Han Sen laughed. Chapter 635. Sacrifice sword skill. Chen Ran's face dimmed. He coldly smiled and responded, what a genius. After that, Chen Ran waved his hand, and the arrows of his followers loosed upon Han Sen like rain. Han Sen put away his golden roarer and moved to dodge the hail. Not a single arrow hurt him. Chen Ran did not expect them to hurt Han Sen, either. Such a thing would only be possible if there were an additional 100 archers. The numbers he had with him were too few, so the most they could do was hinder his movement. Chen Ran gestured with his hand once more, and then a man with a sword ran towards Han Sen. He was incredibly fast, and in 3 steps, he was already in front of him. The great sword he wielded was swung upwards, as if to tear the skies asunder. Chen Ran watched Han Sen intently, keen to observe the full extent of his powers. He used to have 3 others with him that had unlocked their Gene Lock, but 2 of them died on Sky Pillar Mountain. But the only remaining elite was, by all accounts, Chen Ran's strongest man. Even when fighting together, Shu Dongjin and his other elite could not beat him. This person was called Huang Mian. Although he did not belong to the Chen family, he was looked upon highly enough to become a successor of Qigong. But because the Huang family was not as popular as the Chen family, the Qigong was not as effective. When Huang Mian arrived at the second shelter, he was unable to locate his family. After a chance encounter, Chen Ran took care of him and eventually became one of his most trusted allies. The Huang family's Qigong may not have been the best, but that did not mean it wasn't strong. The only reason their Qigong was not the best was because it was a lot more simplistic. Many people knew the name, Sacrifice Sword Skill, in the Alliance. It was a skill that was based on the usage of swords. But because there were many mysterious and unknown components of the skill, its modification into a hyper-geno art had proven too difficult. Babies in the Huang family, upon learning how to crawl, were placed in rooms full of swords. The sword a baby touched first would be selected as the one they would carry for the remainder of their lives, and these swords were appropriately named, lifetime blades. These blades, however, were not given for combat. Instead, they were provided as a signature. They defined and represented their carriers, becoming the core pillars and fundamental aspects of their existence. They were holy relics, only used in their practice of Qigong. Many people believed the lifetime blade was a form of spiritual sustenance for their bearers and had no association to the practice of Qigong. But in the Huang family, they believed that one who treated his lifetime blade as a holy relic, cherished and cared for it throughout the years, would one day be able to complete his training of the sacrifice sword skill. And after that, unlock his Gene Lock. Huang Mian was the first member of their family to unlock a Gene Lock in the second shelter. The sacrifice sword skill was insanely powerful, and in a sword fight, very few could beat him. Recently, Han Sen had come to learn many sword skills. Although he had not mastered it, his progress with the dual sword skill had come a long way. But seeing Huang Mian's attack, Han Sen quickly learned what a true sword skill was. That did not mean Han Sen thought the skill was powerful, however. It gave him the feeling that Huang Mian was an extension of the blade he wielded and vice versa. The sword and the person were bound together, like one. That was what was so profound. Dong. The ancient mascot sword effectively blocked Huang Mian's sword. Han Sen had activated his Gene Lock, which allowed him to sense the strength delivered in Huang Mian's attack. Quickly, he took a step back. Huang Mian's waist turned, and the sword became a spike. It drove towards Han Sen like a drill. Han Sen had never before seen a person use a sword skill so naturally. There was never much difference in the performance of sword skills from person to person, as a skill was just a skill. But this Huang Mian was a different beast. Huang Mian's wielding of a sword was so dexterous, adept, and natural-looking, it really looked like the sword was a part of him. It was like a third arm connected with his flesh and bone, as wieldy and agile as his other limbs. Han Sen's power was stronger than Huang Mian's, but when he attacked, he did so only with his sword. When Huang Mian attacked, his whole body was an extension of the metallic weapon, which gave him an edge. Han Sen was able to evade each attack, but every time he tried to return a hit, his sword clashed with his opponent's and he was forced to fall back. Even though their sword skills were even, Han Sen was at a disadvantage. If Han Sen hadn't turned on his Gene Lock, something which robbed him of all emotion, he'd undoubtedly have been in awe of his latest foe. Dong. Han Sen was pushed to the point that he had to summon the Silver Snake Sword. He then used this sword to block his enemy's greatsword. With 2 swords versus 1, Han Sen cast dual sword skill. But still, he was unable to gain the upper hand and remained evenly matched with Huang Mian's abilities. Chen Ran stood on the sidelines, watching them battle. He was shocked when observing Han Sen, as his speed and power were far exceeding his own lofty expectations. What amazed him the most were the sword skills he was employing. He was using 2 swords, yet despite that, he was able to cast separate sword skills from each hand. The power to have 2 minds like that was almost frightening. What was even scarier, however, was the fact that Han Sen could continuously cast sword skills with no reprieve or cooldown. It was as if he was a man powered by a high-octane, never-depleting generator. With such profound power, he suspected he chose the right opponent for Han Sen. If it was anybody else, they would have been crushed and annihilated within seconds. The Huang family's sacrifice sword skill was the most oppressive, enemy-restraining sword skill in Qigong. Against Han Sen's barrage of attacks, he had to use sacrifice sword skill to avoid being at a disadvantage. No one else save the Huang family could do this. He really is a scary guy. Still, nothing more. Chen Ran coldly laughed. Chen Ran did not expect Huang Mian to beat Han Sen, though. He only wanted him to keep Han Sen engaged. Due to the low fitness cap on evolvers, they could not keep their gene lock open for extended periods of time. Eventually, they would become exhausted, too weary to fight. Now, Chen Ran only had to wait for Han Sen to use up all his strength. Once this was done, he could easily capture him. Chen Ran needed him alive, though. He had to learn all the secrets he possessed. Only a living Han Sen would be useful to Chen Ran. Chen Ran was not worried about him refusing to give up whatever secrets he possessed, as Chen Ran had thousands of ways that would make him give them up. And besides that, he actually hoped Han Sen would remain tight-lipped to begin with, as that would just allow him more time to have fun. Han Sen really admired Huang Mian. His power and speed may not have been on the same level as his own, and his sword skill wasn't as great as the dual sword skill Han Sen possessed, but still, he wasn't submitting as easily as Han Sen might have initially thought he would. Friend, this is between me and Chen Ran. There is no need for you to sacrifice your own life on his behalf. If you are not from the Chen family, you should leave now, Han Sen said. I accepted old Chen's money for his employment of my services. I have to see this through. Huang Mian kept moving his sword. Chen Ran wore a smile of disdain. He thought Han Sen could not last much longer, and that was why he resorted to talking Huang Mian out of fighting him. Chapter 636. Assuming you don't mind, I'd like to see what happens next. Han Sen did not say anything more, but he found the idea of killing Huang Mian to be distasteful. It was just as Chen Ran thought, though. Han Sen did want to use words to bring about an end to the fight and conserve his energy. He didn't want to reveal his secret weapon to Chen Ran by using it on Huang Mian first, either. Han Sen had come to learn a lot about Chen Ran. He was a smart, old fox. If Han Sen brought out his peacock crossbow to end the fight against Huang Mian now, he'd be running off before the corpse of his most ardent follower hit the ground. The skills of the Chen family were no joke, and they were amongst the best the alliance had. Han Sen did not believe he had what it took to keep the old fox where he was. But the old fox had dared to come after him, and so, Han Sen would not let him escape so easily. Han Sen realized Huang Mian had made his decision and was not willing to budge, regardless of the consequences. He had no choice but to continue fighting. Han Sen was aware of the old man's true intentions, however. He knew Chen Ran wanted Huang Mian to drain him of all his energy by keeping his gene lock open. And so, when Chen Ran made his move, he'd lack the energy required to fight back. But Han Sen wasn't concerned about this plan Chen Ran had concocted, because he had learned the third mantra, Long Live, and Jade Sun Force. He could have his gene lock active for far longer than usual. Even if he was too tired to open his gene lock against Chen Ran, Han Sen would only have to summon his peacock crossbow, take aim, and pull the trigger to blast him to smithereens. If he could not use words to send Huang Mian away, he would continue his current engagement and take the time to learn what he could from him, from his posture with the sword to the details of his sword skills. Han Sen's sword skills were powerful, but he was not particularly great when it came to the acute wielding of the weaponry. Now that he had seen what a true master could do with a sword, he believed he had learned a lot more. Just by watching Huang Mian use a sword, he preferred to think of this entire ordeal as an educational experience. Han Sen didn't allow his mind to be led astray by anything else. He remained focused on the observation of his opponent's movements and thought about what he could learn and adopt. Through this fight, he hoped he would be able to employ a thing or two of what he had seen. As Han Sen continued to fight against Huang Mian, Chen Ran was firm in the belief that Han Sen did not have any more skills to use or tricks up his sleeve. If he had, how could he not have beaten Huang Mian by now? If he continued going like this, even if he did manage to defeat Huang Mian, he would be too worn out to resist capture. Chen Ran was not in a rush, so he continued to watch. He wanted to ensure Han Sen's capture and was willing to wait as long as it took. 1 hour later, Huang Mian's power was beginning to wind down. With constant fighting, the time one could keep their gene lock open was considerably shorter. This was happening to Huang Mian, and he was struggling to maintain his composure. Han Sen was not going to let this opportunity pass him by, so he exerted more and more power into his attacks in order to strike Huang Mian down. Chen Ran noticed how Huang Mian was struggling to keep up, and he had seen enough. He knew all about the power of Han Sen's fighting abilities, so he did not hesitate to summon clouds to swirl around his body and bring out his Anzer sword. Then, he leapt into the fray to fight alongside Huang Mian. The skills of the Chen family were powerful. Compared to Chen Ran, Zhu Ting was just a rookie. Chen Ran was like some strange bird, swerving from left to right in an unpredictable manner. Han Sen's two swords now had to block Huang Mian and Chen Ran's attacks simultaneously, which made him clumsy. Chen Ran's movements were too strange, and he didn't even have to touch the floor. He was flying, more often than not, and the entire spectacle didn't even seem human. He made many unexpected moves. Dong! The silver snake sword clashed against the Anzer sword, and it was a strange sensation. Chen Ran's sword felt like a cloud, and Han Sen briefly thought his sword had hit a spring. After hitting it, his sword bounced back strongly, which forced him to take a few steps back. Han Sen, if you surrender now, I will spare your life. You are friends with Zhu Ting, after all. Chen Ran attacked as he tried to talk Han Sen into submitting and to extinguish his will to continue fighting. Old Chen, if you leave now, I will spare your life. You are related to Zhu Ting, after all. Han Sen was not mad, instead, he smiled as he spoke. You are a stubborn boy. Chen Ran's eyes went cold and he applied more strength to the fury of his Anzer sword. Han Sen was battling two opponents at once, and despite the disadvantage, neither of them was able to deal any damage to him. Han Sen's body was unbelievably light and graceful, and it was startling to see him remain calm under the attacks of two elites at once. You really know Heavenly Go, don't you? Did the Queen teach you? How dare they break the oath that was sworn? It looks to me as if Wangfu Shangcheng doesn't want to live, Chen Ran shouted. Even if the Queen did teach me Heavenly Go, what does it have to do with you? This skill is a legacy of the Wangfu family. They can teach whomever they please, there is no need for them to adhere to your petty, mistaken whims, Han Sen sternly rebutted. It seemed as if Heavenly Go had something to do with the Chen family, otherwise, why would Chen Ran care so dearly? For this, Han Sen wanted to push it. Han Sen had always wondered why the Queen was the only who had been able to learn it. No matter how difficult the skill was to learn, there were many students in the Ares Martial Hall. It would be impossible for them not to select another student to learn Heavenly Go. Wangfu family is teaching Heavenly Go. If it still belonged to the Chen family, none would be able to dodge our 7 twist, Chen Ran said. Everyone knows Heavenly Go belongs to the Wangfu family. Since when did it become a skill of the Chen family? Come on, don't bullshit me, Han Sen said, in an attempt to further aggravate Chen Ran. An old fox like Chen Ran knew what Han Sen was trying to do, but he coldly said, you don't have to try to push me. After I capture you, I am going to ask Wangfu Shangcheng himself. Then I can see what reason he has for not giving me back my Heavenly Go. After that, the clouds blazed out of Chen Ran wildly. The attacks of the Anzer sword came faster and faster. He wasn't aiming for Han Sen's weak spots, either, he was going for his limbs in an attempt to disable him. Han Sen was able to deal with Huang Mian's attacks, but as for the old fox, he really was displaying the power of someone who had lived in the second shelter for over 100 years. His fitness was so powerful and the progress of his gene lock was incredible. Han Sen's hands became numb every time his swords went up against Chen Ran's. His chest rumbled, as if he was going to spill blood. What an asshole, he is so powerful and only conspires to hurt others, Han Sen swore in his heart. But now that Han Sen thought about it, Chen Ran wasn't too dissimilar to who he himself was. This realization quelled his swearing. Old Chen, you can leave now. Cease your attacks immediately. If you don't blame me for what happens next. Assuming you don't mind, I'd like to see what happens next. Chen Ran coldly laughed. He believed Han Sen had reached the end of his tether, and his gene lock was on the verge of exhausting him fully. I don't mind. Han Sen took a step back and summoned his peacock crossbow. He pulled a raven feather out of his quiver and loaded it, as quick as he could. Chapter 637. Heart of Loyalty. Chen Ran saw Han Sen pull out a crossbow and aim it at him. He disdainfully said, I believed you to be the sort that would pack real heat. You know, the big guns, not a crossbow. Chen Ran had been in the second shelter for a long time, and he had seen many things in his time there. He had even seen a sacred blood crossbow used in conjunction with a sacred blood bolt. Against him, he thought a crossbow would be useless. If it was an ordinary bow, on the other hand, Chen Ran would have some trepidations. The power of a bow was derived from its wielder, and such weapons could be imbued with magical properties and other special powers. As such, he would be quick to try and avoid getting struck by one. But the power of a crossbow was always derived from how it was initially manufactured. There was a limit to the power they had. Even a sacred blood bolt, against an elite like Chen Ran, would be useless. Chen Ran continued to swing his Anzur sword with greater power and greater speed. Pang! Han Sen pulled the trigger and a black flash sparked from the crossbow's muzzle. The bolt was in front of Chen Ran's face. Chen Ran's face changed, not expecting a bolt to ever possess such horrifying speed. And since it was fired at such a close distance, it didn't look likely he'd be able to dodge it. But Chen Ran was a scary elder, and his reaction speeds had no equal. With the Anzur sword, he blocked the black feather bolt. Dong! The blade deflected the speeding bolt at great cost. The berserk sacred blood Anzur sword shattered in half, shards splintering off in an array of different directions. The force knocked Chen Ran's body backwards, cleaving the earth with 2-3 meter long skid marks. Pop! Chen Ran's mouth spewed blood. With utter shock, his eyes locked on the crossbow in Han Sen's hand. He could not believe a crossbow could possess so much power. Han Sen quickly saw that his first bolt did not kill Chen Ran, so without hesitation, he loaded up another and fired again. The black streak beamed towards Chen Ran once more. Chen Ran shouted, as clouds streamed out around him, masking his entire body in white puffs of cotton. Then, he immediately began flying away to dodge the second bolt. The Chen family's 7 twist is powerful. Han Sen admired his hurried escape, but his hands did not stop moving. Again, he loaded and fired one bolt after another, not allowing Chen Ran to escape. Chen Ran believed after dodging the first bolt, he'd be able to escape without a problem. The bolts were too frightening. He didn't dare rival such a formidable weapon, not knowing what was wrong with Han Sen's crossbow and how it possessed such a terrifying power. What was more, he didn't expect Han Sen's crossbow to fire so rapidly. It was almost like a pistol. Chen Ran watched the black bolts soar past him in the sky, and the fear drove him insane. If crying would have provided him mercy, he'd have bawled his eyes out in front of Han Sen. Chen Ran gritted his teeth, flying like a creepy, headless bird in the air. He kept whizzing left and right with the strangest movements. He was smarter than a real bird. But no matter how strong and agile he was, even he could not dodge the flurry of bolts that were being sent his way. After dodging 4 bolts, he could not dodge the ones that came after. Pang! Pang! Chen Ran was barely able to dodge the next 2, but the gusts of wind that accompanied the bolts rattled his body so much that more blood spilled from his mouth. He could no longer maintain his formation. The next second, a barrage of 4 bolts pierced his body. The bolts tore through the sacred blood armor he was wearing like hot knives through butter. The incredible power of the bolts sent him spiraling a few dozen meters away, pinning him to a nearby cliffside. Huang Mian shouted, and as he did, Han Sen turned to fire another bolt his way. Pang! The bolt shattered Huang Mian's greatsword into little more than glitter, and still, its speed was not impeded. It went on to pierce his right arm. Huang Mian did not react, as if he hadn't felt anything from the bolt that tore through his arm. Madly, he threw a fist towards Han Sen's face. What benefit has Chen Ran provided you? Why do you so earnestly wish to give your life for him? Han Sen took a step back and dodged Huang Mian's incoming fist. Huang Mian's punching skills were far inferior to his sword-fighting ability, and thus not a threat to Han Sen. He saved my life, and as such, I must return the favor. Huang Mian bit down on his teeth and started throwing more punches. Then I will allow you. Han Sen slapped Huang Mian's head, which caused him to fall down. The other people who had accompanied Chen Ran were already running to the hills, at this point. A powerful character like Chen Ran had been defeated by a bolt, and fearing the same would happen to them, they wished they had an extra set of legs so they could skitter away at a greater pace. They could not imagine how such a wretched crossbow could have come to exist. It was just like a pistol, and with such fearsome power, it was more overpowered than it had any right to be. Han Sen could not be bothered to chase the yahoos that scampered away, and instead, ventured to the cliffside Chen Ran had been pinned to. Chen Ran's body had 4 blood-stained bolts sticking out of him, but still, he had not died yet. He attempted to pull the feathers out but couldn't. Going forward, the feathers were as soft as silk, but going backwards, they cut like a dozen razor blades. If he attempted to pull them out, the organs and bones inside him would be butchered. Ah, Chen Ran, I hate to say it, but it's true, none of this had to happen. Han Sen smiled as he stood before Chen Ran's ruined body. Up and down, Han Sen's eyes lingered upon the near-lifeless defeated. Han Sen, you dare kill me. The Chen family will have their revenge. A world of pain will be the only thing that can come from this. Chen Ran told Han Sen, as he seethed with rage. But blood oozed from behind his lips, choking the words he wished to spit out at Han Sen. What might have been an unnerving warning was instead a pitiful sight. If you want to live, tell me the secrets to learning 7 Twist, Han Sen offered, smiling. Chen Ran's mouth was full of blood as he laughed. Kid, when I first wandered these lands, your father hadn't even been born yet. You dare give me such an ultimatum? Ha! Chen Ran spat blood out onto Han Sen's face. Then he gritted his teeth, which turned the blood in his mouth black. Then his pulse stopped. He was dead. Han Sen, to ensure the fact, examined his body. Han Sen looked at Chen Ran with shock. He did not expect this evil, old fox would be so wild as to use poison to finish himself off. I really shouldn't underestimate prominent figures of such big families. Their loyalty to each other is almost scary. Han Sen thought about it for a while longer. Then he started a fire to burn Chen Ran's body. If anyone from the Chen family came after him, his disappearance might lend credence to whatever story Han Sen decided to concoct. Han Sen also believed burning his body would be considered a good deed in the eyes of any higher power that might have been watching. It wouldn't have been a very noble thing to leave his body to rot in the wild, after all. But before Han Sen lit the fire on Chen Ran's corpse, his lifeless body suddenly came to life. He jumped up and yelled, "No, no, no. Stop, we can talk about this. Did you say you would like to learn 7 Twist? I can teach you, I can teach you." Han Sen's eyes opened wide and he stood motionless, looking at Chen Ran for a good long while. After some time, Han Sen quietly swore, "Freaking loyalty. I can't believe I was willing to believe this old man had any modicum of loyalty. That makes me mad." Chapter 638. The Secrets of 7 Twists. Brother Han, could you at least tend to my wounds? If I do not receive immediate aid, I might truly die. Death is fine, of course, but to meet my demise without passing on the knowledge of my 7 Twists to someone as worthy as you would be a sorrowful crime. Chen Ran had been tied up against a big tree, with his wounds still exposed and seeping blood. His voice was a pitiable one, as if he was groveling a prayer before an ancient deity. It's okay if you fail to finish teaching me this, you do, after all, have many other family members. If you pass during our training, I will merely find someone else in your family to finish whatever you begin. Now, you better start reciting the manuscript to me. If your blood begins to dry, it'll be too late even if I wanted to save you. Han Sen was sitting opposite to the tree, his posture relaxed as he watched Chen Ran. Fine, fine, fine. I will tell you, but Brother Han, after I have told you, you will keep your end of the bargain and set me free, yes? Chen Ran sought to confirm. If you continue to stall and delay like this, I won't be able to let you go even if I wanted to, Han Sen coldly said. Seek to refine the delights, from a tempered fire of your own wrath. With clarity in speech, take flight and sail the skies, Chen Ran began telling Han Sen, after gritting his teeth. Okay, and what comes after that? Han Sen interrupted Chen Ran to ask, as he had just begun reciting the teachings and special incantations of 7 Twists. After that, the ether of your mind should feel refreshed, Chen Ran answered. Good, continue. Han Sen smiled, also gesturing with his hands for Chen Ran to carry on with his recitation. He recited for quite some time. Han Sen questioned almost every line, to try to authenticate what Chen Ran was saying and see if he could catch him in a lie. But no matter what he asked, Chen Ran answered everything as precisely and unhesitatingly as one could. There didn't seem to be any problems. Brother Han, please, stop asking me so many questions. My life dangles from the mercy of your fingertips. For what reason might I possibly lie? Please, save me. If this continues, I really will die. No benefit can be yielded from my death, only trouble might be wrought. Think about it, others from the Chen family will assuredly come after you. You may not fear them, but they'd most definitely be a thorn in your side. Come, please let me go. Let me go as you would a fart. I promise, I will never disrespect you or get in your way ever again. His wounds continued to ooze blood and the color was starting to leave his face. Do remember you have taught me 7 twists, is this something your family is okay with me knowing? Han Sen stroked the silver fox's head as he spoke. Brother Han, why are you so stupid? I taught you 7 twists, which is an insult and criminal deed in the face of my family's honor and heritage. If I told someone about this, I would be the one at the end of their swords. They'd kill me first, for what I have done is a treacherous act. They'd slice me up like a sushi roll of 1,000 cuts. I don't want that, and that is why my lips will remain sealed. Chen Ran looked as if he was going to start crying. Ah, I see. Give me a moment to think your plight over. After Han Sen said that, he took a pill. Brother Han, there is nothing to think about. I won't tell anyone. Chen Ran was now begging. Han Sen had his eyes closed, and it looked like he was practicing Qigong. Don't practice it yet, help me. When Chen Ran saw Han Sen start practicing Qigong, he started shouting in a panic. Han Sen merely ignored him and continued with his practice. Not long later, Chen Ran began to smell a pleasant fragrance. Not caring very much, he believed it to be the smell of Han Sen's pills. Seeing Han Sen continue to ignore him, Chen Ran ground his teeth against each other and started meditating to aid his own wounds. But after Chen Ran breathed in the pleasant scent, it followed along with his meditation as he breathed in more and more. Chen Ran's body started to produce woolly clouds, which wandered around him. The wounds sealed up quite a bit and the bleeding slowed. After Han Sen completed a cycle of the Dongshe Sutra, he opened his eyes to take a look at Chen Ran. He watched his meditation intently. After a while, Han Sen's heart started laughing. He thought to himself, this old fox really did give me a false 7 twists. 70% was genuine and 30% was nonsense. He altered the most integral components of the skill to try to trick me. Not long later, Chen Ran opened his eyes to the sight of Han Sen. He shouted, Brother Han, I gave you everything. Please help me, lest I die here on this tree. It's better that you die, so you are not given the opportunity to harm innocent people in the future, Han Sen coldly told him, looking into Chen Ran's eyes. You seek to break your promise. Chen Ran's face changed. Not yet. Let me ask you something. Did Zhu Ting learn your 7 twists? Han Sen asked. Yes, Chen Ran answered. Then why is Zhu Ting's 7 twists different than yours? Han Sen squinted his eyes as he asked. Chen Ran's face changed, and he started yelling. That traitor! That treacherous dog! How dare he tell an outsider? I knew I should never rely on a bastard. You aren't any better. You tried to fool me. And as a repercussion for your own mischief, I don't see the point of letting you go. Han Sen shrugged. No. Listen to me, I did not lie to you. Zhu Ting was just a bastard who was not qualified to receive the teachings of the genuine 7 twists. You must have learned 3 twists from him. Chen Ran was speaking faster than a bullet. Isn't 3 twists the first component of 7 twists itself? Is that wrong? Han Sen asked. Of course it is wrong. 7 twists has an exclusive Qigong, which is the one I just told you. Without it, you cannot learn 7 twists. 3 twists is just a lesser offspring of the original skill, and it pales in comparison. Chen Ran continued, you should know, Zhu Ting learnt deadly perfume. That isn't the exclusive Qigong for 7 twists. I suppose it makes sense. How about you tell me about the relationship between Heavenly Go and 7 twists? If you do that, I'll patch you up, Han Sen proposed. The reason Han Sen wanted 7 twists wasn't because of its individual power, but it was because of something Chen Ran once said. He had said that if Heavenly Go was in the Chen family, their 7 twists would be unstoppable. This must have been a lie, but there had to be some sort of relationship between the two. Otherwise, Chen Ran would have had no reason to say what he did. Chen Ran hesitated for a while, but then said, Heavenly Go and Seven Twists were birthed from a tome which belonged to my ancient ancestors. They are a pair. They are both used in conjunction with each other, combined to create what can only be defined as a god power. But that faithless Wangfu family is obscene. They stole Heavenly Go from us and altered it so it would no longer be compatible with Seven Twists. Heavenly Go has its own Qi Gong and Seven Twists has its own Qi Gong. How can they be combined together? Do you think I was born yesterday? Do you think you can fool me again? Han Sen coldly snapped. Brother Han, why would I lie to you? Heavenly Go is the first part of this combo. You need to learn Heavenly Go before you learn Seven Twists. Do that, and you will become the strongest person to tread this world. It is the mightiest skill across all recorded history. Without Heavenly Go, our family can only learn the second half. So, Seven Twists is only 70% complete. With the base of Heavenly Go, you would be shocking to all who crossed your path. Brother Han, I have already told you everything. Fix me, quick, Chen Ran begged. Old Chen, I really would like to fix you and set you free. But in addition to not telling me the truth, you are trying to kill me. Han Sen looked at Chen Ran's side. Chen Ran's face changed and he said, Brother Han, why would you say something like that? I am telling you the truth, there is no lie. And for me to be in such a position, how could I possibly try to kill you? After the entrance, I am supposed to go up 9 tiers, not down, Han Sen coldly said. Chen Ran's face changed, but he still insisted that he had told the truth. How come? I have always learned by going down 9 tiers, ever since I was a kid. After the Jade Door, I should go left and then head up. The defense ballad should be 3, not 9. Should I go on? Han Sen squinted his eyes while looking at Chen Ran. Impossible. Impossible. Did that Zhu Ting? No. Zhu Ting shouldn't know the real Seven Twists. You. Chen Ran's face looked at Han Sen as if he had just seen a ghost. There weren't many people in the Chen family who knew how to perform Seven Twists. Those that did were afraid of outsiders learning the skill. That was why most students were only taught 3 twists instead of the original, complete variant. In addition to 3 twists, they were also given false, filler skills to change core components of the art. Even a master class person, had they not seen 7 twists performed in its entirety, would not be able to tell the difference. If people were being taught the fake 7 twists, the differences were so minor they'd believe it was indeed the real thing. But if you continued to practice it, you could become mildly paralyzed, and in extreme cases, end up dead. Chen Ran could not understand how Han Sen already knew the real 7 twists. I have given you far more chances than you are worthy of, but still, you haven't said an honest word to me. Han Sen raised his peacock crossbow and took aim at Chen Ran. No. Don't kill me. I can't die. I can't die. Pang. Chen Ran's eyes opened with a look of utter despair cast across his face. A bolt had blown a hole through his head. People like you, enemies of mine, I don't feel safe leaving you alive. Han Sen returned his peacock crossbow. He didn't want to let Chen Ran go in the first place. Han Sen burnt Chen Ran's corpse as he initially planned to, retrieved his bolts, and continued his journey back to the ice field. Although he already had 7 twists, he would need Heavenly Go as a base. Otherwise, he'd have to start from scratch. Although Han Sen had stolen Heavenly Go from Queen, he'd have to learn it in its entirety from the source Qigong. And that would take a long time. Han Sen was already in the midst of learning Dongshuan Sutra and Jideskin, so he didn't really have enough time to spare to practice another Qigong. I wonder if I can use the Dongshuan Sutra to replace Heavenly Go. After all, certain techniques of the Dongshuan Sutra aren't all that different to Heavenly Go. But I'm not sure if the Dongshuan Sutra can wholly replace Heavenly Go. Under the Silver Fox's protection, Han Sen's journey was almost too tame. That was why, with his thoughts free, he wondered if he could use Dongshuan Sutra for the base of 7 twists. The results of his attempts were better than he thought. Han Sen had noticed, ever since he stole Heavenly Go from Queen, he could use Dongshuan Sutra to simulate the skill. He could even simulate 7 twists. But that did not mean Han Sen had really learned Heavenly Go and 7 twists in their original form, he was just simulating them through the Dongshuan Sutra. And that still meant he was, at his core, using Dongshuan Sutra. But for Han Sen, that was already enough. When Heavenly Go and 7 twists were combined together, Han Sen was able to fathom the terrible power such a combination could yield. The original 7 twists included, as the title suggested, 7 airborne twists. But combined with Heavenly Go, the move wasn't quite so simple. With both of these together, he would not need wings to soar the skies in flight. And this was something only a handful of surpassers were capable of. He could do it straight away if he combined Heavenly Go and 7 twists, but he'd need enough energy. Provided he had enough, he could fly through the air as free as a bird. 7 twists would no longer be borrowing the strength of the air 7 times, it'd be far more. Chen Ran said you could fly for thousands of miles, but that was clearly an exaggeration. For airborne battles, however, it was something that would prove incredibly useful. But flying required a lot of fitness and a lot of energy. Han Sen hated the fact that his Dongshuan Sutra's progress was so slow, and he had no idea when he could unlock its first gene lock. He could use Dongshuan Sutra to simulate the arrow flying skill, but it would only last 15 minutes. But even that was a scary thing, because it was entirely different than using a beast soul. This was the true power of flight, and it would allow for the complete freedom of his body to do what it wished, just as efficiently as it could on the ground. Han Sen was so excited at the prospect, he continued to practice it on his way. Heavenly Go's formation was flat, but combined with 7 twists, it became a 3-dimensional formation with increased power. While this was quite the boon, it also required a user powerful enough to use it. With the silver fox protecting him on his way, and the map he had received from Wangfu Pingqing, Han Sen arrived on the other side of the Devil's Mountain safely. This whole area belonged to a man called Lu Wei. Han Sen had heard that this man was the captain of the Blue Blood Special Force and the Blue Blood Reserve Force. To become such a captain meant he had to be quite a special person. There were 3 royal shelters that were all under the control of Lu Wei. He was the boss of this area, and even though there existed another boss to the north, no one could dare to challenge him here. This was his domain. Han Sen once asked around about Lu Hui's power, and the answers he received were quite shocking. Every one of Lu Hui's men were incredibly strong, far stronger than an average soldier of the Icefield. Han Sen was lucky to have the Devil's Mountain separating his domain from Lu Hui's. Otherwise, defending the Icefield from either Lu Wei or the northern boss would be a near-futile endeavor. Han Sen followed the path Thunder Devil once took, and it wasn't long before he caught sight of a giant floating island in the skies above the Icefield. There were many flying creatures soaring to and fro around the Mystery Island, as if they were devils searching for their next hapless victims. Back at the royal shelter, Han Sen asked to see Yang Manli for a report on recent happenings during his absence. Because very few people owned high-class wings, Yang Manli was off having a quick look at the Mystery Island. They hadn't attacked the royal shelter there yet, due to their lack of the necessary strength. There were many creatures flying down from that place, however, which had resulted in a few casualties across the ice fields. But fortunately, they had managed to kill a good number of the beasts that had caused trouble for them. Right now, the humans that were too weak to fight were under curfew and prohibited from leaving the shelter. Elites who went out to hunt had to do so in large parties, in fear of being attacked by the rogue flying monsters. As for the royal shelter on the Mystery Island, not much was known. No one had dared to venture near it, so it was not known what the spirit inside looked like. Yang Manli and a few of her trusted allies were now near it, and they watched many big flying creatures circle around the spirit shelter. Following this latest reconnaissance, they decided to return. Let's discuss how we plan to deal with the royal shelter at a later date. For now, you should rest. Han Sen knew discussions were pointless. With the weakened forces of the ice fields, and the lack of evolvers that could fly, attacking the royal shelter would be futile no matter how many conversations were held. Although it was a bit of a waste, Han Sen could only bring the silver fox there with him. The greatest chance of conquering the place would be to fly up there by himself, fox in hand, venture to the spirit hall, and kill the spirit residing there. But that would still be a near impossible task. If the spirit in the royal shelter flew away, it'd still be around the ice fields providing many resources. Boss, did you kill Chen Ran? After everyone left, Zhu Ting stayed and asked Han Sen with a low tone of voice and a droopy face. I don't know. Han Sen did not admit it or deny it. There was no point in denying it. Even if Chen Ran's people had not run off, there were still many people who knew he was coming after Han Sen. The most likely conclusion of what transpired would have still been the same. But Han Sen was not willing to admit it, no matter what people thought. Besides, no one had seen Han Sen kill Chen Ran, and his body had already been cremated. Zhu Ting, with a conflicted expression, looked at Han Sen and said, Chen Ran was one of the few elders in the Chen family. He was a scarily powerful evolver and evil of heart. His passing at your hands would be a great shock to the Chen family. They won't dare trouble you here, in the safety of a shelter's walls, but out there, in the wild, you should be wary. I didn't kill him. Even if I did, would they dare to kill a member of the alliance? Han Sen was not afraid of the Chen family. Han Sen was a member of the Special Security Operations Team and had since become leader of the ice fields. No matter how powerful the Chen family was, killing Han Sen was impossible. It may be difficult for them to deal with you, on a surface level, but you know them. There is much strife between members of the Chen family. While others are partial to doing it, many do not wish to offend the Jin and Qin families. After a brief pause, Zhu Ting continued, saying, but Chen Ran had a real brother. He is a surpasser, and a powerful figure of the Chen family. He is the sort who is keen on the prospect of revenge. If he can't kill you publicly, there are many other ways he could go about it. Give me an example, Han Sen said. I'm not sure of any method he might try, but I just want you to be careful, that's all. Zhu Ting shook his head. You are from the Chen family, are you not afraid or upset that I killed Chen Ran? Han Sen gave Zhu Ting a strange look. Zhu Ting wore a wry smile, and he said, I am nobody to them. I am just a faceless bastard to a family who has plenty of children and grandchildren of their own to take care of. A bastard can never be treated on the same level. Do you know why I had to learn deadly perfume? Han Sen watched Zhu Ting intently, allowing him to explain. The Chen family owned a country during a certain planet's era. It was ruled as a monarchy. Since time immemorial, kings have been subject to many assassination attempts. Many are killed by poison, that is why there are designated food testers. They taste the food, to confirm there are no poisons within. Deadly perfume was taught to the people who performed that task. If what they consumed contained poison, their body would release a perfume. If the poison wasn't too strong, the tester could live due to the teachings of deadly perfume. If the poison was too much for the defense provided by deadly perfume, the tester would end up dead. Deadly perfume is quite powerful, few poisons can breach its protection. Isn't that right? Han Sen asked. Zhu Ting shook his head and said, poisons used to kill kings are never so simple. The reason deadly perfume was so powerful is because of how often these incidents occurred. Every time a new poison was discovered, deadly perfume would be altered and improved to defend against it. Across the countless generations deadly perfume has existed, heaven knows how many deaths were sustained to bring it to where it is today. Only the servants of the Chen family can learn deadly perfume, where only real members of the Chen family can learn the exclusive Qigong 7 twists. Do you still think I am considered a Chen? Zhu Ting sighed and proceeded to say, Chen Zhuling commanded me to find a way in which I might kill you. But I know there is no way for me to do that. I cannot return with my mission incomplete, and so, I will never return to the Chen family. I can only remain hidden in this shelter, never again venturing beyond its walls. You stay here, then. As long as you are on the ice fields, and even if members of the Chen family do show up, they won't be able to lay a finger on one hair on your head, Han Sen sympathetically said, secretly unsure whether or not this was a ploy of Zhu Ting. Was he being truthful? Han Sen did not know. But having Zhu Ting on his side was more useful than not. For now, he could continue working for Han Sen, while being comforted at the same time. After Zhu Ting left the room, Han Sen departed the shelter. He found a place where there was no one around, summoned his wings, and flew up towards the mystery island with the silver fox in hand. With the silver fox near, the flying creatures did not venture close and his passage to the mystery island was unhindered. This mystery island was far larger than the one he saw in the first shelter. You could see from afar a black metal shelter in the middle of it, like some crouching Goliath. It was far smaller than the royal shelter that had belonged to Princess Yin, and swaths of horrific beasts circled the skies around it. He could tell this spirit shelter was far stronger than the previous one he had striven to conquer. But the creatures were merely set dressings to Han Sen, right now. Holding the silver fox, Han Sen proceeded onwards as the hordes of creatures parted to provide a path. Upon reaching the front gate, he walked inside. Perhaps it was because this shelter was on a floating isle, but every creature that populated this island had the ability to fly. There were giant birds, tigers with wings, creatures with 4 wings, and even a giant snake that writhed its way across the rooftops had a pair. Chapter 641, Misunderstanding. Han Sen entered the menacing metal shelter. All of a sudden, he saw a dark figure fly across the mystery island. He furrowed his brows and called aloud, "I have already issued a command prohibiting access to the mystery island. Who has disobeyed my orders and come?" Standing on the high wall of the metal shelter, Han Sen noticed it was the figure of a man that was nearing. He did not have a pet like the silver fox by his side, and he was being chased by a host of monsters. He was fighting his way through the hordes of creature, bones and blood paving his wake. No monster could hinder his approach, and he was coming directly for the metal shelter. Han Sen caught a glimpse of the man's face, which was unknown to him. He had black hair and black armor, his eyes were pretty, and a copper sword gleamed in his hand. His finesse with the sword was remarkable, and each swipe of the sword was intimidating to watch. Strange, how come I have never seen this man in the ice fields before? Han Sen was positive he had never seen this person on the ice fields before. With sword skills like that, he would have recognized him with ease. The man rushed near, and when he saw Han Sen standing atop the high wall, his expression was puzzled. Han Sen stood on the wall of the spirit shelter without a single creature around him. A silver fox rested gracefully on his shoulders. The two looked like a spirit themselves. And that's what the man believed Han Sen to be. Without prior warning, the man began swinging his sword towards Han Sen. Han Sen frowned, not sure what was wrong with the stranger. Without saying a word, he had cast a powerful skill and was attempting to assault him. Wind streams trailed behind the sword as it soared through the air with a frightening velocity. With such power, this man had most likely opened his gene lock. As Han Sen watched him come, he was positive this man had decided to steal the shelter away from him. He would not comply with his brutish introduction, and so Han Sen decided to engage the man in combat. Wang Yuhang was shocked as the fight began. He had been in the second shelter for over a decade and had sieged many royal shelters and battled many royal spirits in that time. After he managed to unlock his gene lock, he had never gone against an opponent that rivaled his own talent. Within 2 seconds, 2 long swords were coming down on him wildly and he could not gain an advantage. He had never been in such a situation before, for he did not think royal spirits could become so powerful. Han Sen believed his opponent was quite powerful, too. He was using his dual sword skill to the best of his abilities, and while it may have suppressed his latest opponent for the time being, he'd need to do more if he sought victory. The opponent was not just dexterous with the sword, but also profoundly capable in a variety of ways. He looked like a genius, who hailed from a big family. Han Sen feared that he might even be stronger than Shui Yiquang. "I have no quarrel with you. Even if ownership of the royal shelter is your goal, killing me is hardly necessary." Han Sen was preparing to use his peacock crossbow to kill his attacker. The last thing he wanted right now was entanglement with another fighter, so he decided to test his resolve through dialogue first. "You aren't a spirit." When Wang Yuhang heard what Han Sen said, he was surprised. Quickly, he returned his weapons and looked upon Han Sen's face in disbelief. "How could you mistake me for a spirit? Have you ever seen a spirit like this before?" Han Sen breathed a sigh of relief, but he never expected his opponent to believe he was a spirit. Wang Yuhang observed Han Sen for a little while longer and then approached to hold his fists together and bow. He said, "I apologize. I did not mean to offend you, my friend. I looked upon you as you stood atop the high wall. The creatures encircled you, not daring to approach in fear. With your gracious looks, you being the ruler of this place was a natural assumption of mine. Or so I thought. Looks can be deceiving, but again, I must apologize for the skipping of formalities, so perhaps we can start over. Might I know your name?" Han Sen reviewed his explanation and thought that it made sense. With a wry smile he responded, "I am Han Sen. Out here in the ice fields, I can only presume you have heard of me." "You are Han Sen." Wang Yuhang looked even more surprised. With a look of greater disbelief, he had to ask, "You are the Han Sen that graduated from Blackheart Military Academy?" Assuming Blackheart Military Academy did not have a second Han Sen, then yes, that would be me, Han Sen jovially responded. "How is this possible? You have only been in the second shelter for just over a year, and yet, you have already unlocked your gene lock. Pray, tell me how you accomplished such a praiseworthy feat." Upon hearing what Han Sen told him, Wang Yuhang was no longer confused. Instead, he was now merely rattled with surprise. I like to chalk it up to natural talent. Han Sen touched his nose, starting to feel like every Tom, Dick, and Harry knew about his brief, one-year tenure in the second shelter. Wang Yuhang froze for a moment, but after a while, started saying, for one to open their gene lock in 1 year is not something the mere talented are capable of. Nay, such an accomplished deed is reserved for those that hail from the realm of the super-talented. After another brief silence, Wang Yuhang self-mockingly proceeded to say, my name is Wang Yuhang. I am Wang Mengmeng's uncle. Before I embarked upon the adventure that led me here, to the ice fields, Wang Mengmeng recommended that I seek you out and see if there was aught you required assistance with. Now, clearly, do I see that there is not. You are Mengmeng's uncle. It was now Han Sen's turn to be surprised. I am her uncle, yes, 20 years her senior, as a matter of fact. Wang Yuhang smiled and continued to say, if you would prefer it, feel free to refer to me as little uncle just as she does. If uncle does not sound appropriate, then how about big brother Wang? Either of those will do. I will stick to little uncle. Else, I am unsure how I would tell Mengmeng about our meeting here today. Han Sen coughed. This man was 20 years older than her but still spoke as if he were young. What a man. Seeing as we are now formally acquainted with one another, I won't beat around the bush, we'll venture inside this place together. He who deals the final strike to a creature will get to keep the body, but no matter what, ownership of this shelter will be yours, Wang Yuhang said. Little uncle, you should go inside by yourself. I believe it would be inconvenient for us to go inside together, Han Sen suggested. Excuse me, little Han, are you issuing me a handicap? Wang Yuhang smiled. Han Sen pointed at the fox on his shoulder, and as he did so, he said, this pet I have has a special power. For as long as it is with me, even monsters that lurk below the blackest waves of the sea will steer clear of me. If we go in together, I fear we won't be able to obtain any kills. A pet such as this truly exists. My oh my, that is remarkable. Wang Yuhang, with another look of shock, peered intently at the silver fox. But at least now he understood why all the creatures were staying away from Han Sen. What a wonderful creature, it brims with a delectable power. With this fox in tow, does that not enable you easy passage to the inner sanctum of any spirit shelter? You could own any spirit shelter you desired, with this little thing, Wang Yuhang wondered. This ability only works against creatures, unfortunately. The spirits have to be dealt with manually, Han Sen told him, not feeling the need to hide any of this information. Well, that's good enough for me. Come on, let us venture inside. Perhaps you can show me what it's got. Wang Yuhang tugged at Han Sen's sleeves, leading him inside the metal shelter. Like usual, no creature dared to come close, and without any hindrances, they found their way into the spirit hall with little to no trouble. This amazed Wang Yuhang, a most powerful pet, indeed. Wang Yuhang was not interested in the spirit, and only continued to stare at the silver fox. It looked as if he really wanted one for himself. Han Sen gazed at the spirit in front of him, and this brought a great joy to his heart. Chapter 642. Empty Spirit Princess. It was a female spirit. She was clad in chiffon armor, which highlighted her pair of gorgeous legs. She had sharp ears and a pair of wings on her back, shaped like those of a butterfly. Her eyes were purple, like little amethysts. The spirit was beautiful like an elf. When Wang Yuhang turned to look at the elf-like spirit, he presented a wry smile and said, only now do I regret the opportunity that was given, to try to tackle this place alone. Would I have beaten her, this stunning spirit might have been mine. If little uncle is interested in a little competition, how about we both go now and see who first achieves ownership of the spirit? Han Sen smiled. Nay, the Wang family does not disregard what they have already stated. This one is all you, little Han. Wang Yuhang waved his hand as he talked. Han Sen did not wait around. Immediately, he ran directly into the center of the spirit hall. The spirit watched Han Sen come at her, and without any hesitation, rushed to meet him. The creatures had all fallen back, so it was just the spirit left, willing to fight to the bitter end. Han Sen preferred not tangling with her himself, so he summoned Princess Yin and Princess Yang. He let them deal with the spirit, while he went on, racing towards the spirit statue. Holy smokes, twin beauty spirits! When Wang Yuhang saw the Yin princess and Yang princess, his eyes went wider than those of a bull, and his mouth dropped open. The elf spirit wanted to go after Han Sen but found herself suitably suppressed by the twin spirit that had been loosed upon her. Quickly, Han Sen reached the spirit statue and snatched the spirit stone from its forehead. I, empty spirit, am willing to submit and offer absolute loyalty to a new master. I will become a faithful servant from now until eternity. The elf-like spirit gave up the fight, knelt before Han Sen, and spoke her vow. Wang Yuhang froze up after witnessing it. He just stood there, watching Han Sen effortlessly place the spirit stone onto the empty spirit princess's forehead. In a blinding light burst from the stone, the empty spirit princess disappeared from sight. Little Han, nay, for I should say, Brother Han, you are incredible. How did you accomplish that? I can only surmise there may be a thing or two you can teach me. I have been attempting to earn a sexy, princess-class spirit for myself and have never been able to. Wang Yuhang approached, placing his hand on Han Sen's shoulder. His face was beaming with happiness, and the look of a mature elder quickly dissipated. It's all down to luck, Han Sen said. Luck is a fickle mistress. I pray for good fortune every day, and especially before I assault a royal shelter. I'll even shower before that, as well. But every spirit I have encountered so far has chosen to self-destruct when given the spirit stone. Wang Yuhang's face looked disheartened. Little uncle, I am regretfully unable to help you with that. Han Sen gave him a face that looked like he wanted to help, but due to the circumstances, could not. For truth, then, perhaps you can teach me of a finer way I may ensure a capture. Or perhaps, if you were willing to sell one of your spirits, I would most certainly be willing to buy. Wang Yuhang almost had saliva drooling from the corners of his mouth as he made the suggestion. His eyes continued to drift towards Princess Yin and Princess Yang. He almost seemed obsessed with the need for one, and he continued his dialogue, saying, "You can sell me as many as you'd like, money is of no concern to me. Little uncle, how about this? The next time you locate a spirit you would like, call me. I will help you get the spirit stone. With my luck, there is a 90% chance I will be able to obtain it for you." Han Sen then quickly returned Princess Yin and Princess Yang. Han Sen had spent a long time trying to defeat and obtain the twin spirit, so he would never contemplate selling them. Furthermore, he often called upon them both to massage his shoulders and make him feel good. Plus, with the Crystal Palace being so big, the services of Yin and Yang were of great help to the Snow Lady in keeping it operational. Han Sen felt it was undermanned as it was, so he didn't want to sell them even if he could. That works for me. In that case, my future happiness rests firmly upon your shoulders. Wang Yuhang licked his lips, and the way he held himself looked as if he was trying to hide his disappointment at not being able to purchase the twin spirit. But Wang Yuhang was comforted by Han Sen's willingness to help him with a spirit stone, the next time he located a spirit he wanted. After witnessing the Yin and Yang princesses in action, and watching Han Sen claim fealty from the empty princess, Wang Yuhang regarded him as some sort of lucky goddess. Repeatedly, he grabbed his hand and wished for greater fortune, not letting go. Ahem, little uncle, what year is this? Allay your superstitious beliefs for 1 minute. Han Sen felt it strange to have his hand vigorously shaken and almost worshipped by such a big man. Little Han, you are young, yet you are a repeated recipient of good fortune. You do not know the pains of someone who must live their life as a thrall to the nasty pangs of unluckiness. I will let you know that your big brother, that would be me, is such a thrall. This ill fortune has plagued my lifetime, extending all the way back to my school days, when we separated seats in our classrooms. There were 25 boys and 23 girls in my year. Traditionally, 1 boy and 1 girl would share a desk, but the 2 additional boys would have to sit together, and as luck would have had it, I was one of those boys. I never sat next to a girl once during my time growing up. After Wang Yuhang recited his tragic school time story, tears welled up in his eyes. But Han Sen couldn't say anything before he continued talking, and when we played games, I'd always be grouped with a boy. And my desk partner was frequently absent, too, which meant I had to spend many days grouped with my teacher. You don't know my pain, brother. You don't know my pain. And after leaving school, growing up, I never once won the lottery. I have never won a card game. If I go to hunt small monsters, I can guarantee you I will somehow summon a stampede of vicious, hungry, big bloodthirsty monsters. When I kill creatures, I never receive their beast souls. When I get a spirit stone, services of the spirit are never offered. I previously accepted my fate for that which it was, until today. After meeting you, I know I have located my savior. Wang Yuhang was dribbling snot and tears, as he vigorously stroked Han Sen's hand. It was like he had been single for 30 years and was now meeting a woman that was willing to give him the time of day. Little uncle, I just remembered I have some, business that I must attend to, away from here. How about we continue this discussion another time? Han Sen felt awkward. Wang Yuhang was a person who was super duper unlucky. Han Sen thought he should be as far removed from him as possible, lest his own luck be poisoned by his proximity. But Wang Yuhang was still tightly gripping his hand, as if he'd found a soulmate. He looked eager to relay to Han Sen his entire life story. Han Sen tugged and pulled his hand back a few times, but Wang Yuhang did not budge. Roar! All of a sudden, a loud roar shook the ground. Han Sen felt a buzzing noise in his head, and he almost fell over. Oh no! Han Sen's face changed. Not only he had sensed the danger, but the silver fox, too. It hissed and growled as it looked around in alarm. Han Sen quickly exited the spirit hall. Wang Yuhang was shaken from his miserable daze and followed him closely. They both looked to the skies. What they saw petrified them. After Han Sen collected the spirit, the creatures of the island had all left. But one remained in the darkened sky. It broke through the clouds, heading directly to Mystery Island. The skies burned a fiery red and the atmosphere of terror was enough to suffocate a person. A second later, the scary shadow crash landed in the metal shelter, shaking the entire island. 20 meters away from them, a monster with eyes of fire stared them down. Chapter 643, T-Rex approaching. The creature looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex. It had leathery red scales shielding its entire body, and 4 wings wreathed in fire. A spiral horn protruded from its head, and fire writhed out of its nose. Its eyes, as big as wagon wheels, had licks of flame inside the pupils, and it stared at Han Sen and Wang Yuhang. It breathed out smoke from its mouth, which looked like the gaping maw of a volcano. Split up. You go left, I go right, Han Sen quickly shouted, before dashing off. The creature was intimidatingly large. Han Sen thought to draw his crossbow and fire a bolt, but even if it pierced the fiend's thick scales, he feared it would only hit it with the power of a toothpick. Wang Yuhang heard what he was told and ran off to the left. He heard the creature roar, and a geyser of fire shot out from its mouth. It engulfed the spirit hall in fire, and the structure immediately began collapsing under the scorching heat. Roar! The creature that looked like a T-Rex immediately took off after Wang Yuhang. Not wanting to be dinosaur chow, Wang Yuhang ran as fast as his legs could carry him, yelling. He looked like a pitiable fellow, with a T-Rex gnashing at his heels. The clothes on his body were tickled by the flames that escaped the creature's mouth, setting them on fire, which made Wang Yuhang begin calling out. Han Sen was running like the wind, and he thought to himself, you really are unlucky. The monster picked you, even though I approached it first. I didn't mean for that to happen. As he was talking to himself, Han Sen managed to exit the metal shelter and had a clear shot of escaping the Mystery Island. But all he could hear were the repeated screams from Wang Yuhang, who was continuing to be pursued by the T-Rex. It didn't seem likely he was going to escape without Han Sen's intervention. I don't care. We only just met. I barely know the fellow, Han Sen's mind stated, while his legs stood firmly, refusing to depart. Although Wang Yuhang was unlucky, he was not a bad person by any means. Furthermore, he was Wang Mengmeng's uncle. Han Sen knew how guilty he might become, if he were to leave him behind in such a heartless fashion. But he's so unlucky. Even if I do save his life, he'll probably end up dead due to a similar misfortune sometime in the future. Han Sen spoke this out, but immediately after, bit down on his teeth. He hissed, turned around, and ran back into the blazing inferno. If Wang Yuhang ran alongside him, bringing the monster with him, he wouldn't have had these second thoughts. Wang Yuhang was well aware of his own misfortune, but despite that, he heeded Han Sen's instruction to run in the opposite direction, pulling the monster with him. He was a good, honest man. Fine, I'll do my part, but I won't risk any more than I have to try to save him. He'll still have to put in the effort. Han Sen drew his peacock crossbow and loaded it with a raven feather bolt. Then, he began to approach the rampaging monster. The whole Mystery Island was ablaze, and the flames that the T-Rex breathed were enough to melt the sturdy metal structures that composed the shelter. It ran really fast, too. Wang Yuhang was unable to shake the creature, and his body had suffered a few bad burns. There were fiery holes in his clothes and his hair was singed. But Wang Yuhang, despite his unluckiness, was a powerful warrior. Although he looked to be in a sorry state, he had managed to outpace the lunatic T-Rex for a good while without suffering any injuries. He looked pitiable, sure, but they were minor wounds and nothing that could not be quickly remedied. Han Sen was not a reckless person, so he wanted to survey the area and approach the situation in as safely as possible. He didn't want to charge in like a buffoon, so he gauged the events from a good distance away. Observing the pursuit made Han Sen really take notice of how unlucky Wang Yuhang was. He didn't know how or why the T-Rex was so determined to catch him. It was as if it had been locked on, and nothing seemed to sway its desire to incinerate the running man. This guy excels at being a party tank. He pulls all the aggro with no effort. Han Sen continued to watch from afar and sighed. After a period of observation, Han Sen could not see any weak spots on the creature. Its whole body was covered in red scales, and he could immediately tell how difficult it would be to penetrate them. Even though the creature was fast, it was pretty slow in terms of super creatures. While the raven was unfairly fast, this T-Rex was much slower than even the red cloud donkey. With this speed, there should surely be no fear of it catching up to me. Let's see if I can get its attention. Han Sen was standing on the rooftop of a palace in the shelter. He raised his crossbow and took aim at the T-Rex. As soon as he had a clear shot at the monster's eye, he would pull the trigger. Pang! Han Sen fired the raven bolt across a distance of 50 meters. His aim was impeccable, and it seemed to be a guaranteed hit on the T-Rex. But right before it skewered the monster's eyeball, the creature blinked to shield its eye. Dong! The bolt did go in, but the monster's eyelid was thick. The bolt remained lodged in it, not dealing damage to the actual eye itself. The T-Rex's eyelid did not have any scales, and it was evidently weaker than the rest of the body. The creature was knocked back. It roared in pain and looked at Han Sen from across the battlefield. Han Sen started running, and the T-Rex took off after him. He felt as if a giant flamethrower was pulling up behind his bottom, getting closer and closer. The air around him was getting hotter, and the soft fabric of his clothes looked ready to burst into flames. Brother Han, you are a remarkable example of a human being. Your charity is boundless. I almost knew it for a fact that you would not abandon me to the grisly maws of that ferocious monster. Wang Yuhang was touched by the gesture and sung his words of praise from across the battleground. I'm not a nice man, Han Sen responded. See if you can draw its attention once more. I need to see if I can get a few more hits on its eye. With some luck, my luck, we can bring an end to this wretched thing. It is my pleasure to be of aid. Wang Yuhang did not delay in his agreement to act. Han Sen expected Wang Yuhang to summon a bow, or at least a spear to throw at the monster to regain its attention. But randomly, Wang Yuhang merely scrambled to pick up a piece of metal from the smoldering metal shelter, and threw it at the monster. Pang! The metal piece plonked against the T-Rex's shiny red scales. The damage dealt equated to that of a tickle. But that was all it took to garner its attention and pull it away from Han Sen. The monster turned to look at Wang Yuhang and took off after him once more. This way, you dumb doggy. I'm over here, chase me, I taste delightful. Wang Yuhang called at the T-Rex. He even turned around, bent over, and mooned the T-Rex, clobbering his own butt cheeks to get it to follow. He yelled, thick pork rind here, come get your free sample. Wang Yuhang's clothes were mostly in cinders, and Han Sen could see much of his posterior. He danced and slapped his own bottom like a pair of bongos, as Han Sen simply sighed, failing to comprehend the situation in which he found himself. Han Sen looked on hopelessly. He thought to himself, is this guy stupid? All he has to do is attract the T-Rex, is any of that necessary? Can't he just hit it and run? The T-Rex was incredibly angry, however. It roared to the sky, then brought down a geyser of flames on Wang Yuhang. Half on fire, Wang Yuhang took off running like a lunatic, with the T-Rex back on his heels. Damn, at least it worked well. Han Sen watched with wide eyes, thinking Wang Yuhang had really turned his opinion on him around. Brother Han, I beg that you hasten your move. I am being roasted alive. Wang Yuhang was running as fast as he could, as his hands tried to pat down the flames that were incinerating his bottom. Hold on, little uncle. Han Sen raised his peacock crossbow and took aim at the T-Rex's eye once more. Pang! Han Sen fired the bolt at the T-Rex's eyelid once more, but again it blinked and the bolt couldn't pierce through it entirely. But exceeding Han Sen's expectations, Wang Yuhang immediately picked up more pieces of metal to lob at the monster, all the while shouting and screaming. The T-Rex only looked at Han Sen for 1 second before resuming its chase of Wang Yuhang. "Little uncle, that's right. You can do it, I have faith in you." Han Sen couldn't fathom the sordid deeds Wang Yuhang must have committed in a past life to be given such bad luck in this one. The aggro he could pull, with such little effort, was astonishing. And now, with Wang Yuhang subject to the T-Rex's pursuit once more, Han Sen got back to searching for the perfect chance of striking the T-Rex's eye. Although it wasn't quick on its feet, the reactions of this super creature weren't too slow. Even with Han Sen taking his best possible shot, the creature always caught the bolts with its eyelid. Some bolts were dodged outright by the T-Rex, deflected off its scales. Trying to penetrate anywhere else on its body was a futile endeavor, for all the bolts would do was leave a little white scratch mark before pinging off to the ground. Wang Yuhang, at this point, was only barely managing to keep himself together. The flames that engulfed much of his body, leaving behind a multitude of nasty burns, were starting to take a toll on him. "Brother Han, I am reaching the end of my tether. If you are to slay this oversized doggy, I recommend doing it soon." Wang Yuhang was crying as he ran. "Little uncle, please, hold on just a little bit longer." As Han Sen spoke, he had his crossbow raised, preparing to take another shot at the T-Rex's eye. A dozen bolts were already lodged in its eyelids like a bar-room dartboard. None had managed to pierce through and scrape its actual eyeball. Pang! Another bolt fired, from a much closer distance this time. He expected this shot to strike its eye, but the eyelid blocked it once more. When Han Sen reached for his quiver again, he was overwhelmed with dread to notice it was empty. They had all been fired, with no damage having been dealt to the beast that had assaulted them. Brave men must shoulder the greatest of deeds. Cowards. Nothing. I'm going in. Han Sen knew the bolts were fairly well lodged in the monster's eyelids and thought this would be his only chance. So he took off running towards the monster. Killing the monster was not his priority right now. He wasn't doing this for himself. He knew if he let the monster claim this place for itself, it would only be a matter of time before it chose to wreak havoc on the ice fields far below. Homes and shelters would be burnt to ash, and people would undoubtedly be eaten whenever it fancied a snack. Han Sen didn't want to risk leaving the beast alive. He had exhausted one of his greatest chances of killing it already, so he wanted to push a little further. And even if he could not kill it, he'd at least deal as much damage as he could before retreat. He cast Long Live and Jade Sun Force. His arms were imbued with a great amount of energy, and the energy generated inside his heart empowered every corner of his body. Han Sen's body made a clicking sound, as if he was shifting gear, going into overdrive. With Wang Yuhang still stealing the spotlight of the T-Rex's attention, Han Sen was able to run beside the creature and effortlessly leap up onto it. Quickly, he pranced to the top of the T-Rex's head. The T-Rex noticed Han Sen's presence, and maniacally writhed in a bid to get him off and reach him with its talons. Han Sen used Dongshe Sutra to simulate arrow. He took flight from off the T-Rex and dodged its attack like a strange bird. With a window of opportunity now open for him, he went in and tried to kick the bolt-laden eyelid. The T-Rex, however, turned around and tried to evade the attack. But as this happened, Han Sen borrowed strength from the air to carry his kick and prepared to batter the eye with his legs 7 times. The T-Rex, failing to dodge the attacks, simply shut its eyelids, thinking it could shield its eyes. But this was exactly what Han Sen wanted. He walloped each of his 7 kicks firmly into the bolts planted on the monster's eyelid. Han Sen's legs were like steel sledgehammers. After 7 strikes, the bolts were malleted deep into the monster's squishy eyeball. Roar! The T-Rex blasted one last cry to the sky as blood gushed from its ruined eye. The raven feather bolts, following Han Sen's hits, had become implanted deep in the monster's eye. The T-Rex squirmed in pain as it tried to open its eye. But when it raised its eyelid, it dragged the bolts up with it, ruining its eye further. Now, more blood cascaded from the extra crevices that were cut into the eyeball. Taking advantage of another window of opportunity that had opened for him, Han Sen kicked the beast another 7 times. He was using the skill called 7 Kill, which, when combined with arrow, brought devastating damage upon the monster's other eye. Roar! The T-Rex's other eye was now gushing blood. Having lost its vision completely, the monster flailed about in agony. Infuriated, the T-Rex began shooting geysers of flame in all directions. Han Sen could only fly away from it, to avoid being incinerated by the wild flames. "Brother Han, that was fine work. Wang Yuhang looked delighted, but just as he said that, he accidentally walked into the fire being spewed by the T-Rex, which had caught on fire once again. Arg! Wang Yuhang rolled around on the ground like a loon, trying to snuff out the flames. His bottom was as black as charcoal. The T-Rex no longer had any vision, and it was in agony. Every time it tried to blink, it dealt itself even greater damage. The T-Rex's talons were so long and thick, it couldn't pull the bolts out of its eyelid, either. The longer it went on, the more the T-Rex panicked. It flapped its 4 flame-wreathed wings in a bid to escape. Han Sen used this time to pick up the bolts that were on the floor. Then he summoned his wings to chase after the T-Rex. This was the first time he had gotten so close to killing a super creature since coming to the second shelter. Unlike the last time with the Deadeye Peacock, which was basically a killsteal. The T-Rex flailed madly in the sky as it continued shooting fireballs from its mouth. The sky was dark, lit up only by its flames. It was a terrifying spectacle to behold. The people down on the ice fields were able to watch the scene unfold, and it frightened those who looked up. No one had ever seen such a scary monster in the ice fields before, so this sort of sight was new to them. "Look, someone is chasing after that horrible creature," someone shouted. Where? It's pretty far off, of course you can't see it with your eyes. Use a pair of binoculars, old man." In the shelter, technological products were prohibited. But simple viewing items like binoculars or spyglasses were allowed, as their function was only built through glass. Many people brought out their own binoculars to watch the scene unfold with greater clarity. They watched as a man chased off a flying T-Rex that breathed fire in the sky. Whoa, it's Leader Han. Holy smokes, Leader Han is super op. How has he managed to get such a big scary creature to run away from him in fear? He is too powerful. Did Leader Han claim ownership of the metal shelter up there, too, all by himself? He's so handsome, he's so good. The people who watched Han Sen chase away the T-Rex all reeled in shock and admiration. They thought Han Sen was hunting it down. Chapter 645, Bloody Ice Fields. Although the T-Rex had been blinded, it seemed as if it could still distinguish things well. It was able to fly north, towards the ice sea that lay beyond the ice fields. Han Sen followed the T-Rex, thinking of a way he might bring it down for good. The damage inflicted to its eyes was grievous, but it wasn't enough to slay the beast. Still, the visual impairment boded well for Han Sen's battle, as the T-Rex was no longer the threat it once was. This thing's vitality is high. It is obviously well attuned with fire, which means it should be weak to other elements. It would be a difficult fight for a group to take on such a raging beast, but to one or two well-trained elites, it is not as threatening as the Raven, Han Sen thought to himself, observing the beast. The T-Rex resumed spewing fire, but after a few roars, the flames extinguished. Was it running out of fire, or was it just exhausted? Han Sen was happy to see this, so he unlocked his gene lock and used arrow to gain momentum and approach the T-Rex more efficiently. He waited for the monster to roar once more, and when it did, he fired another raven feather bolt into its open mouth. The hard light string of the crossbow flashed quickly, launching the bolt. The power of a super beast soul made the black feather appear as nothing more than a thin black laser. It was a direct hit in the T-Rex's mouth. The T-Rex opened its mouth again to roar, cascading blood as it did. The 10 bolts Han Sen fired into its mouth must have dealt a crippling amount of damage. Whoosh! The T-Rex started breathing fire once more, and a creepy mixture of blood and flame gushed out from its mouth, with the occasional black feather. Unfortunately, a few of the raven feathers inside were charred and broken. No longer could they be reused as bolts or converted into daggers. Han Sen's heart felt as if it had been stabbed, seeing this. But for killing a super creature, he did not mind the loss as much as he could have. The T-Rex continued to heave blood from its ravaged mouth, which inked the sea blood red as it soared above. It may have gotten rid of the bolts inside its mouth, but the wounds hadn't healed and the damage wasn't going to go away anytime soon. Han Sen had no metric to effectively gauge how much the T-Rex had been damaged, but he did know that super creatures had strong recovery powers. If he allowed the monster to escape, it was only a matter of time before it recovered and perhaps sought vengeance. With bolstered resolve, Han Sen gritted his teeth, cast arrow, and kicked the T-Rex's eyelids again. Suddenly, the T-Rex raised its talons and flailed in Han Sen's direction. They were so fast and big, it was as if the T-Rex had summoned all the remaining strength in its body for that one strike. It was already too late for Han Sen to dodge, and the talons that were coming his way gave him a shock. But with the gene lock open, he didn't let it affect him. He maintained his composure, and without even thinking, he summoned his golden armor, gargoyle glyph, and peacock crossbow to block the blow. Pang! When the talons met the peacock crossbow, Han Sen was sent rocketing downwards, shattering a layer of ice on the icy sea. The splash his body created was massive. Han Sen exited the sea coughing blood and shaking from the pain. It felt as if all his organs had been flipped upside down. It's easy to forget how powerful a super creature can be. Such power is frightening. Han Sen's heart was shocked. When he opened his mouth, more blood dripped out. If he had not used the peacock crossbow to block the initial strike, he feared he would have been torn apart by the sudden blow. But after the strike, the T-Rex appeared to be even more injured than it had been. It spewed more and more blood down into the sea, coloring it in an inky, dark red haze. The T-Rex must have really despised Han Sen to not care about its own wounds. With further disregard for its own health, it flew down to finish off Han Sen, who was still reeling from the hit he had just received. Han Sen watched the T-Rex come down and did not dare fight it face to face. He summoned his silver eel and tried to sail away from it. But the silver fox on Han Sen's shoulder suddenly roared with a great ferocity of its own. It seemed to have been infuriated by the damage that had just been dealt to Han Sen, and then it prickled and sparked with silver lightning, as the sound of rumbling thunder resonated from within it. Like a silver bolt of lightning, the silver fox launched itself into the air, striking the T-Rex that had sought to pursue them. Roar! The T-Rex cried out in pain as its body began to produce white smoke. It may have hurt, but the T-Rex was too strong for the silver fox to deal any lasting damage. The T-Rex then decided to halt its pursuit of Han Sen and focus on its nearer opponent, the silver fox. Breathing out more streams of fire, it tried its best to incinerate the silver fox into dust. The silver fox was still in the air, gliding backwards and forwards. It continued to cast bolts of silver lightning to attack the T-Rex. The T-Rex was still blind, so its reactions and abilities of perception were far weaker now. It had great difficulty trying to burn the silver fox, which was so small and possessed incredible speed. But still, the silver fox was a juvenile super creature, and its power was nowhere near that of the T-Rex. The effectiveness of the silver lightning wasn't high as a result, despite its constant strikes upon the T-Rex. Han Sen continued to clutch his chest as he coughed up more blood. He summoned his berserk sacred blood wings and returned to the air. He was prepared to leave and let the T-Rex go due to his injury, but he hadn't expected the silver fox to fight on its own. This reinvigorated Han Sen's hope for victory. The silver fox was not Han Sen's real pet, and because Han Sen had difficulty controlling it, he didn't treat it as a battle companion. But when the silver fox started fighting, it was far stronger than a person who had unlocked their gene lock. Even Han Sen was willing to confess how much better the silver fox was than him. After all, the silver fox had a super creature's fitness. Even juvenile super creatures were stronger than most human evolvers. The silver fox continued running circles around the T-Rex and kept firing its lightning at it. The T-Rex started to grow increasingly annoyed with its inability to do anything about it. Though each strike may not have dealt a lot of damage individually, it was still under attack, and that meant it was beginning to lose blood more and more from its mouth and eyes. As wretched as those wounds were, they weren't enough to kill a super creature. Han Sen pushed his gene lock to the max and stared at the T-Rex without blinking, trying to determine every possible move his enemy could make, and every outcome to an action he could perform. When the chance arrived, Han Sen's heart jumped. Like some sort of god, he flew before the T-Rex in the blink of an eye and dealt one humongous kick to the fiend's left eye. After the kick, Han Sen flew far away and dodged the attempted counterattack. But the bolt in the monster's left eyelid was wholly kicked through the eye itself. The T-Rex faced the sky, and it howled in pain once more. Its mouth was a geyser of flame and it shot out fire like an erupting volcano. The silver fox collaborated with Han Sen and attacked the T-Rex at the same time with more lightning, which struck the T-Rex with miniature explosions. After the double hit, the bleeding of the beast did not stop. The T-Rex's flame-wreathed wings began flapping with greater speed as it tried to escape again. Han Sen continued to hold his chest and bear with the pain as he chased after it. This was his best chance of killing a super creature, and he would not let this opportunity pass him by, no matter what. If he missed this chance, he wouldn't know when such an opportunity would roll around again. The blinded T-Rex continued to fly across the sky, getting hammered by Han Sen and the silver fox's attacks. Over time, its health got visibly worse, but it still stubbornly refused to give up the ghost. Heaven knew how much blood the T-Rex had lost over the course of their battle, and it chilled Han Sen to watch it continue to spew up more and more, as it carried on attempting an airborne escape. As he chased it across the big sea, Han Sen spent most of his time aboard his silver eel, to more effortlessly keep pace with the T-Rex above. Han Sen had been badly injured, as well. If he continued flying, it would only have been a matter of time before exhaustion kicked in and he was too weary to fight. They chased the T-Rex for another 8 days. On the 8th day, it was unable to keep going and collapsed into the sea. Its giant body dropped into the sea, producing massive waves. The T-Rex tried its best to return to the skies, flapping and splashing about with its extinguished wings, but failed. It may not have been able to get back up, but that didn't mean it was dead yet, either. After Han Sen leapt onto its back, though, he noticed it was unable to fight back. Lacking the weapons necessary to penetrate its thick scales and deal it one final, killing blow, Han Sen resolved to just wait until it died. Han Sen waited for 2 weeks before hearing the notification he enjoyed listening to so much. Super creature hunted. Fire scale T-Rex. The beast soul has been acquired. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to obtain a random numeric amount of super geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. Han Sen then watched as the huge, lifeless body of the T-Rex faded away. A fiery crystal dropped from its disintegrating corpse. The crystal was beautiful to look at and about the same size as a fist. Han Sen quickly went to catch the crystal, but the flames that wreathed it burnt his hand. He brought back his hand and the crystal dropped into the sea. It was like a burning orb of metal dropping into the sea. Its entry into the water was followed by much steam, and the encompassing water began to boil. Holy smokes, how am I supposed to consume life geno essence that's spicy? Han Sen was afraid that after the crystal fell into the sea, another strong creature might come along and eat it. He quickly summoned his peacock crossbow and used it to fish the crystal out of the sea. The life geno essence had not grown colder, despite being submerged in the sea. It was still just as hot. Han Sen observed the fiery crystal delicately perched upon his peacock crossbow. He frowned and commented, "How am I supposed to eat this thing? If I lick it how I did back in the first shelter, I'll end up chewing a roasted tongue." The silver fox was in Han Sen's arms. With its little paws, it attempted to grab the life geno essence. Han Sen stopped it from doing so immediately, as he wanted to dine on the essence all by himself. It was a hard-fought victory, and he wanted to enjoy every morsel of the reward he had earned. But Han Sen soon realized he was wrong. The silver fox was just curious about how the life geno essence looked. It didn't want to eat it. It was like a cat playing with a ball. It used its paws to touch the life geno essence, which then burnt them. After that, it hurriedly gave up its interest in the crystal. "You don't want to eat it." Han Sen put the life geno essence down near the silver fox. Its face looked disdainful and it turned around, refusing to even look at it. That greedy silver fox doesn't actually want to eat this good stuff. Han Sen was quite shocked. Then, Han Sen thought of something else in his possession that enjoyed eating random stuff. So he summoned his little angel and placed the T-Rex's life geno essence in front of her and said, "Would you like to eat this?" The little angel just looked at the life geno essence and shook her head. It didn't seem as if she was interested in it, either. What's going on? Han Sen pondered in bewilderment. He couldn't believe his two biggest monster munchers weren't interested in eating such rare and valuable consumables. Was the world ending? Is it because this thing is too hot, and they don't think it'd sit well on their stomachs? This was the only possible reason Han Sen could think of. It was a shame that the little angel and the silver fox were unable to speak, so they couldn't tell him the reason why they didn't want to eat it. Han Sen thought and thought about how he might be able to eat the life geno essence until his brain nearly broke. Of all the methods he thought of, not one would allow him to eat it. This is like a burning ball of iron. How am I supposed to eat it? As time passed by, the temperature of the life geno essence did not seem to reduce. Unable to resist anymore, he stuck out his tongue and gave it one big lick. Unfortunately, all that did was incinerate his tongue. Heavens curse it, how am I supposed to eat this thing? Han Sen had no idea what to do, and having exhausted all viable options, he had to put it away for the moment. Fortunately, Despite how hot it was, its heat was nowhere near the magnitude of the flames the T-Rex had generated. Han Sen used a metal water storage unit to tuck the fiery life Geno essence in. Thankfully, for as hot as it remained, the temperature of the crystal did not conduct into the metal pot. This thing is far too strange. Han Sen then examined the rest of the battle results and found out most of his crossbow bolts were ruined. They had either been incinerated or snapped by the T-Rex, leaving only 7 for Han Sen to use. But defeating another super creature at the expense of those bolts was a more than worthwhile exchange. Had he lost every single bolt, he would still have thought it was worth it. Han Sen then went to examine his greatest reward, the fire-scale T-Rex beast soul. He was really excited about it, having no clue what it might be. Super creature beast soul, gem type. When Han Sen saw the text, he turned to stone. He recalled seeing that title someplace else in the second shelter, but there weren't many out there. He remembered seeing it once on the news but had no clue what it could be used for. Han Sen staggered a little and then summoned the fire-scale T-Rex beast soul. All that appeared in front of him was a fist-sized ruby-like gem. Inside the gem, Han Sen could discern a faint image of the T-Rex he had seized the beast soul from, as if a miniature variant had been encased within. As Han Sen continued looking at it, he was unable to determine what this strange gem was actually capable of. Let's go back to the shelter first. I should be able to find out what purpose this thing serves back at the Alliance. Han Sen returned to sit on the silver eel's back and had it deliver him all the way back to the ice fields. A thought then entered Han Sen's mind: what if Wang Yuhang's extended holding of his hand had infected him with a certain amount of the man's bad luck? He then thought if that were true, he surely would not have obtained the beast soul. And he even received a lot more. But, that being said, he had no idea how to consume the life Geno essence he had obtained or make use of the beast soul. This gave Han Sen an itch. Back in the ice fields, the mystery island had yet to return to the empty. This made Han Sen breathe a sigh of relief. When Han Sen returned to the lofty island, Wang Yuhang welcomed him there with great passion. Chapter 647, Combined Evolution. Brother Han, you are back. Did you kill the creature? Wang Yuhang asked Han Sen, with great enthusiasm in his voice. I thought you'd be able to tell just by looking at my face. Had I killed it, I would have brought its flesh back, wouldn't I? Han Sen shrugged. That's okay, I'm sure the opportunity to slay it will arise once more. Wang Yuhang didn't sound disappointed at all. He comforted Han Sen with great concern. This made Han Sen feel slight discomfort instead, as if it were unnatural. He wasn't the sort of person to be intimidated by bad people, but he was the sort to become afraid of nice people. Brother Han, I have come to believe you and I are meant to be. I have decided to group up with you, a proposition that was sealed, signed, and delivered by the Mistress of Destiny herself. With Team Wang Han reporting for duty, we are sure to produce a prosperous future for the second shelter. Wang Yuhang put his arm around Han Sen's shoulders, discussing a wild future birthed by his fantasies. In Wang Yuhang's eyes, they would one day become a legendary pair that could amass riches and fortunes with the greatest of ease. These childish dreams made Han Sen shudder. After a bit of silence, in which Han Sen was given a moment to think, he asked himself, when did I ever agree to cooperate with him? Having a partnership with this guy might result in a super creature assaulting my shelters every day. This entire time Han Sen had not said a word, but as Wang Yuhang went on and on about some glorious future in which they ruled the entirety of the second shelter, he felt bad about the idea of immediately shutting down the man's deluded visions. But reflecting on his battle with the T-Rex, he realized that Wang Yuhang had helped a good deal. If it wasn't for his impeccable abilities at gaining aggro, Han Sen would not have been able to fire his crossbow bolts into the monster's eye. Han Sen needed someone like Wang Yuhang. But seeing Wang Yuhang wax lyrical about his dreams, he felt as if his input had been wholly ignored, or not even asked for. Brother Han, if we partner up, we will be able to achieve many great things in this world. Wang Yuhang continued to grip Han Sen's shoulders as they walked towards the Mystery Island's metal shelter. On and on, he talked about the amazing future they would have if they teamed up. But when Han Sen saw what had happened to the shelter, his face turned black. It was little more than a smoldering ruin, most of it having been utterly annihilated by the rampaging T-Rex they had fought there. Without technological aid, trying to restore the shelter to its former glory would be a vast undertaking. Even with builders working around the clock, it would take at least half a year for the renovations to be completed. Han Sen decided to summon Princess Empty, to see if there was anything she could do. Perhaps she had some manner of control over the shelter. The result brought much joy to Han Sen's heart. Princess Empty was able to control the entire metal shelter and even make the Mystery Island stop moving or move to wherever Han Sen wanted it to be. The only disappointing aspect was the speed at which the Mystery Island moved. It was a bit slow. As a reliable mode of transport, its usage as a convenient airship was out of the question. Still, it was enough to be a space-faring castle. Han Sen went to look for Young Manly, Li Xinglun, and Brother Philip, to get them to invest in the development of the island. Without contributions from the other factions, there wouldn't be enough money or manpower to operate and sustain the Mystery Island. When the Mystery Island landed, the entirety of the ice field shook. Han Sen had managed to take on and gain ownership over the royal shelter pretty much solo. Plus, people had seen him chase off the fire-scale T-Rex. His reputation across the ice fields increased even more. He had achieved near-legendary status, and people treated him like some sort of god. A lot of people in the ice fields tried to post the news on the Skynet, which was met with negative criticism and proclamations that such a feat was undoubtedly fake. Most simply didn't pay attention, so it didn't really cause that much of a scene in the grand scheme of things. A few days later, Han Sen was starting to regret his acceptance of Wang Yuhang's presence. Ever since he had appeared in his life, nothing had gone smoothly. His favorite chair, which he frequently sat on, suddenly broke. As he was out for a walk one day, a sinkhole suddenly appeared, which he almost fell into. The most far-fetched of accidents imaginable were now affecting Han Sen on a day-to-day basis. For as long as Wang Yuhang was around, the endless misfortune continued. All Han Sen could take solace in was the fact that the man's presence hadn't attracted any more super creatures. Finding an excuse, Han Sen was able to leave the goddess shelter and get away from Wang Yuhang for some time. Han Sen then went to the Crystal Palace alone. Although nothing truly unfortunate had happened, the constant minor troubles eventually got tiresome and Han Sen couldn't take it anymore. Everyone in the goddess shelter, I am so sorry. I have no choice. Han Sen was feeling sorry for Young Manly, Li Xinglun, and Brother Philip, so he went to the Crystal Palace alone. There, he finally felt great relief at his ability to enjoy some simple peace and quiet away from all the bad luck. Han Sen had yet to find a way in which he could eat the T-Rex's life geno essence. Eating it as it was would be no different than taking a suicide pill. Han Sen kept the essence in the Crystal Palace while he returned to the Alliance to browse for more information in the community. There was nothing about the life geno essence, so he was still unable to find a way to eat it. But he did find information on gem beast souls. The results surprised Han Sen quite a bit, and almost made him fall out of his chair. Gem beast souls could be consumed by other beast souls to make the recipient beast souls evolve. Ordinarily, if a sacred blood gem beast soul was combined with a mutant class beast soul, the mutant class beast soul would evolve into a sacred blood beast soul. Does that mean I can use this gem beast soul to evolve any of my sacred blood beast souls into a super beast soul? Han Sen became extremely excited at this prospect. If this was true, Han Sen could give the gem beast soul to one of his sacred blood weapons and resolve his current weaponry issues. Han Sen then took a look at the information of his gem beast soul and discovered that there was a problem. The gem beast soul could not combine with just any beast soul, and there was a success rate percentage tied to it. If its attempt at being combined with another beast soul was not successful, the gem beast soul would be destroyed. The rule was that a sacred blood gem beast soul had to combine with a mutant class beast soul. If it combined with an ordinary beast soul, it would not be able to handle the increase in power, and would simply break and become useless. This meant the gem beast soul and beast soul used would be gone for good. Even if it combined with a mutant class beast soul, it would have to be of a comparable type, as well. Otherwise, it would still break. From what he could gather, there was no other way to increase his chance of success. But, there were a few posts by experienced beast soul gem infusers that helped to clarify a few things. If it was a wolf element gem beast soul, combining it with a wolf beast soul would yield a much higher chance at success. Of course, this wasn't 100% certified information, and there were still many things humans did not yet know in regards to all this. As Han Sen browsed, he saw a post containing information that had leaked from the third shelter. It said that aside from the type of beast soul, the element mattered as well. If a fire gem beast soul combined with a fire element beast soul, the chance of success would be much higher. If this is how things are, I will need to find a fire element T-Rex beast soul first, Han Sen thought, stroking his jaw. As Han Sen thought, his eyes suddenly lit up. Suddenly, Han Sen thought that if the beast soul had to be chosen to use the gem beast soul for evolution, did that mean humans using the life geno essence had to follow the same rule? All the creatures in the first shelter, including super creatures, only had to evolve with meat. Therefore, you could eat their life geno essence right away. But when he reached the second shelter, creatures had their own elements. This meant that their cores were different. Did this mean that humans had to have a similar body to consume them? Of course, Han Sen was just guessing. He didn't know for sure if things were indeed like that, but if that was true, that meant he would have to use different elemental essences to max out his super geno points and become a surpasser. Would that mean he would receive a different super body? Han Sen was deep in thought. If this was indeed how things worked, he wondered what element he belonged to and which life geno essence he would need. Although he practiced ice skin, he didn't receive any icy powers. So, surely, he did not belong to the ice element. And the Dongshe Sutra had no element, it just made him smell good. Han Sen had never heard of any creatures belonging to a perfume element, either. This is giving me a headache. Han Sen rubbed his temples and decided to shelve those matters for the time being. Right now, Han Sen wanted to create a super beast soul. If it possessed the power needed to kill a super creature, then obtaining life geno essences would be a far easier task. His worries would most certainly be lessened. This T-Rex gem beast soul will need another fire element T-Rex sacred blood beast soul to have the highest success rate possible. But creatures below the super class do not display the element they belong to, which means I will only have to care for finding another T-Rex beast soul. Han Sen looked at the beast souls he was in possession of, noting that he didn't have any T-Rex beast souls. Hunting one by himself wasn't very realistic, so he decided to peruse the trading boards of Skynet. He wanted to see if anyone was selling a sacred blood T-Rex beast soul nearby. There were quite a few T-Rex beast souls for sale, and after a fair amount of time browsing, he found a person selling a Snow Rex sacred blood beast soul. It was a Snow White, giant T-Rex beast soul. It was a sacred blood creature that had been hunted on some snowy mountain. After Han Sen saw it, he quickly dismissed it. Although a sacred blood class beast soul did not have an element, just hearing the name and how it was related to the cold did not make him confident. Combining it with a fire-oriented gem was just asking for failure. It was also important to note that this was an armor beast soul. Although he would need such armor eventually, he needed weapons more. If he didn't have a weapon that could pierce the thick hide of a super creature, killing them would be a tall order. Han Sen saw countless posts about T-Rex armor beast souls, but none about weaponry. Some of them were even transfigured beast souls. Well, I don't need a transfigured beast soul. I can't cast many skills when I look like a T-Rex. Although the vitality would be fairly decent, my overall power might be worse. Han Sen considered getting a transfigured beast soul but ultimately dismissed that idea, as well. He couldn't find a suitable beast soul, so he tried looking for something else. If he still couldn't find what he wanted, then he'd just have to try it out with an armor beast soul. When I went to fight the red scale dragon with Yi Dongmu, it looked just like a T-Rex. Perhaps it really is a T-Rex sacred blood beast soul. If I go kill it, maybe I could get a more useful beast soul. Han Sen browsed for a bit longer, and being unable to find what he ultimately wanted, realized his thoughts were drifting to the red scale dragon. Red scale dragon was the title he and Yi Dongmu had devised for it. It was a sacred blood creature that looked like a T-Rex. During their fight, it crystallized and became a berserk sacred blood beast soul. That had rendered them unable to kill it, and so they ran away. Now that Han Sen had the peacock crossbow, he could give it another shot. It would be fantastic news if he was able to obtain the beast soul. If he didn't get it, that would be okay, since he'd still be able to buy one, anyway. He didn't stay in the shelter for long this time, so he used his communicator to call home and talk with his mom. They discussed various topics and spoke about what was going on with the family. Xiao Yan's studies had been going really well, and she had many friends in the school for nobles. The fact that she had become an outgoing girl made Han Sen pleased to hear. He didn't want Xiao Yan to become a lonely person because of the family. Being a happy, outgoing girl was better than anything else. They talked for about an hour before Han Sen had to say goodbye. Being able to talk with his family was quite the privilege. Without exclusive permission, most soldiers here were unable to talk with the outside world. The reason Han Sen could do this was all down to Ji Yanran. So, every now and again, he was able to keep up to date with his family. He was not allowed to talk for long periods of time, however, and all communications to and from the Alliance were monitored. Right now, Han Sen knew where the ice fields were in the second shelter. His mother was in the Sapphire Shelter, which was on the western side of a mountain range that was 1,000 miles long. It was too far away from the ice fields for him to visit her. According to the second shelter's map, the Sapphire Shelter was several million miles away. And between them were vast swaths of wild, uncharted, dangerous land. Han Sen's mom was training Saint Angel skills. Han Sen did not teach her Han Yan Dongshe Sutra primarily because he was still learning it himself, and he didn't yet know if there were any troubles with it. He wanted to learn it himself first, and if there weren't any negative side effects, he would one day gladly take the time to teach them. And in regards to his mom, Han Sen did not yet plan to visit her. He didn't believe he was strong enough to traverse such a long, treacherous road to reach the Sapphire Shelter. Furthermore, there wasn't really any point in going right now. Han Sen had already prohibited his mom from hunting, and she only needed the money necessary to purchase food. Sapphire Shelter was a big shelter and the human faction was powerful there. It was quite difficult to buy sacred blood flesh, but for any other class of flesh, there was plenty available for purchase at all times. With the money Han Sen earned, it was enough to fund her purchase of all the flesh she needed. Back in the shelter, Han Sen prepared himself to fight the red scale dragon and try to earn its beast soul. Han Sen left the silver fox behind in the Crystal Palace. If he brought it with him, the red scale dragon would smell it from a great distance away and run off before it was even a speck on the horizon. He didn't dare return to the goddess shelter, either, as he was still afraid of having any contact with Wang Yuhang. If the man's bad luck happened to infect him, and he failed to obtain the beast soul he desired, Han Sen would be heartbroken. All videos have ads disabled. YouTube doesn't pay me enough to cover electricity costs. If you are well off, please consider donating via PayPal or becoming a member of this YouTube channel. Thank you.